Chapter 1. A small step forward. The regent was so great about being the Prince of Yen. If I must hold a title, let it be that of regent. Mother, do convey to that rebellious father of mine that if he does not bestow upon me the title of regent, should he continue to pressure me, I shall flee from home to escape marriage. Let him have the audacity to kill me if he can. On the 27th day of the first month in the 9th year of the Hongwu era, the court officially decreed the marriage of Su Miaoyun, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Wei, to the Prince of Yin, with plans for a wedding on an auspicious day. However, Zhu Di ran off to refuse the marriage. The consequence was a severe beating, leaving Zhu Di unconscious from the pain. Then the time traveler Zhu Di appeared, having bound himself to a system of advancement. The first task assigned was to encourage Zhu Di's progression, though he could not temporarily become the crown prince. There was still room for growth as the Prince of Yen. Empress Ma visited Zhu Di and upon hearing his words, sensed that he was merely indulging in childish whims. This child had always been mischievous and lacked significant talent, yet his playful nature was undeterred. Now, he aspired to become a regent. The position of regent had never been formally established. The term first appeared in the early Western Zhou period when King Cheng was too young, and the Duke of Zhou acted as regent, thus originating the regent system. Later, Wang Ming also wielded power under the guise of a regent emperor. However, the official establishment of the title of regent occurred during the Qing dynasty. Empress Ma regarded Zhu Di's ambitions as mere folly, yet she felt compelled to discuss the matter with Zhu Yuanzhang, for it would not do to allow Zhu Di to truly abandon his home. After Empress Ma relayed the situation to Zhu Yuanzhang, he simply laughed. The fourth is attempting to command our army. Does he think he can enter the court as a regent? Indeed, Zhu Biao had yet to assume regency. How could Zhu Di entertain such thoughts? Zhu Biao nodded in agreement. The fourth knows that father would never consent, so he wishes to use this as leverage to retract the marriage decree, believing you would never actually harm him. After all, even a tiger does not consume its young. Regent, huh? With his temperament, he would be begging to resign within days. Zhu Yuanzhang doubted Zhu Di's capability to fulfill such a role. Rather than feeling threatened, he found the notion amusing. It was precisely because Zhu Di was undisciplined and mischievous that Zhu Yuanzhang sought to ally with Suda, hoping he could instill some discipline in Zhu Di. Of course, the primary concern was the consolidation of military power. With the second son's claim to succession nullified, and the third marrying a marquis's daughter, there was no substantial backing for them. Zhu Biao's position as crown prince was secure. Thus, the next step was to consolidate military authority, ensuring it remained within the family. Zhu Di's marriage to Su De was merely a vehicle for this purpose. As long as the second and third sons were alive, the justification remained intact. The crown prince's position could never be Zhu Di's, especially with Zhu Biao in good health. Father speaks wisely. I see the diligence with which you review memorials. Sacrificing your rest for the realm. The fourth does not comprehend the hardships of governance, mistakenly believing it is merely a matter of sitting on the dragon throne and directing the kingdom. Zhu Biao also smiled, recognizing Zhu Di's naivety. As for usurping the throne, Zhu Biao did not entertain such thoughts. After all, Zhu Di lacked both righteousness and a legitimate claim. Even if Zhu Di were to grow bold enough to rebel, the establishment of a legitimate heir would never rest with him. Furthermore, with Zhu Di's frivolous nature, constantly seeking out bird nests or catching koi, the notion of rebellion seemed entirely incongruous with his character. That he wishes to assume the regency, let him do so. After all, we merely need to fool him into marrying first, affording us a moment of respite to see how long this young man can endure. If he wishes to flee after a few days, that simply will not do. We must ensure he remains until after the wedding. Zhu Yuanzhang regarded this as mere child's play. If Zhu Di desired the regency, then so be it. A man incapable of absorbing the written word could hardly persevere through the tedious memorials. Empress Ma sighed. Very well, let him discover the difficulties. It is preferable to this farce of an elopement that would bring embarrassment upon both us and the Tianda. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement with this course of action. Let Zhu Di create a ruckus. Such trivial disturbances would not alter the course of events. Nevertheless, this matter should be amplified, lest Zhu Di later attempt to evade his responsibilities. A few days later, Zhu Di's injuries had largely healed, and he was able to rise from his bed. Zhu Yuanzhang summoned him to the Feng Tian Hall. My esteemed ministers, as of this day, we appoint Prince Yin Di as regent. His princely status shall remain unchanged, and he shall commence his regency. All matters presented by the various departments shall first be reported to the regent, after which we shall make the final decision. Zhu Yuanzhang announced this in front of the entire court. Although Zhu Di was granted the regency, the decision-making authority remained firmly in Zhu Yuanzhang's grasp. In essence, Zhu Di was only permitted to review the memorials. Any decisions he proposed would not be binding without Zhu Yuanzhang's final approval. Your son thanks his majesty for this grace, Zhu Di responded directly. The ministers had, to some extent, already received word of this development. They were aware that this regency was Zhu Di's design, with the intention of persuading Zhu Yuanzhang to withdraw and cancel marriage. To their surprise, Zhu Yuanzhang had turned the tables. At this moment, the Prince of Yano, the regent, was likely a loss for words. Ultimately, he was but a child unaccustomed to the harsh realities of life, still far from commanding his father's army. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. From now on, you shall sit beside me. Fourth son, let us speak plainly. A man's word is his bond before the entire court. You, as regent, must not play tricks. Do not think to abandon your post within a mere 3 to 5 days. Zhu Di raised his chin and inquired, Father, you would not dismiss me without cause, would you? Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled. Dismiss you? Just do not come crying to me for resignation. Then, before the court, let us agree. If I commit no fault, you shall not revoke my position as regent. Zhu Di sought to bind Zhu Yuanzhang in turn. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow, pondering where Zhu Di derived his confidence that he could endure. Very well, I shall grant you this. If you commit no fault, I shall not dismiss you. For when you can no longer endure and seek resignation, it shall not be counted as a dismissal initiated by me. You wish to resign? I shall not permit it, at least until after your wedding. Then let it be thus: whoever reneges shall bark thrice like a dog before the ministers. Zhu Di continued. This proclamation elicited smirks from the court. Indeed, it was confirmed the same wayward scion remained unchanged even after a beating. Could he truly manage the responsibilities of the regent? Would he not falter and resign within 3 days? We promise you. But you must also promise us no more rejecting marriage and absolutely no fleeing from it. You must marry honestly. Zhu Di nodded. All right. Upon witnessing Zhu Di's compliance, the delight on Zhu Yuanzhang's face was unmistakable. He had found a diligent tool for his ambitions, and the alliance could continue. How splendid. Zhu Di also wore a smile, thinking, laugh all you want, you beggar, just ensure you don't weep later. Convey the decree. The regent will marry as scheduled. The Ministry of Rites must immediately arrange the ceremony, preparing the 3 letters and 6 rites, along with the 6 invitations, to welcome the eldest daughter of Duke Wei, Su Miaoyun, as the regent's consort. Chapter 2. Are the female officials you desire serious? Once these matters were put into action, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di found themselves in high spirits, each believing they had gained an advantage. Zhu Di's ascension to the position of regent was truly a harmonious convergence of favorable circumstances. System, let us settle this promptly. Do I need to remind you? Zhu Di silently called upon the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for progress. The following phase reward is as follows. Reward, 1 million taels of gold. Is that all? Just this? Zhu Di was taken aback. Something felt amiss. Shouldn't there have been a plethora of rewards? Why was the system so miserly? Additionally, the host receives blueprints for the red-coated cannon and the mortar. Dear system, could you not be a tad more generous to your host? Please continue to strive for progress. The next phase task is to advance to the position of Crown Prince. Task rewards are yet to be revealed. Host, you have proven yourself to be a competent host. Thus, do not overly rely on this system. I have my own matters to attend to. I must go build connections and offer gifts. Farewell. With that, the system abruptly severed communication with Zhu Di, instructing him not to disturb it unnecessarily. Zhu Di found himself both amused and exasperated. It seemed even the systems had their own competitive struggles, necessitating their own networking and gift-giving. After the court assembly, Zhu Di proceeded to the study in the Qianxing Palace to tackle the mountain of memorials. After all, he had officially grasped the reins of regency. Zhu Yuanzhang relinquished the responsibilities to Zhu Di, while he himself leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, sipping tea and enjoying fruits, with a eunuch fanning him beside. My dear Di, let me share some insights, Zhu Yuanzhang began, But Zhu Di swiftly interrupted with a command. Whoever conveys my edict. Should anyone submit lengthy memorials henceforth, I shall demote them to the mountains to teach as a schoolmaster. Being an official is about addressing matters, not showcasing literary flair. From now on, all memorials must be concise and clear. The more succinct, the better, while still conveying the overall message. This edict extends to all provinces, implemented immediately. Starting tomorrow in the capital, Zhu Di summoned Zhu Yuanzhang's personal eunuch, and Quanta twitched at the corner of his mouth, casting a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang. Hearing Zhu Di's words, Zhu Yuanzhang concurred. He had often seen memorials exceeding 20,000 words when a mere 100 would suffice. He had witnessed this scenario frequently. However, historically, there had been no prohibition against verbose memorials, and Zhu Yuanzhang could only endure in silence. Let it be as the regent commands. Go convey the regent's edict. Zhu Yuanzhang particularly noted that this was Zhu Di's intention. Should there be any dissent from below, it was Zhu Di's decree that would be scrutinized. Understood. And Quanta accepted the order. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Zhu Di and inquired, Do you wish to summon your chief eunuch from the palace? You cannot always rely on our personnel. Zhu Di shook his head. No need for eunuchs. I prefer female officials. They are rather pleasing to the eye. Ahem. It would be splendid to collaborate with a female secretary. What did you say? Hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang nearly lost his composure and was tempted to strike Zhu Di with his shoe. You dare use a female official? Although the Ming dynasty has a system of female officials, bringing one into the court during formal occasions is quite inappropriate. Moreover, is the court lady you refer to even legitimate? The Ming dynasty has a well-established system of female officials, with clearly defined roles primarily serving the management of the imperial harem, the highest rank being 5th grade. Employing female officials in the harem is entirely reasonable. However, the fact that they are now being employed in the court feels rather peculiar. Father, is it illegal for me to use a female official? Zhu Di countered. Zhu Yuanzhang shook his head. Not at all. Then that's settled. What the law does not prohibit, one may pursue. Father, please help me find one, Zhu Di further pressed, even ordering Zhu Yuanzhang about. Instantly, Zhu Yuanzhang rose from his reclining chair, exclaiming, You dare to command your own father? Truly outrageous. Zhu Di grinned broadly. Father, if you refuse, that would mean you are not cooperating with my work. Do you think I would quit? It's not that I choose not to work, but rather that you are uncooperative. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's teeth ground in frustration. Damn it. Once this period passes and you are married, I will have Su to throw you into the military camp and ensure he gives you a proper lesson. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of finding a female official. At worst, after your marriage, I can send one to the prince's residence as a concubine. Fine, I shall find one for you. What kind are you looking for? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, ample-bosomed, slender-waisted, and shapely, preferably tall and literate. Zhu Di succinctly outlined his desires. Zhu Yuanzhang rolled his eyes, recognizing his son's penchant for indulgence. However, he ordered the search to commence without delay, lest Zhu Di use this excuse to neglect his duties. Quickly, let me review the memorials. Zhu Yuanzhang reclined once more and resumed his fruit. Zhu Di picked up a memorial and noted, a drought memorial? This necessitates the Ministry of Revenue to allocate grain for disaster relief, Zhu Yuanzhang advised. Indeed, first allocate a batch of good grain, then a batch mixed with sand. Zhu Di prepared to approve the memorial. Fourth brother, what on earth are you saying? Zhu Yuanzhang erupted, jumping up and rushing towards Zhu Di, shoe in hand, to send grain mixed with sand? The people are already suffering from the drought, and you wish to further afflict them. Zhu Di replied nonchalantly, Father, the good grain is for the officials below, while the sand-mixed grain is for the common folk. You scoundrel! How dare you act so recklessly? Today, I shall not spare you. Zhu Yuanzhang threatened, brandishing his shoe. Zhu Di, undeterred, raised the imperial seal beside him, declaring, Father, if you strike me, I shall smash the seal. Very well. I won't hit you, but put down the seal, put it down. Zhu Yuanzhang, suppressing his rage, forced a smile, realizing the consequences of damaging the imperial seal would be dire. Zhu Di, however, held firm. Father, what I am doing is for the good of the people. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. You allocate good grain to the officials while giving the sand-mixed grain to the people. How is this for their benefit? Do you even hear the absurdity of your own words? Zhu Di nodded, affirming that this was indeed for the welfare of the people. In times of disaster, it is an abyss, No matter how much relief grain the court distributes, only a meager portion reaches the populace. They scarcely receive enough gruel to sustain themselves. My actions are aimed at ensuring the people have food to eat. Grain mixed with sand. Can that be considered sustenance? Is it fit for consumption? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned. Are the common people truly human? Zhu Di retorted, leaving Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. What did you say? Zhu Yuanzhang demanded, slamming his palm on the table. Yet, Zhu Di remained composed. Are the common people human? No, they are merely the cattle and horses of a prosperous age, and the cannon fodder of chaotic times. The victims of disaster cannot even be considered human. Father, have you forgotten what it was like when you begged for food? As long as one can survive, it matters not if they are given grain mixed with sand. Even the bran meant for livestock would be deemed a precious sustenance for the starving. The primary duty in disaster relief is not to ponder what they should eat, but rather to ensure their survival, is it not? At Zhu Di's words, Zhu Yuanzhang fell silent, as if he were beginning to grasp the truth. No, that makes no sense. Which official would dare to tamper with relief grain? We shall execute them. Let us behead them all. Zhu Di sighed. Father, corrupt officials are an inescapable reality. The world despises them. Yet if I were to hold an official position, I too would succumb to greed. This is an unchanging truth. It is akin to how the common people loathe landlords. Yet if they were to become landlords, they would not treat the slaves beneath them kindly, but would oppress them further. Such is human nature. Those from the lower strata in power are often more ruthless than anyone else in subjugating the lower classes. This has always been the case. Killing does not resolve issues. Our goal is to address the problems at hand. Zhu Di earnestly instructed Zhu Yuanzhang. After all, the first thing those who wield power and wealth tend to forget is their origins. Before attaining power, I must be a good official who serves the people. After attaining power, this local specialty is quite ordinary. I cannot allow anyone to stuff gold bricks into my walls while I am away. Coughing, Zhu Yuanzhang wore a strange expression. Why do I feel as though you are speaking sarcastically about me? I am not. I haven't. Do not slander me, father. Zhu Di vehemently denied the accusation. Ah, you beggar possess some self-awareness. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively. Why do you distribute the grain in 2 batches? Because saving the people begins with saving the officials. If the officials cannot survive, how can they aid the people? I use this batch of good grain to nourish the officials below. Once they are well fed, they will assist the court in providing for the populace. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang pointed his shoe at Zhu Di. Repeat that. It is the truth. Father, do not resort to violence. Politics is the art of compromise. Do you understand? Killing does not resolve issues. The more one oppresses, the greater the backlash will be later. Father, one must guide the hearts of the people to govern the realm. Observe how the character for official contains 2 mouths. If the upper mouth is not fed, the lower mouth will remain hungry. This is reality. If you do not satiate the upper mouth, how can you expect them to nourish the lower mouth? There are countless disaster-stricken people. Who will distribute the relief grain to them? Is it you, or is it I? It must rely on the officials below. In order for the horse to run, it must be fed grass. Zhu Di patiently explained to Zhu Yuanzhang. With a cold smile, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, So, you are suggesting that corruption and embezzlement are justified? When officials are appointed by the court and receive salaries, it is their duty to serve the court. Is that not the case? You are merely fostering the winds of corruption. Zhu Yuanzhang believed that Zhu Di was speaking nonsense. Father, slogans are merely uttered by those in power, and the masses listen without taking them seriously. Take, for instance, the books of sages. They are meant for display, but when it comes to practical matters, they are utterly useless. In this world, how can there be so many corrupt officials? Are they not merely sacrifices in the political struggle? Helping the court? How absurd. What constitutes the court? It is merely a few palaces and government offices. Father, meals must be shared from the same pot. You must understand, clear waters harbor no fish. And the more scrutinizing one is, the fewer followers they will have. Officials are like a great river, while the common people are but small streams. When the river is full, the streams overflow, but when the river runs dry, the streams wither. To be a ruler is to shepherd officials, while to be an official is to shepherd the people. Such a simple truth. Do you not comprehend it, father? Zhu Di's words challenged the long-held beliefs of the elder Zhu, representing a clash of ideologies from 2 different eras. The elder Zhu's agrarian mindset instinctively perceived Zhu Di's assertions as absurd, yet upon rational reflection, he found a semblance of truth. According to your reasoning, if officials are not provided for, Would they truly neglect the common folk? Would that not render them worse than beasts? Upon hearing this, Zhu Di looked at Zhu Yuanzhang as if he were gazing at a fool. Father, have you forgotten your roots after only a few years as emperor? When grandfather starved, did the officials care? When you begged for food, did they intervene? The common people gnawing on grass roots, stripping bark from trees, consuming the soil of Guanyin until they burst, and even resorting to cannibalism. These are the bloody realities before our eyes. Worse than beasts? Huh. The robes of civil officials are woven from the essence of birds, while those of military officers are adorned with the essence of beasts. Once cloaked in this official garb, who among them is not a beast in human form? At these words, Zhu Yuanzhang was rendered speechless, his thoughts drifting back several decades to those days of hardship. Back then, had they but a morsel to eat, the world would have only seen another farmer, Zhu Chongba, as a humble commoner. What difference did the world make to me? Zhu Di cleared his throat and said, if that is the case, then father, why not hand over the realm to me? I feel that making me regent is somewhat stingy. However, if you grant me the realm, I shall generously bestow upon you the title of retired emperor. You rebellious son, how dare you defy the heavens? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, raising his shoe to strike Zhu Di. Zhu Di leapt away, exclaiming, what the hell? You wretched beggar, are you serious? A wretched beggar, is it? Very well. We are indeed wretched beggars. Today, I shall not let you escape, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, swinging his shoe at Zhu Di. How dare you mention my dark past? Truly a rebellious son, I shall strike you down today. Zhu Di fled swiftly, eluding his father's blows. You can't catch me, you wretched beggar, he taunted. The chase continued until the elder Zhu grew weary and finally paused, shouting, rebellious son, father, no matter how much grain we have, after layers of exploitation, there will be little left for the common people. By doing this, at least they will have something to eat. They won't starve. To live is to have a future, Zhu Di exclaimed, panting heavily. His words struck a chord with Zhu Yuanzhang. To live is indeed to have a future. Zhu Yuanzhang took a seat, pondering deeply for a long while, and finally agreed. Let us proceed with your method as an experiment. If it proves futile, I shall flay you alive. Zhu Di nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the people should not receive food without working for it, lest they become dependent on the court for sustenance in times of disaster. The principle of a grain of rice brings gratitude, a bushel brings resentment must be understood. We shall implement labor in exchange for relief. Those who work shall receive food, while those who do not shall subsist on bran. We will cater to their needs, ensuring that the court guarantees their basic survival, thus conserving resources while accomplishing tangible tasks for the state. Chapter 4. Loyalty. And more loyalty. Zhu Di was acutely aware that in order to prosper, one must first build roads. Thus, employing the populace to repair the roads was the most effective solution. You are subjects of the court. It is indeed our duty to care for you. We have done so, at the very least ensuring you do not starve. Under Zhu Di's initiative, relief grain was distributed, and a substantial quantity of bran for livestock was also allocated. Those unwilling to work would receive only bran, ensuring they would not perish from hunger. Those willing to labor would be given porridge mixed with sand. If one refused both, they could hardly be considered a disaster victim. After all, if one were truly destitute, they would not balk at consuming even muddy rice porridge. Recollecting from memory, Zhu Di outlined the method for producing cement and submitted it to the Ministry of Works for experimentation. How this knowledge was acquired remained uncertain, but its efficacy was yet to be determined. Regardless, as Zhu Di began his governance, he handled matters with considerable organization, resembling a regent in demeanor. Zhu Yuanzhang, anticipating that this would not last beyond 3 days, remained unaware of what was to come. Within a few days, Zhu Yuanzhang selected a dozen suitable candidates from near the capital and summoned them to the palace for Zhu Di to choose from. Zhu Di gazed upon the array of women. Even with a light touch of makeup, they were indeed stunning. Fourth brother, which one do you prefer? I think this one is quite lovely, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, teasingly pointing to one of the women. Zhu Di shook his head. No, she is a bit lacking in the chest area. She is eliminated. What about this one? Zhu Yuanzhang suggested another. Zhu Di again shook his head. Her figure is not curvy enough. She is also eliminated. You are selecting a lady-in-waiting, not judging a beauty contest. Just pick one, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, his expression darkening. He had never been particularly fond of Zhu Di's intention to appoint a lady-in-waiting for such formal occasions. Zhu Di waved dismissively. You rebellious father, do not interfere. I must select someone to my liking. Rebellious son. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth in frustration. Over the past few days, he had discerned Zhu Di's innate aptitude for governance. Yet his manner of speaking was undeniably exasperating. Zhu Di carefully scrutinized each candidate and ultimately selected one who caught his eye and seemed suitable. What is your name? He inquired. Your Highness, I am Pei Yunyan, the young woman replied with a respectful bow. Zhu Di nodded slightly, declaring, You shall accompany me henceforth. I appoint you as my chief secretary, a position of the 5th rank. Pei Yunyan gratefully acknowledged. I humbly thank your Highness for your grace. Zhu Di waved his hand. Responding, You may express your loyalty appropriately. Yes, I shall abide by your command, Pei Yunyan replied. Zhu Yuanzhang scratched his head. Does our Ming dynasty even have such a position as a secretary? It did not exist before, but now it shall. Zhu Di asserted. Let it be decided thus. Father, please arrange for others to escort the ladies back, as I too shall return. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened. Return? How many memorials have you even reviewed today? I need to return and educate my secretary. Please, Father, grant me 2 more days. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively and took Pei Yunyan away. Unfilial son. Stand there. Zhu Yuanzhang fumed, nearly wishing to remove his shoe to chastise him. Zhu Di, however, paid no heed, striding away with an air of defiance. And Quan Tao attempted to soothe the situation. Your Majesty, shall these memorials be sent to the regent's residence, or will you review them yourself? We shall review them. This rascal, having found a beauty, neglects his duties. I thought he had truly changed, but upon encountering a charming figure, his true nature is revealed. He cannot contain his impatience. This scoundrel. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Di's retreating form, seething with frustration. With such behavior, he is more akin to a roguish prince than a regent. Your Majesty speaks the truth, and Quan Tao replied awkwardly. If the regent is a scoundrel, does that not make you an elder scoundrel as well? One should not insult others whilst implicating oneself. Zhu Yuanzhang entered the Qianxing Palace study, resigned to reviewing memorials, contemplating the utility of his newly appointed secretary. Picking up a memorial, he begrudgingly began his work. Oh, this memorial contains so few words? He finished reading it at a glance, noting, this Zhu Lao Si does possess some utility. Perhaps I might leverage my immature ideas under his name? If successful, I benefit. If not, the blame falls on him. Ah, sons are meant to be used in such a manner, he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Zhu Di, yet to leave the palace, sneezed several times. Why do I feel as if someone intends to ensnare me? He returned to the regent's residence, making his way directly to the main hall. Pei Yunyan, arms crossed, remarked, Your Highness, it is still broad daylight. Such behavior is inappropriate. What nonsense are you speaking? Zhu Di replied, taken aback. Pei Yunyan bit her lip, aware that following his highness meant she was now his. Wait, what do you take me for? I am a respectable person. Zhu Di declared earnestly. Your Highness, your expression hardly conveys respectability. Please do not address me in such a manner. Pei Yunyan retreated to a corner. Zhu Di smirked, in the presence of others. You may show your loyalty, and I shall not dispute it. However, in private, I prefer you refrain from such formalities. Do not cite rules, since you follow me. My rules shall prevail. I have 3 demands for you. Loyalty, loyalty, and yet more loyalty. I am uncertain whether my father has sent anyone to engage with you or will in the future to make you an observer of my actions. However, every matter must be reported to me in meticulous detail. As for the order from that old dang, do not concern yourself with it. If he attempts to make contact with you, simply inform me. Do you understand? Zhu Di believed that Zhu Yuanzhang would undoubtedly arrange for someone to approach Pei Yunyan. Thus, he felt it necessary to prepare her in advance. Zhu Yuanzhang was a man plagued by suspicion. It could not even be merely termed suspicion. It was a delusion of persecution, perpetually convinced that someone sought to usurp his power. He would rather wrongfully eliminate than mistakenly spare anyone perceived as a threat to his authority. History reveals that even his elder brother, who governed during the Hongwu era, from the 10th year to his demise in the 25th year, was never granted the autonomy to make decisions independently. The veritable records of the Ming Taizu recounts that in the year of Bingyin, he commanded his ministers that all matters of state, great and small, should first be presented to the crown prince for his disposition before being reported to him. Zhu Biao acted merely as a conduit for memorials. Yet the ultimate decisions rested with Zhu Yuanzhang. Even in the significant Hongwu case, it was Zhu Yuanzhang who made the decisive call, with Zhu Biao executing the orders. Old Zhu would say, if opinions align, then we shall heed Biao's. Otherwise, we follow my lead. In the imperial household, there are no father-son bonds, only sovereign and subjects. Even with over a decade of regency experience, and despite being the chosen heir, no one could expect him to relinquish power while he still drew breath. Understood, Yenner understands. But your highness, might you refrain from approaching? Chapter 5. Su Da's behind-the-scenes critique of Zhu Di. The news of Zhu Di bringing a woman back to the royal residence garnered much attention, including that of Su Da. This only deepened Su Da's disdain for this son-in-law. Even if he desired to take a concubine, must he be so hasty? With the wedding imminent, he had the time to pursue a concubine, but had yet to visit my home to court his future bride. The last time he came was to reject the marriage proposal. Is my daughter truly so unworthy in his eyes? Su Da shared this with Su Miaoyan, who, while practicing her calligraphy, faltered momentarily, causing her brush to stray. She set down her brush. If he wishes to take a concubine, so be it. What concern is it of mine? After marrying him, I too shall be expected to provide him with a concubine. It is a duty of the legitimate wife to ensure the continuation of the family line. Typically, it is the primary wife who takes the initiative in providing concubines for her husband. Should the husband propose it, it reflects poorly on the wife's understanding of her role. Moreover, if the primary wife forbids her husband from taking concubines, she is deemed excessively jealous, a harbinger of discord. This fellow, usually so frivolous, assumed a semblance of gravitas during his regency, yet it was short-lived before his true nature resurfaced. To marry him is akin to placing a delicate flower amidst dung. I do not speak ill without cause. I have heard from Tang He that even the emperor's reputation in the village was superior to that of Zhu Shaoxi. This predicament is entirely my father's fault. Had he not indulged in the roasted goose prepared by the empress, none of this would have transpired. At this moment, Su Da was filled with regret, all due to his gluttony. Yet, I must admit, the roasted goose made by my elder sister is indeed delectable. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly partake again. Su Da was not particularly acquainted with Zhu Yuanzhang's reputation in the village, as he had not known him at that time. According to the History of Ming, Volume 13, Su Da, styled Tianda, hailing from Hao, came from a lineage of farmers. Even in his youth, he harbored grand ambitions, possessing a tall stature and a determined demeanor. At the age of 22, he joined Guo Zixing's ranks, where he and Zhu Yuanzhang first encountered each other in the 13th year of the Zhijing era, during Zhu's return to his hometown to rally support for his uprising. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, marking the beginning of Su Da's allegiance to Zhu Yuanzhang. Prior to this meeting, Su Da had never laid eyes on Zhu Yuanzhang, making the notion of them being childhood friends utterly unfounded. It was no surprise that Su Da held disdain for Zhu Di at that time, for he found the prince utterly lacking in princely demeanor. Zhu Yuanzhang's reputation in the village had indeed surpassed that of Zhu Di, and the thought of his beloved daughter marrying such a rogue left Su Da seething with frustration. Yet, imperial decrees must not be defied, and the matter was broached only after he had indulged in a few bites of roast goose. Alas, the delicacy had already graced his palate. One often finds it hard to refuse kindness. Su Miaoyan, with a slight pout, settled down beside him. Su Da sighed, pondering whether his daughter should visit the regent's residence. Why should I seek him out if he does not come to find me? He mused. Father, how can you push your daughter away like this? Su Miaoyan replied, exasperated. Shouldn't you cultivate some affection? I've heard that the woman the prince brought back is the daughter of the Ministry of Revenue's official from Zhujiang, a member of the Zhujiang elite. What if they Su Da began, only to be interrupted by Su Miaoyan? Father, what nonsense are you speaking? Regardless, I am the legitimate wife, while that woman is merely a concubine. How can a legitimate wife compete for favor with a servant? Moreover, would the prince truly engage in such base actions? Such a deed would be a grave sin. He cannot be that foolish. Su Da took a sip of tea, pondering. That is uncertain. This fellow is quite the rascal. I shan't discuss this further. I shall go find your mother and see how the dowry preparations are faring, Su Miaoyan declared, rising to leave. Su Da hastily set down his teacup, calling out, Miaoyan, my dear daughter, wait. Rest assured, the dowry will be splendid, with no detail overlooked. He hurried after her. Meanwhile, Zhu Di was not languishing within the royal palace. He diligently attended to official documents, while also taking time to instruct a certain young lady. As for clothing, the era lacked certain styles, but the system could provide. The system boasted a marketplace for purchases. Zhu Yuanzhang, curious, inquired, do you not have a secretary? Why not bring her along? Zhu Di merely smiled in silence, focusing intently on his work. However, attending to documents often led to quarrels with Zhu Yuanzhang. What did you just say? What do you need money for? To build cannons? We must prioritize the people's welfare and recovery. Funding for cannons has already been allocated. Why do you need so much more? The true path lies in enhancing the people's livelihood. This money should be reserved for potential disasters. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he pounded the table. Zhu Di pounded the table, exclaiming that the development of the populace could wait. The production of cannons was of utmost urgency. What purpose does this money serve if it remains stagnant? If not allocated for the manufacture of artillery, is it to be preserved as reparations for defeat? Old Deng, I must inform you that dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth exists within the range of cannon fire. Allowing this sum to gather dust is far less beneficial than investing it in artillery to enhance our national defense capabilities. That is the righteous path. As for the welfare of the people, what good does it serve if it merely turns us into a granary for others? Zhu Yuanzhang swiftly drew a whip from his waist, declaring, you ungrateful wretch, 3 days without discipline, and you think of rebellion. You dare stand there contemplating war. Zhu Di, however, had a countermeasure. He produced a miniature ancestral tablet and boldly declared, you must kneel before grandfather's spirit. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang swung the whip, he suddenly halted. In Zhu Di's hands was the spirit tablet of Emperor Chengzu, Zhu Yuanzhang. You insolent child, how dare you disturb your grandfather's spirit? Do you not fear his wrath in the dead of night? Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated to strike. Should he damage the tablet, tomorrow's headlines would scream. Astonishment. The emperor lashes out at his own father's spirit. Is this a moral decline or the extinguishing of the human heart? Zhu Di scoffed, stating that if grandfather were to seek anyone, it would be Zhu Yuanzhang himself, who had audaciously renamed him. If grandfather were to return, surely he would seek Zhu Yuanzhang first. By the way, father, does grandfather even receive the incense offerings placed in the ancestral temple? Does he know he is now called Zhu Yuanzhang? Zhu Wusi lamented. Are all my descendants destined to starve? Why is no one paying homage to me? A spirit responded, Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang, who is that? Your son Zhu Yuanzhang has burned paper money for you. Come and collect. Is there no spirit to claim this? Zhu Wusi pondered. This is not mine. I am Zhu Wusi, not Zhu Yuanzhang. My sons are named Zhongyi to Zhongba, not Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di's words left Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. Would Zhu Wusi truly receive the incense offerings meant for Zhu Yuanzhang? Perhaps he would. Chapter 6. The slightly radical Zhu Laosi listening to Zhu Di. Zhu Yuanzhang wore a peculiar expression. Indeed, if his father were to return, the first thing he would likely do is confront his devoted son. A son who has dared to rename his father cannot truly be called a devoted child. Such an act is one of grand folly. For reasons unknown, Zhu Yuanzhang felt an inexplicable anxiety that Zhu Di's words might come true. Could it be that he had committed a transgression, thus fearing the spectre's visit? Regardless of the matter, you are forbidden to touch this money. Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the main issue. Zhu Di countered, asserting that the repeated northern expeditions had failed to annihilate the northern Yuan due to insufficient artillery and firepower. Consider this. If we were to deploy 10,000 cannons to the plains, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire, what could the northern Yuan cavalry do? Would our northern campaign not succeed? What could the northern Yuan possibly fear? Foolish reasoning. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, believing Zhu Di was merely grasping at straws. 10,000 cannons. What a tremendous expense. This is sound reasoning. Cannons are intended to measure our territory, not to languish in storage gathering dust. If not utilized for expansion, they are nothing but scrap metal, mere refuse. The finest defense lies in proactive offense. One should not fear sacrifice. For the sacrifice of one generation can pave the way for the peace of 3. Only through the might of artillery can a foundation for peace be established, as peace is not merely sought, but forged through strength. If our generation refrains from fighting and sacrificing, then it will fall upon future generations to bear that burden. I have resolved to construct cannons. In the next northern expedition, we shall unleash a barrage of firepower to obliterate the northern Yuan court. We will incorporate the steppes into the grand tapestry of our Ming dynasty, expanding our territories and herding horses in Tian Shan. Zhu Di and Zhu Yuanzhang stand firm, neither yielding to the other. Zhu Yuanzhang rolls up his sleeves, grasping Zhu Di's attire, declaring, do you not comprehend the gravity of this matter? This sum of money is strictly off limits. Zhu Di retorts, "Ah, old dang, are you attempting to throttle me? Is this your game? If you cannot play fair, do not blame me for returning the favor. Behold my swift kick of the Buddha's mountain shadow." Zhu Di too resorts to underhanded tactics, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch." Zhu Yuanzhang bends over, clutching a sensitive area, his face flushed with indignation. 1,000-year kill. Zhu Di seizes the moment, delivering a sudden strike, while Zhu Yuanzhang is vulnerable. "Ah!" Zhu Yuanzhang leaps up, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, are you well?" "Your Highness, the Regent, such insubordination is intolerable." And Quan Tao rushes over to support Zhu Yuanzhang, who is red-faced, uncertain if it is from anger or shame. "Zhu Laosi, you dare defy the heavens? Bring forth Zhu Laosi. Let us suspend him and deliver 1,000 lashes upon him." 1,000. Zhu Yuanzhang commands the imperial guards outside. Today, this rebellious son must be dealt with thoroughly. The guards, accustomed to the daily quarrels between the regent and the emperor, remain indifferent, gazing at the sky and the ground, knowing that no real action ever ensues. Zhu Di, with head held high, asserts, "Old dang, I am here to inform you, not to consult. I shall not only access this sum, but from now on, all revenues must prioritize the construction of cannons. We must expand our territories." Inform you? What nonsense! Do you grasp the value of the Ming's annual tax revenue? Do you understand the cost of constructing cannons? Are you aware that the Ming has been annually running a deficit? And yet you speak of expansion. History shall not record your endeavors as territorial growth, but rather as reckless militarism, earning you eternal infamy akin to Emperor Wu of Han. Zhu Yuanzhang grimaces in pain, muttering, "Damn it, Zhu Laosi, your blows are indeed severe. If we face a deficit, then we must develop the economy. The wealthiest are the merchants. We shall reform the commercial tax system. Whether deemed militaristic or branded with historical disgrace, I care not. I must secure land for future generations. A place for survival must be established. The judgments of history shall be rendered by future scholars. I am indifferent. I would rather bear the weight of infamy in my time than see my descendants suffer. This is the essence of sin in the present, virtue in the ages. The strength of a nation is founded upon its vast territory. Our Ming dynasty is but a mere speck in size. How immense were the Mongols and the northern Yuan of old." Zhu Di gazes at Zhu Yuanzhang, whose astonishment is palpable upon hearing such profound words. To bear infamy for the sake of future prosperity. To sin in the present yet achieve greatness through the ages? Zhu Yuanzhang meditates deeply on these statements. Is this truly something that the frivolous Zhu Laosi could utter? Indeed, cannons must be produced, and in abundance. When impoverished, one resorts to tactical maneuvers. When affluent, one employs overwhelming firepower. Without formidable artillery, how can one conquer vast territories? Listening to Zhu Di's words, Zhu Yuanzhang took a seat and pondered deeply. Zhu Di's arguments held merit, yet reform is not a matter to be resolved overnight. The treasury's funds are sacrosanct and must remain untouched, at least for the time being. One may attempt reform. If successful and capable of alleviating the treasury's deficit, then perhaps funds could be allocated for cannon production. Otherwise, it is best to maintain the status quo rather than risk a worse outcome. However, one must recognize the substantial costs associated with reform. Success benefits the nation and its citizens, while failure could lead to infamy for eternity. Do you still wish to pursue reform? Are you willing to gamble on such uncertain odds? Zhu Yuanzhang remained silent for a moment before speaking. Historically, there have been both successful and failed reforms. How dare Zhu Di speak so boldly of change? Zhu Di shook his head, asserting that he would not gamble, as even the chance of victory was absent. Draft a proposal for reform and let us examine it. If feasible, we shall convene the ministers for discussion. Zhu Yuanzhang still hesitated to agree. Nonetheless, discussing it poses no harm. If it can stimulate economic development, the Ming will prosper, and the Zhu family shall likewise flourish. If it cannot be accomplished, then so be it. After all, the wealthiest are in Jiangnan. Let the reform commence there. Zhu Di resumed his seat. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled softly, remarking that they regard money as life itself. How could they possibly support you in extracting funds from their pockets? If they refuse to cooperate with dignity, I shall assist them in maintaining appearances. Has Huang Chao not already provided the answer? What harm is there in replicating it? Zhu Di snorted lightly. This statement caused Zhu Yuanzhang to regard Zhu Di with newfound respect. This Zhu Laosi possesses a certain flair. Could it be that I am indeed destined for greatness? Zhu Di shows some aptitude for governance. At the very least, he possesses half of my talent. However, if you proceed in this manner, are you not afraid of merchants uniting against you? When various factions become involved, the pressure will be considerable. What will you do then? Zhu Yuanzhang continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di shook his head. Then we shall fight. Strike decisively to prevent a multitude of blows. In my view, aside from those bearing the surname Zhu, everything else is subject to change. What is there to fear? Hesitating and fearing this, or that will accomplish nothing in governance. Chapter 7. Regent, are you merely being reckless? Zhu Di's words left Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily dazed. This cannot be. Particularly Zhu Di's reasoning is sound, yet its execution is fraught with difficulty. We shall deliberate in court instead. The next day, the court convened. The emperor has arrived. The regent has arrived. All ministers rise. With a resounding call from Enquanta, the ministers bowed in reverence. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! For eternity! Long live the regent! All esteemed officials, be seated. Zhu Yuanzhang made a gesture to assist and settled back onto the dragon throne. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers expressed their gratitude and rose, only to be met with widened eyes. What is this? Is that a woman in attendance? Is she the regent's personal female attendant? Why is she not dressed in official attire? What on earth is she wearing? The standards of society are declining. This is utterly scandalous. It is a disgrace to culture. Regent, this is the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the very nucleus of power in the Ming dynasty. What purpose do you have in bringing a courtesan here? Such an act is a disgrace to the integrity of the nation. Regent, while your frequent indulgences may have been overlooked, to behave so audaciously within this solemn and sacred hall is truly reprehensible. This is the Hall of Supreme Harmony, not a venue for frivolous escapades. The civil officials exchanged sharp remarks, directing their ire towards Pei Yunin, who stood beside Zhu Di. At that moment, Pei Yunin, adorned in high heels that accentuated her long legs, wore stockings emblazoned with letters. The fitted skirt emphasized her alluring figure, while her white blouse, slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealed her ample bosom. Her hair fell in soft waves, and each smile and glance exuded charm. Her luscious red lips and striking black frame glasses captivated the attention of those present. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. He had recently chastised Zhu Di, yet to no avail. For Zhu Di remained obstinate. Zhu Di rolled his eyes and remarked, "If you gentlemen could avert your gaze from her, I might genuinely believe you to be honorable men. Some of you should temper your greedy stares, while others ought to wipe the drool from your lips. Do not gawk at my secretary. This is the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the epicenter of Ming authority. Have you no semblance of decorum? Someone, wipe your nosebleed. You ought to fear losing too much blood." Hearing Zhu Di's words, many felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. A few coughed lightly to mask their discomfort and redirected their gazes, though their eyes still subconsciously wandered back to Pei Yunin, who was simply too striking in her attire. "Ah, this floor truly is a floor," one remarked. "Indeed, this throne is rather grand," another added. "I meant the dragon throne is quite spacious." "Yes, I understand, and these columns are exceptionally white." "Right. The golden dragon appears rather proud. The cushions on the throne must be quite soft, with a pleasant texture." Zhu Yuanzhang, witnessing the antics of those below, was left speechless. "Can you not show any ambition?" he scolded. "Enough, my esteemed ministers, cease your wandering gazes and focus here. We have pressing matters to discuss. The regent has proposed a scheme for reforming commercial taxes to invigorate the Ming economy, so let us deliberate on that." Zhu Yuanzhang cut straight to the heart of the matter. "That was indeed a lengthy statement, Your Majesty," one official replied. "Truly fair-skinned. I mean, Your Majesty. I speak of your hands, not anything else." Another added, "Today, the imperial seal appears somewhat oversized," clearing his throat awkwardly. "Your Majesty, I assure you, my attention is solely on you. I have not been gazing at the regent as female official. The economy certainly has potential," he continued. "I mean the economy, of course." Seeing the official's inattentiveness, Zhu Yuanzhang seethed, slamming his hand on the table. "Where are your eyes wandering? Focus on me. What is there to gawk at, old cabbage?" One official nearly blurted out. Zhu Di stood, positioning himself protectively in front of Pei Yunin. "I intend to pursue tax reform. What are your thoughts?" With the beauty shielded from view, the crowd swiftly returned to the topic at hand, their gazes redirected. "Your Highness, what about the commercial tax reform? How do you intend to implement it?" Hu Weiyong inquired. "We shall elevate the commercial tax based on income proportions," with the highest tax rate reaching 45%. As soon as Zhu Di uttered these words, it was akin to a colossal stone plummeting into the water. Regent, this is utter nonsense. You are truly being reckless. 45% is nearly half of one's income. Such a tax burden is sheer folly. Your Highness, nothing can snatch money faster than this. Your Majesty, the Regent's proposal is madness. We cannot consent to any reform of the commercial tax. We stand in agreement. The Jiangnan faction opposed one after another, demanding wealth without risking their lives. 45%. Even usurers do not extort so mercilessly. Zhu Di remained composed, listening to the cacophony of dissent below. Once you have voiced your objections, I shall speak. Zhu Di reached out and playfully scratched Pei Yunyan's palm, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. Your Highness, this is the Feng Tian Hall, Pei Yunyan whispered, feeling increasingly anxious in such a setting, and his teasing only heightened her discomfort. Though she maintained an icy facade, her heart raced uncontrollably. Zhu Di's playful gesture shattered her composure. Isn't it exhilarating? Zhu Di grinned mischievously. Pei Yunyan turned her head away, choosing to ignore the roguish prince. Zhu Di, what on earth are you doing? You are utterly lawless. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table and exclaimed. Zhu Di retorted, Father, it is I who am lawless? In truth, it is these individuals below who are being unruly. You see, they oppose at every turn, not allowing me a moment to complete my thoughts. Zhu Yuanzhang darkened his expression and admonished the protesting officials, silence. Wait until the regent has finished before you speak. Yes, the crowd awkwardly fell silent, their gazes drifting toward Pei Yunyan. Such an exquisite beauty, such a captivating enchantress, made Zhu Di momentarily forget his own concubines at home. Clearing his throat, he adopted a more serious demeanor. So, you oppose the commercial tax reform, do you? Very well, all of you who have stood to protest, mark my words. I will remember each of you and investigate whether you possess commercial interests. The laws of the Ming dynasty strictly prohibit officials of the fourth rank and above from engaging in commerce for personal gain, and many among you have reached that rank. Have you not? Furthermore, I believe we must rigorously investigate the practices of utilizing agents, family members, or power for profit in commerce. Upon discovery, assets will be confiscated, positions revoked, and entire families exiled to the southern regions to cultivate lychees. This collusion between officials and merchants must be addressed with utmost severity. Zhu Di's declaration sent shivers down the spines of many. Goodness, you have come prepared, targeting our vulnerabilities. Chapter 8. The Art of Compromise in Commercial Taxation. How many present do not possess interests? If a sweeping strike were to occur, how many would remain standing in the court? Your Highness, regarding this commercial tax reform, I believe it warrants further discussion. Indeed, Your Highness, are you not being hasty? Let us deliberate. I retract my earlier statement. I believe Your Highness is not acting recklessly. Yes, reform is essential. Out with the old, in with the new. Your Highness, do you possess a specific plan? Please share it with us for consideration. Let us not be exiled to Lingnan. These officials, exchanging words with one another, exhibit a somewhat feeble tone. While discussions are welcomed, we cannot proceed as you suggest. Furthermore, once we reach a political compromise, the matter may turn contentious, and you cannot wield this issue as a threat against us in the future. This is a principle of politics, is it not? However, I assert that purging the court's atmosphere is of greater significance than reforming commercial taxation. I have heard of officials' indulgence in brothels, a vice that seems uncontainable, particularly along the Qinhuai River. I have heard tales of a certain official who spent a night with 10 courtesans. According to the laws of the Ming, officials consorting with prostitutes face 40 lashes. I believe this warrants a thorough investigation. Zhu Di's words filled many with trepidation. Regent, you are lacking in ethics. Is this not a matter tacitly accepted by all? A wife is inferior to a concubine, and a concubine is lesser than a mistress, cough. Who truly dares to elevate this matter to such seriousness? Zhu Di understands this truth. If the matter is not weighed, it bears only a trivial significance. But once it is measured, it could carry an insurmountable burden. Though the issue of officials consorting with prostitutes is rampant, should we pursue it earnestly? It is undoubtedly a crime. The 40 lashes could lead to minor injuries, severe harm, or even death. The severity of the punishment lies in the hands of those in power. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang intervened, taking on the role of the stern voice. Fourth, do not speak recklessly. How have we not heard of this matter? The court is filled with loyal and virtuous officials, who are certainly not of such ilk. What your majesty says is true. The officials quickly echoed. Yet Zhu Di merely scoffed. Then let us continue our discourse on commercial taxation. I believe we can set the tax rate between 20 to 45%, starting at 20% and capping at 45%. The specific tax will depend on the monthly revenue. Of course, such a system will likely lead to falsified accounts submitted to the court, correct? Upon Zhu Di's declaration, many exchanged awkward smiles. It is indeed certain. If taxes are based on revenue records, they will undoubtedly present fabricated accounts. Who wishes to pay more taxes? That is pure silver slipping away. We dare not. The crowd replied with cupped hands. Zhu Di chuckled. That is of little consequence. Commerce must be separated from the Ministry of Revenue and managed independently, with the court issuing standardized invoice templates. All purchases must be documented, and all sales must retain records for inspection. Should one be found guilty of issuing false invoices, their property will be confiscated, and they shall face execution without mercy. Forged accounts will lead to immediate execution. Their assets will be seized, and their entire family exiled to Lingnan to cultivate lychee. Their descendants will be barred from civil service examinations for 2 generations, and they shall not serve in the military. Simultaneously, we shall encourage mutual supervision and reporting among merchants. If the report is substantiated, the court may reward the whistleblower with the reported assets, but false accusations will lead to punishment. Zhu Di's declarations caused many to pale. The mere suggestion of such severe penalties for issuing false invoices? However, it is understandable to begin with stringent measures. Adjustments will surely follow once things are on the right track. The implications of falsifying accounts are quite grave. Not only is execution a possibility, but the family faces exile to Lingnan, and the most severe punishment extends to their descendants. Even more alarming is the encouragement of reporting. Such generous rewards for whistleblowing. What are you truly aiming for? Zhu Di's words were quite clear. If you report your peers, they will fall. And the court will allocate their interests directly to you, rather than allowing the market to divide them. All you need to do is report. And if the claims are valid, their profits will become yours. Whether you can manage that is your own affair. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. The benefits Zhu Di proposed were substantial enough to tempt many. After all, a dead ally is preferable to a living rival. Essentially, as long as I pay my taxes, I can legally expand my business, provided I report my competitors. As for you paying taxes too? With taxes this high, can you endure? In the end, one of us will inevitably falter. When that moment arrives, will you shrink your business or resort to falsifying accounts? Who would willingly contract their enterprise? Yet, with just a small maneuver, wealth could flow in abundantly. If I proceed with caution, perhaps I might remain undetected. What if I become the fortunate one who succeeds against the odds? In an instant, the atmosphere in the Feng Tian Hall grew somewhat delicate, with all present contemplating how to eliminate their rivals. After all, the cake is only so large. Everyone desires a larger slice. And if this could lead to your downfall, all the better. If you do not shift positions, how will my subordinates advance? Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? Zhu Yuanzhang queried, noticing the silence among his officials. Zhu Di continued, I could also abolish the prohibition against merchants wearing fine silk and satin, elevating them from the status of lowly commoners. Henceforth, merchants shall no longer be deemed of inferior rank. Upon hearing Zhu Di's declaration, the officials visibly stirred. It is known that even the wealthiest merchants occupy the lowest social standing, regarded as commoners, their status abysmally low. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang had forbade merchants from adorning themselves in luxurious fabrics. Zhu Di's proclamation was undoubtedly a divine intervention, coupled with the previously promised benefits. It was sufficient to garner support for the reform of commercial taxes among many officials. After all, life is about maintaining one's dignity. No matter how wealthy you are, you remain a commoner. Regardless of your riches, you cannot don fine silk and satin. You are still deemed inferior. Politics, at its core, is an art of compromise, where both sides yield to reach a point of equilibrium. Zhu Laosi, what are you doing? Zhu Yuanzhang asked Zhu Di, noting that this particular proposal had not been discussed with him. Zhu Di approached Zhu Yuanzhang and whispered, Father, do not let anything come between us and wealth. This reform in commercial taxes can be implemented. The current revenue of the Ming dynasty pales in comparison to what is to come. Do you not desire gleaming silver? Do you not wish for golden ingots? Zhu Yuanzhang whispered back, how can merchants wear fine silk and satin? Some affluent individuals dress even better than we do. Where would that leave our dignity? Zhu Di replied, Father, we We could create a special uniform exclusively for officials, a nationwide standard. We could stipulate that no matter how wealthy one might be, they cannot wear such garments. This would be an assertion of power, and our dignity would surely be enhanced. Zhu Di understood well that those with a peasant mentality love to show off and value appearances. Just look at the tribute policies established by the old Zhu to comprehend this inclination. The principle of thick rewards for thin tributes reflects the Ming dynasty's self-respect and fundamental diplomatic strategy, wherein generous rewards were bestowed upon tributary states, while the tributes collected were relatively modest. Chapter 9. Favoritism or meritocracy. The desire to flaunt what one lacks is often overwhelming. For instance, those who are financially constrained may boast of wealth, and upon acquiring riches, adorn themselves with gold and silver to signify their affluence. Conversely, true wealth often manifests in humility. The words of Zhu Di momentarily astonished Zhu Yuanzhang. Such sentiments seemed plausible. I shall entrust this matter to you, Zhu Yuanzhang conceded, though he harbored reservations about allowing merchants to don luxurious silks. Zhu Di, with a smile, inquired, Father, do you know what the most beautiful scenery is? Zhu Yuanzhang, taken aback, pondered this unexpected shift to landscapes. Zhu Di continued, it is the sight of gold leaf floating upon silver waves. Zhu Yuanzhang questioned, what do you mean by that? Zhu Di elaborated, imagine casting gold leaves into the river during high tide at the Qiantang River. Just envision, when you possess wealth, you can discreetly observe the tides while casting gold leaves, earning the admiration and compliments of those around you. As long as your identity remains concealed, no one would dare to criticize the emperor for extravagance. Zhu Di's words stirred Zhu Yuanzhang's heart for a fleeting moment, yet it was but a moment. You truly dare to dream of such things. Nevertheless, I do have an affinity for gold leaves. Zhu Di chuckled, in that case, I shall craft you a bed curtain from gold leaves. Ahem, that may not be appropriate. First, let us enrich the national treasury, Zhu Yuanzhang mused, finding some merit in the rebellious suggestion of his son, Zhu Di. Indeed, the first step for those who wield power and wealth is often to forget their roots. What harm is there in indulging a bit, father? You tirelessly labor for the nation and its people. Is it wrong to enjoy a modicum of pleasure? Moreover, you are the emperor. Shouldn't diligent governance allow for some enjoyment? Zhu Di's words elicited a smile from Zhu Yuanzhang. Ahem, while we toil for the people, should we not permit ourselves some enjoyment when fortune smiles upon us? After all, we have expelled the northern invaders and restored the glory of China. If we do not indulge in wealth when we have it, what would be the point of having it? Zhu Di listened to Zhu Yuanzhang's self-praise with a twitch of his lips, thinking, you truly are a master of self-aggrandizement. Do you genuinely care for the people? Are you unaware of the numerous peasant uprisings during the Hongwu era? If you truly cared for the populace, why would they rise against you? Moreover, our hometown of Fengyang witnessed several peasant revolts during your reign. According to Professor Zhang Xianqing, director of the Ming History Research Institute, in his work Political History of the Ming Dynasty, over 190 peasant uprisings, each involving more than 1,000 participants, erupted across the nation during the 31 years of the Hongwu reign. This figure does not even account for the countless smaller uprisings. As for your claims of expelling the northern invaders and restoring China, those are mere slogans without historical documentation to substantiate such assertions. The annals of the Ming dynasty records that the emperor, endowed with wisdom and valor by heaven, unified the realm, integrating both martial and literary pursuits, surpassing the achievements of the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties. At the inception of his reign, he demonstrated profound insight into circumstances, methodically strategizing with remarkable foresight. This is how the annals commend the accomplishments of the illustrious Zhu. It was not a matter of expelling the Hu or restoring the Middle Kingdom, but rather the act of unification itself that is lauded. Those who assert that Zhu expelled the Tatars are misguided. The term Tatars refers to the Manchus. How could Zhu have expelled them? The calls to drive out the Hu and the Tatars are attributed to different individuals. Of course, if one maintains that the historical texts are tainted by Manchu revisions, then there is little recourse. When Empress Ma passed away, the emperor grieved profoundly and thus refrained from taking another consort. Such a narrative could also be dismissed as a Manchu smear. One cannot selectively accept what is favorable as authentic history while deeming unfavorable accounts as unreliable fabrications by the Manchus. While it is true that the Manchus altered the Ming history, it is advisable to concurrently examine the Ming Shirlu and other historical documents such as the Hongwu de Gao to discern the extent of embellishment in the Manchu version of the Ming history. The Ming Shirlu was compiled by the Ming dynasty itself, and if one argues that it too was modified by the Manchus, then such a stance is futile, akin to conversing about ice with summer insects. Although the Manchus may not be commendable, it is unjust to attribute all blame to them. Those who have studied the Ming Shirlu and subsequently reviewed the Manchu-altered Ming history would perceive the Manchus as adept at concealing and glossing over the darker aspects of the Ming dynasty. The accounts within the Ming Shirlu reveal far greater brutality and oppression than those presented in the so-called Manchu-edited history. In summary, while the Ming history should not be wholly disbelieved, it must also not be taken at face value, as it serves as a foundation of authentic historical reference. At this juncture, Zhu Di, lacking in power, could only acquiesce to Zhu Yuanzhang's authority, affirming, "Your Majesty speaks wisely." Thus, they reached an accord. Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di found common ground, and Zhu Di resumed his former position. The officials present adjusted their demeanor, sensing a consensus had been reached. "My esteemed ministers, the promise I just made remains in effect," Zhu Di declared, stressing the urgency for reform. His words astonished many. Could Zhu Yuanzhang, who prohibited merchants from donning luxurious silks, truly consent to Zhu Di's proposal for abolition? How had Zhu Di managed to persuade Zhu Yuanzhang? "I shall follow your highness," forging ahead, Hu Weiyong proclaimed. With the Jiangnan faction echoing in agreement, "We concur. In politics, one must yield a little for mutual benefit and harmony. Therefore, from this day forward, we shall establish a department of commerce, promoting the one in charge of the household department, namely Pei Jinbu, to the position of Minister of Commerce." Upon hearing this, Pei Yunyan gasped in disbelief at Zhu Di. The Minister of the Household Department stood up, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this is utter chaos. Pei Jinbu, being a mere sixth-rank official, could not be elevated to the second rank without due process. Indeed, Your Highness, you cannot favor your acquaintances," protested the Deputy Minister of the Household Department. "You have brought his daughter into your circle, and now this? Promotion must follow the proper hierarchy." Zhu Di's proclamation nearly caused the officials to choke with indignation. Elevating a minor sixth-rank official directly to the esteemed position of minister is nothing short of an abuse of power. Zhu Di, this is not an abuse of power. It is merely a momentary whim of authority. Your Majesty, you must address the regent. He is favoring his own kin. Hu Weiyong turned to Zhu Yuanzhang and said. Zhu Yuanzhang cleared his throat and remarked, as the saying goes, "To appoint the worthy without avoidance of kin, let us proceed as the regent suggests. Matters of commerce shall be entrusted to Zhu Di, for as long as Zhu Yuanzhang sees the flow of wealth, he is content, even if one is promoted. What of it? Should they falter, it is but a mere word to return them to their original state." Zhu Di spoke calmly, stating that this matter requires no further discussion. Let us move on to the specifics of the commercial tax reform. Chapter 10, Moral Coercion? I have no morals. The court meeting dragged on for several hours, leaving no time for lunch. In theory, a grand state assembly ought to exhibit magnanimity. However, unexpectedly, the discussion regarding the proportion of commercial taxes devolved into a cacophony. No. What do you mean by exempting those with a monthly income of less than 10 taels from taxation? Does that not imply that the common folk are to be tax-free? Precisely. If taxes are to be levied, let it be equitable for all. Your Highness implies that the common people should not be burdened. Consider it a benefit to them. And let us labor more for those capable. That cannot stand. The commercial tax is already exorbitant. Why should we bear the brunt of it while the commoners do not? The common folk engage in commerce as well. There are vendors selling brooms on the streets. A broom sells for 3 1. Even if one were to sell 1 or 2 taels worth a month, must they pay taxes? Absolutely not. Your Highness, we must raise the standard for the 45% tax. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Robbing money cannot be so brazen. The entire Feng Tian Hall erupted into chaos. With Zhu Di and the officials engaging in a heated exchange, faces flushed with fervor. Ultimately, no specific standards were established. Zhu Di kicked over a chair in frustration, silencing the crowd instantly. He declared, "I have spoken. It is settled. Should anyone dissent without decorum, I shall ensure their dignity is preserved. Your Highness, such actions disrupt the political ecosystem. It will incite turmoil among merchants and undermine the economy of the Ming dynasty." An official exclaimed, "What of it? I will argue for what is right for profit." Zhu Di rubbed his nose. "Ah, chaos, is it? Very well. The implementation of the commercial tax shall be postponed, and we shall pursue an alternative approach. I decree that a band of bandits shall emerge in Jiangnan to seize wealth. After all, I distinctly recall some of our military achievements stem from those who once engaged in highway robbery in Huaishi. At this proclamation, the ministers gasped in disbelief. Robbing? Regent, how dare you speak of theft so brazenly? Are you not afraid of the world's condemnation? Regent, have you no moral integrity? You are a regent, not a bandit. Your Highness, this is utter chaos. You are stirring the pot. Regent, I firmly oppose your actions. I second that. Opposed. Opposed. Strongly opposed. The Jiangnan faction continued to argue. So you believe robbery is justifiable, do you? Zhu Di merely chuckled coldly. When have I ever said I would engage in robbery? I merely recall that many present here have once participated in heists alongside the Prince of Kaiping. Have they not? That talent remains, and should you disagree, I cannot guarantee that a band of bandits from Huaishi will not emerge in Jiangnan to seize your wealth. Do not cast your filthy water upon me. What evidence do you possess to suggest this was my directive? I have merely asked how you can prove my involvement. Furthermore, what of it if I am a stirrer of muck? At least I am a stick. You are the excrement. A gaggle of refuse dares to insult me. The stick? Huh. What audacity. Zhu Di spat contemptuously at the ground. His words incensed the crowd. They initially believed him to be merely mischievous, only to discover he was indeed a scoundrel. Your Highness, how can you speak so vulgarly? Hu Weiyong began to voice his concern, but Zhu Di interrupted, continuing his tirade. What of it if I use foul language? Speaking profanities cleanses the mouth. If swallowed, the heart becomes tainted. My cursing is a reflection of your own sickness. If you curse me, it is your own affliction. If you are not ill, why would I curse you? If you are not sick, why do you insult me? What of my moral cultivation? Foul words are merely expressions of emotion, unrelated to moral integrity. Morality is meant for self-restraint, not for you to use as a tool for moral coercion against others. Moreover, why engage me in discussions about moral conduct when I possess none? Reflect less on yourselves and cast more blame upon others. Not only do I lack morals, but I also lack decorum. Life is already fraught with hardship. If I can blame you, why should I blame myself? As for the commercial tax reform, I sought your guidance, not your incessant meddling. Zhu Di's words once again shocked the assembled crowd, challenging their understanding of his audacity. How could he speak such things with such conviction? Suda covered his face, lamenting that his daughter was to wed such a disgraceful individual. What if their future grandchildren inherited this same foolishness? Regent, your words are nothing short of sophistry. The Minister of Rights exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation. Zhu Di scoffed, what of sophistry? What of righteousness? I live for my own enjoyment, not for accolades. I abandon personal decorum to embrace a life devoid of virtue, and it brings me joy. My level of decorum fluctuates with my mood. What of it? If you disagree, stifle it. If you cannot, then choke on it. Without a skin, a book is doomed. Shamelessness renders one invincible. Is life not meant for honor? How can you discard even that? Faced with the shameless, those with honor find themselves at a loss. Hu Weiyong took a deep breath and spoke. Your Highness, you must consider the multitude of merchants. Why should I consider others? I have seen few who consider me. Besides, we are all novices in this endeavor. Why should I acquiesce to them? I have already yielded so much, and yet you persist in your petty squabbles. What a bunch of rascals. No, fools. Believe me, there will be banditry in Jiang and come tomorrow. Zhu Di seized a teacup from before Zhu Yuanzhang and hurled it to the ground. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered into countless pieces. The officials from Jiangnan trembled, realizing that this reckless man might not only speak such words, but also dare to act upon them. Moreover, the Huaishi group and the Jiangnan group have always been at odds. They might even willingly resort to banditry to seize funds from the Jiangnan group. When that occurs, the amount stolen will be beyond Jiangnan's control. As for the aftermath of such theft, one may report it to the authorities, but do not make baseless accusations, lest you be charged with defamation. Your Highness, this is illegal. How can you fail to discern right from wrong? Where have your scholarly teachings led you? The Minister of Rights trembled with indignation, having never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Right and wrong. What does right and wrong even mean? When you strive to be virtuous, you are bullied by the wicked, and when you become wicked, you are condemned by the virtuous. Tell me, what is black and what is white? Answer me. Zhu Di's words left many in stunned silence, as they seemed strikingly reasonable. Your Highness, that is not how it should be said. While justice may be delayed, it will never be absent. Chapter 11. Pei Jinbu's delayed justice. What a farce. Delayed justice is nothing but a mockery of true justice. Delayed justice is more repulsive than the very evils it seeks to combat. Why does justice arrive late? Isn't it because the truth can no longer be concealed? If it could remain hidden, it would not be delayed. It would never even surface. Zhu Di unleashed a torrent of curses, and the Minister of Justice below felt as though Zhu Di's vitriol was directed at him. It is often said that every household has its own rules, and every nation has its own laws. Yet the reality is that when you strive to be good, you require the law's assistance, which may not be forthcoming. However, if you commit wrongdoing, the law will undoubtedly punish and judge you. Zhu Yuanzhang rose to his feet, calling for silence. Let us return to the matter at hand. The commercial tax reform shall proceed, as the regent has decreed. Who is in favor, and who is against? As he spoke, Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed the assembly. The Jiangnan group sighed in resignation. They had to yield, for Zhu Di was indeed the type to dare employ bandits to steal money. Faced with such unpredictability, what could they do? Fortunately, Zhu Di could not hold the regency for long, as everyone knew how he had come to power. His tenure would surely be brief. Once Zhu Di is removed, we can negotiate anew with the elder Zhu, who values his reputation and would not resort to such shamelessness. We, the ministers, commend the regent's astuteness. Let us implement the reforms as Zhu Di suggests. We shall momentarily submit. Is that agreeable? Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Then let the Ministry of Commerce draft a charter, proclaim it to the world, and select a day for implementation. Dismissed. We bid farewell to your Majesty. We bid farewell to the regent. After the court session concluded, the attendees departed in small groups from the Fengtian Hall, commencing their own discussions. Zhu Di's shamelessness was unparalleled. He only cared for tangible gains, disregarding honor, and the nation had only just been founded a few years prior, with military prowess firmly overshadowing civil authority. Moreover, with Zhu Di preparing to wed Sun Yaoyun, the daughter of the military leader Su Da, it would be prudent to bide his time during this regency. Alas, Zhu Di proceeded to the Qianqing Palace to review memorials alongside the late Emperor Zhu. News of the Ming dynasty's commercial tax reforms swiftly circulated throughout the capital, sparking considerable discussion. Once he concluded his duties for the day, Zhu Di returned to the royal residence, where, unexpectedly, a visitor had been waiting for some time. Minister Pei Jinbu pays his respects to Your Highness, the Regent. Pei Jinbu lifted his robe and knelt before the prince. Zhu Di acknowledged him with a grunt. Rise. Minister Pei, how long have you been here? Your Highness, I have just arrived, Pei Jinbu replied, bowing deeply. Then I shall prepare tea, said Pei Yunyan, taking his leave. As he deemed himself unfit to overhear the ensuing conversation, recognizing that he had yet to earn Zhu Di's full trust. Zhu Di nodded slightly and turned his attention to Pei Jinbu. Minister Pei, what brings you here today? Pei Jinbu produced a stack of silver notes from his sleeve. Your Highness, this is 200,000 taels of silver. Please accept it. Zhu Di raised an eyebrow. Minister Pei, what is the meaning of this? Had it not been for Your Highness's appointment, I might still be serving in the Ministry of Revenue. While that position is not without merit, the role of minister allows for greater aspirations. One must know how to be grateful. This 200,000 taels is but a small token of my respect, and does not nearly suffice to repay Your Highness's kindness. I hope you do not find it lacking and graciously accept it, said Pei Jinbu as he placed the notes beside Zhu Di. Zhu Di chuckled as he picked up the notes. What a generous offering. You deem this amount insufficient to express your gratitude? How do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu immediately knelt and bowed his head, then clasped his fists and declared, 2 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical is to act. 2 dots and 1 force is to accomplish. To repay your kindness, I shall serve you faithfully, even unto death. From this day forth, wherever Your Highness directs, I shall follow without hesitation, dedicating my utmost effort to your cause. Zhu Di toyed with the stack of silver notes. So, this is your entry token of allegiance? Indeed. Your Highness, rest assured, once I join the Ministry of Commerce, I shall offer 2/10 of the monthly commercial taxes to you, Pei Jinbu replied, glancing around before speaking in a hushed tone. Zhu Di's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Minister Pei, you place me in a difficult position. If the court were to apprehend you, what would happen? I cannot be captured alive. Your Highness, having elevated me through multiple ranks with such kindness. Should I falter at the moment of crisis, my self-destruction would be a sign of disrespect towards you. Pei Jinbu asserted earnestly. Zhu Di inquired, do you truly believe the funds from the Ministry of Commerce should be taken? Reforming commercial taxes is intended to benefit the people, to serve the populace. Your Highness, if you do not take it, I would not dare to. If I do not accept, how can those beneath me have the courage to do so? Without financial incentives, it becomes challenging to lead the ranks, does it not? Pei Jinbu's words struck at the heart of the matter. Without vested interests, how can one trust subordinates to execute tasks? If the hearts of the people are not united, how can we achieve anything? Zhu Di set the silver notes down. Then I would become a corrupt official myself? What constitutes a corrupt official, Your Highness? Throughout 3,000 years of history, where do so many corrupt officials arise from? Are they not merely victims of political machinations? Many individuals initially enter public office with the noble intention of benefiting the populace. Yet, in the end, why do they often become the so-called corrupt officials? Is it not for the allure of power? Power is the most potent poison in this world. The sensation of being the central figure, of orchestrating everything and holding dominion over all. Who among those who have tasted it would willingly relinquish such a position? In governance, the paramount principle is to blend harmoniously with the common folk. In a realm of crows, the swan is deemed a transgressor. The populace harbors a deep-seated animosity towards corrupt officials. Yet if I were to hold office, I too would succumb to greed. While everyone condemns the corrupt, are they truly denouncing the corrupt officials? It is simply because the greed is not their own. Should they ascend to power, their avarice would only intensify. Pei Jinbu's words piqued Zhu Di's interest, for they rang with undeniable truth. The people detest corrupt officials, yet strive fervently to secure public positions. They deride the prevailing malpractices while busily seeking connections for themselves. Their outrage stems not from a sense of injustice, but from feeling disadvantaged within that injustice. A stark reflection of innate selfishness, a testament to human nature. Before taking office, I shall undoubtedly be a virtuous official. After assuming office, gold bricks will be transported to my abode. Such eloquence. And if this prince were to falter, what would you do then? Is it truly as you claim, or would you ultimately distance yourself by trampling upon me? Zhu Di inquired with a smile. Anyone can bring down your highness, but I shall not. Though I may not become a renowned minister, I shall never be a rogue. Pei Jinbu asserted with unwavering integrity. Chapter 12. Your Highness, I yearn for progress. Zhu Di rose to assist Pei Jinbu. It is often said that beneath the weight of power and wealth, human nature reveals its ugliest facets. Yet, I never anticipated encountering a loyal minister such as yourself. Pei Jinbu replied respectfully, I am indeed greedy for wealth. And I am also drawn to beauty, but above all, I comprehend loyalty and righteousness. I am 32 years old this year. Had your highness not offered me support, even with another 20 years, I would not attain the esteemed rank of a second-grade official. Of course, life is not measured by its length, but by its brilliance and splendor. Should I be granted another 20 years, even if only to bask in glory for that period, it would surpass the existence of a worm for countless years. 20 years is a considerable span. I strive to seize each moment. At 32, I hold the rank of a second-grade official. My life holds value. I willingly offer my humble service to your highness. Ascending from the 6th-grade position to the 2nd-grade ministerial rank is no small feat. It may take not just 20 years, but a lifetime to achieve. The higher one climbs, the greater the power, for there are fewer positions available. The ministerial role is already in the 2nd tier, with the chancellor above. A fleeting glory of 20 years is preferable to a lifetime of mediocrity. Some individuals truly live for 10,000 days, while many more live but a single day, endlessly repeating it. On the path to power, a sense of satisfaction is a rare commodity. As power escalates, so too do desires and challenges. This phenomenon can be encapsulated in a cycle. The higher one ascends, the more adversaries one acquires, necessitating the forging of even more enmities for self-preservation. In the heart of power struggles, no one can genuinely rest easy. Each person strives for greater power and a more secure position. This relentless pursuit encapsulates the harsh reality of the path to power. Thus, once the game of power commences, there is no turning back. Excellent. How splendid. I never anticipated that this prince would be graced with such talent as yours. Zhu Di was quite pleased. This fellow was indeed to his taste. Pei Jinbu, on the other hand, was contemplating ways to assist Zhu Di in his ascent. What was the significance of holding the 2nd rank? Was one to be satisfied merely with that? Perhaps there was still a chance for further advancement. However, this was contingent upon Zhu Di's progress. If Zhu Di did not advance, how could they? Zhu Di had accepted their allegiance, which meant he could not retreat, even if he were reluctant to progress. Those behind him would undoubtedly urge him forward. Following His Highness promised high office and abundant wealth. Life and death are in the hands of fate. But victory over oneself is the key to wielding power. If one were to lose, at least life would not be in vain. In the struggle for power, one must accept the consequences of their wagers. Having already tasted the splendor of the upper echelons, the sword of the Huaishi faction was formidable. Yet our Jiangnan faction's sword was equally sharp. Moreover, the regent was to marry the daughter of the Duke of Wei. The military backing behind the regent was not inferior to that of Zhu Biao. With our Jiangnan faction's support, the white hat might very well be within reach. Why must one solely support the crown prince? My high status and wealth come from the regent. Should the crown prince be deposed or perish, the regent would surely seize the opportunity to ascend. Upon the crown prince's demise, the young legitimate grandson would be too immature, leading to the selection of an adult prince as the heir apparent. If the emperor insisted on appointing the legitimate grandson, then the grandson's demise would suffice. As for the regent's several elder brothers, they posed no threat. The Qin prince's claim had been abolished, and the Jin prince's maternal clan was too weak, lacking the capability to contest for the throne. If necessary, the Jin prince could be rendered incapacitated. An incapacitated prince could not claim the white hat. Thus, the regent would emerge as the primary heir, being the legitimate son of the empress, with military backing from figures like Su De and supported by the Jiangnan faction. The prospects were indeed promising. It was a gamble worth taking. Therefore, I must devise a plan for the regent. Once one boards the ship of His Highness, a minister becomes a soldier for him. Your Highness, politics is a war of life and death. One must tread carefully to prevent the emperor from reclaiming the regent's power. Pei Jinbu advised. Zhu Di's gaze darkened slightly. What was this fellow insinuating? Lord Pei, I do not comprehend your words, Zhu Di retorted. Pei Jinbu cleared his throat and whispered, Your Highness, the white hat of the crown prince is not unattainable for you. Hold. Such words are treasonous. Zhu Di feigned anger. Pei Jinbu glanced around to ensure no one was listening before continuing. Your Highness, what treason? Once you ascend the throne, great scholars will surely defend your cause. Your Highness, I am merely too eager to advance. Should Zhu Di ascend, his daughter would surely become a concubine. In that case, he would be the prime minister. His daughter a concubine, and the Pei family would truly shine. If he were to have a wife of noble rank and a son as a grand general, such immense benefits were certainly worth the gamble. Lord Pei, this world is not short of clever individuals. What it lacks is loyalty, do you understand? Zhu Di was resolute in his ambition. He had no intention of merely being the regent, for he aspired to be the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing Zhu Di's words, Pei Jinbu understood well. Not opposing was tantamount to support. It appears that in hopeful circumstances, the regent also desires to don a white hat. I understand. I have said nothing. Today I merely come to express my gratitude for your highness's support. Pei Jinbu hastily affirmed this. Zhu Di nodded, stating, very well. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Commerce, work diligently and serve the people. Indeed, your highness's guidance will still be needed. Pei Jinbu responded with a beaming smile. Although one is aware that a slogan is merely a slogan, failing to utter it would mean one has reached the end of their life. It is essential to put forth a effort of effort. Minister Pei, you are mistaken. It is not my guidance, but rather the court's directives that must be implemented to serve the people. Zhu Di remarked with a smile, patting Pei Jinbu on the shoulder. Pei Jinbu repeatedly concurred, stating, Your Highness speaks profoundly. I shall certainly keep pace with the court and serve the people. Zhu Di nodded with a smile, saying, In that case, I wish you, Minister Pei, a bright future, and let us strive together. To strive alongside your highness is indeed a fortunate opportunity for me, Pei Jinbu echoed. Zhu Di slightly inclined his head and smiled. Then I shall not keep you for dinner, lest rumors arise that I am forming factions and engaging in favoritism. Indeed, your highness speaks wisely. That young lady by your highness's side has not caused you any trouble, has she? Pei Jinbu inquired cautiously before departing. Upon recently encountering Pei Yunyan, Pei Jinbu noted her youthful innocence, clearly still unblemished. After all this time, how is she still unblemished? Secretary Pei? She is quite well, and has not troubled me at all. You need not worry. I am very satisfied with her, Zhu Di replied with a smile. That is good to hear. That is good to hear. I shall take my leave then, Pei Jinbu said, bowing before exiting. Chapter 13. Establishing one's own faction after Pei Jinbu's departure. Zhu Di began to ponder deeply. To ascend to power, one must undoubtedly remove any obstacles. Do not speak of brotherly affection. Politics is a war of life and death. His elder brother must perish. Historically, no ineffectual crown prince has lived to tell the tale, thus he must die. At worst, I will provide for his wife and children. As for the second brother, his claim to the throne has been severed, rendering him inconsequential. The primary concern lies with the third brother, Jin Wang Zhuqian. Although his consort's family lacks power and even a noble title, his claim to succession remains intact, with both legitimacy and righteousness at stake. Zhuqian's father-in-law, Xiecheng, would only be granted the title of Yongping Marquis in the 12th year of Hanwu, and at present, Xiecheng holds no title. It is crucial to strip Zhu Qian of his legitimacy and righteousness. He need not die, merely suffer an injury that leaves him lame. This matter must be strategized and prioritized. Jian Zhishui, Zhu Di called out into the shadows. Instantly, two figures emerged like phantoms. What are your commands, master? Zhishui, go procure a piece of land in the bustling district of the capital and construct an opulent brothel, to be named Heaven on Earth. Construct 3 layers. I shall provide you with the blueprints shortly. In the meantime, you are tasked with seeking out the most beautiful courtesans among the various pleasure houses across the realm. Responsible for establishing an intelligence network to surveil the capital. The primary requirement is unwavering loyalty. All other terms are negotiable. This 200,000 taels of silver notes serve as your initial funding. Should you exhaust these funds, return to me. Zhu Di presented the silver notes to Beigong Zhishui. Accompanying this were 2 skilled assassins awarded as part of the novice package, 1 male and 1 female. The system has graciously provided them with identities suitable for this era. Historically, pleasure houses and inns have been hubs for gathering intelligence. Beigong Zhishui accepted the silver notes, replying, "Yes, my lord," and promptly set to work. Jian, you shall form an organization dedicated to surveillance and assassination, to be named the Tian Su Jian Jiaoqing Jun, Duji Hui Si, or simply Tian Su Wei. You will oversee the training of its members, ensuring they possess formidable martial prowess, and they shall be deployed throughout the capital. Additionally, seek out a grand tomb and convert its underground chambers into a munitions factory. Recruit several blacksmiths, as I intend to produce cannons. The site must be spacious and discreet. I shall provide you with 100,000 taels of gold as startup capital. Zhu Di continued his directives, having recently received a substantial reward of gold from the system. The production of cannons is of utmost necessity. As for the subsequent transportation of pig iron and gunpowder, we shall need to collaborate with the Jiangnan conglomerate. The Zhujiangdong group is also part of this conglomerate. Jiangnan is not merely a faction, but a collective term for multiple factions in the region. Zhu Di concluded that it was time to establish his own intelligence system. Yes, my lord, Beigong Jian respectfully inquired. What are the selection criteria for the Tian Su Wei? Broad shoulders, a slim waist, and powerful legs, with a height exceeding 6 feet, Zhu Di replied. In the Ming dynasty, 1 foot is approximately 31 centimeters. Thus, 6 feet corresponds to a height of over 180 centimeters. The description of broad shoulders indicates a well-developed back, while a slim waist resembles that of a wasp, signifying agility and leanness. The term mantis legs refers to thick thighs and slender yet robust calves, ideal for jumping, evading, and stealthily infiltrating to gather intelligence. Understood, Beigong Jian clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Come with me, Zhu Di beckoned, leading Beigong Jian into the inner hall, where he retrieved an entire chest of gold bars from the system's inventory. Zhu Di instructed Beigong Jian to utilize the funds and to return for more once they were depleted. Beigong Jian accepted the task, recognizing the weight of responsibility ahead. Despite the system's generous award of 1 million taels of gold, establishing an intelligence system is an expensive endeavor, compounded by the need to train shadow guards and produce cannons. After Beigong Jian departed with the funds, Zhu Di returned to the main hall, just as Pei Yunyan entered from outside. Your Highness, Zhu Di chuckled lightly, Secretary Pei. You have taken quite some time to serve this cup of tea. Pei Yunyan's cheeks flushed. Your Highness, you jest with me. Zhu Di drew her into his embrace. Is there nothing you wish to say to me? My father just advised me to serve you with utmost devotion, Pei Yunyan murmured, leaning against Zhu Di's chest. Tracing small circles with her fingers, Zhu Di grasped her hand, questioning what? Do you no longer suspect my intentions? His Highness's generous promotion of Yenner's father is an immense favor for which Yenner feels she can only repay with her own devotion. Pei Yunyan spoke softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di merely chuckled lightly. Beauty, after all, is but an embellishment to power, and matters of devotion can be discussed later. Pei Yunyan, feeling bashful, acquiesced, saying that if His Highness required it, she would be there. Zhu Di then inquired, can your family procure pig iron? At this question, Pei Yunyan's delicate frame trembled slightly, her heart racing with nervousness, unsure of the purpose behind Zhu Di's inquiry. How should she respond? After all, trafficking in pig iron is illegal. We can indeed, she decided to speak truthfully. Zhu Di nodded, asking, how much can you obtain? Your Highness, how much do you require? Pei Yunyan countered, sensing the quantity he desired was considerable. Zhu Di chuckled, naturally, the more, the better. Do not fret about the finances. I shall cover that myself. That is feasible. Yenner will have her father assist you, Your Highness, to see how much can be arranged, Pei Yunyan replied. Zhu Di inclined his head slightly. There is no rush. Such matters must remain discreet. Come with me to the main hall. With that, Zhu Di took Pei Yunyan by the hand and led her away. Pei Yunyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Your Highness, I have yet to bathe. What are you thinking? We're going to the study in the main hall to grind ink. I must draft the commercial tax plans. Zhu Di playfully pinched her delicate face. Pei Yunyan stamped her foot in indignation. Your Highness, you are deliberately making a mockery of me. Humph. We must go. I need to add fragrance to the pomelo. The Ming dynasty requires reform, and the burden upon my shoulders is heavy and far-reaching. Zhu Di said with a smile as he walked towards the study in the main hall, with Pei Yunyan trailing behind to grind ink. The commercial tax reform had been determined, yet specific execution and planning were still necessary, and Zhu Di would steer this endeavor. The weight of responsibility upon him was significant. The reform of commercial taxes would primarily impact merchants, yet surprisingly, there was little unrest among them. The merchants of Jiangnan seemed to have fallen silent, refraining from voicing opposition. Those who did oppose were negligible. The Jiangnan consortium was startled by Zhu Di's blatant declaration of robbing them, while others might shy away from such unscrupulous acts. Zhu Di was unrestrained. To openly admit before the officials a lack of morals and decency was a display of audacity unprecedented, if one were willing to forfeit their dignity. What could they not accomplish? In principle, Zhu Di's actions were not permissible, yet the crux of the matter was that he had become the principle itself. Chapter 14. The ambitions of the fourth son awakened in the ensuing time, under the auspices of the Ministry of Commerce and Zhu Di's guidance. The commercial tax reform was officially implemented and proclaimed across the realm. With a speed akin to a swift courier, it spread throughout the land, informing merchants far and wide. No more taxes? I am free from taxation, exclaimed one merchant. I earn but 2 taels of silver a month. How can I be exempt from taxes? Is this aimed at us courtesans? After a month, nearly half of our profits would be taxed. How can we survive? Even gambling houses are taxed? Is this reasonable? Such exorbitant rates. It feels as though we are being forced to close our doors. With such high taxes, we must either raise our prices or reduce our profits. Either way, we stand to lose. Are the minds of those in the court clouded? How can such an absurd resolution be implemented? The implementation of commercial reforms has elicited varied responses across the regions. The Ministry of Works, following the formula provided by Zhu Di, has successfully developed cement. After testing, it is to be immediately utilized to repair the roads of the capital. Necessary demolitions will be executed. The road shall be widened and expanded. Subsequently, Zhu Di introduced the policy of publicizing fire expenditures. He also prepared to reclaim the Great Ming banknotes, which is akin to a ticking time bomb. Once it detonates, the consequences will be dire. Within the Kunming Palace, Zhu Di, Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Empress Ma sat together at a table, discussing the matters Zhu Di had raised. Fourth brother, if the treasury were sufficiently affluent to foster economic growth, why would we even contemplate issuing banknotes? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Zhu Di shook his head. I do not know the exact sum, but I am aware that the Great Ming banknotes have not depreciated significantly yet. However, in a few years, they will become worthless paper, which will spell disaster for the economy of the Ming. The Great Ming banknotes cannot be exchanged for silver. It is a deception through paper, imposing an additional burden on the common people who will bear the brunt of the currency's devaluation. For the populace, gold and silver represent true wealth, At the very least, commodities like grain and cloth can be bartered, but the Great Ming banknotes are mere scraps of paper. Currently, the devaluation is manageable, yet it must be addressed promptly. The first step in promoting commerce is to inject capital to restore the banknotes to their equivalent value. Without stabilizing the economy, any efforts towards development will be futile. Father, we cannot be overly concerned with short-term gains and losses. This issue must be resolved. The Great Ming banknotes represent a ticking bomb that needs to be defused sooner rather than later. A brief pain is better than prolonged suffering. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression turned pained. Although the merchant taxes had not yet been collected, he understood the potential for profit. Yet he hesitated to exchange the pile of worthless paper back. Father, I believe fourth brother makes a valid point. This matter will inevitably require resolution. The longer it is delayed, the greater the repercussions. Leaving such issues to future generations would be unwise. Zhu Biao concurred, nodding in agreement. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted. Isn't this merely a means to save money for our Zhu family? Father, you must not govern the realm with the mindset of a landlord. To speak frankly, while past dynasties have indeed been family affairs, your approach is glaringly obvious. Lacking any finesse, Zhu Di sighed in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened. What? Are you implying that we are landlords? If so, then you are the son of a landlord, are you not? And you claim our methods lack sophistication? So you are the one with superior acumen, right? Perhaps we should let you take the throne. Zhu Yuanzhang's words elicited a playful retort from Zhu Di. Really, father? Your decision is truly sagacious. Rest assured, I shall bestow upon you the title of Grand Emperor, ensuring your comfort in your twilight years. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was both enraged and amused. Unruly child, you have not changed a bit. You wish to become emperor and grant me the title of Grand Emperor? Are you aspiring to emulate Li Shimin? Should I expect you to claim the temple name of Taizong when emperor as well? Zhu Di shook his head at this notion. Taizong, that will not do. I believe the posthumous title Chengzu is more fitting, and the era name shall be Yongle. May the people of Huaxia enjoy eternal peace and happiness. Yongle, go to hell, Zhu Laosi. You're defying the heavens. You wretched scoundrel. You have even devised the era name, Haven to you? After a brief stint in governance, you simply floated away. Zhu Yuanzhang kicked him aside, and Zhu Di hastily dodged. To my utter astonishment, this rebellious son harbors such ambitions, an era name, a posthumous title. He has thought it all through. Mother, father has kicked me, Zhu Di exclaimed as he swiftly concealed himself behind Empress Ma. Zhu Yuanzhang rose, still unsatisfied. Did he wish to be revered as an ancestor? After my demise, I would likely merely be known as the great ancestor, yet you aspire to be honored alongside me? You ungrateful child. And now, you have even envisioned your future era name? You are neither the crown prince nor the emperor. Well, father, if you do not desire the title of great ancestor, you might as well be known as the high ancestor. The position of crown prince should be occupied by one of virtue, Zhu Di retorted, nearly inciting Zhu Yuanzhang's ire. High ancestor? Is that not Li Yuan? Zhu Biao's expression shifted. Fourth brother, is this the sort of matter you take lightly? Curse it, you covet my title of crown prince, do you not? Zhu Di smirked. Brother, if you cannot keep the ministers and feudal lords in check, it would not be impossible for me to take your place. You are already in your 20s and have yet to oversee the state, while Tang Taizong's crown prince, Li Chengxian, was merely 13 when he managed state affairs, and he did so with great competence. Zhu Di's words caused the three present to change countenance. His remarks were clearly aimed at pricking Zhu Biao's vulnerabilities. This year marks the 9th year of Hongwu, and Zhu Biao, at 21, has yet to govern. He pales in comparison to the likes of Lu Zhu and Li Chengxian. Fourth brother, what nonsense are you speaking? The crown prince is your elder brother, your own brother. Empress Ma's expression darkened as well. She too was uncertain whether Zhu Di was jesting or speaking earnestly. Was Zhu Di indeed coveting the throne? If he were to do so, fraternal strife would likely become unavoidable, especially since Zhu Di's marriage alliance with Su De was essentially a means of consolidating military power. What does it matter who becomes the crown prince? It is merely a grand stage for a contest. The victor becomes the crown prince, while the vanquished is deemed a rebel. Zhu Di understood that under normal circumstances, revealing such ambitions at this time would lead to severe repercussions. Nevertheless, he proceeded regardless. Zhu Di aimed to instill a sense of crisis in Zhu Biao, hoping to throw him into disarray, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. After all, the crown prince, despite his faults, could not simply be deposed. Zhu Di's words prompted Zhu Yuanzhang to take him seriously. It appeared that fourth brother's ambitions were indeed awakening. However, establishing a legitimate heir was not for you to decide. Zhu Di possessed a talent for regency, yet it remained to be seen how Zhu Biao would fare. Very well, whether a mule or a horse, we shall put it to the test. Biao, this is a matter we have overlooked. Starting tomorrow, I appoint you as the regent, to attend court and participate in governance alongside fourth brother. Thank you, father, Zhu Biao exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Zhu Di too smiled. For to drive one to ruin, one must first drive him to madness. What use is the regent title if it does not entail actual governance? It is merely a token of good fortune. Chapter 15. The universe yet unsettled. All is a dark horse. The news of Zhu Biao's appointment as regent quickly spread, stirring discussions across the court and among the populace. Ordinarily, this would not warrant much debate. However, the crux lay in the fact that while Zhu Biao had become the regent, the authority of governance remained firmly in Zhu Di's grasp. Was Zhu Biao merely a decorative figure, standing by to listen to affairs of state? What does this signify? Upon hearing the news, Li Shanchong merely chuckled softly. The emperor seems to be nurturing a scheme, hinting at the possibility of a change in the crown prince. Li Shanchong speculated that Zhu Yuanzhang harbored thoughts of replacing Zhu Biao. Even if he did not, his support for Zhu Biao was no longer unwavering. After all, Zhu Di was the regent. Promoting Zhu Biao to a position of power now would incite a fratricidal conflict. Victors would rise as nobles, while the vanquished would be branded as thieves. However, Zhu Yuanzhang's true intentions lay elsewhere. The issue of commercial taxation would ultimately fall upon Zhu Di's shoulders. Many reforms would require Zhu Di to bear the brunt of criticism, and most importantly, Zhu Di had yet to marry. Should he be removed from his regent position now? What if he fled from the marriage? Furthermore, it had been established that no faults would lead to dismissal, lest one end up howling like a dog in the hall of Fengtian. At present, Zhu Yuanzhang did not contemplate establishing Zhu Di as the crown prince. He merely still found Zhu Di useful. Once matters were set in order, Zhu Di could be dismissed, and this farce would come to an end. Zhu Di's aspirations of becoming the crown prince were futile. The rightful heir was Zhu Biao, the legitimate firstborn, who already had an heir of his own, making him the natural successor to the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di had no claim unless Zhu Biao, Zhu Xiongning, Zhu Zhang, and Zhu Chang all faced calamity. Moreover, Zhu Di's capabilities in both civil and military affairs were lackluster, with Zhu Chang firmly overshadowing him. No matter Zhu Di's ambitions, they amounted to nothing more than a farcical endeavor. At least from Zhu Yuanzhang's perspective, it was merely a comedic drama that would eventually reach its conclusion. After all, he was the sovereign of the Ming dynasty, the architect of its future. Pei Jinbu found the notion of the crown prince becoming regent to be quite laughable. Crown prince, oh crown prince, how can you possibly contend with the regent? With the demise of Prince Kaiping, can the combined forces of the Changlan families truly rival the Su family? Should a power struggle ensue, the daughter of Duke Wei would become empress, and the Su family would effectively align with the state. If the regent could indeed rise, would Duke Wei not offer his support? Furthermore, the regent held the purse strings of the Ministry of Commerce. The treasury's income was entirely at the regent's discretion. Money may not be omnipotent, but a lack of it is utterly crippling. I must devise a strategy to assist the regent in forming alliances and to swiftly marginalize the crown prince. Pei Jinbu murmured to himself, continuing to seek allies for Zhu Di. This white hat is donned by the crown prince, yet why should our regent not wear one too? With soldiers and wealth, who could fear whom in conflict? At that moment, Suda was also contemplating the sudden elevation of Zhu Biao to regent. Was this merely a ploy to sharpen Zhu Biao against Zhu Di, only for Zhu Biao to reap the rewards later? With Zhu Yuanzhang's history as a cautionary tale, this scheme seemed destined for failure. If the regent were to become the crown prince, or even the future emperor, what would that mean for the Su family? Suda reflected on the fact that Zhu Yuanzhang had once been Zhu Yuanzhang's intended heir. However, once Zhu Biao was born, Zhu Yuanzhang naturally preferred to pass his legacy to his own son rather than his nephew. In those early days, Zhu Yuanzhang needed an heir to stabilize the hearts of the people. Without a son, he could only rely on his nephew. If Zhu Yuanzhang were to meet with an unforeseen accident, the people would rally behind Zhu Yuanzhang, for having a designated heir ensures the continuity of their interests, thus emboldening their resolve. Therefore, the significance of an heir cannot be overstated. As for the accusations of Zhu Yuanzhang colluding with Zhang Shiqing, One must ponder what price Zhang Shiqing would pay to win Zhu Yuanzhang over. An alien prince? Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang, loyal to the elder Zhu, holds royal status as well. Moreover, would Zhu Yuanzhang dare to surrender? And could Zhang Shiqing genuinely trust that he was not merely a traitor? Scheming to stab him in the back in collusion with the elder Zhu? Zhang Shiqing might well think, my opponent's nephew and adopted son, the supreme commander of the enemy forces, claims he wishes to surrender. Surely, I cannot be so foolish as to believe him. He has no ties to me, nor has he sought a marital alliance. How could I trust that his intentions are sincere? Zhu Yuanzhang, in truth, possesses great merit, having been appointed the supreme commander of the military at a mere 20 years of age, and he is also an heir bearing the Zhu surname. If he were to perish, how could Zhu Biao maintain his position? Surely, Zhu Yuanzhang would know whom to favor between his biological son and his nephew. Suda perceives the current circumstances as a reflection of past events, recalling how Zhu Di established a foundation only to see Zhu Biao reap the benefits. For Zhu Biao is indeed the legitimate firstborn. Yet, would Zhu Di truly be willing to relinquish his claim? Could he afford to? Should the time come and Zhu Di be compelled to retreat, it would spell doom for him, and his faction would likely support Zhu Di's offspring instead. Once a marital alliance is formed, Zhu Di is irrevocably bound to the Wei princely house. Does Zhu Di not desire advancement? And does Suda not wish for progress as well? Furthermore, aiding Zhu Di in securing his claim could hardly be deemed rebellion. It is merely a familial power struggle. What transition of imperial authority occurs without bloodshed? In Suda's estimation, Zhu Di's governing abilities are quite commendable, albeit his personal ethics leave much to be desired. However, one can overlook flaws in the face of talent. More observation is warranted to ascertain whether this individual possesses the makings of greatness. If he does, perhaps the Su family could ascend to even greater heights. With this thought in mind, Suda summoned Su Miaoyun. Confused, Su Miaoyun asked, "Father? What is it?" "Miaoyun, as your wedding to the regent approaches, I have some vital matters to discuss with you," Suda replied earnestly. Seeing her father's serious demeanor, Su Miaoyun nodded attentively. "Please, speak. Father, I am listening." It is paramount that upon marrying into the regent's household, you conceive his child and bear him a legitimate heir. This matter is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Suda stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyun's face flushed. "Father, I thought you had something serious to discuss. There are 3 forms of unfilial behavior, and not bearing offspring is the gravest. Surely, His Highness is aware of this. Furthermore, such matters are not within my control. Besides, it has been quite some time since he last sought me out, and that was to refuse a marriage proposal. That is indeed a concern. Perhaps tomorrow at court, I could bring it up and encourage him to visit you. You could cultivate some rapport, perhaps a kiss or a handhold," Suda suggested. Rising from her seat, Su Miaoyun, with an air of bashfulness, retorted, "Father, you are incorrigible. I shan't engage with you." With that, she turned and exited hastily. Suda hurried after her, calling, "Miaoyun, my dear daughter, I speak earnestly. An heir is indeed of great importance. Please, do take your time. How about this? I shall escort you to the regent's residence for a meal. After all, it is said that there exists a veil between a woman pursuing a man." "Oh wait, what are you closing the door for?" Chapter 16. The Cage of Eight-Legged Essays. A few days later, during the morning court, Zhu Di introduced a new topic, the establishment of a benevolent examination. The imperial examinations had commenced in the 3rd year of the Han Wu reign. Yet due to unsatisfactory results in selecting officials, they were suspended from the 6th year. It was not until the 17th year that they were reinstated, and the examinations were resumed in the 18th year. Zhu Di proposed the initiation of a benevolent examination, and the assembly showed little dissent, as it was indeed a pathway to elevate their own descendants. Zhu Yuanzhang then inquired of Zhu Biao, "Crown Prince, what is your perspective?" Zhu Biao responded, "In response to Father Emperor, I believe that opening the examination to gather talented individuals is beneficial for the Ming dynasty. Initiating the benevolent examination promptly can avert a situation of transition between generations." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang expressed a hint of disappointment, subsequently turning to Zhu Di, "Regent, since you have proposed this, what is your intent? Is it also to gather talented individuals?" Zhu Di clarified, "No. My purpose is to stabilize the scholarly class by confining them within the cage of the 8-legged essay, drawing boundaries to keep them tethered to their desks. When scholars are secure, the common people will also find peace, leading to stability across the realm. With a tranquil realm, internal strife will dissipate." Zhu Di's response illuminated Zhu Yuanzhang's understanding, as he realized that Zhu Di had discerned the essence behind the superficialities. Eight-legged essays and official documents serve only to extinguish the heroic spirit of the world, exclaimed Zhu Yuanzhang. Well said. My esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts? A smile graced his face as he regarded the assembly. We wholeheartedly commend the regent's keen insights. The ministers replied in unison, entirely disregarding Zhu Biao. Particularly among the civilian officials, they represented the most astute of the scholarly class, fully aware of the true purpose of the imperial examinations. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, Zhu Biao, do you recognize where your error lies? Zhu Biao bowed respectfully. I humbly request your enlightenment, Father Emperor. Fourth son, why don't you enlighten your elder brother? Zhu Yuanzhang suggested. Zhu Di complied, explaining, Elder brother, the purpose of the imperial examinations is neither to select talent nor to cultivate the populace. It primarily serves to confine the aspirations of the ambitious. By using the eight-legged essay as a cage, we ensnare the aspirations of the scholars, compelling them to immerse themselves in their studies, growing old in their pursuit of knowledge. When they find stability, they are less likely to entertain rebellious thoughts. Should anyone dare to rebel, they would merely be a band of brigands, lacking the capability to pose a significant threat. If these scholars were to possess nothing as commoners, they would act without restraint. However, once they attain official positions through the examinations, their circumstances change. Clad in official robes and wielding power, they become consumed by the fear of loss, engaging in political maneuvering to safeguard their status. As a monarch, my role is to maintain political equilibrium. Whether they are corrupt officials or virtuous scholars, to me, they are all loyal subjects, and there are no treacherous figures among them. Their loyalty or treachery is often determined not by their own volition, but rather by how the monarch chooses to employ them. At this revelation from Zhu Di, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao fell into silence, with Zhu Yuanzhang particularly struck by the final statements. Are all the ministers loyal subjects? Are there no treacherous officials? What does this imply? Zhu Biao furrowed his brow, seemingly struggling to comprehend these words. Is it not the duty of the nation to select talent? Zhu Di's remarks rendered many officials below him silent. Had they not once aspired to embody the principles of the 4 verses of Henku? However, upon reaching such heights, they realized that they could only stir the winds and clouds upon this treacherous political stage. The so-called eight-legged essay, a fixed literary form from the Ming and Qing imperial examinations, adhered to stringent structural requirements, typically comprising 8 sections: the initiation of the topic, the continuation of the topic, the introduction, the main argument, the development, the continuation of the argument, the conclusion, and the closure. The content was confined to Confucian classics such as the 4 books and 5 classics, leaving candidates with no room for personal expression. This encapsulation bore connotations of control, restraint, and limitation, akin to a cage that tightly bound the minds of scholars. In the pursuit of success in the imperial examinations, scholars were compelled to memorize Confucian doctrines in the 8-legged format, engrossed in dissecting phrases while lacking innovative thinking and independent judgment, their thoughts severely constrained. No treacherous officials? Only loyal subjects? Fourth brother, your assertion seems rather dogmatic, Zhu Biao remarked. Zhu Di chuckled softly, gesturing towards the individuals below. It has always been thus. Hardly anyone among them is not avaricious. Of course, it is not to say that one who is not greedy is a corrupt official. These individuals, including the so-called righteous few, are all corrupt officials, each and every one of them. While the righteous few may maintain a facade of integrity, their offspring effortlessly garner accolades in the academy, and their relatives repeatedly profit from various investments. Siblings occupy prominent positions across diverse fields, and even a servant in their household might procure a brush wash once used by Su Shi from the second-hand market. Moreover, a piece of calligraphy may be adored by merchants, fetching exorbitant prices, making it a rarity, is it not? Yet, in the end, they claim to have never embezzled a single coin, do they not? How would you articulate that? Zhu Biao opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Di continued, eldest brother, what do you consider corruption? Once in power, if one engages in petty theft, accepts bribes, or partakes in corrupt exchanges of power and favors, is that what you deem corruption? That is hardly what one would call true corruption. Genuine corruption is when one does not conform to the prevailing norms, refraining from tacit collusion and greed. Such a person will remain stagnant throughout their life. Historically, Many have served as county magistrates for a decade without daring to indulge in corruption, or perhaps they simply lack the desire to do so. 10 years later, they remain merely county magistrates. To hold office is to coexist with the prevailing ethos. If you do not take, and I do not take, how does the superior take? Those caught in corruption are invariably entangled in a web of familial connections among officials who also fall from grace. Zhu Di's words undoubtedly unveiled the veil of unspoken rules, leaving many feeling uneasy. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing this, pondered deeply and recognized the validity in Zhu Di's reasoning. Strangely, there were matters that they had overlooked, which fourth brother seemed to grasp more adeptly. Was it perhaps because fourth brother had read more extensively? As Zhu Biao listened to Zhu Di's discourse, he felt a profound impact on his own perceptions and beliefs. How can you say that the imperial examination is not meant to recruit talented individuals? Zhu Biao inquired. Zhu Di snorted softly, remarking that everyone aspires to reach the pinnacle, yet the higher one ascends, the fewer positions are available. Resources are already scarce. Why would there be a need for more? Brother, have you ever pondered why the teachers in the academy do not instruct you on how to amass wealth or attain official positions? Why is that? Zhu Biao suddenly realized that there might be truth in this. Society does not require an abundance of wealthy individuals, nor does the state need an excess of officials. What it desires are diligent and honest laborers. Chapter 17. Zhu Di expounds on the art of kingship. Zhu Di's words rendered Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. Zhu Yuanzhang struggled to comprehend the implications of his statement. No wonder scholars looked down upon them. It turned out there was so much they did not understand. Fourth brother, elaborate further, Zhu Yuanzhang urged, furrowing his brow. However, Zhu Di shook his head. Father, have you not noticed that education throughout history has been confining, restrictive, and obedient in nature? Why is it not innovative? Because innovation invites the scorn of being labeled as rebellious against ancestral teachings. It is deemed a profound transgression. The confines of the eight-legged essay have persisted, and even in the future, they shall remain. Is not education itself a reflection of this? Compulsory education serves to eradicate illiteracy. Secondary education acts as a filter, while undergraduate and graduate studies are meant for the cultivation of specialized talents. After years of arduous study, one merely enters the confines of the eight-legged essay, acquiring knowledge without learning how to generate wealth or ascend the ranks of bureaucracy. Upon entering society, as long as one is employed by others, one will never break free from the shackles of the eight-legged essay. The so-called development of the gaming industry aims to address the issue of juvenile delinquency, which is why there are scarcely any young delinquents on the streets. They are all engrossed in online gaming. Zhu Biao then asked, if there is no shortage of officials, what is the purpose of establishing the lenient examination? Zhu Di slightly shook his head and turned to the officials. Which of you ministers can discern why I would initiate the lenient examination at this moment? Pei Jinbu promptly stepped forward, responding, Your Highness, I believe you seek to stabilize the people's hearts and quell local uprisings. Most rebellions are incited by scholars. By confining them to the examination tables, they will have no time to incite the populace, who are incapable of achieving greatness on their own. Emperor Taizong of the Tang, Li Shimin, once remarked, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This statement holds some truth, akin to the notion that he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The populace possesses immense potential, for historically, it has been peasants who rebel. However, the people cannot bear the burden of victory alone. They require the guidance of scholars. Scholars are needed to channel this force, and by establishing the lenient examination, Your Highness effectively confines the scholars, rendering the populace subdued without guidance. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Pei as a pillar of the state. Possessing clear insight, Your Highness is too humble. It is your wisdom that conceived such an excellent strategy to stabilize internal strife at minimal cost, Pei Jinbu humbly remarked. Zhu Di turned to Zhu Biao and said, Elder brother, do you now comprehend? The common folk are like reeds swaying in the wind. They bend according to the direction of the breeze, and those who control the winds are the learned scholars. Zhu Yuanzhang interjected, That cannot be true. Even if that is your intention, once you establish the benevolent examinations, you must recruit officials. In that case, you will still need to select talents for the government. Won't you? Zhu Di replied, Indeed, it merely involves the dispersion of power. For instance, appointing them to serve as officials in villages and towns, dividing one carrot into many pieces, allowing them to engage in the affairs. Take a village, for example. I could appoint a successful candidate as the village chief and assign his fellow scholars from the same examination to serve as vice-village chiefs under him. Having several vice-village chiefs is inconsequential. Their powers can be delineated. One vice chief manages one aspect, while another oversees something else. This way, they are not left idle and unrestrained, which is far better than allowing them to act recklessly without purpose. Moreover, they must perform well, which compels them to exert their intellect, for failure would result in dismissal, while their subordinates would be eyeing their positions. Let these individuals toil at the grassroots level, as the offspring of high-ranking officials would seldom venture there. However, the grassroots cannot be left ungoverned. Thus, these individuals will play a vital role. If they perform well, they will draw the attention of higher officials. At that moment, they may become disciples of someone influential, gaining knowledge and advancing alongside their mentors. Should they fail to adapt and thrive, they would remain stagnant for life. The realm is replete with various individuals, yet it is never short of those who aspire to officialdom. Upon hearing Zhu Di's words, several officials began to cough, warning, "Your Highness, it is wise to refrain from speaking too candidly." Zhu Di was aware that one must not appear overly astute. The more he shone, the greater Zhu Biao's sense of crisis would become. Once Zhu Biao entered the political arena, he would be forced to contend with the officials. Meanwhile, Zhu Di would remain in the shadows, cultivating his power, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. According to your reasoning, does corruption possess its own rationale? Is this a blessing for the court? Is this a boon for the nation? Zhu Biao inquired. Zhu Di countered, "The court? What is the court? Since it is called a court, it cannot belong solely to the monarch. Therefore, it must accommodate a variety of officials. As for the nation, what constitutes a nation? The term nation is merely a name, not a literal representation. The sovereign is not a mountain, nor are the subjects a river. In ancient times, the Yangtze River was called Jiang, and the Yellow River He. The waters of the Yangtze are clear, and those of the Yellow River are murky. Both rivers flow continuously. An ancient adage states that when sages emerge, the Yellow River runs clear. Yet when has it ever been clear? The waters of the Yangtze irrigate the fields of numerous provinces, as do those of the Yellow River. Thus, one cannot favor the clear waters over the murky, nor neglect the latter. This has been the way since time immemorial. My dear brother, you fail to grasp this principle. You believe that only the Yangtze should be utilized, not the Yellow River. Is that even a possibility? Conversely, once the Yellow River floods, it necessitates governance, which is why the virtuous are employed to identify treacherous officials. Similarly, when the Yangtze River overflows, it too requires management, thus elucidating the rationale behind using treacherous officials to eliminate the virtuous. The virtuous, while seemingly steadfast in their morals, often pursue personal fame by excluding rivals, stubbornly clinging to antiquated ideologies that hinder national progress. Empty rhetoric misleads the nation, while diligent action fosters its prosperity. Although treacherous officials are indeed cunning, many lack even the qualifications to be deemed as such. Of course, the virtuous have committed no wrongdoing, but neither have the treacherous, for they are all labeled as so-called wise ministers. The monarch must, therefore, sharpen his discernment and see clearly, employ the worthy, and dismiss the unworthy. Zhu Di's discourse illuminated many minds. What? Has the grave of this beggar's family begun to emit green smoke? His son possesses the art of emperors, a natural politician. Perhaps, if the regent can accommodate treacherous officials, then those serving under him would surely find their lives vastly improved. Unlike Zhu Chongba, who only knows violence and bloodshed, those who destroy the rules will find the rules no longer protecting them. Chapter 18. Suda invites Zhu Di to dinner. Zhu Di's words left both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao with much to ponder. Zhu Biao's eyes clearly reflected a newfound wariness. Recalling Zhu Di's past remarks, it became evident that this individual harbored rebellious tendencies. The regent is indeed sagacious. The civil officials faction promptly hailed this wisdom. A ruler who does not revel in bloodshed, who can adeptly navigate politics rather than resort to upheaval, is indeed a blessing for the ministers. Zhu Di continued, "Crown Prince, you have read extensively. Surely you have encountered the verses of Liao. My form resembles that of a crane. Beneath 1,000 pines lie the 2 volumes of classics. I inquire about the Tao. As the clouds rest in the azure sky and the waters dwell within the bottle. Among the officials, some are like clouds and others like water. Their actions may differ. Yet all are loyal ministers, with no treacherous officials among them." Pei Jinbu immediately proclaimed, "Your Highness is indeed wise. Under the auspices of a sagacious ruler, the Ming will surely flourish. Many others stood in agreement. Zhu Di exhaled a sigh of relief, believing he had sufficiently swayed public sentiment. To govern the hearts of the people is to govern the world. Zhu Di always kept these 6 words in mind. Mastering the hearts of men is prerequisite for competing for dominion. The art of winning hearts lies in understanding human nature and interests. One can harness human nature to guide sentiments or manipulate interests to subvert humanity, igniting desires and controlling the populace. All under heaven bustle for profit. All clamoring is for gain. Zhu Di was using Zhu Biao as a stepping stone. However, he was aware that he must not draw too much attention, lest the elder Zhu grow suspicious, fearing an attempt on his throne. He must not die before achieving his aims. He had yet to reach the point of confrontation at Xuanwu Gate, and he had not yet fully developed his power. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang bore a complex expression. Could it be that the 4th son is indeed a natural politician? Is it possible that he is more suited than Biao to be the crown prince? To ascend the throne? This thought quickly arose, only to be suppressed by Zhu Yuanzhang. No, he is a staunch supporter of the crown prince. How could he entertain notions of changing the heir? Zhu Biao is our heir, has been, is now, and will always be. Now, let us return to the main subject. I hereby announce to the world that the imperial examination will be held next year. The court is dismissed. Zhu Yuanzhang rose, sealing this matter with finality. The primary cause for his agitation stemmed from the peasant uprisings across the regions, which troubled him greatly. To swiftly resolve this issue would indeed settle a significant concern. As Zhu Yuanzhang declared the court adjourned, the ministers respectfully escorted him out. "Regent, please stay a moment," Suda called out, halting Zhu Di, who was preparing to depart. Zhu Di, puzzled, inquired what business the Duke of Wei had. "It is a private matter. I would appreciate a moment of your time," Suda replied. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, saying, "Fourth brother, you may go for now. It is perfectly fine to come back later to the Qianqing Palace to review the memorials." Zhu Di acquiesced and followed Suda to the side hall. Zhu Yuanzhang then took Zhu Biao to the Qianqing Palace, aware that the impact of today's events might be considerable. There were likely individuals below who would become restless. In the side hall, Zhu Di jestingly asked, "Duke of Wei, what is it you wish to convey?" Suda, displeased, let out a huff. "How could I dare to command the regent? You are occupied with state affairs daily. Have you perhaps forgotten that you have a fiancée? Ah, well, regarding the engagement. We have not been allowed to meet during this period," Zhu Di replied with an awkward smile. Suda's expression darkened. "Nonsense. You, Zhu Xiaoxi, are a man of propriety. Are you not? As soon as the imperial edict was issued, you ran off to reject the marriage. Have you forgotten? Do not be angry, father-in-law. There is no need to dwell on past events. I acknowledge my mistake. Please, have a seat," Zhu Di urged, assisting Suda into a chair. Suda's countenance softened slightly. "Tonight, come to my home for dinner, do you understand? Is that appropriate? We must not engage in favoritism." Zhu Di hesitated. As he was preoccupied with finalizing his 5-year plan, he felt uncertain about how to face Su Miaoyan, given the awkwardness surrounding his previous rejection of the marriage. "Very well. If you consider it favoritism, then henceforth, we shall never interact again. You do not seek me out, and I shall not seek you. Let us avoid the stigma of collusion." As Suda spoke, he began to rise. "Zhu Xiaoxi, are you truly going to act foolishly at this moment? I clearly have matters to discuss with you privately regarding our future," Zhu Di exclaimed, quickly pulling Suda back. "Father-in-law, please, I apologize. I misspoke. I will definitely arrive on time tonight to make amends." Suda waved his hand. No. It would be inappropriate. Misunderstandings could arise. What if they claim you are forming factions, conspiring with the regent? That would implicate me as well. It has been months since our engagement in the new year, and now spring has nearly arrived. The wedding date is approaching, and you have yet to meet your fiancée. I extend an invitation, and you still speak of favoritism? Truly, you are incorrigible." Listening to Suda's tirade, Zhu Di felt a wave of despair. Why was the old man so irritable? "Please, old Taishan, we are family. Let us not speak as strangers. I acknowledge my faults. It is indeed beneficial for us, as father-in-law and son-in-law, to maintain frequent interactions. This evening, I shall pay you a visit, and we shall indulge in a copious amount of wine, perhaps 300 cups, as the humorous Zhu Di remarked. Suda's face momentarily brightened with a smile, but he quickly remembered his irritation and adopted a stern expression once more. "Nonsense. My household does not possess such an abundance of wine for you to consume. You may come or not as you please." With that, Su Da haughtily departed. "Come or go. I do not beg for your presence," he thought. Su Da's sudden invitation for Zhu Di to dine was not made lightly. He had been keenly observing Zhu Di's governance skills during this period, recognizing his potential for leadership. Moreover, a marital alliance signifies mutual prosperity and adversity. With Zhu Di's capabilities, the pursuit of the throne does not seem implausible. After all, a man of worth should not languish under the shadow of others. If Zhu Di does not advance, how can I, Su, hope to progress? I am but a minor duke at present. Zhu Di's words today solidified Su Da's resolve to engage with him earnestly, akin to chiseling a precious stone into brilliance. He need only contend with Zhu Biao. For the individuals behind Zhu Biao do not command Su Da's respect, be it Lan Yu or Chang Mao. Even if Chang Yuchun were to rise again, they would not dare to challenge Su Da openly. As Su Da departed, Zhu Di found himself both amused and exasperated by the old man's antics. Pei Yun gently inquired, "Your Highness, does this mean I need not preparing for tonight? My hands have grown weary these past few days." Zhu Di playfully patted Pei Yunyan's rear, declaring, "Today, consider yourself on holiday." Her face flushed with embarrassment. She protested, "Your Highness, how inappropriate. We are still within the palace. Please be mindful of your conduct." Chapter 19. A visit to the Duke of Wei's residence that evening, after concluding his daily duties. Zhu Di returned to the regent's palace and changed into casual attire. "System, what should I bring as a gift?" Zhu Di asked, pondering the matter. Although, given Zhu Di's status, he could easily arrive empty-handed, it was prudent to navigate social customs with care. No running, no sending. Demoted usage, only running, no sending, stationary. And both running and sending, promoted and utilized. But do you still require someone to promote you? Surely, I cannot show up to the Su household empty-handed. At Su Da's level, he is no longer in want of gold or silver. If you truly wish to present a gift, a grandchild would be far superior. With an heir, he would have no further concerns. Very well, I shall purchase some fine wine instead. Do you have any recommendations for the army's preferred spirits? I suggest you procure the jade liquid and exquisite brew, a barrel priced at 100,000 taels of gold. The wine boasts a golden hue, invigorating the body with each sip, curing ailments with 2, and prolonging life with 3. 100,000 taels of gold. Why not just rob a bank? Host, I do not seek your money. Rather, I intend to use it to assist you. If you claim that no expenses are necessary, who shall attend to your affairs? That is exorbitantly priced. This particular wine is rare and requires connections to acquire. Such endeavors necessitate financial expenditure. If you find it too costly, you may settle for Erguo 2, which is merely a few taels of silver for a large barrel. Then forget it. Please prepare a bottle for me. The Duke of Wei has sustained hidden injuries. If he could live a few more years, no matter how great the trouble I cause, he would be there to support me. As he spoke, the items were already dispatched to the system space, and a sum of 100,000 taels of gold was deducted from Zhu Di's account in the system. Bring me a set of jade ornaments from my private treasury. I wish to deliver a piece to the Duke of Wei's residence. Zhu Di commanded before stepping out to board the carriage. The servants retrieved the items and drove the carriage slowly toward the Duke of Wei's estate. Inside the carriage, Zhu Di extracted the items. Curious to see what could possibly be worth 100,000 taels of gold, for gold alone hardly justifies such a price. At the entrance of the Duke of Wei's residence, a red carpet was laid out, and the main gate stood wide open. Su Da was personally waiting outside, and women without official titles were deemed unworthy to accompany him. This was a matter of etiquette, a matter of propriety among subjects. Father, has the regent truly agreed to meet you? It's nearly mealtime, and he has yet to arrive, Su Yuanzhang inquired softly. Su Da, with a dark expression, retorted, if you cannot find the right words, then silence is your best option. If that lad dares not show up, I shall draw circles daily to curse him to be unable to relieve himself. Here he comes, here he comes. Master, the carriage from the regent's residence has arrived. A servant hurried over with the news. Su Da squinted into the distance, but noticed no sign of the prince's entourage. Could he be sneaking in? He pondered. If he were to arrive openly, none would have cause to speak against him. But if he comes in secret, it could easily be construed as collusion. Before long, Su Da spotted a carriage approaching. It came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Duke of Wei's residence, followed by the sound of drums and music. The ceremony was indeed of considerable grandeur, the main gate flung wide open to welcome the arrival. "I, Su De, welcome His Highness the Regent," he proclaimed, preparing to bow as was customary. Zhu Di leaped from the carriage, a jar in his arms, and called out, "No need for formalities, there is no need to kneel. All of you may rise. Duke of Wei, I come as a private individual. As your nephew, I ought to pay my respects to you." "Thank you, Your Highness," Su De replied, straightening up with a smile. Zhu Di gestured, and a servant quickly presented a box to Madame Su. No, Your Highness. You mustn't put me in a difficult position," Su De swiftly interjected. Zhu Di remarked, "Duke of Wei, the law of propriety is not separate from human sentiment. What could be wrong with a normal exchange of goodwill? It would be improper to make a formal visit empty-handed." Upon hearing this, Su De nodded. "Since it is a customary exchange of goodwill, then it shall be accepted." With Su De's approval, Madame Su took the box, expressing gratitude. "Many thanks, Your Highness." Zhu Di smiled and added, "Duke of Wei, I also brought some fine wine. Let us discuss matters within." "Your Highness, please." Su De stepped aside to allow Zhu Di entry. Subsequently, Su De took a half-step back to follow behind. Inside, the rest of the Su family awaited their guests. Among them Su Miaoyun. As Su Miaoyun and Zhu Di's gazes met, Zhu Di swiftly averted his eyes, while Su Miaoyun was left in a state of perplexity. Clearly, Zhu Di's fleeting glance was imbued with intrigue and curiosity. What could he possibly find so fascinating about me? The group arrived in the main hall, and the kitchen servants began to serve the dishes. Su De invited Zhu Di to take the seat of honor. Zhu Di graciously declined, stating that since it was a familial gathering, it was inappropriate for him to occupy the seat of prominence. He suggested that Duke Wei should take it instead. "Then I shall sit here," Su De chuckled as he claimed the honored position, with Zhu Di settling on his left. Flanking the table were Su De's children, and fortuitously, Su Miaoyun found herself seated directly across from Zhu Di. An array of exquisite dishes was presented, each a feast for the senses. "Duke Wei, you have truly outdone yourself with this meal," Zhu Di remarked, his smile betraying a hint of insincerity. Ordinarily, as a martial figure, Su De was not one to indulge in extravagant feasts, yet today's table was laden with delicacies from land and sea, all impeccably presented. Zhu Di recalled his previous visit when he had come to reject a marriage proposal, a moment marked by embarrassment. Logic dictated that Su De would not be so generous this time, nor would he remain silent regarding past grievances. Something felt amiss. Such unusual generosity must harbor ulterior motives. Su De's invitation to dine was not merely about the meal, was it? Su De merely smiled, offering no further commentary. "Did you not bring some fine wine, Your Highness? It seems fitting for us to revel in it tonight," he said, his gaze fixed on the exquisite bottle of glass adorned with jewels, containing a golden liquid that promised refinement. Zhu Di uncorked the bottle, releasing a fragrant aroma that invigorated the senses. He poured for Su De, cautioning, "Duke Wei, while the wine is delightful, moderation is key. To revel too deeply might lead to unintended consequences." A chuckle escaped Zhu Di's lips. "If I were to succumb to intoxication in your presence, you would surely seize the opportunity to exact revenge for your daughter's honor, only to later feign that I had stumbled upon my own demise." Su De, pleased with Zhu Di's demeanor, noted the young man's respect for age and his composed nature, recognizing that he was not one to indulge recklessly in drink. Raising his glass, Su De inhaled the rich bouquet, savoring the aromatic essence. "Your Highness, allow me to propose a toast to you, wishing you a swift ascent to greatness." As he spoke, Zhu Di's expression shifted subtly. Had Su De perhaps indulged too freely? If he were indeed to ascend, would that not invite suspicion? Why had Su De articulated such a statement so plainly? Was Su De testing him? Had he received orders from that rebellious father? Was the old man already growing suspicious, seeking to ascertain Zhu Di's loyalties? Zhu Di raised his glass in response. "Duke Wei, may I also wish you further success in your endeavors. The time for your ambitions is now." Zhu Di too sought to gauge Su De's intentions. If the Duke were to advance further, he would become an ally of a different surname. Would he accept such a notion? Su De chuckled lightly. "I shall take your words as an auspicious omen, Your Highness. At my age, should I make further strides, it would likely be time for retirement, to revel in the joys of family." Thus, Su De conveyed his aspirations for advancement, yet also assured Zhu Di that should he progress further, he would willingly retire, cherishing the simple pleasures of life without a desire for power. "Wherever my good words may lead, we merely exchange good wishes. Come, Duke of Wei, let us drink." Zhu Di chuckled as he downed his cup of wine in one go. Su De expressed his desire for progress, and Zhu Di, naturally, did not hold back in revealing a hint of his thoughts. Let us observe what this old fellow intends to do next. After all, he had neither explicitly stated anything nor acknowledged anything, had he? Suda also finished his drink, the wine entering smoothly, warming his stomach pleasantly. It brought about an indescribable sensation. What sort of restorative wine is this? How could it have such immediate effects? Such a fine beverage. Indeed, this wine is remarkable. Yet why had he never encountered it in the palace? Ah, your highness, is this a newly brewed imperial wine? Suda savored the flavor meticulously. Zhu Di set down his cup and said, "This is a fortunate find of mine. It is not available in the palace." "Oh, well then. Good wine is not meant for indulgence. Let us refrain from drinking and focus on the food." Suda's eyes sparkled at the thought of such a rare delicacy absent from the palace. This wine was truly exceptional. After a single cup, Suda felt a shift in his body. He decided to keep this restorative wine for himself to enjoy slowly. Hastily, he covered the bottle and placed it at his feet. Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, "Father, allow me to set it aside for you." "Go away, do not touch my wine." Suda retorted protectively, "You only wish to steal a sip." Zhu Yuanzhang pouted, "Once the regent leaves, mother will surely confiscate it from you." Suda frowned. "What are you mumbling about? In the presence of the dining, one speaks not of food." "I understand, father," Zhu Yuanzhang muttered, falling silent. Suda turned to Zhu Di and laughed again. "Son-in-law, do not be courteous. Let us eat. Miaoyan, serve the dishes to his highness." "Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Oh." Su Miaoyan picked up the serving chopsticks and offered Zhu Di a piece of soft fried pork tenderloin. Suda took up his chopsticks. "Everyone, stop dawdling. Let us eat. It is time for dinner." Meanwhile, in the palace, dinner was also being served. Zhu Yuanzhang brought Zhu Biao to Cunning Palace, and they discussed Zhu Di's recent leniency in the imperial examinations. "My dear Biao, the fourth son has told us that the classics are meant for reading, but when it comes to action, they are utterly useless. You should learn from him. One must see beyond the surface to grasp the essence, understand? In this world, there are two sets of rules, the explicit rules and the implicit ones. The principles outlined in the sage's texts are moral guidelines meant to deceive and for examination purposes. When it comes to real matters, the implicit rules are paramount. Liu Bowen and his ilk, who only grasped the rigid principles of the texts, failed to navigate the subtle rules of the world, achieving neither success nor sustenance, rendering them utterly ineffective. You may choose to disregard the implicit rules, but in governance, you will encounter them daily. It is unavoidable. Do you comprehend? Zhu Biao shook his head. "Father, a true gentleman born between heaven and earth ought to read the classics, nurture a righteous spirit, embody the virtues of heaven and earth in loving others, and aspire to the ideals of the sages to achieve greatness. Even if one cannot establish a monumental legacy, one must cultivate oneself, accumulate goodness, and eliminate evil, maintaining an open heart and pure character. This is the essence of gentlemanly conduct. How can the fourth son exhibit even a trace of having read the classics?" Hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. "The sacred texts? Does the Duke of Confucianism not read them more than you do? What have they accomplished?" With unwavering resolve, they urge loyalty, while the world reveres the Duke of Confucianism. In the past, they bestowed a title upon Kublai Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty, calling him the great master of Confucianism. Is this what the sacred texts teach? We once heard a couplet. The first line reads, "Yesterday, we surrendered to the Jin, today to the Mongols." What is there to brag about? The second line states, "Confucius spoke of achieving righteousness, Mencius of pursuing justice. They have all been forgotten. Remembered only is that those who understand the times are the true heroes." The horizontal inscription reads, "The world reveres the surrender." The concept of revering surrender is not an isolated phenomenon. Throughout history, they have been the foremost in capitulation. Those who have read the sacred texts can articulate the affairs of the world with their pens. Yet have they ever lowered their heads to regard the common people? Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao retorted in disagreement. Is it wrong for them to write a surrender document? If so, does that not make you exceedingly mistaken, father? You still honor the Yuan emperor in your imperial temple, bowing and offering incense as a dutiful descendant. Did you reflect upon your role as a national hero driving out barbarian invaders while bowing to him? You once stated, "I hail from a farming family and found joy under the Yuan." Furthermore, although the Yuan are considered outsiders, they ruled China for a century, leading to a burgeoning population and prosperity, Even my grandfather enjoyed its peace. If it truly brought prosperity, how did your grandfather perish? What of your brothers? What of your mother? Zhu Biao continued to enumerate Zhu Yuanzhang's actions. Before he could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table in exasperation. Nonsense, he scolded. Zhu Biao shrank back. I merely speak the truth, yet you do not permit honesty. He continued to criticize his father's decision to restore the clothing styles of the Han and Tang dynasties. Isn't that a farce? In the first year of Hongwu, a decree was issued to restore the clothing, yet by the second year, it was abolished. Reverting to the customs of the Yuan, Zhu Biao continued to critique his father. According to the veritable records of the Ming Taizu, in the second month of the first year of Hongwu, a decree was issued to restore clothing to that of the Tang dynasty. However, in the second month of the second year, it was decreed that the court officials and military officers would adopt the Yuan style, wearing the footed cap, narrow-sleeved purple shirt, gilded belt, and black-patterned boots for formal attire, while the everyday garb would consist of a black gauze cap and round-collared shirt. The so-called restoration of Han and Tang clothing lasted merely a year before being discarded in favor of Yuan customs. In the tomb of the king of Lu, Zhu Tan, excavated garments revealed that the styles were entirely of the Yuan dynasty. The notion of restoring Han and Tang clothing was indeed realized, but only for a fleeting year. You dare to lecture your father? Do you wish to rebel like the fourth son? You are both ungrateful children, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a scowl. Empress Ma interjected to mediate. All right, let us eat. Is it not enough to allow one to dine in peace? I merely state the facts, Zhu Biao pouted. But upon meeting his father's scolding gaze, he fell silent. Chapter 21. Suda confides in Zhu Di in the Duke of Wei's residence. After dinner, Suda beckoned Zhu Di to follow him to his study. Within the study, Suda revealed a hidden chamber. Goodness, a secret chamber. Zhu Di exclaimed in astonishment. Suda has a secret chamber? What is this old dang trying to convey to himself? That he must retreat into a secret chamber to speak. Suda led Zhu Di into the concealed room and then closed the door behind them. Descending further, they found limited space, containing merely a table, an oil lamp, and several chairs. Adding even one more would render it cramped. Please, have a seat, Suda said, pulling out a chair for himself and inviting Zhu Di to sit as well. Zhu Di took his seat. Wei Guogong, are you being this cautious? Suda adjusted his demeanor. Regent King, we are to become in-laws. Thus, I shall not conceal certain matters from you. Do you aspire to be emperor? What? Zhu Di exclaimed, shocked. He hurriedly glanced around, but was met only by walls. Suda sighed. No one is eavesdropping. Let us speak candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Di inquired, Wei Guogong, do you not support the crown prince? Why should I support the crown prince? Suda retorted, you are the one marrying my daughter. Not him. If the crown prince ascends, there is no benefit for my Su family, is there? Zhu Di then asked, but wouldn't that be a betrayal of my father? The emperor? Betrayal? Such harsh words. Is it betrayal not to support the heir he selected? Am I conspiring with the enemy or committing treason, pray tell? You too are the legitimate son of the empress, bearing the surname Zhu. Why should you not occupy that position? Why can I not support you? You are also His Majesty's own son, are you not? Suda questioned with a smile. Zhu Di remained non-committal, sensing Su Da's probing nature, and continued his inquiry. Why do you wish to support me? I do not wish. Rather, many do not desire the crown prince's ascension, for he is but a weakling, incapable of managing the martial achievements. Otherwise, how did Zhu Yuanzhang meet his demise? How did Deng Yu perish? At least the death of Chang Yechen had some justification. But what of Zhu Yuanzhang and Deng Yu? Zhu Yuanzhang, in his 20s, commanded the military might of the realm as the Grand Commander. The eldest grandson of the Zhu family, the foremost figure in the military, would he betray? Would the enemy dare to trust him? His death merely obstructed the crown prince's path. When His Majesty had no heir, he chose Zhu Yuanzhang as his successor. However, once the crown prince was born, Zhu Yuanzhang's immense accomplishments became a threat. As the crown prince matured and the realm stabilized, Zhu Yuanzhang's significance diminished. Were he to remain alive, neither His Majesty nor the crown prince would feel secure. What if His Majesty passed away and Zhu Yuanzhang rebelled for the throne? When there were no sons, His Majesty had no choice. But with a son, would he willingly bequeath the legacy to a nephew? What of his own sons? Do they truly believe everyone is foolish enough not to perceive this? Su Da's words were nothing short of audacious. Zhu Di queried, if you understand the dangers of being a threat to the sovereign, why not withdraw? Withdraw? How can one withdraw? There is no forward path nor retreat. It's not that we desire to withdraw. We simply cannot. Moreover, who in the court does not form factions? The crux of the matter lies in the self-serving nature of these factions. Su Da's counterargument left Zhu Di sighing. Indeed, oftentimes it is not that the meritorious officials do not wish to withdraw, but rather that they find themselves unable to do so. If Zhu Yuanzhang were to survive and refrain from vying for the position of crown prince, those behind him would inevitably conspire against him. Should Zhu Yuanzhang contest, Zhu Yuanzhang would seek his demise, for he has a son and would not consider bequeathing the empire to a nephew. Conversely, if Zhu Yuanzhang abstains from contention, he would be compelled by those around him to advance, and should he falter, they would eliminate him, subsequently either submitting to a new heir or supporting Zhu Yuanzhang's successor in the struggle for power. In such times, one must excel in both martial and scholarly pursuits. For retreat is not an option, the stakes are too high. Alas, Zhu Di sighed, recognizing the futility of the situation. Su Da continued, lamenting the emperor's utter lack of magnanimity. The former ruler, the Ming Wang, had aspirations for a new dynasty, prompting Liao Yongzhong to eliminate him. Does this not evoke despair? Even emulating Cao Pai would have sufficed, at least in name. Furthermore, Liao Yongzhong, once bestowed the title of Duke of Duching, was executed last year for hoarding imperial artifacts. Is this truly the reality? Among the founding heroes, who does not possess imperial gifts, the Duke of Chao still has a bestowed dragon robe. This is merely a pretext for execution. And what of Deng Yu? His demise was sudden, without illness or calamity. He perished en route to the capital after a victorious return, mere miles from Fengyang. After his death, no cause for his passing was even recorded. When Chang Yechen died, there was at least some rationale. Zhu Di slowly shook his head, reflecting on the fickleness of rulers throughout history, for the royal family is often devoid of compassion. Moreover, the elder Zhu is indeed narrow-minded. Without Zhu Yuanzhang and Deng Yu steadfastly defending Hongdu, and without the sacrifices of our brothers, how could the Ming dynasty have flourished? I had anticipated he would merely emulate Zhao Kuangyin, requesting the surrender of military power, yet he has chosen a path of total annihilation. The founding heroes are ultimately left in a precarious position, akin to the bough being hidden once the birds have flown, and the dog being cooked once the hare is caught. Who can accept such a fate? The moment Zhu Yuanzhang dies, many will feel the chilling truth of the saying. When the hare dies, the fox grieves. The crown prince holds no authority within the military. If the emperor were to pass, could the prince maintain control over us? The martial heroes? Certainly not. What then? Would the emperor appoint a new crown prince? Unthinkable. The heir apparent of the Qin prince has been severed, and the princess of the Jin prince has become a burden, unable to contend for the throne. And then there is the Wu prince, who is indifferent to power. Merely a scholar at heart, we have no options left. Everyone can see the emperor for who he truly is. He has slain even his own nephew, let alone us. Yet we are powerless, with no choices available. Su Da grew increasingly agitated, expressing the frustrations he felt within. We are left with no alternative but to support Zhu Biao. To champion the prince in a bid for the throne is devoid of justification. Lacking a noble cause, would we not be branded as rebels? The founding heroes ultimately branded as traitors in the annals of history, condemned for eternity? Is that your implication? Zhu Di inquired. Su Da inhaled deeply and continued, stating that the establishment of the Ming dynasty was a grand endeavor, with each of us swept along in its currents. Throughout this journey, many have, through their own efforts or perhaps fortune, found themselves at the forefront of this tide. Above the tide, there lies an expanse of boundless beauty, infinite temptation, and equally limitless risk, contingent solely upon one's ability to navigate it. To gaze into the future is far less illuminating than to reflect upon the past. A tumult of fervor and confusion intertwines within each heart. History has unequivocally shown that passivity leads only to demise. In times past, there were no choices, no alternatives. Yet now, options abound, do they not? Regent. Chapter 22. The conclusion of their private discourse, Su Da's gaze was fixed intently upon Zhu Di, rendering the latter momentarily blank in thought. Thus, Duke Wei, what is it you wish to convey? Su Da, steadying his emotions, remarked. As long as you aspire to be emperor, I can propel you to that position. Yet I have my second brother, third brother, and even my elder brother along with his rightful heir to contend with. Zhu Di, meeting Su Da's gaze, articulated the principal dilemma of usurping the throne, the matter of legitimacy. The notion of legitimacy is paramount. Su Da shook his head, dismissing it as a non-issue, resolvable without difficulty. And you, or rather, your party, what do you seek? Zhu Di was not one to believe in serendipitous fortune. Suda let out a wry smile. What do we seek? A dignified end, a lasting legacy, and the enduring prosperity of our lineage across the ages. Then let us gamble. Zhu Di, too, yearned for a bold venture. To claim he did not wish to be emperor would be a falsehood. Suda's candid words prompted Zhu Di to reciprocate with sincerity. What shall become of us, the founding heroes, should you ascend the throne? Suda inquired, peering into Zhu Di's eyes, for they are often the windows to the soul. Seeking to uncover Zhu Di's true intentions, Zhu Di exhaled slowly, articulating 8 profound words. Power shall not be divided, wealth shall be shared. This sentiment echoed Zhu Di's innermost thoughts. He envisioned granting them a prosperous twilight, yet the reins of power would remain consolidated. For one cannot simultaneously grasp authority and expect a tranquil end. Such aspirations are unrealistic. Not to execute. Suda probed further. Zhu Di slightly shook his head, declaring, "You shall not outlive me." Upon hearing this, Suda was taken aback momentarily, then chuckled, nodding in agreement. If you truly possess such magnanimity, you will make a commendable emperor. Zhu Di was still in his teens, while Suda and his companions had, to varying degrees, reached the age of destiny or even the cycle of 60. It was improbable they would outlive him. Zhu Di's words conveyed to Suda that should they choose to enjoy their wealth in peace, they might indeed pass away contentedly, for their days were numbered compared to his. However, should they seek unrest, he made no promises of clemency. If the meritorious cannot find peace in their twilight years, how could I, the prince, establish my reign? Peace is inherently secured by the general, who must then partake of that peace. You have rendered invaluable service to this empire. Should you be willing to relinquish your military power, I shall grant you safe passage. If you desire to continue your conquests and establish your legacy, I shall also support you. However, should you seek further advancement, you must step back, surrender your command, and retreat to a secondary position. Therefore, ponder your choices carefully. Suda nodded, acknowledging his understanding, and assured that he would convey the message, but he also had a request. What request? Zhu Di inquired. Suda, with a serious demeanor, stated, after your grand wedding, within a year and a half, you must have a legitimate heir. A legitimate son would be ideal. If it's a legitimate daughter, then aim for 2 within 3 years. If you aspire to be the crown prince, you must secure an heir, otherwise, I, along with those behind me, will neither support nor dare to endorse your ascension. Zhu Di's lips twitched in response. It was premature to be discussing progeny. So it is settled then. Let us proceed. Miao Yun awaits you. You young ones should converse, Suda said, ascending the staircase and leading Zhu Di out. Zhu Di, maintaining a composed gaze, followed suit. The notion of an heir weighed heavily. Without one, who would dare to contend? After all, without successors, how could their interests be safeguarded? If misfortune befell them, what would become of those reliant on them? Thus, it was imperative to secure an heir promptly. Once outside Suda's study, both exhaled deeply. Lord Wei, there is no need for further discussion tonight. We have said nothing. I merely summoned you to discuss matters pertaining to marriage. Suda interjected before Zhu Di could speak. Zhu Di nodded in agreement. Regent, I am curious, with your considerable political acumen, why have you previously indulged in mischief? Suda half-jokingly asked. Zhu Di recognized the necessity of crafting a plausible excuse to divert attention from the matter at hand, lest others grow suspicious. Lord Wei, being born into a royal family, if I had not engaged in mischief but instead demonstrated aptitude from a young age, do you believe I would have thrived? A talent that does not develop is no true talent at all. Suda understood the logic in Zhu Di's response. Indeed, it held merit. It seemed Zhu Di had been an actor since childhood, a masterful performer on the political stage. Then why do you not continue to play the part? Suda inquired further. Zhu Di feigned a sigh. After I rejected the marriage proposal, I returned home to near calamity. The throne is not meant for me, and my own marriage has become a pawn in political alliances. Therefore, I have ceased the charade. I am laying my cards on the table. I wish to control my destiny. Only by wielding supreme power can one truly command their fate. This rationale was compelling, and Suda found little to criticize. A man of great ambition should not languish beneath others in this world. Now, Miao Yun awaits you in that pavilion. Go and meet her. Suda indicated towards a distant pavilion. Very well, Zhu Di sighed inwardly, realizing that he must confront this reality. He proceeded towards the pavilion, while Suda watched him depart, murmuring, "If your words ring true, and the sovereign and minister do not betray one another, it would indeed be a blessing for us." The subjects. Upon reaching the pavilion, Zhu Di beheld Su Miaoyun, elegantly clad in a flowing gown, clearly having awaited his arrival for some time. "Your servant pays respects to His Highness, the Regent." Su Miaoyun rose and curtsied. Zhu Di hurriedly assisted her to her feet. "Miaoyun, here you needn't observe such formalities. We are betrothed and need not adhere to these customs." Hearing this, Su Miaoyun nodded. "Very well. Then I shall ask you, do you find me unattractive?" Zhu Di shook his head vigorously. "Not at all. Not at all unattractive. With beauty that could sink fish and make wild geese fall, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers, captivating the nation." Zhu Di's words amused Su Miaoyun. Yet she maintained her proud demeanor. "Am I devoid of talent then?" she queried. "That is certainly not the case. In music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song, you excel in every art. If you lack talent, who in the world possesses it?" Zhu Di replied with a smile. Su Miaoyun pouted, "Such exaggeration. But if I am not ugly and possess talent, then why did you come to refuse the marriage proposal?" It seemed this matter could not be evaded. "That was Zhu Di's refusal. What does it have to do with me?" She lamented. "Ah, Miaoyun, allow me to defend myself. Listen to my explanation." Zhu Di implored as he took her hand, intending to sit down. Su Miaoyun withdrew her hand immediately, declaring, "Men and women should maintain a respectful distance." Chapter 23. Zhu Jian, the scapegoat for Zhu Di. Zhu Di felt a twinge of anxiety. She would not allow him to hold her hand, indicating her fiery temperament. A moment of delight in tormenting a wife leads to a funeral pyre in pursuit of her affection, he sighed. "Miaoyun, I must confess, I fear you marrying me would lead to your suffering." With a sudden epiphany, he devised a solution. Su Miaoyun, puzzled, responded, "Suffering? You are a prince. Who would dare bully you?" Zhu Di explained, "It is my third brother. He is far more capable than I and often bullies me. Moreover, he is allied with my second brother, and I cannot prevail against him nor provoke him. Currently, my third brother's wife is the daughter of the Taiyuan commander, Xiecheng. Although he was promoted to the governor's assistant last year, he still lacks a title. Your father is the Duke of Wei, and as his legitimate eldest daughter, you hold a prestigious position. If I were to marry you, my third brother would undoubtedly look upon me with disdain. While it may not matter if I am bullied, I could not bear to see you suffer alongside me. Furthermore, to complain about being bullied would be a source of embarrassment. How ridiculous it would be to be unable to fight back and yet seek redress." Thus, Zhu Di sought out Zhu Jian to serve as a scapegoat. It was indeed a fact that Zhu Jian frequently bullied Zhu Di, having reduced him to tears on several occasions. After being in theft, the discord became even more pronounced. However, Zhu Jian was both cultured and martial, and Zhu Di found himself unable to contend with or argue against him. Zhu Di decided to adopt a strategy of eliciting sympathy. For a true man can endure both hardship and ease. Hearing Zhu Di's words, Su Miaoyun felt remorse. "I misunderstood you. I thought you were a wastrel, seeking to humiliate me." Zhu Di seized the moment to grasp Su Miaoyun's delicate hand once more, and this time she did not withdraw it. "Miaoyun, while I may appear frivolous, we bear no enmity. Why would I seek to insult you? My primary concern is that I am often bullied by my third brother, and I worry that marrying you would result in your suffering as well." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyun considered the validity of his reasoning. "Then why are you now willing to marry me? Is it merely for the title of regent?" Zhu Di shook his head vigorously. No. I have come to realize that my previous refusal was too hurtful to you, and I felt deeply remorseful. To be bullied without the courage to retaliate, and to shy away from marriage out of fear, would render me weak and ineffectual. Thus, I have resolved to take a stand. To marry you, I must also acquire skills to protect both you and myself. They all look down upon me, yet I shall strive to prove them wrong. I shall ensure that third brother can no longer bully me." Zhu Di spoke those words with unwavering composure. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyun was taken aback by Zhu Di's willingness to change for her sake. "Your Highness, rest assured, after our marriage, I will diligently learn from your father, ensuring that you will not suffer any grievances alongside me." Zhu Di gently pulled her into his embrace. Leaning against him, Su Miaoyun replied, "Very well. I shall persuade my father to impart all his skills to you. It is indeed excessive for the crown prince to bully his younger brother." Zhu Chang sneezed, "Achoo. Miaoyun, do you think your father will accuse you of turning your elbow outward if you ask him to pass on all his knowledge to me?" Zhu Di asked with a soft chuckle. Su Miaoyun's cheeks flushed slightly. And what of it? A woman is to follow her father at home and her husband upon marriage. Is this not as it should be? Zhu Di found himself amused. It seems as though I might be perceived as a man living off you. As if I were marrying you solely to learn from your father. Su Miaoyun lifted her gaze to Zhu Di. That is not the case. The Su family also desires to ally with your highness to elevate our status. We shall support one another. If you truly feel uncomfortable about it, then after marrying me, treat me kindly and shower me with affection. Very well, Zhu Di replied, tenderly brushing Su Miaoyun's hair. Not far away, Su Yuanzhang, hidden among the grass, witnessed this scene with astonishment. How did this regent manage to accomplish such a feat? In a mere moment, he had taken my sister's hand and embraced her. Soon, would they not be sharing kisses as well? Su Yuanzhang was utterly shocked by his future brother-in-law's audacity. What had he said to my sister that made her grievances vanish so swiftly? However, amidst this romantic setting, someone was losing sleep. Zhu Biao tossed and turned in the eastern palace, unable to find rest, troubled by Zhu Di's words and those of their father. Zhu Chang was equally restless. He approached Zhu Biao with a bottle of wine to lament their shared plight. Brother, tell me, why can eldest brother marry his childhood sweetheart as his primary consort, and fourth brother wed the daughter of a duke, while I am left with a foreign bride? My beloved can only be relegated to a concubine, deprived of the right to be buried alongside me after death. Zhu Biao lamented, drunk and despondent. Zhu Chang, wallowing in his own sorrows, replied, Brother, you fare slightly better. At least she is the legitimate daughter of a duke, and you have wed the woman you love. But what about me? What have I married? Among the legitimate sons, I am both cultured and martial. In what way am I inferior to fourth brother? When I wed in the 6th year of Hongwu, my father-in-law was merely a minor commander in Taiyuan. A commander, if one wishes to speak kindly, is merely a second-rank official. But what does that signify? He holds no hereditary title, not even a count. Alas, yet fourth brother, that mischievous rascal, has managed to marry the eldest daughter of the Duke of Wei Guogong. The foremost among the 6 dukes of the founding era, is a hereditary duke without parallel. What merit does the fourth prince possess? Zhu Qian initially bore his grievances with restraint, yet as the wedding of Zhu Di approached, his indignation became unbearable. It was indeed a cruel mockery. Father shows such favoritism. Alas, what kind of fortuitous fortune has the fourth prince encountered to be appointed as regent? The eldest brother is the acting sovereign, while the fourth prince is the regent, leaving the capable second and third princes with naught. Sigh, enough of this, let us drink. Zhu Xian raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Zhu Xian and Zhu Qian are both superior to Zhu Di, yet the latter now looms over them in every respect. Once scorned as a feeble brother, Zhu Di now presents himself with an air of grandiosity. Zhu Di proclaimed, I stand before you. How do I resemble my former self? Second brother, father's partiality is truly disheartening. Do we not hold the status of legitimate sons of the main consort? Are we not his sons? Oh, second brother, my heart is heavy. Zhu Qian lamented while sipping his wine. The 2 unfortunate brothers embraced each other, seeking solace for their wounded spirits. As for the 5th prince, he is but a bookworm, engrossed in study and devoid of military understanding. Thus he remains beyond reproach. Moreover, Zhu Yu is humble and does not oppose his elder brothers. Chapter 24. The unfilial progress of Pei Jinbu after departing from the residence of Wei Guogong. Zhu Di felt emboldened and resolved to amend his plans. With the successful experimentation of cement, he intended to promote it comprehensively. That day, he presented his proposal in the court, advocating for the swift expansion of roads, which would yield numerous benefits. Without delving into distant implications, consider next year's imperial examination. It would facilitate students traveling to the capital. Although a nationwide infrastructure cannot be completed in a year, aiding even a fraction of the populace is worthwhile. What say you, esteemed officials? Zhu Di inquired, gazing at the assembly of civil and military officials. The Minister of Revenue responded, there are insufficient funds. Zhu Di frowned but pressed on. Speedy road construction is essential for future reclamation of lost territories and expansion. It will greatly ease the transportation of provisions. No money, the Minister of Revenue reiterated. Zhu Di found this interruption quite irksome. To achieve prosperity, one must first construct roads. In my view, this year's budget should focus on 3 main areas. First, artillery production. Second, bridge and road construction. Third, quelling internal strife. No funds, the Minister of Revenue lamented. Zhu Di stood abruptly. Are you incapable of securing funds? Regent, your words are easy to say, as if money appears merely by the touch of lips. Earning money is difficult and hardship abounds. There are no avenues for revenue generation, and the court forbids competition with the populace. The Minister of Revenue expressed his plight. If you cannot procure funds, what use are you as Minister of Revenue? Zhu Di's words caused several faces to change color. Could he be considering the dismissal of the minister? A high-ranking official of the second tier. Zhu Biao interjected, Fourth brother. What do you mean by fourth? How many times must I remind you to address positions appropriately while at work? Zhu Di retorted sharply. Zhu Biao's expression darkened. Very well, Regent. The national finances are strained. You must exercise understanding. Zhu Di nodded slightly, and then seated himself once more. Minister of Revenue, I understand your difficulties. Yet I too face challenges. Thus, let us all make an effort, albeit reluctantly, to find a way to extract some funds. Your Highness, it is not that I lack understanding of your intentions for reform and development, but the absence of funds renders progress impossible. The national budget has already been severely constricted. No matter how one tries, it is impossible to extract even a few taels of silver. This year may very well see another fiscal deficit, replied the Minister of Revenue, displaying a troubled demeanor. Zhu Di snorted derisively. I refuse to believe that without Zhang the butcher, we must resort to eating a pig with its hair still on. Minister of Commerce. I am here. Pei Jinbu stepped forward. Zhu Di inquired, your department also manages a portion of the treasury. What is your perspective? Pei Jinbu bowed and responded, Your Highness, the commercial tax has yet to be formally implemented, and the Ministry of Commerce currently possesses not a single coin. However, as loyal subjects, it is our duty to share in your burdens. Is a lack of funds truly a solution? Is it an attitude conducive to problem solving? This is nothing short of administrative laziness, Pei Jinbu asserted, pointedly highlighting the Minister of Revenue. The minister's expression darkened. So, are you suggesting, Minister Pei, that you have funds to spare? I may not possess wealth, but I know how to generate it. The regent's initiative to construct roads benefits both the nation and its people, and thus must be supported. Pei Jinbu replied. The Minister of Revenue scoffed. Then I shall listen intently. Pray tell, where will you conjure this money from? Pei Jinbu declared, Your Highness, I am willing to lead by example and contribute 10,000 taels of silver. The esteemed gentlemen present, diligent ministers, ought not to shy away from contributing, for we are all loyal subjects. Although I may not have 10,000 taels at my disposal, I would unearth and sell my ancestors' burial goods to support your policy that benefits the nation and its people. Should any loyal ministers contribute less than 10,000 taels, I propose we dispatch inspectors to examine their assets. If they truly lack funds, the court may provide compensation. However, if one possesses vast wealth yet refuses to assist the state, it is an act of ungratefulness. I suggest immediate confiscation of their properties and stripping them of their official robes. Wearing such robes entails a duty to uphold the will of heaven and care for the populace, rather than merely seeking personal gain. Moreover, loyalty to one's sovereign is a fundamental responsibility of a minister. Upon hearing Pei Jinbu's words, the atmosphere in the court shifted dramatically. Are you implying that each of us must contribute at least 10,000 taels? Are you attempting to morally coerce us? Those who were truly destitute had little to fear, for if their assets were scrutinized, they might even receive compensation. Zhu Di rose, declaring, Listen, hear how Minister Pei is prepared to unearth his ancestors' burial treasures to support the court. I find his proposal quite commendable. Surely, loyal subjects would not reject it? With Zhu Di's moral pressure, the notion of loyalty cast a pall over the assembly. To refuse would label one a traitor. The more virtuous members of the court fell silent, recognizing the righteousness of the cause for the prosperity of the realm and the welfare of the people. Pei Jinbu's approach may have been somewhat radical. Suda stepped forward, proclaiming, I support Minister Pei. I am willing to contribute. If there is a lack of funds, I am willing to sell my wife's dowry to gather the necessary resources. A mere 10,000 taels of silver is insignificant. However, we must still maintain the facade of poverty. Pei Jinbu continued, Your Highness, even with contributions from the officials, it remains grossly insufficient. Undertaking the construction of roads across the realm is a monumental endeavor. I propose a method that does not require state funds and can still ensure the roads are well constructed. Oh, Minister Pei, is that truly the case? We must not breach the law. Zhu Di responded. Pei Jinbu nodded. Rest assured, Regent, I am a man of integrity. My proposal is to distribute the responsibility of road construction to the prominent families across the regions, allowing them to finance the repairs. Of course, this would not be without reward. They would gain the right to name the roads and collect tolls for 30 years in return. The toll rates would be set by the court, ensuring they at least break even, with a modest profit to be made. After 30 years, ownership would revert to the state. As for impoverished areas lacking funds, the affluent families should lend their support. For this endeavor ultimately seeks the welfare of the nation and its people. Upon hearing Pei Jinbu's words, the assembled officials were left in stunned silence. How can you abandon your duty as a son, forgetting your roots upon achieving success? The Minister of Revenue exclaimed harshly. Pei Jinbu, you fool. Why should these families finance the state? Is there a law mandating they must contribute? If they refuse, could they be deemed criminals? Pei Jinbu smiled at the minister's outburst. If they wish to maintain their dignity, we shall assist them in preserving it. What do you mean? The Minister of Revenue sensed an ominous undertone. Pei Jinbu chuckled. They surely engage in their fair share of illicit activities behind closed doors. We could send someone to investigate. Those deserving of exile shall be exiled, and those deserving of death shall face their fate. In the end, we will seize their assets. There is bound to be wealth to be found. Chapter 25. The 5-year road construction plan is established. Pei Jinbu's declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. This was a blatant challenge. To openly declare a vendetta against them? Which prominent family is without its scandals? The notion of principles is rendered moot when one does not possess the upper hand. Pei Jinbu. This is utterly radical. It will undoubtedly disrupt the peace of the realm. Treacherous minister. Treachery reigns. Your Majesty, there are treacherous ministers in the court. Indeed. We beseech your Majesty to eliminate these treacherous officials for the sake of the realm. Minister Pei is causing chaos. Your Majesty, this official seeks to undermine the foundation of governance. Your Majesty, swiftly remove this official and execute him. One after another, officials rose to voice their dissent. As Pei Jinbu had clearly crossed a line, this was unacceptable. The ongoing tax reforms had already reduced profits for everyone, and now they were expected to contribute their hard-earned silver. 30 years. With such a financial burden, the prominent families would likely struggle for a decade or two to recover. It was utterly impractical to implement. Pei Yunyuan bit her lip anxiously, her face reflecting her distress. These individuals were intent on driving her father to ruin. She glanced at Zhu Di, whose gaze was met by Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao, both of whom looked to him for guidance. With such overwhelming opposition, would Zhu Di force this initiative through or silence Pei Jinbu to quell the officials' fury? Enough, Zhu Di commanded, cutting through the clamor. The voices of the ministers gradually subsided. Yet their expressions remained defiant, eager to discern what Zhu Di might articulate. Regent, this matter could potentially incite chaos among the noble families and merchants of the realm. Do not act recklessly, Zhu Biao cautioned from the side. Zhu Di let out a disdainful snort, asserting that throughout history, it had always been farmers who rebelled, with no record of merchants overthrowing authority. I believe Minister Pei's proposal is quite feasible. The crimes of the present shall be weighed against the merits of posterity. It is worthy of promotion. Your Highness, this matter. Hu Weiyong had just begun to speak when Zhu Di interrupted him. I have not finished my words. All who actively cooperate with the court in road construction will, in addition to the conditions stated by Minister Pei, receive a promise from the court. All past offenses committed by their kin shall be mitigated. Non-capital offenses will be entirely absolved. For capital offenses, the death penalty will be commuted to exile, subject to the discretion of the court. Furthermore, the local government will inscribe their merits on stone tablets and record them in the county annals for posterity. Those noble families who undertake over 1,000 miles of road construction will be awarded a gold medal exempting them from the death penalty. Holding this medal, the individual or their descendants may escape death once, regardless of the severity of their transgressions. After all, contributing to road construction is a service to the nation, and rewarding the contributors with a medal is not an excessive honor. Naturally, not every noble family can partake. Each must at least pledge to undertake the repair of 500 miles of road, with no upper limit. This can be done solely by one family or through a consortium of several. A guarantee of 100,000 taels of silver must also be provided. For every additional mile, a further 2,000 taels must be guaranteed. This sum will be promptly refunded once the road is completed and passes inspection. Conversely, should any instances of substandard work or deceitful practices be discovered, the right to construct roads will be revoked, and the guarantee will be forfeited. Moreover, others will be appointed to take over the project, or the court will step in to ensure the completion of these roads. Upon hearing this, many were stirred. After all, who among them was without their own troubles? If they accepted this task, any hidden faults would be brought to light, allowing them to be resolved openly without fear of repercussions. Moreover, all non-capital offenses would be absolved, and even capital offenses would merely lead to exile. At least one would remain alive. There would also be a monument erected and a record in the county annals, granting them a lasting legacy. The prospect of immortal renown was indeed alluring. While the gold medal was not as prestigious as the imperial edict, it still offered a chance for reprieve from death. However, the guarantee seemed rather steep. It was not as if the money would vanish into thin air. It would be returned unless one harbored intentions of cutting corners. Constructing 1,000 miles of road is a monumental endeavor. Yet, if accomplished, the honor of naming this road would be immense. When the government erected a monument in their name, would not the people express their gratitude? Even if their descendants were to beg in the area, they would stand taller than other beggars. I believe that if these conditions are met, it is indeed feasible. The challenge lies in the hefty guarantee. It is a substantial sum, and the costs of materials and labor for road construction are considerable. Perhaps several families could unite to undertake this task, as the burden on a single individual would be overwhelming. The pressure remains substantial, yet the rewards are not insignificant. The officials engaged in spirited discussions, exchanging words and ideas. Zhu Di turned to Zhu Yuanzhang, inquiring, "Father, what are your thoughts?" Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in approval, acknowledging the merit of the proposal. After all, the opportunity to improve the roads of the realm without the treasury's expenditure could be deemed a commendable endeavor. As for mitigating the transgressions of certain individuals in the past, it could be seen as the court extending its grace, primarily focusing on the restoration of the roads, which would facilitate the transportation of resources during future northern campaigns. In the grand scheme of territorial expansion, easing the penalties for some is a tolerable compromise. For those not facing capital punishment, a policy of non-retroactivity would suffice. Exile for life is also acceptable, as it is not akin to a complete exoneration. The matter of pardons is trivial, merely a one-time concession. Furthermore, the ultimate authority rests with the court. Legally speaking, one may not be guilty, but the interpretation of the law lies in my hands. If I declare you guilty, then you are indeed guilty. Regarding the inscribing of monuments, it is merely a matter of nomenclature, devoid of any real sacrifice. If it is granted, so be it. Upon Zhu Yuanzhang's agreement, Zhu Di addressed the assembly, stating, "Noble officials, you need not harbor concerns. Although the funds will be allocated to the Ministry of Commerce, the court will oversee their proper utilization, ensuring that the deposit is not misappropriated. I assure you, once the project passes inspection, the deposit will be returned within a month. Moreover, as the Ming dynasty seeks revitalization, we must not only repair the roads, but also construct homes and schools. This is not merely a one-off transaction with the court. All agreements will be documented clearly, and I can guarantee that subsequent projects will prioritize the families that participate in this endeavor. Your Highness is indeed wise." Pei Jinbu signaled to his subordinates, prompting many to rise and voice their support. With initial leaders stepping forward, others who were still deliberating also joined in, exclaiming their allegiance to the prince. Zhu Di acknowledged their enthusiasm, declaring that the Ministry of Commerce would spearhead the initiative, urging those interested to approach the Minister of Commerce. He proclaimed, "Let it be known far and wide that we shall finalize this within 2 months and commence work in 3. "Yes, Your Highness," the assembly responded in unison. Zhu Di then turned to Pei Jinbu, remarking, "You are undeniably the vanguard of reform. The plan is to complete all roadworks within 5 years. The burden upon you is considerable. However, should you succeed, your name will be indelibly etched in the annals of history. At that time, I shall personally commend your efforts and bestow further responsibilities upon you." Chapter 26. Concubine? Side consort. After the court session, news of the decision to undertake a comprehensive road restoration spread quickly. Various regions began to recruit laborers, creating employment opportunities. Yet, behind the scenes, many aristocrats vehemently criticized Zhu Di, alongside Pei Jinbu, who also faced considerable backlash. Nevertheless, the conditions offered by the court remained exceptionally favorable. It was a classic case of mutual consent, one party willing to act, and the other willing to endure. Resistance proved futile. If one lacked dignity, the court would provide it. They did not doubt Zhu Di's capability to accomplish this task. With the Ministry of Commerce officially announcing the commencement of the nationwide road restoration initiative under the regent's leadership, from major thoroughfares to rural paths, all would be reconstructed and expanded. This significantly bolstered Zhu Di's reputation among the populace. After all, improving the roads facilitates the movement of the populace. Zhu Di summoned Pei Jinbu daily to discuss the specifics of the road construction. Every detail, from the manner of construction to the dimensions, was meticulously regulated, adhering strictly to the standards set by the capital. The pathways for carriages and pedestrians, as well as the traffic signals, were all to be implemented. In the absence of traffic lights, an hourglass would suffice. Zhu Di was fervently coordinating with the Ministry of Commerce, leaving Zhu Biao with a throbbing headache. Should this initiative succeed under Zhu Di's leadership, it would be a monumental achievement for posterity. Yet, how could he possibly compare himself to Zhu Di? If Zhu Di were to rise in prominence, would his own position as crown prince be jeopardized? However, such beneficial endeavors for the nation and its people could not be hindered. With such significant accomplishments, he felt compelled to achieve similarly noteworthy results. Yet, what other commendable feats were available for him to pursue? The announcement of the road construction followed closely on the heels of news regarding the imperial examinations, which had calmed numerous uprisings across the regions. After all, what is the purpose of these revolts? It is not to champion the people's cause or to establish righteousness. Rather, it is the ambition to seize the throne. The lofty slogans espoused are not genuine intentions, but rather a rallying cry to amass followers under the guise of establishing a new order and redistributing power. The common folk are but slaves, and those who rebel do so not for the sake of the populace, but in pursuit of the crown. Those who aspire to rule are those who wish to dominate, not to serve the people. There is truly nothing novel under the sun. The annals of history are vast. Yet upon closer inspection, they reveal a mere 4 characters: strive for the throne. However, delving deeper uncovers only 2 words: devour. Humanity. Enduring hardship does not elevate one above others. It is through the consumption of others that one ascends. Scholars across the land, presented with the opportunity to hold official positions, have little reason to rebel. Serving honorably as officials far outweighs the life of a rebel. They hasten to prepare for the examinations, eager to achieve recognition and secure their posts. The road construction was in full swing. One day, Pei Jinbu visited the regent's residence under the pretense of discussing official matters. In truth, upon meeting Zhu Di, he discreetly revealed 30,000 taels of silver notes. Your Highness, this is a portion of the bribes I have received from various individuals seeking my favor. A token of my gratitude for entrusting me with such a monumental responsibility. Zhu Di chuckled. Ah, Lord Pei, it is not my doing. It is your own capability that has brought you here. Pei Jinbu humbly replied. Without your Highness's support, no matter my abilities, I would merely remain a lowly 6th-rank official. Without your timely advocacy at crucial moments, I would not be in my current position. Zhu Di examined the silver notes, remarking, 30,000 taels, Lord Pei. What a substantial sum. Pei Jinbu smiled. Your Highness, for those in governance, money is the easiest commodity to acquire in this world. A mere 30,000 taels is hardly remarkable. If the Ministry of Commerce were fully operational, I would deliver 30,000 taels to you each month. Such trifling wealth merely affords His Highness the pleasure of sipping tea. Zhu Di set down the banknote and remarked, I cannot indulge in such extravagant tea. Pei Aiqing, please take a seat and speak. Thank you, Your Highness, Pei Jinbu replied as he settled beside him. Zhu Di inquired, You have come today not merely to present me with money, have you? Pei Jinbu respectfully answered, No, I am here on 2 matters. First, concerning the raw iron, I have made arrangements. As long as the funds are secured, I can procure up to 300,000 caddies of raw iron each month. Secondly, the transportation of the iron is quite troublesome and may require military assistance. You will need to contact Duke Wei regarding this. Zhu Di nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand. Your efforts in this matter are appreciated. Serving your Highness is no burden to me, Pei Jinbu replied. Now, the second matter pertains to Yen'er and her connection to your Highness's concubine. Pei Jinbu hesitated. Zhu Di glanced at Pei Yunyan beside him. Realizing the implication, Pei Yunyan had not been granted any official title, leaving their political alliance precarious. Without a title, such a union lacks stability. Zhu Di took Pei Yunyan's hand, declaring concubine, she shall be a secondary consort. A secondary consort? Pei Jinbu exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Your Highness, you are truly surprising me today. I had thought she would merely be a concubine, yet she is to be elevated to a secondary consort? Zhu Di chuckled. Yenner holds a special place in my heart. And you, my trusted aide, certainly deserve this honor. Once the road construction plan is completed, this achievement will merit your promotion to the Ministry of State Affairs. Perhaps one day you shall be revered as Pei Xianghua. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu swallowed hard. Xianghua? Pei Xianghua? Those who ascend to such heights often have powerful patrons. I too have my supporters. He vowed fervently, I shall dedicate myself to your Highness, unwavering until my last breath. Pei Jinbu hastily knelt, bowing deeply, overwhelmed with emotion. It is I who shall encourage you in this endeavor. Once I have wed the princess, I shall also bring Yenner into my household, Zhu Di remarked, painting a grand vision for the future. While this may seem mere fantasy now, should this individual remain loyal and steadfast, who knows what heights he may achieve. The court is filled with clever minds. What it lacks is loyalty paired with intelligence. Yenner thanks your Highness for your gracious favor, Pei Yunyan curtsied, astonished that Zhu Di would bestow upon her the title of secondary consort. She had always understood that aligning with Zhu Di meant she was his, and she had assumed his affections were merely a fleeting indulgence. She had not anticipated such an elevation from concubine to secondary consort. Minister Pei, you must closely oversee matters within the Ministry of Commerce. You too must secure your position in Zhujiang, for I do not wish to be disappointed. Let me state this plainly. While I shall share the golden cup with you, I will show no mercy to those who cross me. Zhu Di felt it necessary to remind him that a balance of grace and authority is essential in governance. I understand. I shall not fail to meet your Highness's expectations. Chapter 27. The grand wedding of Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun. Time swiftly passed, and soon the moment arrived for Zhu Di's grand wedding. At 17, Zhu Di was to marry 15-year-old Su Miaoyun, the eldest daughter of Su Da, as his primary consort. During this period, Zhu Di was notably diligent, frequently visiting the residence of the Duke Wei, and his affection for Su Miaoyun was rapidly intensifying. The formalities of marriage were meticulously observed, with 6 matches and 3 letters exchanged, culminating in the grand procession that brought Su Miaoyun through the main gate of the regent's residence. Dressed in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, adorned with a splendid bridal attire, she entered the regent's household, while Zhu Di's betrothal gifts were returned intact. Officials from all ranks came forth to offer their congratulations. Su Da beamed with joy as the marriage was solidified. The entire regent's residence was festooned with decorations. Zhu Yuanzhang and his wife, seated in the principal positions alongside Su Da and his spouse, observed the latter's exuberance, which starkly contrasted with their own subdued demeanor. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered the implications of Zhu Di's marriage. Would this farce of a regent finally come to an end? Yet, how could it conclude? The initial agreement stipulated that removal was not an option without fault. Moreover, the ongoing commercial tax reforms, nationwide road constructions, and imperial examinations were all unfolding under Zhu Di's leadership, entwining numerous vested interests. Who could succeed him if he were ousted? Zhu Biao? Could he perform adequately? If he were to fail, the consequences would be dire, inviting public scorn. The populace would undoubtedly demand the abdication of the crown prince. For each of these matters was of national significance. A misstep by Zhu Biao would yield severe repercussions. As for Zhu Yuanzhang himself, he felt incapable of taking charge. If he could manage, he would have acted sooner. Alas, he found himself in a quandary. Initially, he thought Zhu Di was merely indulging in folly, but he had transformed, exhibiting a remarkable seriousness and competence that ensnared Zhu Yuanzhang in a dilemma. The smile on Zhu Yuanzhang's face was merely a facade, devoid of genuine joy. As for Empress Ma, although she was pleased that the 4th son had finally wed, her eyes reflected a deeper fatigue. Zhu Di's demonstrated governance far surpassed that of Zhu Biao, and should he continue to flourish, it would inevitably jeopardize Zhu Biao's position as crown prince. The future remained uncertain to Empress Ma. She harbored no desire to witness fratricide within the imperial family, yet it seemed inescapable in the realm of emperors. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decreed, I observe the principles of heaven and earth, the harmony of yin and yang, and the significance of familial support for the prosperity of the nation. Presently, there is Su Miaoyun, the legitimate eldest daughter of Duke Su Da, possessing a gentle nature, dignified demeanor, and having been raised in propriety, skilled in poetry and painting, endowed with virtue and grace, renowned throughout her community. Zhu Di, my fourth son, is loyal, courageous, and exceptionally capable, having made significant contributions to the state. I often reflect on his merits and wish to select a worthy partner for him. Upon encountering Su Miaoyan, I perceive a celestial match between her and Zhu Di. Thus, I hereby bestow the title of Regent Princess upon Su Miaoyan, granting her entry into the royal residence to oversee the internal affairs and assist the prince in household governance. I expect her to uphold the virtues of womanhood, foster familial harmony, manage the household with diligence, and enhance the royal family's honor. She should embody tenderness towards her husband while exercising both benevolence and authority towards her subordinates. Respect this decree and do not disappoint my expectations. Thus it is decreed. As the officials of the Ministry of Rites proclaimed the imperial edict and presented the royal seal to Su Miaoyan, it was clear that the name of the regent Prince Zhu Di was indeed correct, as it is customary to omit the surname in such declarations. As Su Miaoyan expressed her gratitude and accepted the ceremonial treasures, her name was inscribed in the Zhu family genealogy and recorded in the royal jade annals. The wedding rituals commenced, a bow to heaven and earth, a bow to the ancestors, and then the couple bowed to one another, followed by their entrance into the bridal chamber. With the ceremonies complete, Su Miaoyan awaited Zhu Di's return in the main hall, while Zhu Di entertained guests outside. The banquet was lively, filled with toasts and laughter. The military officials boisterously exchanged boasts, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Pei Jinbu arrived with a few confidants to toast Zhu Di, hoping to establish familiarity for future promotions. Meanwhile, the royal family, including Zhu Biao, Zhu Xiang, and Zhu Jian, drank in succession, each nursing their own frustrations. Zhu Lu, however, remained carefree and cheerful, raising his cup to toast Zhu Di with a brotherly demeanor. As the banquet concluded, guests began to disperse, and Zhu Di was finally welcomed into the bridal chamber. Upon returning to the main hall, he found Su Miaoyan had been waiting for quite some time. Zhu Di lifted the red veil from her face, while attendants carefully snipped a lock of hair from each, weaving them together. From that moment, they were bonded as husband and wife, their love unquestioned. After sharing a cup of mingled wine, the attendants discreetly withdrew. Observing the 15-year-old Su Miaoyan, Zhu Di sighed deeply. Yet, the constraints of their era left him no choice. Had they waited until Su Miaoyan turned 18 for the rites of marriage, the court would insist on divorce due to years of childlessness, a severe infraction. Moreover, should he refrain from consummating their union tonight, Su Di might storm into the regent's palace with a sword. The irony of rejecting marriage previously now haunted him. What did it signify to refuse the bridal chamber on their wedding night? Most critically, they must produce a legitimate heir. Without an heir, the alliances behind him would falter, and in the event of his demise, no one would safeguard their interests. My husband, why the sigh? Su Miaoyan inquired with a furrowed brow, misinterpreting Zhu Di's mood as a consequence of Zhu Jian's bullying. Zhu Jian, am I to blame for everything? Zhu Di, seated beside Su Miaoyan, took her small hand in his. It's nothing, merely fatigue. Then allow me to assist you in changing, Su Miaoyan replied, her gaze lowered. Her cheeks flushed. Zhu Di, witnessing this scene, enveloped Su Miaoyan in an embrace. A woman's blush spoke volumes beyond mere words. Su Miaoyan's shy demeanor, with her downcast eyes and a flustered heart, rendered her an exquisite vision to Zhu Di. Among thousands, only he could appreciate such beauty. Miaoyan, a moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold pieces. It grows late. At his words, Su Miaoyan shyly acquiesced and drew the bed curtains. Zhu Di released her and lowered his side of the curtains, while Su Miaoyan did the same. Her heart raced, and her eyes trembled with anticipation. At that moment, Su Miaoyan felt an overwhelming nervousness, as if she could hear her own heartbeat. Miaoyan, are you ready? Zhu Di embraced Su Miaoyan, leaning down. Su Miaoyan shyly responded, My lord, I have yet to weather the storms of life. I humbly ask for your tenderness. I shall be gentle, he replied, kissing her crimson lips. Su Miaoyan, at a loss, simply closed her eyes, embodying a demeanor of surrender. That night, the dragon and phoenix candles burned throughout, the red bed swaying, revealing the allure of earthly passion. Chapter 28. The newlywed couple at dawn the next morning, Zhu Di opened his eyes and glanced outside, where the sky was beginning to lighten. It seemed he had not slept long, yet had awakened naturally. Gently, he released Su Miaoyan from his embrace. She murmured, Your Highness. It's nothing, it's still early, sleep a little longer, he reassured, caressing her face, where traces of last night's tears still lingered. Su Miaoyun nestled into Zhu Di's arms, imploring, "Your Highness, you should also rest a while longer. It's still early. With such springtime radiance this early, I cannot sleep." Zhu Di replied, holding Su Miaoyun close and planting a kiss on her forehead. Su Miaoyun raised her gaze to meet his. At that moment, she had shed the innocence of youth, embodying a newfound allure of womanhood. "If your Highness desires, I am willing," she offered, recalling her father's admonition that Zhu Di needed an heir. The struggle for succession could bring unforeseen peril. This was no mere game of children, but a battle for survival. Without an heir, Zhu Di's reign would be in jeopardy. "No, you are still recovering. Did I hurt you last night?" Zhu Di asked, propping himself up. Grateful for his concern, Su Miaoyun felt cherished. Zhu Di tenderly stroked her long hair, reflecting on how gentle he had been, yet she had still cried. "Please lie still. I shall fetch some ointment to soothe your wounds, if you will allow me," he suggested. Su Miaoyun buried her head in his chest. "You're insufferable. I don't want you to apply it. I cannot trust anyone else. I shall do it myself. We must enter the palace together soon," he replied, lifting the covers and rising. Su Miaoyun quickly sat up, recalling, "Oh yes, after our wedding, we must go to the palace to pay our respects," almost forgetting her duties in her sleepy haze. "Do not worry, I won't forget. The maids outside will remind us when the time comes," Zhu Di assured as he moved to the nearby cabinet, retrieving a box of ointment he had prepared in advance. Approaching Su Miaoyun, who curled up in the blankets and retreated to the corner, he said, "My lady, I can manage this myself. You are a lord, a precious being. I cannot ask you to serve me. Now that you are mine, I shall cherish you. Beyond this door, I am the regent. Once I enter this chamber, I am solely your husband," Zhu Di declared, sitting at the edge of the bed and pulling Su Miaoyun into his embrace. Su Miaoyun gently pushed him away. "Your Highness, it's unnecessary." Zhu Di, with a fond smile, replied, "It is my pleasure." As he spoke, he lifted the covers to apply the ointment. The cool salve met her skin, causing Su Miaoyun to inhale sharply, her beautiful eyes narrowing. "Your Highness, it's so cold." May I heat the ointment for you?" Zhu Di inquired softly. Su Miaoyun shook her head repeatedly, covering her face in silence. Was there still any need to heat the ointment? She felt her skin flush, a warmth enveloping her. My goodness, the prince is so gentle. Wasn't it said that he was brash and foul-mouthed in court, berating others mercilessly? To discover such a tender side of him was truly surprising. After applying the ointment, Su Miaoyun lowered her hands from her face and quickly grasped the blanket. "Thank you, Your Highness." Observing Su Miaoyun's bashful yet composed demeanor, Zhu Di set down the ointment and lifted her into his arms. "I shall assist you in changing." Without waiting for her to refuse, he proceeded. Su Miaoyun kept her gaze downcast, utterly unable to meet Zhu Di's eyes. How utterly mortifying. The prince was indeed changing my clothes. He is truly kind. Such a gentle prince. Yet Prince Jean constantly bullies his younger brother. What an unworthy elder sibling. Zhu Jian, am I also to be caught in the crossfire? After dressing Su Miaoyun, Zhu Di changed his own attire and invited those waiting outside to enter, preparing for their washing and changing. However, the newcomer was not a maid but an older woman. "Greetings, Regent King. Greetings, Princess Consort. Congratulations on your joyous union. May you both enjoy marital bliss and soon bear noble offspring." Zhu Di inquired, puzzled. "Who are you?" "I am but a maid from Her Majesty the Empress's palace, sent to retrieve the red handkerchief as per protocol." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyun's face flushed once more. "The red handkerchief? Oh, let me fetch it." "No need, Princess Consort. I shall retrieve it myself." The maid approached the bed, rummaging through the blankets, and produced a pristine handkerchief. Dotted with red, it resembled a blossoming plum flower. A radiant smile graced her face. It seemed the Empress had worried unnecessarily. The Regent King had indeed reformed his ways. Empress Ma was concerned that Zhu Di might refuse marriage again or create further disturbances, fearing a repeat of the past when he had been reckless. As a mother, she could not help but fret, yet thankfully, Zhu Di had behaved properly. Zhu Di was bewildered. Why was his mother so distrustful? Had she stationed someone outside to watch over him? Had she come early in the morning to demand the red handkerchief? "Your Highness," Su Miaoyun tugged at Zhu Di's sleeve. He snapped back to reality. Yes, someone, reward her." "Thank you, my lord and lady. I shall return to the palace to report to Her Majesty," the maid said with a bow before departing with a smile. Soon after, a group of maids entered, carrying washing supplies to attend to Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun. Zhu Di was left speechless. Was his image before Empress Ma truly so untrustworthy? Where was the mutual trust between people? Indeed, the prejudices held within one's heart are like a towering mountain, immovable despite one's best efforts. Once they were refreshed, Zhu Di led Su Miaoyun into the palace, lifting her into the carriage as they set off towards the royal palace. Outside the regent's residence, numerous spies relayed news to their masters. Zhu Di's wedding had earned him a 3-day leave from Zhu Yuanzhang. In the cunning palace, Empress Ma, upon seeing the fallen red handkerchief, realized that Zhu Di had not acted foolishly, and she felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the changes during this period were not mere theatrics. However, Zhu Di's transformation brought its own set of challenges. It was essential to offer some guidance to Zhu Biao, ensuring that Zhu Di did not overshadow him. As for suppressing Zhu Di, Empress Ma had never considered it. A ruler with such governance talent should not be stifled, as it would be detrimental to the state. The rivalry among brothers was a matter to be resolved privately. Ultimately, their shared goal was the welfare of the Ming dynasty, and this could not be jeopardized. Zhu Di arrived at Cunning Palace with Su Miaoyun to present tea, where Zhu Yuanzhang had been waiting for some time. Zhu Di carried with him a bag of golden melon seeds, distributing them to everyone upon entering the palace. Upon reaching Cunning Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma had been anticipating their arrival. After Su Miaoyun served the tea and they each took a sip, the conversation turned to familiar topics. Zhu Yuanzhang offered a few words of encouragement before hastening to the Qianqing Palace, as he had many memorials to review. Empress Ma engaged Su Miaoyun in intimate conversation, making Zhu Di feel somewhat like an outsider. Learning that the two had not yet had breakfast, she invited them to dine together in Cunning Palace. Just as they began to eat, a young eunuch rushed in. "Your Highness, it is urgent. His Majesty has summoned you to the Qianqing Palace." The group was taken aback. The emperor had only left a short while ago. Empress Ma set down her chopsticks, puzzled. Why has Zhu Di been called to the Qianqing Palace? Wasn't he given 3 days of leave? Zhu Di inquired. Is there something amiss at the Qianqing Palace? The eunuch replied, I do not know. But it seems the crown prince and the court officials have had a dispute. Hearing this, Zhu Di quickly stood up. His elder brother still had such a temper? Could he really argue with the officials? He felt compelled to see for himself. Mother, I shall go there first. Empress Ma responded affirmatively. Go ahead, even during meals. There is no peace. Zhu Di nodded, glancing at Su Miaoyun. Miaoyun, I will come to fetch you later. Su Miaoyun replied, her face radiant with sweetness. Empress Ma smiled. Hurry along. Your wife is safe with me. Zhu Di hurried towards the Qianqing Palace, eager to witness the commotion, fearing he might miss something if he delayed. Upon arriving at the study in the Qianqing Palace, he found the atmosphere peculiar. Regent, Sob, you must take charge for us. Sob, Pei Jinbu suddenly knelt before Zhu Di, clutching his leg and weeping. Zhu Di urged him, Rise, rise. What is the matter with a dignified second-rank official crying so? Pei Jinbu, still on the ground, clung to Zhu Di's leg, tears and snot flowing freely. Regent, the crown prince is trying to seize funds. He wants to undermine the reforms. Hearing this, Zhu Di turned to Zhu Biao and Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, crown prince, can someone explain what has transpired? Zhu Yuanzhang pointed to a stack of memorials nearby. Here, the entire merchant ministry is implicated in the egregious acts of bribery and corruption, prompting the crown prince to summon individuals for a thorough investigation. Moreover, some have purchased land at meager prices, even concealing the actual acreage involved. The crown prince intends to conduct a meticulous audit of the land holdings, yet the Ministry of Revenue claims it lacks funds and seeks assistance from the merchant ministry, which denies possessing any resources. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Zhu Di began to organize his thoughts. The indictment of the merchant ministry for corruption undeniably encroaches upon many vested interests, a scenario that was anticipated. As for the land audit, Zhu Di firmly believes that such an endeavor is beyond Zhu Biao's courage. Land resources form the foundation of the realm. To disturb them is to provoke significant repercussions, involving not trifling matters, but rather major players. The issue of acquiring land at low prices is inherently linked to Huaishi. Is Zhu Yuanzhang attempting to utilize Zhu Biao to cleanse Huaishi? Zhu Yuanzhang makes the decisions, while Zhu Biao is left to execute. Is this an attempt to elevate Zhu Biao's stature, or to cast him as the scapegoat? Pei Jinbu, is it true that the merchant ministry's officials are engaged in bribery? Zhu Di inquired. Pei Jinbu nodded, replying, Your Highness, it is entirely accurate. Did you hear that? He has acknowledged it himself. Fourth brother. Do you still wish to protect them? Zhu Biao was equally incensed. How dare you disregard my authority, relying on whose power? Yours? Pei Aiqing, what is the specific situation? Zhu Di disregarded Zhu Biao and seated himself to inquire. Pei Jinbu wiped away his tears and mucus, stating, Your Highness, if we do not accept bribes, the influential families below would not dare to cooperate with the merchant ministry. They lack leverage over us, and therefore do not trust us. Without accepting bribes, they are apprehensive. Then if you accepted bribes, why not remit them to the national treasury? Zhu Biao challenged. Pei Jinbu retorted, Your Highness, the money I receive is earned through my own efforts. Why should I remit it to the treasury? What? Repeat that. Zhu Biao rose in indignation. You audaciously indulge in corruption while remaining so self-righteous? Pei Jinbu replied, Is it not so? Accepting bribes entails risk. The court desires funds without the accompanying risks. On what grounds? We can certainly remit the money to the treasury, but should issues arise, the court must not hold us accountable, nor can we be sacrificed as scapegoats. If problems arise, Your Highness, you shall still be the sovereign. Who among you would be willing to take your own life to appease the world? Preposterous. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table in reprimand. Zhu Biao echoed the condemnation. Pei Jinbu, this is utterly insubordinate. Have I spoken incorrectly? I accepted the bribes, but if issues arise, the court would simply dismiss me, confiscate my assets, and execute me, would it not? Your Highness desires funds without accepting risks. On what basis? Those who benefit must bear the corresponding risks, rather than perpetually scheming to gain without effort. If Your Highness would draft a written agreement, we shall promptly deliver the ill-gotten gains to the Eastern Palace. Should no issues arise, the funds are yours. If problems occur, it falls upon Your Highness to resolve them. Whether facing confiscation and execution or being demoted to commoner status, the burden lies with Your Highness. Should risks be borne by you while the profits flow to Your Highness? I am neither a philanthropist nor a saint. Pei Jinbu knelt beside Zhu Di, vehemently confronting Zhu Biao. Damn it. The regent is currently forming ties with military leaders and enjoys the backing of certain factions in Jiangnan. Who is afraid of whom? If one dares to dismiss the regent now, the splendid situation shall instantly crumble. Zhu Di nodded, acknowledging that Minister Pei was indeed correct. Fourth brother, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your words? Zhu Biao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? He scoffed lightly, Crown Prince. Politics is about resolving the majority of issues, not pandering to the whims of the masses. Do you not grasp such a fundamental truth? Corruption can be investigated at any time, but the stability of the court must take precedence. We cannot jeopardize the tranquility of the realm. Politics is a contest that must not lead to destruction. Is such a simple principle beyond your understanding? If you govern in this manner, you will lead the nation astray and harm the people. Zhu Biao showed no mercy, causing Zhu Biao's face to flicker with hues of anger and embarrassment. Regent, you are shielding corruption. You are acting as a protector for the corrupt officials. You are condoning graft. Zhu Biao retorted. Zhu Di found the accusation laughable. Ah, very well. I am indeed sheltering corruption, while you, the paragon of justice. Then let me report that the current chancellor, Hu Weiyong, gifted 200 taels of gold to Duke Li Shanchang. This led him to become the vice minister of the Grand Sacrificial Office, and through further bribery, he ascended to his current esteemed position. Go, issue an immediate order to apprehend Duke Li and Chancellor Hu. Be a true paragon of justice. Chapter 30. Who among us lacks a bit of temper? Zhu Di directly accused Li Shanchang and Hu Weiyong. Where could Hu Weiyong have obtained 200 taels of gold? Surely, he must have engaged in corruption. If Li Shanchang accepted it, then he too is guilty of bribery. Indeed, Minister Pei nodded vigorously. Oh, paragon of justice. The laws of the Ming dynasty stipulate that those guilty of embezzlement of 60 taels shall be flayed and their flesh stuffed. You should take action. What? Is my report insufficient for you? Quickly, gather your men to arrest Duke Li and Chancellor Hu, flay them, and display your righteous name. If that is not enough, I shall report further. I also intend to report my father-in-law, Suda. Yesterday, he presented a lavish dowry of 10 miles of bridal gifts. The salary of the Duke of Wei, even without eating or drinking for 100 years, would not suffice. Where did his wealth originate? Surely it did not fall from the heavens. Oh, paragon of justice, do not shield corruption. Investigate. What are you hesitating for? Are you also to be a protector of corrupt officials? Zhu Di pointed an accusing finger at Zhu Biao, who trembled with indignation yet remained silent. Duke Li Shanchang and Duke Suda, the foremost of civil and military leaders. Are we to arrest them all for the crime of corruption? Does Zhu Biao dare to do so? If you wish to engage me in a discussion of corrupt officials, then let us engage. Your Highness is wise. Minister Pei raised his head proudly. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a headache coming on. Enough. Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. Fourth brother speaks truth. All ministers are loyal. And there are no traitors. Is that satisfactory? Father, do not utter such words. Allow the crown prince to take action. One does not know to turn back until one collides with the southern wall. Minister Pei interjected. Zhu Di then called for Minister Pei again. Minister Pei promptly replied, I am here. You shall immediately convey my edict. Inform the officials of the Ministry of Commerce to present all ill-gotten gains. Deliver them to the crown prince. If he is indeed a paragon of justice, let him deposit the money into the national treasury. Let those noble families seek their recompense from the crown prince. Let us admit our shortcomings. We are merely the protectors of corrupt officials. We cannot compare to you, the esteemed Zhu Qingtian. The reform of commercial taxes is entirely left to the crown prince. Zhu Di scoffed. How dare they underestimate me? Thinking the tiger does not roar. Pei Jinbu understood Zhu Di's frustration and immediately responded, Yes, I shall take care of it. Without the crown prince's capabilities, I am but a corrupt official. However, I will proceed to the Dali temple shortly to accuse the crown prince of corruption. What nonsense is this? When have I ever engaged in corruption? Zhu Biao, infuriated, retorted, Are you attempting a palace coup? Crown prince, what is your monthly salary? Does your allowance suffice for the expenses of the Eastern Palace? Your bride's dowry is substantial. If you are not corrupt, then are you merely a kept man? If that is the case, I shall accuse the late king of Kaiping. Where did the Chang family acquire such wealth? I have heard tales. The late King Chang Yechen, born of banditry in Huaishi, was a notorious robber. He seized a great fortune. Is that not corruption in its most blatant form? Oh, esteemed crown prince, when will you take action? Surely, you do not intend to harbor him. Pei Jinbu knelt beside Zhu Di, unyielding, and confronted Zhu Biao. Do not presume your status as crown prince makes you invincible. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the young and impoverished. This position shall inevitably belong to the regent. Indeed, esteemed crown prince, you cannot set a precedent for protectionism, otherwise the consequences will be dire. As the imperial family, you must exemplify virtue. Zhu Di joined in the mockery. The exchange between Zhu Di and Pei Jinbu provoked Zhu Biao to the brink of exasperation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. I shall notify at once. Return home to gather funds for the Eastern Palace. Then I shall accompany my band of corrupt officials to await imprisonment. Awaiting your judgment, esteemed crown prince. With that, Pei Jinbu pretended to rise and depart. Zhu Di stood as well. Esteemed crown prince, I have overstepped today. I confess my transgressions. I must promptly resign as regent and return home to embrace my wife by the warm stove. I shall no longer serve. As he spoke, Zhu Di followed Pei Jinbu out. Wait. Zhu Yuanzhang quickly stood. Zhu Di abandoning his post was unacceptable. The situation was finally on the right track. With remarkable achievements and the opportunity for historical recognition within reach. If he were to abandon it now, not only would he forfeit his accomplishments, but this year's finances would surely fall into deficit. Zhu Di halted, and Pei Jinbu followed suit, casting an inquiring glance at Zhu Di, seeking direction. Zhu Di merely chuckled. Father, I shall withdraw due to my errors. I harbor no grievances, and you need not counsel me. I find myself unburdened. I am not as capable as the esteemed crown prince. I am but a shield for corruption. I am guilty. Father, allow the crown prince to manage this. Fourth son, who said you were dismissed? You remained a regent. Zhu Yuanzhang discerned the gravity of the matter. Zhu Di's accomplishments were beginning to flourish. They could not afford to collapse. Zhu Di smirked at Zhu Biao. Esteemed crown prince. Stir it up, go ahead and stir it. You have thrown the business taxes into chaos. And the comprehensive road construction has lost its direction. All I can do is bear the brunt of your scorn. After all, I am merely a shield for corrupt officials. Whether I receive one more insult or one less, it matters not to me. In the end, history will judge our merits and faults. And with you standing in the forefront, what do I have to fear? Farewell. With that, Zhu Di turned and continued on his way. On one hand, he sought funds from the Ministry of Commerce, while on the other, he denounced its officials as corrupt and venal, chuckling to himself. Fourth brother, return. Zhu Yuanzhang called out. Zhu Di halted, for his son is no paragon of virtue. Do not tarnish the Qinqing Palace. Biao, apologize to your fourth brother. Zhu Yuanzhang directed at Zhu Biao. The current reforms in the Ming dynasty cannot proceed without Zhu Di. Otherwise, the outcomes would not simply revert to the starting point. The political repercussions of these matters are far too severe to contain. Furthermore, the Jiangnan faction must be restrained from overpowering the Huaishi faction. If today the officials of the Ministry of Commerce are deemed corrupt, will not other officials from Jiangnan feel the chill? Will they not be accused of corruption tomorrow? How then shall we carry on? Most importantly, the Ming dynasty is in dire need of funds. Otherwise, why would Zhu Yuanzhang consent to the conditions Zhu Di offered to the officials? After all, for the shrewd old Zhu, not making money equates to losing money. Father. Zhu Biao gazed at Zhu Yuanzhang in disbelief. His own father was not standing by his side. Was he truly being asked to apologize to the fourth? This is not right. Father, are you not a staunch supporter of the crown prince? Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. What? Is Zhu Qingtian still intent on pursuing corrupt officials? Will you target Duke Wei, Su De, or Duke Han, Li Shanchong? Or perhaps you plan to exhume the remains of King Kaiping, Chang Yuchen, from the mausoleum. To punish him posthumously? Chapter 31. The humiliated apology of Zhu Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang's words left Zhu Biao speechless. Exhuming Chang Yuchen? Is that even feasible? Would that not drive my ally, Chang Lan, into the arms of political adversaries? Enough. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Zhu Biao took a deep breath, turning to Zhu Di. Fourth brother, I apologize, I am sorry. Zhu Di snorted lightly, pulling Pei Jinbu to his side and pointing at him. Crown Prince, you should not apologize to me. You ought to apologize to Lord Pei. Apologize to the officials of the Ministry of Commerce. Brother, the ice does not freeze 3 feet in a single day. Human hearts do not turn cold overnight. When the hearts of the people disperse, it becomes exceedingly difficult to lead the troops. Do you understand this principle? Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao's countenance darkened. This was not his fault. Was he not merely stating the facts? To apologize to you is one thing, but to apologize to the officials? If he had erred, an apology would suffice, but to apologize without fault? Meanwhile, Pei Jinbu felt a surge of emotion. For one who knows the heart, a scholar would lay down his life. The regent treats us as individuals. I must serve the regent with utmost dedication, even unto death. No more slogans. Let us observe the actions of the Ministry of Commerce in the days to come. Loyalty to the regent's majesty. Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang called out. Compromising once, and then again. What harm could it possibly bring? It will not cost us a morsel of flesh. However, if an apology is required from us, that is out of the question. We are not at fault. Zhu Biao wore a pained expression as he said, Master Pei, I have spoken rather vehemently just now, and I extend my apologies to you and the other officials of the Ministry of Commerce. With that, Zhu Biao offered a respectful bow. Pei Jinbu did not shy away, accepting the gesture on behalf of the entire ministry with righteous pride. This scene did not escape Zhu Di's notice, who was quite pleased by it. Pei Jinbu was indeed astute in the ways of governance. A political adversary, whether offended once or countless times, remains the same. It is a matter of survival. The more strained the relationship between Pei Jinbu and the crown prince, the more firmly he stood on Zhu Di's side. For Pei Jinbu was severing any avenues of retreat. By leaving no room for withdrawal, he was ensuring there was no turning back. Without an escape route, one must forge ahead. Your Highness, as the regent, you may implement whatever you wish. It is beyond my purview. Should you require funds, seek the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Commerce is still in a pilot phase and lacks resources. Even if there were funds, they cannot be disbursed, as they are secured through the ministry's credibility with the court. If the funds do not circulate, it would betray our trust, tarnishing the dignity of the court. Of course, I acknowledge the possibility of corruption. Should you manage to resolve matters without accepting bribes, then by all means, take charge. I lack such capability. Pei Jinbu's words left no room for Zhu Biao to save face, inciting his ire to the point of grinding his teeth in frustration. Zhu Di entered the chamber with a calm demeanor, addressing his father. Father, Crown Prince, is there anything further regarding the Ministry of Commerce? If not, please do not disturb Master Pei. He is quite occupied. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. No, that will be all. You may withdraw and continue your leave. Return in 3 days to address this matter. You are responsible for commercial affairs, and should any issues arise, we shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Father. As long as certain individuals do not seek to pilfer from the ministry, there will be no problems. The son then bowed and took his leave. Zhu Di also bowed and stepped back, then approached Zhu Di. Regent, our ministry has amassed over 8 million taels of silver, with an additional 20 million taels en route. How shall we manage these funds? Pei Jinbu inquired, his voice noticeably loud. This provoked Zhu Biao's ire, his teeth grinding in frustration. So, there are no funds to be had, is that it? These are the deposits from various clans. Currently, there is a nationwide effort to recruit labor for road construction and material procurement, creating a veritable wave of laborers. Each clan's deposit begins at 1 million taels. 8 million taels represent merely 8 clans. Once roadworks across the Ming dynasty are in full swing, 8 million taels will hardly amount to a fraction. Minister Pei, that is not quite right. We must uphold the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. Improving the roads is a non-negotiable requirement. Of course, I understand that an overly pristine environment may harbor pests. Eliminating a few of these nuisances serves the public good, with stability as our priority. Furthermore, we should also vigorously support those reliable clans. A clear system of rewards and penalties is essential. We cannot only punish without rewarding, as that would dishearten the people. Zhu Di and Pei Jinbu exited the Qianqing Palace, engaged in conversation. Pei Jinbu instantly grasped Zhu Di's intentions upon hearing his words. Regardless of the commotion, it was imperative to maintain stability and ensure the roads were in excellent condition. Other matters could be decided as circumstances allowed. The confiscation of assets and the investigation could certainly be executed. Whether the families in question were problematic aristocrats or political adversaries was of little consequence. However, it was essential to avoid any overt displays of greed. Furthermore, those who were genuinely engaged in road construction should be left undisturbed, as they were potential long-term collaborators. I understand, and I shall resolutely implement the regent's directives, Pei Jinbu declared. Under the regent's leadership, our Ministry of Commerce shall undoubtedly flourish and achieve new heights. Zhu Di waved his hand. Minister Pei, let us refrain from making hasty remarks. We are to act in accordance with the court's policies. Your Highness speaks true. I acknowledge my error, Pei Jinbu replied with a smile, seeking forgiveness for his seemingly misguided words. Such statements, though flawed, were not overly problematic. They allowed the leader to appear more sagacious. It would not bode well to overshadow their authority. After Zhu Di departed, Zhu Biao turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, the Ministry of Commerce belongs to the Ming dynasty. Why does it resemble Fourth Brother's private treasury? Will you not intervene? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. There is so much wealth, and we too desire it, yet it cannot be seized. The Ming dynasty is already beset by internal strife and external threats. Pushing the aristocracy to rebellion would be catastrophic. Those with wealth possess influence. Who are we to challenge them? Father, it is also the fault of the Minister of Revenue. If he cannot procure funds, what merit has he in his position? Zhu Biao retorted, feeling a surge of frustration that needed an outlet. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Summon the Minister of Revenue. Understood. The eunuch replied, promptly departing to convey the order. Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed irate, fully aware that the Ministry of Commerce was financially sound, yet those funds were untouchable. It was clear to Zhu Yuanzhang, as his spies were not blind to the wealth of the ministry. His lack of support for Zhu Di indicated his backing for Zhu Biao, who also sought funds, albeit indirectly through Pei Jinbu. In this manner, should any issues arise, Pei Jinbu would bear the responsibility. However, who could have anticipated Pei Jinbu's audacity, as if possessed by the spirit of Wei Duodui, boldly confronting challenges at every turn? Yet, at this juncture, no action could be taken against him. The abrupt removal of the Minister of Commerce, just as the ministry began to show promise, would surely instill fear among its ranks. One could only endure the unfavorable circumstances. In Chapter 32, Suda marveled at Zhu Di's grand ambitions. When the Minister of Revenue received the imperial edict, he was bewildered but proceeded to the Qianqing Palace. There, he endured a barrage of scolding that lasted over an hour, ultimately reduced to tears. Zhu Di then made his way to the Kunming Palace to meet Su Miaoyan, before inviting Suda for tea and conversation. Regent, it is not yet the day for my return visit, yet you summoned this old man to discuss the protocols of such an occasion? Huh, Suda jested. Zhu Di laughed. How could I dare to do so? Let us converse in the study. Suda nodded slightly and accompanied Zhu Di to the study, where he found Su Miaoyan pouring tea. Husband, enjoy your tea. Father, you too should partake. Suda smiled as he took the teacup, sighing, alas. I was just married yesterday, and today I must wait for my son-in-law to drink before I can partake? My dear Miaoyan, this simply will not do. Su Miaoyan playfully stuck out her tongue, standing beside Zhu Di. What is wrong with that? A married daughter must prioritize her husband's family. She is now the wife of the prince. Zhu Di took Su Miaoyan's hand and sat down. Miaoyan, you worked hard last night. Please, take a seat. Your Highness. What are you saying? Father is still here. Su Miaoyan's face flushed instantly. Suda took a sip of tea, chuckling, I heard nothing, haha. My esteemed son-in-law. You did not summon me merely for tea, did you? Let us return to the matter at hand. Zhu Di's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Indeed. I need to transport cast iron, 300,000 jin a month. Please help me find a way. What on earth? Suda's hand trembled as he held the teacup. What do you intend to transport? Cast iron, 300,000 jin a month? Son-in-law, why the sudden alarm? You need not worry about the costs. I have the funds. However, we need to keep this discreet. Suda quickly set down his teacup and lowered his voice. What do you need cast iron for? Are you planning to forge armor? That is indeed my intention, Zhu Di nodded. Suda counted on his fingers. A suit of armor weighs about 50 jin. Let us round it to 60. 300,000 jin of cast iron could produce around 5,000 suits of armor, and that is just within a month. Zhu Di calmly replied, so what? Is there a problem? Is there any issue with privately producing 5,000 suits of armor? You would be condemned to death along with your entire clan. Suda retorted, incredulous, you are truly audacious. Zhu Di chuckled, condemned? Which royal family member is not part of my clan? Enough of your jesting. How many soldiers do you intend to train? Suda directly inquired about the serious matter. As they had previously discussed supporting Zhu Di's ascension, having his own troops would certainly be advantageous. I wish to assemble a heavy cavalry of 10,000, Zhu Di declared. Suda interrupted, what nonsense are you spouting? 10,000 heavy cavalry? Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a force? Yes. I have even named them, the snow-treading dragon riders, with Zhu Yuanzhang as the commander, donning the heavy infantry armor of the Song dynasty. Zhu Di's words astonished Suda. I knew you were ambitious, but I did not realize you were this reckless. 10,000 heavy cavalry. If they charged in formation, who could withstand such a force? Even if the enemy has several times your numbers, they would only be trampled. Song dynasty heavy infantry armor? Are you insane? Do you have any idea how heavy that is? The standard heavy infantry armor consists of 1,825 iron plates, weighing 58 song jin. And that is just the standard. The heaviest can reach 70 song jin. And you intend to equip cavalry. The steeds must also bear heavy armor. Suda genuinely felt Zhu Di had lost his mind. 1 song jin is approximately 1.2 kilograms, meaning 58 song jin equates to about 69.6 kilograms, rounding to 70 kilograms, or 140 jin of heavy armor. What sort of individual could bear such weight? What kind of warhorse could carry it? Furthermore, the steeds would also need to don several tens of jin of armor. Are you not being utterly absurd? Do not be so agitated. It is merely my perspective, and I shall rely on your guidance, for you possess greater military acumen than I, Zhu Di hastily replied. Upon hearing this, Suda's expression softened somewhat. That is more like it. The scale of infantry cannot possibly match that of cavalry. Do not even entertain thoughts of heavy armor at this scale. It is utterly impractical. Even with 3 horses per man, it would be overwhelming. I shall return to contemplate this further, but I must first caution you. Training heavy cavalry is not inherently difficult, yet the cost is exorbitant. The expenses flow like water. Moreover, such warhorses are exceedingly expensive. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively, asserting, if it can be resolved with money, it is not a problem. Suda retorted, very well. As long as you have the funds, but I must warn you, do not even think about my daughter's dowry. Zhu Di chuckled. I would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. I am not a son-in-law seeking to consume the family assets. In addition to heavy cavalry, I intend to establish a divine mechanism battalion, or heavy artillery brigade, equipped with an array of cannons. When deployed in battle, we will unleash a barrage of fire, eschewing tactical maneuvers for sheer firepower. Suda interjected, constructing cannons? A barrage of artillery? Do you comprehend the sheer quantity of explosives, iron, and gunpowder required? Where do you intend to procure such funds? Even with corruption, it cannot amount to this. His eyes widened in astonishment. If this divine mechanism battalion were to materialize, it would be unrivaled across the realm. Who could possibly contend with it? However, the investment required is not a mere few 100,000 taels. This is not a concern. I merely require my esteemed father-in-law to assist in facilitating the transport of pig iron, and I shall provide you with 100,000 taels in silver notes for this purpose, Zhu Di declared, producing the notes and handing them to Suda. Suda accepted the money, his expression shifting. 300,000 gene of pig iron is not worth this much. Are you not squandering your fortune? Zhu Di replied. While 300,000 gene may not equate to this sum, the value of the products created will far exceed it. Furthermore, we are not only dealing with military matters. We must also procure horses, which requires additional arrangements. Regardless, I will not concern myself with the particulars. I shall provide the funds. But I only ask that the horses and iron be transported without scrutiny. How much you can retain from this is contingent upon your capabilities, my esteemed father-in-law. I shall furnish you with 100,000 taels monthly for this endeavor, with the cost of materials calculated separately. Is this feasible? Suda accepted the funds. If you were to offer me only 10,000 taels, that would be insufficient. If you were to provide merely 30,000 taels, it would pose a challenge. However, with 100,000 taels, I can assure you it will be handled impeccably. I shall seek out Li Shanchong for tea shortly. However, I must advise you to keep a low profile regarding the private manufacture of armor. Zhu Di acknowledged with a nod, understanding. Furthermore, in the matter of recruiting soldiers, I implore you to keep an eye out for promising candidates within the military. Suda reassured him, rest assured, they will be elite. You shall have complete authority over their training, as they will be your personal troops. I will not interfere, but I shall instruct you on the methodology. Suda nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. The capable Pei Jinbu. Suda was acutely aware that even the closest of relationships must maintain a fundamental sense of distance, particularly concerning the sensitive nature of military power, which is best left undisturbed. He understood that Zhu Di's desire for heavy cavalry was undoubtedly motivated by the need to secure the grasslands. In the vast expanse of the prairie, cavalry is an absolute necessity. Light cavalry serves as the primary force, while heavy cavalry merely acts as a deterrent. Furthermore, dismounted heavy cavalry transforms into infantry, capable of accompanying the main army northward, which underscores the indispensable role of cavalry. The opportunity presented by Zhu Di is far too substantial for Su De to tackle alone. He must seek partners. With a monthly expenditure of 100,000 taels of silver, I would demand at least half. The remaining 50,000 taels could be distributed. Such a considerable sum would undoubtedly arouse envy in anyone who laid eyes on it. After an extensive discussion, Zhu Di and Su De solidified their plans, prompting Su De to reach out to potential collaborators. Suda also believed that Zhu Yuanzhang should undergo rigorous training in the military camp, for he was destined to assume the role of cavalry commander. Zhu Di was acutely aware that resources must be shared. A bite for you and a bite for me ensures harmony. The emperor is merely a distributor of resources. After Su Da's departure, Zhu Di began contemplating ways to amass wealth, as construction had already commenced in the celestial realm. Training the secret guards also demands financial resources, and expenses flow like water. Overwhelmed with thoughts, Zhu Di embraced Su Miaoyun and indulged in a brief respite at home. As evening descended, Pei Jinbu paid another visit. Zhu Di welcomed him, noting the frequency of his recent appearances. Minister Pei, what brings you here tonight? Zhu Di inquired with a hint of indifference. Pei Jinbu promptly replied, I come at the behest of the officials from the Ministry of Commerce across the capital and 13 provinces, to express our gratitude for your Highness's just advocacy on behalf of our officials today. The officials contributed 20,000 taels each, while the two deputy ministers contributed 30,000 taels each, totaling 340,000 taels in silver notes. This modest sum is merely to cover the tea expenses for your Highness, he added, producing a stack of silver notes and placing them beside Zhu Di. Su Miaoyun was taken aback. Tea expenses? Several 100,000 taels? Zhu Di's expression twitched at the sight of the money. Was this an attempt to bury him in wealth? Minister Pei, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Pei Jinbu dismissed the notion with ease. There's nothing wrong. It's merely a token for tea. I've rounded it to 60,000 taels, totaling 400,000 taels for your inspection. With a beaming smile, he continued, Your Highness, I am quite curious. How much bribe can one person collect? Is it truly so effortless to acquire tens of thousands of taels? In response, Pei Jinbu merely smiled lightly, Your Highness. As I have said before, acquiring money is simpler for those in governance than securing food and water. Have you heard the saying, 3 years of integrity brings 100,000 taels of silver? Just imagine, a clean official, untainted by corruption, can legally accumulate 100,000 taels. What more can be said of us, who blend in with the common officials? To speak candidly, the bribes I have received recently could furnish you with a gilded abode. Zhu Di paused in his tea stirring, then chuckled softly, It seems quite lucrative indeed. All of this is thanks to your highness. Without you, there would be no me. However, it is indeed quite lucrative to earn money. The planning of road construction. If one casually leaks a piece of information, those eager to get ahead would readily spend 100,000 taels or even more to acquire such intelligence. The ensuing exchanges are innumerable. Not to mention, in our Jiangnan region, the salt tax from the 2 rivers, the transport docks, and coastal smuggling can fluctuate by tens of thousands of taels in the blink of an eye. Pei Jinbu did not conceal anything from Zhu Di. Zhu Di set down his teacup and said, I tell you, money can be made, but we must also engage in tangible work. The development of the world cannot be separated from wealth. Rest assured, Your Highness, I guarantee that as long as our regent's party holds the top position in the Ministry of Commerce, that ministry shall serve as your treasury. We shall strike wherever you direct. Pei Jinbu asserted confidently. Zhu Di nodded. Very well, let us discuss the next matter. Indeed, here is the list of officials I have won over. They have all pledged their loyalty, and should they betray us, their pledges shall suffice for their families to face execution. Pei Jinbu presented a memorial. Zhu Di took it, and, upon glancing at the densely packed names and titles, closed it after a cursory look. Pei Aiqing, your abilities are quite remarkable. Your Highness is too kind, yet there is a small request from everyone. Pei Jinbu replied sheepishly. Zhu Di nodded slightly. Speak. For matters I can manage, I shall do so. What I cannot handle, I will find a way to address. Having received your funds, I am obliged to attend to your affairs. Everyone hopes that your Highness will take their daughters into the royal palace, thus fostering a familial bond. Pei Jinbu responded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's lips twitched. Is this all? Indeed, but rest assured, Your Highness, Jiangnan has always produced beauties. They will not disappoint, Pei Jinbu assured. Zhu Di nodded, recognizing that marrying off daughters is the most stable method to balance various powers, with domestic affairs managed by the princess, leaving him uninvolved. Understanding this, Pei Jinbu quickly retrieved several silver notes from his sleeve. Your Highness, my daughter will soon enter the palace, so I entrust her care to you. Here are 50,000 taels in silver notes. Please use them to purchase some jewelry or the like. I have not brought much today, but I will replenish it gradually in the future. Haha. Gradually replenish. There will be more money in the future, not just this time. He chuckled. Su Miaoyan glanced at Zhu Di upon hearing this, and Zhu Di nodded, prompting Su Miaoyan to accept. Thank you, Lord Pei. To engage in greed without being in harmony with the world makes it exceedingly difficult to advance in the officialdom, Pei Jinbu humbly remarked. Your Highness, do you think there are swifter methods to earn money? Zhu Di suddenly posed a question. Zhu Di had no intention of relying solely on them for funds. It was better to hold the economic lifeline in his own hands. Although he accepted their money, he could still turn a blind eye to their bottom line. However, should they cross it, he would act accordingly. Using their political adversaries against them was a strategy he could employ without consequence. Quicker methods to earn money. Indeed, the fastest way involves land and minerals. Your Highness, do you desire gold mines or silver mines? Or how much land do you wish for, and from where? Pei Jinbu answered candidly, without concealment. Zhu Di chuckled. What, do you still have mines to offer this king? These are national assets. To be honest, Your Highness, I do have one. Coincidentally, Yen'er is about to enter the palace, so I shall present you with a gold mine as her dowry, Pei Jinbu replied. Chapter 34. Rest assured, this king is well aware. Illegally mining resources is a blatant criminal act. However, Pei Jinbu, without a flicker of hesitation, offered up a gold mine. At their level, wealth had long ceased to be merely a number. Yet, if it could secure Zhu Di, this formidable figure, firmly aboard the Zhidong Group's vessel, it was indeed a tremendous gain. Pei Aiqing, do you comprehend the implications of what you are stating? Zhu Di's gaze shifted slightly, not blinded by the opulence before him. Everything must be repaid. Your Highness, I am merely offering a dowry, Pei Jinbu replied with a smile. Zhu Di shook his head slightly. So much wealth poured forth. Do you truly wish to cover the heavens with one hand? Pei Jinbu hurriedly retorted, Your Highness exaggerates. How could we ever aspire to such dominion? You are the very heavens to us. Very well, I shall accept this dowry. Do your utmost in the Ministry of Commerce, Zhu Di stated, fixing a long gaze upon Pei Jinbu before acquiescing to the acceptance of the gold mine. Thank you for your encouragement, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now. Pei Jinbu bowed. Zhu Di called out, Hold on. Does Your Highness have further instructions? Pei Jinbu inquired. Zhu Di rose. We must have our own talents in the Ministry of Personnel. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu immediately grasped Zhu Di's intentions. Command over military, financial, and personnel appointments. This was to grasp it all. In this vortex of power, the deeper one sank, the more advantageous it became. I understand and will expedite this matter. If your highness has no further commands, I shall take my leave. Pei Jinbu replied with a respectful gesture. Zhu Di waved his hand. You may go. With the commercial tax reforms in place, you should also begin to make strides towards the chancellery. Thank you for your support, your highness. I take my leave. Pei Jinbu bowed deeply and departed. After Pei Jinbu left, Zhu Di's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. Your highness. Su Miaoyan called softly. Zhu Di returned his focus to her, noticing her hesitance. What? Do you believe this king has acted wrongly? Not at all. I merely sense that Zhidong's ambitions are formidable. It would be wise for your highness to remain vigilant. One should not conspire with a tiger, Su Miaoyan gently cautioned. Perceiving Zhidong's intent to thoroughly entangle Zhu Di embraced Su Miaoyan. Their ambitions have always been vast. They yearn for the days when the emperor reigned with benevolence. Since your highness is aware, why still? Su Miaoyan questioned, perplexed. This king requires this purse of gold. Zhu Di sighed deeply. Su Miaoyan nodded slightly. Indeed. While money is not omnipotent, its absence can be crippling. I understand your perspective, but we must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain cautious of others, Zhu Di remarked coolly. I comprehend that Pei Jinbu is both clever and loyal. If he maintains this loyalty, he shall become my right-hand man. However, should he lose sight of his position, HM. Upon hearing these words, Su Miaoyan smiled and looked up at Zhu Di. Your highness, you intend to take someone's daughter as a concubine. How can you expect her father to accept such a thing? What do you say, Secretary Pei? Zhu Di acknowledged. I admit I am fond of her. She is indeed quite beautiful. However, Miaoyan, you must understand that beauty is merely an adornment to power. In the face of authority, beauty is but a fleeting specter. Those who have wielded power will not sacrifice themselves for the sake of so-called love. Moreover, there are no friends in politics, nor right or wrong. Only interests prevail. Politics has always been this cruel. Two individuals who were laughing and joking in the morning may find themselves in opposing roles by afternoon, one a judge and the other the judged. Zhu Di chuckled lightly. If I could be swayed by a woman's influence on the grand scheme, I would have long been devoured, leaving naught but bones. Some trivial matters can be indulged when in good spirits. Yet in the grand direction, do not think that mere pouting or weeping will suffice. Tears shed in despair are of no use. Power is more addictive than any drug. Once you take the first step toward power, there is no turning back. Even if you wish to relinquish your grasp on authority, you cannot stop, for at that moment, even if you desire to halt your ascent, forces and circumstances will compel you forward. In the game of power, there are no opportunities for respite. Once you partake, you must continue playing, with failure or death as the only outcomes. Failure will see you ousted from politics, awaiting imprisonment. Death, however, means the end of all matters. In the eyes of those in high positions, only when they wield great power do they lament the roses that did not serve as embellishments, regretting their premature demise. Only then does a wilted rose suddenly acquire value and memory. Yet, should one forsake power for the sake of a rose, the flower is insignificant. Power is the most perilous poison. In the treacherous world of politics, one must prioritize self-preservation. Your Highness, if you entrust the crucial matter of commercial taxes to Jiangnan, what if they deceive you? Su Miaoyan inquired. Zhu Di shook his head slightly. It is most fitting to leave this matter to them. Miaoyan, remember this. Without commerce, great governance cannot thrive. Without governance, commerce cannot be stable. Su Miaoyan nodded. I shall remember, but does this not amount to using power for personal gain? Engaging in illicit mining is against the law. Zhu Di lifted Su Miaoyan into his arms. Using power for personal gain? Power bestows dignity, yet also breeds selfishness. This has been the way of the world since time immemorial. What wrong have I committed? And if I have erred, what of it? Politics, after all, is a game of irrevocable moves. One must be willing to accept the consequences. In this world, none have the authority to judge me. What do you intend to do, Your Highness? Su Miaoyan exclaimed in surprise, clutching Zhu Di tightly. Zhu Di smiled as he embraced Su Miaoyan and walked toward the main hall. Let us explore the project of human embryonic incubation and cultivation. What is that? Su Miaoyan responded, puzzled. I do not believe I have heard of this before. What sort of project requires hands-on involvement? Moreover, You are heading toward the main hall, not the study. Is this project legitimate? You shall soon find out. Zhu Di cradled Su Miaoyun as he entered the main hall, striding towards the bed. He leaned in, pressing against her, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, he silenced her with a fervent kiss, leaving only the lingering essence of the night. Your Highness, be gentle. It still hurts, Su Miaoyun murmured. In that moment, she comprehended the true nature of Zhu Di's intentions. As for Pei Yunyan, it was evident that he could not be present during these days of intimate exchanges. Su Miaoyun would certainly take note of his absence. Moreover, she had yet to be formally wed. Thus, Zhu Di's 3 days of leave translated into 3 days of respite for Pei Yunyan as well. Meanwhile, the Zhujiang East group basked in fortune, while the Minister of Revenue raged, bewildered by the unexpected ire directed at him. Who have I wronged? He fumed. A knight without the Emperor's favor cannot quell the fire within. Chapter 35, Defamation. This is defamation against me. 3 days later, the court resumed its normal proceedings. However, upon the commencement of the morning assembly, Zhu Biao sought to reclaim his dignity and confronted Zhu Di. Regent, I have heard whispers that you have acquired land in the capital and are engaged in extensive construction. Is there any truth to this? Zhu Biao inquired with a feigned smile. Zhu Di raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was a reference to the construction of a heavenly realm. He had not disclosed this undertaking, so how was Zhu Biao aware? It appeared that old Zhu's influence was at play, as actions often leave traces. Indeed, once it is completed, I would be honored for my royal brother to attend the grand opening, Zhu Di acknowledged with candor, without evasion. Zhu Biao was taken aback by Zhu Di's straightforward admission. Fourth brother, if you strike it rich, do remember to include me. I have heard tales of your generosity. Upon entering the palace, you bestow golden seeds upon everyone you encounter. In response to Zhu Biao's jibe, Zhu Di was not one to back down. My wealth cannot accommodate you, dear brother, for I am but a shield for corrupt practices, engaging in embezzlement and bribery. Unlike you, who is a paragon of virtue. You would do well to focus on the corrupt prime minister who engages in power-for-profit transactions, rather than fixate on the finances of the Ministry of Commerce. Moreover, do you truly require my assistance in acquiring wealth? Has not your wife's dowry sufficed? With each word Zhu Di uttered, Zhu Biao's expression darkened further. The officials present were left bewildered. What had provoked the regent to clash with the crown prince? The Minister of Commerce and the 2 attendants exchanged wary glances, acutely aware that Zhu Biao seemed obsessed with their department's finances. While they bore the surname Zhu, this particular Zhu was not to be conflated with the others. The singled-out Hu Weiyong appeared flabbergasted. Regent, I have not wronged you. Why direct your ire at me? He queried. Was it not an unspoken understanding that power and wealth often intertwined? Who among them had not offered gifts to their superiors? Why lay bare such truths and target me? Yet, why did Zhu Di invoke the dowry of the crown princess? Surely, the crown prince would not resort to his wife's dowry? Could it be that he was without means? Many gazes turned towards Zhu Biao, now tinged with disdain. Truly, like father, like son. Zhu Biao felt the heat rising to his cheeks as he sensed the shift in the crowd's regard. What do your gazes imply? Defamation. Fourth brother is slandering me. Zhu Di inwardly scoffed, questioning, is it wrong to consume the last remnants? Historically, after the demise of the crown princess Chong, where did her dowry vanish? Surely, you cannot claim it was exhausted within a few years. This dowry was not inherited by his offspring. Zhu Xiongning passed away early. Zhu Yunting was placed under house arrest, and the 2 daughters were married off. Where did those funds go? Confiscated? Enough of this commotion. Let us discuss matters of significance. This is the Feng Tian Hall, not a marketplace. Zhu Yuanzhang interjected to break the stalemate. Zhu Biao, you truly squander the opportunities presented to you. If any of the esteemed ministers have petitions, let them speak. If not, we shall dismiss the court. Zhu Di curled his lip, refraining from further conflict with Zhu Biao. Your Majesty, there has been a rebellion in Chaozhou involving thousands. We must dispatch troops to quell it. At this juncture, an official from the Grand Commander's office stepped forward. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. Peasant uprisings are commonplace. These lowly subjects, the slaves of the Zhu family. What year do they not rebel? Crown Prince, Regent, what are your perspectives? Zhu Yuanzhang directed the question to the 2 in charge. Zhu Di smiled, acknowledging his lack of military acumen. While his elder brother had been by their father's side since childhood, surely having acquired considerable knowledge. Thus, let us defer to him. Zhu Biao, maintaining a serious demeanor, declared that we should send someone to lead the troops against the rebellion. The Minister of Revenue interjected, "Your Highness, the national treasury is depleted." Zhu Biao was left speechless. "Must you lament poverty again?" Zhu Biao turned to Pei Jinbu, who, with a wary expression, remarked, "Your Highness, you are not considering raiding the Ministry of Commerce's funds again, are you?" Just as Zhu Biao began to respond, Pei Jinbu continued, "If we claim we have no funds, Your Highness, will you accuse us of embezzlement, imprison us, and seize the Ministry of Commerce's money? When the Minister of Revenue claims poverty, why do you not accuse them of corruption? It seems we are merely bullied as the Ministry of Commerce. After all, we are treated like stepchildren. Your Highness, if you require funds, we in the Ministry of Commerce can lend some. It is merely a matter of utilizing the family's guarantee funds. I must clarify beforehand. This is a loan. It must be repaid. You will need to issue a promissory note for when the time comes to return the guarantee. We fear we may not have a satisfactory explanation." Pei Jinbu's words incensed Zhu Biao, causing him to grit his teeth. "What are you attempting to achieve? Are you threatening me? My goodness, is the crown prince so tyrannical? If no funds are provided, will you accuse others of corruption? Truly, the son-in-law of Chang Shirwang has learned the ways of banditry to perfection. Borrowing money? That is simply out of the question. This is everyone's guarantee fund." Indeed, life persisted even before the establishment of the Ministry of Commerce. Your Highness's demands appear rather unbecoming. No wonder I previously heard colleagues in the Ministry of Commerce refer to the Crown Prince as a bandit. It was said that it was the regent who defended the Ministry of Commerce, preserving everyone's guarantee funds. Is that so? I have long contended that the regent's governance surpasses that of the Crown Prince. Although the regent also engages in financial appropriation, at least he strives for political compromise, while Your Highness resorts solely to plunder. It is truly disheartening that accusations of corruption and bribery are so easily flung about when one does not receive what they desire. As Pei Jinbu's words echoed, the officials below began to murmur amongst themselves. Soon, an official stood forth, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, not a single coin from the Ministry of Commerce should be touched. This is not the court's money." Another echoed his sentiment, "I second that. If the Ministry of Household lacks funds, it is simple. I shall impeach the Minister of the Household. He is a notorious embezzler. Just the other day, I saw him at the Yichuan Pavilion, entertaining 10 courtesans. What? Minister Su, how did you come to know this? Do you also frequent such establishments? Nonsense. I, as the Deputy Minister of Rights, have diplomatic duties to fulfill. My visits were merely for the purpose of learning foreign languages and cultural exchange. Indeed, the learning of foreign tongues is essential. But let us return to the matter at hand. Impeach the Minister of the Household. If there are no funds, then let us seize the assets of the Minister of the Household. Surely that will yield something. If he is removed, those beneath him may also find their positions in jeopardy, but the funds of the Ministry of Commerce must remain untouched. The Ministry of Household is the true guardian of the national treasury. Stop coveting the money of the Ministry of Commerce." Numerous officials rallied to impeach the Minister of the Household. "If you are out of funds, then let us sacrifice this fat pig," they exclaimed. "After all, it is better to plunder your estate than to disturb our coffers." Chapter 36. The sudden visit of Zhu Xiang. As the calls for the impeachment of the Minister of the Household grew louder, Zhu Di turned to Pei Jinbu. Sensing Zhu Di's gaze, Pei Jinbu subtly shook his head, indicating that this matter bore no relation to them. They had not instigated it. "Minister of the Household, do you have anything to say?" Zhu Yuanzhang demanded. The Minister of the Household hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is slander. This is defamation. Your Majesty, I am a witness. Moreover, I possess material evidence. A friend of mine delivered money to him, and I have proof. I too have a friend who has repeatedly given money to the Minister of the Household. The ledgers still exist." They insisted, "Your Majesty, please conduct a thorough investigation into the Minister of the Household. Seize his assets to replenish the national treasury." "We second that. The funds of the Ministry of Commerce must remain untouched." A cacophony of voices arose, pointing fingers at the Minister of the Household, demonstrating the age-old adage that when the walls begin to crumble, everyone is eager to push. In politics, there are no true friends. The world is bustling for profit, and all is ultimately driven by self-interest. Zhu Yuanzhang then turned to Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, his meaning clear. "What are your opinions?" Zhu Biao respectfully replied, "Father, the Minister of the Household is a high-ranking official, a pillar of the nation, overseeing the treasury. I believe we should not act without solid evidence, lest we incite public unrest. Indeed, the Ministry of Commerce is treated like a stepchild. Just the other day, when money was being seized from the Ministry of Commerce. I did not hear the Crown Prince speak of the minister's high rank or importance, Zhu Di scoffed. Pei Jinbu quickly interjected, the regent is correct. Had it not been for the regent's intervention, the funds of the Ministry of Commerce would have been taken by the Crown Prince. However, I do not feel wronged, as it seems our Ministry of Commerce exists solely to be bullied. The Minister of the Household is a treasure, while we are but mere weeds. Who can blame us for being corrupt officials? The Crown Prince is a paragon of virtue. Speaking of the virtuous Crown Prince, why do you today shield the Minister of the Household? Could it be that he brought you along to the brothel as well? Your Excellency, is it true that you have engaged in collusion with corrupt officials? The Deputy Minister of Commerce hastily stepped forward. Good fortune seems to bypass our ministry. If money is sought, it must come from us. What logic is there in this? Our ministry's funds are not merely our own, they belong to the state. The commercial taxes owed to the nation have yet to be deposited. The Deputy Minister on the right echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Your Highness, has the Minister of Revenue not delivered funds to you? With so many colleagues reporting, some even claiming to possess evidence, why have you not taken action? Just a few days prior, such was not the case with our ministry. The leaders of the Commerce Ministry spoke in unison, and at that moment, Zhu Biao's complexion resembled that of coal. Esteemed ministers, you are casting aspersions upon the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has wed a wealthy bride. Why would he condescend to engage with us, the corrupt officials? Zhu Di also chimed in. Zhu Biao inhaled deeply and rose. Regent, did you not assert that the stability of the state comes first? The Minister of Revenue oversees the treasury, the lifeblood of the nation's finances. To have him suddenly dismissed without evidence, does that not incite public anxiety? Would that not disrupt stability? Zhu Biao admonished Zhu Di. Zhu Di nodded. Evidence? That is quite simple. Esteemed ministers, who just claim to have evidence, I authorize you to return at once and retrieve it. Conduct the investigation on the spot. We shall go at once. A chorus of voices responded, and a throng exited the hall of Feng Tian. Zhu Di turned to the Minister of Revenue and said, Minister, confess honestly and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences. If you confess now, I shall consider it a voluntary surrender. Should you name accomplices, you might turn your guilt into merit, and perhaps even avoid death. Otherwise, when the evidence is brought forth, your punishment will be severe. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Revenue collapsed to the ground. He never anticipated that merely stating a lack of funds would result in such political repercussions. Had it not been said before, at worst, he would receive a reprimand. Why this escalation today? It is as if a stirring stick has been plunged into a tempest. I confess my guilt. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I wish to expose the truth. The Minister of Revenue hurriedly proclaimed, I must confess. I wish to reveal. Zhu Di nodded, calling back the officials who had just left. Very well. The eunuch obeyed and rushed out to summon them. The Minister of Revenue was in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, Your Majesty, my family has been farming for generations. We are terrified of poverty. At this moment, in the regent's palace, Prince Qin, Zhu Xiang, arrived. Su Miaoyun, perplexed, still came to meet him. Sister-in-law. Su Miaoyun sat down and said, Prince Qin, our lord is in court and is not at the residence. No, I am not looking for the fourth. I seek you. Zhu Xiang shook his head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyun was bewildered. I have no connection with His Highness. Why does he seek me? Zhu Xiang glanced around at the attendants. Sister-in-law, it is a private matter. Su Miaoyun waved her hand, asking them to wait outside. Very well. The attendants complied and stepped outside. Zhu Xiang leaned in and whispered, Has the fourth taken an interest in the position of Crown Prince? Prince Qin. Food may be consumed carelessly, yet words should not be spoken thoughtlessly. Su Miaoyun's expression changed at this remark. If such words were to spread, it would spell disaster. Zhu Yin chuckled softly, asserting that whether or not one acknowledges it is inconsequential. The fourth prince's ambition is evidently to seize the throne. However, he is but the fourth prince, with 3 elder brothers preceding him. Both my and the third prince's claims to succession surpass his. Even if my claim were to be extinguished, there remains the third prince to consider. Moreover, the eldest brother has his legitimate firstborn. Su Miaoyun rose, stating, Your Highness, I am unaware of what you speak. I implore you to refrain from besmirching our family's honor. Zhu Yin waved his hand dismissively, explaining that he had come specifically to speak with her while the fourth prince was attending court. Should he approach the fourth prince directly, their father would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. Hence, he must rely on her to convey a message to the fourth prince. Simply inform him that if he acquiesces to ascend and assists in removing that barbarian queen, allowing me to unite with my beloved in life and death, I shall willingly support his claim to the throne. As for the third prince, that is easily resolved. I shall speak with him. The third prince's concerns predominantly revolve around his father-in-law's matters, and I can persuade him to assist the fourth prince in his quest for power. The third prince's wife's maternal family is too weak to be of any aid. He is aware that he can lend his support to the fourth prince. Zhu Yan murmured in a lowered voice. Su Miaoyun was uncertain of the veracity of Zhu Yan's words. Your Highness, one must be cautious, for words can lead to calamity. What fate could be worse than sharing the grave with a barbarian? Not only the third prince, but also the fifth. As the legitimate son of the central palace, the fifth prince was compelled to mourn for consort's son 2 years prior. When the eldest brother refused, he bullied the fifth into compliance. The fifth harbors resentment, and I too could persuade him to support the fourth prince. Sister-in-law, I speak only from the depths of my heart. Chapter 37. Su Miaoyun's strategic counsel. Zhu Yan did not linger at the regent's residence to avoid raising suspicions. Having conveyed the crucial matters, he awaited Zhu Di's response. Su Miaoyun made no promises to Zhu Yan. Upon Zhu Di's return from court, Su Miaoyun hurried to greet him. Pei Yunin had already returned home, preparing to wed into the regent's residence that night. Concubines could only enter at night through the side entrance. What is amiss? Has something happened? Zhu Di inquired. Sensing the gravity in Su Miaoyun's demeanor, Su Miaoyun replied, the fourth prince just visited. Second brother? Come, let us discuss this in the study. Zhu Di took Su Miaoyun's hand and led her to his study. Zhu Yan and Zhu Qian were allies, while Zhu Di maintained a neutral relationship with them. An unexpected visit certainly indicated trouble. Once inside the study, only Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun remained. Su Miaoyun directly stated, the fourth prince expressed his willingness to support your claim to the throne. He is also prepared to persuade the Jin and Wu princes to back your cause. The Wu prince is Zhu Lu, who was granted the title in the 3rd year of Hongwu and later renamed the Zhou prince in the 11th year. Zhu Di, seated at the head of the study, rubbed his temples, pondering, is that truly possible? I do not know. I made no commitments to the fourth prince. Su Miaoyun gently shook her head as she approached Zhu Di, offering to massage his shoulders. Zhu Di closed his eyes in enjoyment, saying, Miaoyun, our father has investigated me. He is aiding the crown prince in suppressing my influence. Su Miaoyun, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. Is that not to be expected? In the pursuit of the crown prince, even the obstacle posed by the nephew Zhu Yuanzhang was eliminated. Though you are the emperor's biological son, should you become an impediment to the crown prince, the emperor would undoubtedly harbor intentions of your demise. It is said that even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. However, the heart of an emperor can be more merciless than that of a tiger. Zhu Di continued, thus I suspect that my second brother may have come at our father's behest to test my resolve. Is this truly the case? Among the brothers, the one who harbors the greatest resentment towards the emperor is undoubtedly Prince Qin. The fact that a barbarian is to be his legitimate wife not only strips Prince Qin of his claim to the throne, but also deprives him of the right to share his life and death with the woman he loves. Does Prince Qin still wish to serve the emperor? Su Miaoyun elucidated to Zhu Di. This statement caused Zhu Di to pause in contemplation, his thoughts racing. History depicts his second brother as one who favors concubines over wives, cruel and unfeeling. Yet, isn't this behavior learned from our father and elder brother? As for his cruelty, when hope for the throne is lost, and the prospect of sharing life and death with his beloved is extinguished, to be bound to a barbarian for eternity, it is remarkable that he has not succumbed to despair. His cruelty and self-destructive tendencies could very well be a silent protest against our father. After all, prior to this situation, his second brother was not known to be devoid of compassion. Regarding the beloved Deng, her cruelty is hardly surprising. They grew up together, and now, at the age where marriage is discussed, the daughter of a duke is reduced to a mere concubine, forced to submit to a barbarian. Who among us would not feel a sense of indignation? A legitimate wife represents not only status, but also the right to be buried together after death. When the law fails to uphold justice, one ought to forsake the law and take up arms. As Sherlock Holmes once stated, when the law cannot deliver justice to the parties involved, private vengeance becomes not only justifiable, but also noble. If Su Miaoyun's conjecture holds true, does Zhu Yan intend to resist? To retaliate against the elder Zhu? Why should he be the sacrificial lamb for the greater good? If the elder brother enjoys the primary claim to succession, should he not be the first to make sacrifices? After all, he is the foremost beneficiary. The second brother may be more easily justified, but what reason does the third brother have to support me? He merely drags down the royal family from his mother's side. His claim to succession remains intact and ranks above mine, and our relations have never been amicable. Even if the second brother were to act as an intermediary, it is unlikely to be effective. Zhu Di opened his eyes, deep in thought. Su Miaoyan, however, smiled softly. Your Highness, the royal family's hindrance from the maternal side is precisely the reason why Prince Jin supports you. This is a double-edged sword. Without sufficient power behind him to usurp the throne, if he intervenes with a sense of righteousness in this struggle, he will meet a dire fate. Should Prince Jin contend for the throne, the people behind you would be the first to eliminate him. He is certainly aware of this reality. Thus, it is wiser to seek a compromise that yields greater benefits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di found her reasoning quite convincing. The legitimate sons are in a constant state of balance and suppression amongst themselves. However, Zhu Yuanzhang's actions have left the hearts of the people cold. It is only natural for the scales to tip, yet they have tilted excessively. In the past, there were no choices, and one could only lie flat and endure. But now, a second option has emerged. Following a brief cooperation, the two will once again unite against this king. Zhu Di contemplates whether to eliminate all threats. Su Miaoyan, from behind, holds Zhu Di, resting her head on his shoulder. Your Highness, an emperor should not, and cannot, personally engage in such matters. Do you not have confidence in your ability to suppress them? Do you not wish to learn the necessary skills? She implores. Your Highness, killing will not resolve the issues. It will only exacerbate the conflicts, and when they erupt, the backlash will be severe. My suggestion is to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's eyes sparkled with interest. Who is that tiger? Your Highness, it is your cousin, Duke of Chao, Li Wenzhong, Su Miaoyan replied. At the mention of this name, Zhu Di experienced a moment of clarity, realizing how he had overlooked him. The Duke of Chao possesses the capability to subdue the kings of Qin and Jin effortlessly. And as he does not share the Zhu surname, your Highness may rest assured in employing him. Conversely, you could use the kings of Qin and Jin to restrain the Duke of Chao, preventing him from growing too powerful. The primary advantage of the kings of Qin and Jin compared to the Duke of Chao lies in their shared surname, Zhu. As Su Miaoyan concluded her statement, Zhu Di playfully pulled her into his embrace, seating her on his lap and planting a kiss on her lips. Truly, you are a little Zhuge. Your intellect is remarkable. Marrying you is a blessing I have earned over 3 lifetimes. Su Miaoyan, feeling a sense of pride, retorted, Your Highness, you previously rejected marriage, nearly condemning such a clever wife to a life of solitude. How could that be? If our union truly does not come to pass, you could marry another. How could you ever remain alone? At that time, we had nothing, Zhu Di reassured her. Su Miaoyan, drawing circles on Zhu Di's chest, replied, If it does not materialize, whoever marries me will surely face gossip, claiming they wed the regent's discarded partner. Think about it. Would anyone who marries me not feel uneasy? Public opinion is formidable and could undermine marital harmony. I was wrong. It is entirely my fault for not considering this thoroughly. I sincerely apologize, Zhu Di expressed. Upon hearing his words, Su Miaoyan haughtily snorted, It will not be so easy to forgive you, Your Highness. Chapter 38, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Di tightened his embrace around Su Miaoyan, whispering in her ear, What must a princess do to earn my forgiveness? The warm breath brushed against Su Miaoyan's earlobe, sending a ticklish sensation through her. Oh, you are incorrigible. We are discussing serious matters. What I do is serious as well. Zhu Di teased, his hand wandering restlessly. Su Miaoyan swatted away his wandering hand, exclaiming, Your Highness, one must not engage in such acts in broad daylight. Zhu Di raised an eyebrow. Does this imply it is permissible at night? Su Miaoyan's face flushed crimson as she turned her head away. Are you not to accompany your concubine tonight? Oh, then can it be tomorrow night? Zhu Di inquired with a grin. Su Miaoyan reached for Zhu Di's waist, pinching the soft flesh. Your Highness, why do you think of such things every day? Ouch, dear wife, I was wrong. Please let go, it hurts. Zhu Di gasped, hastily begging for mercy. Su Miaoyan let out a haughty hum, releasing Zhu Di from her grasp. Humph, let's see if you dare to entertain such thoughts again. Besides, what time will you have to accompany me? Today, I received numerous invitations from the wives of officials, claiming they wish to bring their daughters to meet you. Soon, the regent's residence will be filled with a throng of charming ladies, and before you even ascend to the throne, you'll have your 3 palaces and 72 concubines. Where will I fit in? As she spoke, a wave of displeasure washed over Su Miaoyan, her expression laden with jealousy. Zhu Di playfully pinched her delicate face, asserting, "No matter how many women I have, my heart belongs solely to you. The one who shares my bed in life and death shall always be you. What do I care for those charming ladies? They shall all bow before you." "I hardly believe your sweet words," Su Miaoyan retorted, though a flicker of a smile betrayed her true feelings. "I am the legitimate wife," she declared. "If not, how could we share the same bed? Today, I learned something new in court. The Minister of Revenue spent a night with 10 courtesans." As soon as Zhu Di uttered these words, Su Miaoyan's expression soured, and she abruptly stood up from his lap. "What do you take me for? A woman of ill repute?" Zhu Di, sensing the shift in mood, hurriedly apologized. "My dear, I misspoke. Please, let us sit down and talk." He gently guided her back to her seat. Su Miaoyan turned her head away, muttering, "Why would I be angry? What reason do I have to be upset? How could I possibly be angry?" "Oh dear, do not be upset. I was wrong. I apologize," Zhu Di pleaded, humbling himself to appease her. Su Miaoyan sighed. "How could you be wrong? It simply cannot be you who is at fault. If you take me out shopping, would that be acceptable?" Zhu Di inquired. With her head lowered, Su Miaoyan lamented, "You promised to treat me well, to cherish and love me. Yet it has been but a few days, and you wish for me to be like those courtesans. I am your legitimate wife, carried in on an 8-bearer sedan chair, and yet you wish for me to share space with concubines." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. "All right, let us not dwell on it. I shall never mention it again. Please do not cry. I will defer to your wishes." "Why weep?" Zhu Di consoled her, enveloping Su Miaoyan in his embrace. Leaning against him, Su Miaoyan murmured, "Your Highness, how could you act so carelessly? If word gets out." Zhu Di was quick to accept blame, standing upright in readiness for a reprimand. Su Miaoyan raised her gaze. "So, do you still wish for such things?" "Not at all, absolutely not." Zhu Di shook his head vigorously. Su Miaoyan sniffled. "If you continue like this, I shall go to Kuan-Ning Palace and inform Mother, letting her deal with you." "Please. No. Mother's rolling pin is quite painful. Do not tell on me. I wish for nothing else. Let us discuss serious matters. How do you think we can win over Duke Chao?" Zhu Di swiftly shifted the topic. The mention of informing her mother sent a shiver down Zhu Di's spine, recalling the fear of the rolling pin from just yesterday. Su Miaoyan composed herself, her thoughts returning to the matter at hand. "Your Highness, I believe we can approach this through his son, Li Jinglong." At this moment, in the Prince of Jin's residence, Zhu Xian sought out Zhu Jian, sharing his thoughts with him. To his surprise, Zhu Jian reacted vehemently. "Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Am I to bow my head to the fourth prince? This can never be. What is he, Zhu Laosi, really worth? Lacking in both literary and martial prowess, merely a mischievous troublemaker, destined to amount to nothing significant. Were it not for his marriage to a woman of considerable background, he would have remained inconsequential." Witnessing Zhu Jian's intense reaction, Zhu Yang chose not to offer comfort, but instead rose to his feet. "Very well. You may pretend I never came. Do not involve yourself in this matter. I shall collaborate with Laosi, for I am determined to wed Yaya as my legitimate wife. I refuse to live a life alongside the Hu invaders. As for you, you may do as you please." Upon hearing this, Zhu Jian was left in utter disbelief. "Second brother, are you truly willing to disregard me for Laosi? What do you mean by disregard? What means do you possess to subdue Laosi? He is the regent, and his wife is the esteemed daughter of Suda, the first of the 6 dukes who founded the nation. Look at him. Does he resemble the Laosi of yore? He is no longer the easy target you once knew. Should he choose to advance, those who attempt to impede him shall perish. Your reluctance to bow before him is understandable, yet the competition for the heirship has always been this way. Politics is a war of life and death. The wise recognize the times, O third brother. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you." Zhu Yang's words plunged Zhu Jian into silence. His claim to succession lay above that of Zhu Di. Should Zhu Di pursue legitimate inheritance, it would surely lead to his demise. In the imperial family, brotherly affection is overshadowed by the distinctions of ruler and subject. History has shown that those who aspire to greatness may even slay their closest kin. Moreover, the bond between himself and Laosi is tenuous at best. Should it come to it, Laosi would show no mercy. "Second brother, that is not my intention." Zhu Yang waved his hand dismissively. "What do you mean it is not your intention? If you are unwilling to bow down, once this matter is concluded, you can distance yourself from him and lead your own life, can't you? Do you not desire your consort to be a marquis's daughter, or even that of a duke?" Do you not wish for your father-in-law to be a great general? Have you not been striving for your consort's maternal lineage all along? Father will not grant us our wishes. He has inherited the cold-heartedness of our elder brother. It is highly unlikely he will assist us. However, Laosi can. We can negotiate with him. Zhu Jian remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Are you not afraid that Laosi will discard you once he has no further use for you? If he turns on his own brothers? What fate awaits those who follow him? Do they not fear the chilling realization of mutual dependence? Zhu Yang retorted. Zhu Jian sighed deeply. Second brother. Grant me a moment to contemplate. Chapter 39. Pei Yunyan's accusation and confession that evening. Pei Yunyan entered through the side door of the regent's residence. Zhu Di had been expelled from his quarters by Su Miayun, and in his despair, he found himself wandering toward the side hall. Upon seeing Zhu Di, Pei Yunyan rose and said, "This humble servant pays her respects to your highness. Side consort, I am without crown and ceremonial attire. Nor do I possess a grand red bed or dragon and phoenix candles." Zhu Di closed the door with a hint of frustration. Pei Yunyan bit her lip lightly, seemingly torn over something. "Your highness, I have matters to discuss with you." Zhu Di gestured for her to relax. "There is no need for such formality. Speak freely. Is there something concerning your father?" He moved to a nearby seat and poured himself a drink. Pei Yunyan took a seat beside Zhu Di, or rather, Your Majesty. "Who are you referring to?" Zhu Di exclaimed, spitting out his drink in shock. Pei Yunyan quickly gestured for silence, whispering, "Your Highness, lower your voice. Be wary of ears that might be listening through the walls." Zhu Di, still incredulous, asked, "Did you just mention my father? What has happened?" Today, when Yin returned to the residence, someone was hiding in her chamber. Upon her entrance, the person leaped down from the beams. Covering her mouth and revealing his identity as a commander from the Imperial Guard, Pei Yunyan replied in a hushed tone. Zhu Di's expression turned serious. The Imperial Guard was indeed the predecessor of the Jinyue, which also oversaw the Ilwan division. "Jian," Zhu Di called out, and moments later, several glazed tiles were dislodged from the roof as a figure descended, startling Pei Yunyan. Beigong Jian knelt on one knee, asking, "What commands do you have, my lord?" He had been quite occupied lately, yet still took on the responsibility of protecting Zhu Di. By day, he trained the elite Tiance Guard at Zhu Di's behest, and by night, he remained concealed nearby, resting when necessary. "Come closer," Zhu Di beckoned. "Yes," Beigong Jian leaned in. Zhu Di whispered his orders. "Acquire the loyalty of the eunuchs and maidens within the palace to relay messages and keep watch over Qianxing Palace and the East Palace. Money can persuade them." He continued, "Simultaneously, monitor the Pei family, including my concubine, to ascertain whether her confession is part of a scheme or if she truly remains loyal to me." Since Zhu Di entered the palace, he had been discreetly distributing gold to those he encountered, for favors do not come without a price. Once indebted, they are bound to fulfill their obligations. Besides, the eunuchs had amassed considerable wealth, acting as double agents. The women of the harem would surely not hesitate to exchange information for compensation. As for Pei Yunyan's confession, did she seek to gain trust through transparency, thus relaying information under the guise of innocence, or did she genuinely remain steadfast? One must harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant against deceit. "Understood," Beigong Jian acknowledged. Zhu Di waved him off, saying, "You may leave." "Your subordinate takes his leave," Beigong Jian replied, leaping away as swiftly as he had come, even thoughtfully restoring the tiles to their original positions. Zhu Di murmured to himself, "Father, have we reached such a level of distrust between father and son? What then is the purpose of this family?" Pei Yunyan gently tugged at Zhu Di's hand, asking, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Zhu Di snapped back to reality, shaking his head slightly. "What did the Imperial Guard's people want with you?" "They instructed Yin to monitor your Highness and report every detail back to them," Pei Yunyan answered. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, and then? "Then it seems there is an informant of His Majesty within the regent's residence, as he mentioned that Yin should cooperate fully and refrain from any tricks. For there would be someone from the palace reaching out to her." Pei Yunyan recounted meticulously. Zhu Di chuckled lightly. "Has the residence been infiltrated so swiftly?" "No. It has always been under surveillance, hasn't it? With his suspicions, he has likely dispatched spies long ago." Zhu Di was acutely aware of the formidable infiltration capabilities of these individuals, with many officials' families serving as their informants. After the establishment of the Jinyue in the 15th year of Hongwu, various spies were openly employed, as they were now constructing an intelligence network. "Your Highness, what should Yenner do?" Pei Yunyan inquired of Zhu Di. Zhu Di countered, what leverage do they hold over you? Otherwise, why would they presume you would assist them? Pei Yunyan lowered his head, hesitant to speak. What is the matter? Speak clearly, Zhu Di admonished, his brow furrowed. Pei Yunyan struggled to articulate his thoughts, revealing that he had taken Yinner's undergarment. He stated that if Yinner refused to act as an informant, there would be slanderous accusations against her, alleging her involvement with others, and the undergarment would serve as damning evidence. Furthermore, it could lead to Yinner's utter ruin. Zhu Di's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Upon sensing the shift in Zhu Di's tone, Pei Yunyan hastily knelt, clutching Zhu Di's thigh. Your Highness, please calm your anger. I did not take it from Yinner, but rather from the wardrobe. I did not harm her. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. What nonsense are you speaking? I am referring to the sheer audacity of those from the imperial guards. Pei Yunyan was taken aback. Your Highness, do you not blame Yenu? Zhu Di helped Pei Yunyan to his feet. You have been forthright with me, which pleases me immensely. How could I possibly hold you accountable? Hearing this, Pei Yunyan exhaled in relief. That is good, Your Highness. You must trust Yinner. She is innocent and will follow Your Highness to the ends of the earth. Zhu Di acknowledged with a simple hum, instructing, starting tomorrow, relay messages from that side. Observe who from the Wang residence reaches out to you, and inform me. Do not arouse suspicion. Deliver all messages to the study for my review first. Yes, Your Highness, Yinner will certainly not disappoint your expectations, Pei Yunyan affirmed, nodding earnestly. The fate of the Pei family rested solely upon his shoulders, and he understood the importance of prudence. Zhu Di then lifted Pei Yunyan into his arms. Yinner, it is getting late. Pei Yunyan's cheeks flushed like a ripe peach, shyly responding, Yinner will heed Your Highness. Zhu Di carried Pei Yunyan toward the bed, gently setting him down. I have arrived, Your Highness. Be gentle, Yinner fears pain. Pei Yunyan closed his eyes, feeling a tinge of nervousness. Zhu Di smiled softly and leaned in to kiss him. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Su Miaoyan found it difficult to sleep, idly perusing the invitations sent by various noble women. A source of frustration for her. Political alliances and marriages were the simplest and most effective strategies, and Su Miaoyan held no objections to them. After all, taking concubines was also part of a wife's duties. However, should they consider forming more alliances in Huaishi? Would such actions raise the emperor's suspicions? Chapter 40. Conspiring to depose the crown prince. The next morning, Zhu Di awoke slowly, stretching languidly before instinctively reaching for his side, only to find it empty. Startled, he sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes, recalling that there had indeed been someone beside him the previous night. Where had they gone? Zhu Di rose from his bed, summoned his attendants to prepare for his morning routine, and proceeded towards the main hall, where he indeed found Pei Yunyan and Su Miaoyan together. Your Highness. Both Su Miaoyan and Pei Yunyan greeted him with a bow. Zhu Di yawned and nodded, inquiring, Yunyan, why are you up so early? Your Highness. Yunyan has come to pay her respects to the princess consort, for one must not forget the customary morning and evening salutations. Pei Yunyan answered with a playful smile. Zhu Di turned his gaze towards Su Miaoyan, who nodded in affirmation. Very well, Zhu Di replied. Yunyan, I do not favor your current attire. Please change back into a shirt and black silk. As my secondary consort, you must also serve as my secretary. Understood, Your Highness. Pei Yunyan curtsied and withdrew. Zhu Di took Su Miaoyan's hand, saying, Miaoyan, let us go to the study for some pomelo fragrance. Such an early start. You have yet to have breakfast, I presume? Su Miaoyan inquired. Zhu Di blinked, responding, I can eat at any time. Sensing that Zhu Di might have matters to discuss, Su Miaoyan nodded. Your Highness, please proceed to the study. I shall bring your breakfast. One must not neglect the morning meal, she asserted. I shall await your return. Zhu Di replied lazily as he strolled towards the study, whistling, his spirits seemingly high. Su Miaoyan brought a serving of breakfast to the study and gently closed the door behind her. Your Highness, it is time to dine, she announced. Placing the meal on the table, Zhu Di reached out, pulling Su Miaoyan into his embrace, declaring, there is no rush to eat. He recounted the events of the previous night, leaving Su Miaoyan astonished. Such matters exist? She exclaimed. Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this? She queried. Zhu Di's eyes darkened as he reflected. My elder brother has been favored by our father since childhood, appearing to enjoy great affection, yet he is but a gilded cage, lacking any true power. Given his abilities, perhaps he could reign as a city lord. However, he faces founding heroes and a cadre of brothers wielding military might. Should he ascend, he would undoubtedly turn against us, the brothers with military authority, either confining or eliminating us. The events of last night, whether they stemmed from our father's will or my brother's counsel, remain unclear. Su Miaoyan pondered. The crown prince lacks his own faction, relying on the same advisors as his majesty. Now that the crown prince oversees the state, his majesty has not delegated authority. The 6 commanders of the Eastern Palace are also his majesty's men. Does this not suggest that his majesty is wary of the crown prince forming alliances? It can be stated that our father is quite power-hungry. Such supreme authority he would never relinquish while alive. Yet, he does genuinely cherish my elder brother, the legitimate heir. As long as my brother makes no grave errors, enduring until our father's demise, he could ascend the throne, Zhu Di conceded. Is it true that Zhu Biao was the most powerful and stable crown prince in history? Such a claim is indeed absurd. Was Zhu Biao's power truly greater than that of Li Shimin during his time as crown prince? Greater than Zhu Gaoqi's? More stable than Zhu Hozhao's position? Even the Manchu crown prince Yongle pales in comparison. Thus, it seems this matter arises from our father's intentions, Your Highness. Your growth may pose a threat to the crown prince's position, Su Miaoyan speculated. Zhu Di inclined his head slightly, expressing that he shared the same sentiment, yet acknowledged that he had not yet matured to a point where he could usurp the throne. Your Highness, you lack an heir. No one will rally to support you in such a coup, not even my father, Su Miaoyan remarked with a subtle shake of her head. Zhu Di chuckled softly. Miaoyan, when will you bear me an heir? Perhaps we should consider it tonight. Your Highness, if you persist in such frivolity, I shall ignore you. We ought to discuss serious matters, Su Miaoyan retorted, pinching the soft flesh at Zhu Di's waist. He gasped in surprise. That hurts. Dear wife, please let go. With a light huff, Su Miaoyan admonished. Let us see if you dare to be so unseemly again. Zhu Di, wearing a comically woeful expression, replied, I shall refrain. Let us return to our serious discussion. Contemplating a strategy, Su Miaoyan inquired, Your Highness, if you were to ascend, how would you treat the crown prince? Eliminate him. Zhu Di replied without hesitation. As long as the crown prince lives, he may rise again, and his supporters will remain undeterred. Historically, no deposed crown prince has met a favorable fate. Once Zhu Biao is deposed, he must perish. Then let us set a trap for the crown prince. Su Miaoyan stated plainly. Zhu Di laughed softly. Devising such a trap is not as simple as you suggest. Moreover, a typical ploy may not even shake his position. What if it involves harming a blood relative? Would the empress still support the crown prince upon learning of this? Su Miaoyan posited. If you wish to ascend, securing the empress's backing would undoubtedly yield greater results. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di was momentarily stunned. Wait, Miaoyan, harm a blood relative? Whose life do you seek? Su Miaoyan shook her head. I do not seek anyone's life. It is merely a strategy, not a serious intent. Consider, if a legitimate son is forced into a predicament, and you come to his rescue, the implications would be profound. Isn't that a bit too conspicuous? Zhu Di questioned. Su Miaoyan nodded. Indeed, it is rather obvious. This scheme requires refinement. However, Your Highness, you must collaborate with Prince Qin. And then what? Zhu Di inquired. Su Miaoyan poured herself a cup of tea. Taking a sip before continuing, the crown prince, having harmed his own kin, would be seen as forsaken by heaven, lacking substance, and thus unworthy of reverence in the ancestral temple. At that point, you must incite some turmoil in Jiangnan, demanding the crown prince's deposition. I will ensure my father suppresses the military achievements backing the crown prince. Zhu Di pondered. Yet, the forces in Jiangnan may not cooperate with me readily. Do not forget, the crown prince also has a concubine from Jiangnan. Then let us utilize Zhujiang East. Your Highness can easily manufacture discord between the crown prince and Zhujiang East. When the time comes to implement this plan, it shall undoubtedly succeed, Su Miaoyan replied. The succinct plan left Zhu Di deep in thought. Contemplating the feasibility of such a grand scheme, he recognized that the legitimate son, the Zhujiang East faction, and the crown prince's supporters would all serve as pawns. The question remained, how to maneuver this chess game without revealing any signs. Miaoyan, find a way to arrange a meeting with my second brother. I wish to see him. And we must avoid any prying eyes. Zhu Di decided it prudent to first ascertain Zhu Xiang's stance on the matter. Su Miaoyan nodded slightly, suggesting that it would be preferable to avoid encounters within the capital, as venturing outside might yield better opportunities. Outside the capital? Do you have a location? Zhu Di inquired. Perplexed. On a flower boat by the Qinhuai River. Chapter 41. Why do you keep trying to steal money? A few days later, during the court assembly, The statistics for the first month of commercial taxes had been released, with tax revenues from various regions steadily arriving at the Ministry of Commerce. Zhu's plans were also underway, as Zhu Yuanzhang had frequently visited the flower boat on the Qinhuai River in recent days to scout and find a suitable location. Their meetings could not be rushed, lest they attract undue attention. In the court, Pei Jinbu radiated confidence, standing tall. Your Majesty, after months of implementing commercial taxes, the total amount collected in the first month has been fully delivered to the Ministry of Commerce. Our officials worked overnight to calculate, and for Jing Tianfu alone, the total commercial tax amounts to 4,835 taels and 7 coins. Upon hearing this, the court erupted in whispers, astonished by the staggering figure. Is it true? Such a high total for just the capital? Isn't that obvious? The capital is the center of economy and power. It's not surprising to see such figures. Moreover, let us not forget how high the commercial taxes are. Damn it, this infuriates me. Although our family earns a lot, we must pay a hefty 45% in taxes. My family is not doing any better. We pay 30%. What should have been our net profit has now become the court's tax revenue. There was no recourse, as they were dealing with the unyielding regent, who would not hesitate to seize what he desired. The officials debated fervently, while Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing the figure, stood up in shock from his dragon throne. What did you say? Such a high commercial tax for just the capital in the first month? What about the total from other regions? Pei Jinbu bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. The total for the first month of implemented commercial taxes, rounded, amounts to 17,776,000 taels. Zhu Yuanzhang was left speechless. Over 10 million taels? And this is just for 1 month? What kind of hardships have I endured all these years? Are these merchants truly so wealthy? Zhu Di merely smiled faintly. For Pei Jinbu had come to report this figure to him late the previous night, a success attributed to his own stringent policies, encouraging mutual reporting among merchants, whereby once reported, their assets would be transferred to the informant, allowed the court to collect funds while the informant gained property. It appeared that one had acquired greater assets. Yet their total profit, and thus tax contribution, also increased. Minister Pei, is your calculation accurate? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, somewhat incredulous. Pei Jinbu nodded affirmatively. It is entirely accurate. Zhu Di chuckled. Father, why are you so agitated? Look at how wealthy the Song dynasty was. What does our sum amount to? Zhu Biao, equally animated, added, Father, since we have funds now, should we not promote the construction of public welfare? Pei Jinbu's expression darkened. Your Highness, why do you wish to seize more of our ministry's funds? At this utterance, the entire assembly fell silent. What are you trying to do? Are you really going to confront us? What do you mean by again? Previously, the funds allocated to the Ministry of Commerce were considered untouchable deposits. However, is it not true that these funds now represent national tax revenues? Should they not be employed for the development of the people's livelihood? Zhu Biao inquired, his smile fading. Pei Jinbu retorted, isn't that the responsibility of the Ministry of Revenue? Our Ministry of Commerce is solely tasked with commercial affairs. These funds ought to be exclusively utilized for commerce. If the Ministry of Revenue is lacking in funds, why not allocate money to them? They could manage their operations just as well. Zhu Biao responded. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu became indignant. Your Highness, one must act in good conscience. When our Ministry of Commerce was established, it was born from nothing. We had no resources whatsoever. During those initial 2 months, when commercial taxes had yet to be collected, we had no funds at all. It was the regent who guided us in generating revenue and saving expenses, allowing for the accumulation of deposits. Now that commercial taxes have begun to flow in, it is under the leadership of the regent's party. The Ministry of Commerce rose from nothing, while the Ministry of Revenue is still part of the national treasury. If the Ministry of Revenue lacks funds, what justification do they have to seize from us? What was the situation before the establishment of the Ministry of Commerce? The Ministry of Commerce does not oversee the national treasury, nor is it responsible for the welfare of the nation. So why should we be compelled to provide funds? It is outrageous that they demand our money. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. What do you mean by your Ministry of Commerce? This is the National Ministry of Commerce. Now the state requires these funds. Do you dare to defy the imperial decree? Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this is not a matter of personal gain. Pei Jinbu, in a fit of defiance, removed his official cap and declared, if your Majesty insists on this, I shall resign. The Ministry of Commerce has labored for half a year, only to end up providing resources for the Ministry of Revenue, which has done nothing. I am no philanthropist. Pei Jinbu, are you threatening the emperor? Zhu Biao admonished sharply. Pei Jinbu replied coolly, I have said no such thing. I simply cannot engage in acts of charity. The two deputy ministers of the Ministry of Commerce stepped forward in unison. We concur. We wish to join Lord Minister in resignation. If you possess the capability, then dismiss us. If you can manage the Ministry of Commerce without us, that would indeed prove your competence. Our connections ensure that you will find it exceedingly difficult to operate within the ministry. If you were to eliminate us entirely and start anew, I would commend your audacity. In that moment, a murderous glint appeared in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. This was undeniably a threat to the court. Regent, is this the caliber of officials you have trained? Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed at Zhu Di. Zhu Di nodded, affirming, these are officials I have brought forth. This statement left Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. Fourth son, how dare you address your father in such a manner? Zhu Biao reprimanded. Zhu Di rose, brushing off non-existent dust. What do you mean by fourth son? How many times must I reiterate? When at work, one must address their position correctly. Why can you not remember? Moreover, what has Minister Pei said that is incorrect? The Ministry of Commerce is not the National Treasury. The Ministry of Revenue is. Why should the funds of the Ministry of Commerce be used to bolster the performance of the Ministry of Revenue? On what grounds? Unless the Ministry of Revenue is disbanded and merged into the Ministry of Commerce, allowing the latter to oversee the National Treasury. Only then can the Ministry of Commerce contribute funds. If that is not feasible, then let us lend them money. If the Ministry of Revenue is short of funds, the Ministry of Commerce can provide a loan. The Ministry of Revenue must draft a formal request to the Ministry of Commerce, clearly stating the principal and interest. When the Ministry of Revenue repays the funds, they shall return the money. Should they fail to repay within the stipulated time, then the debt shall be considered null and void, and the Ministry of Revenue shall not be permitted to borrow another coin henceforth. Should the Emperor also wish to seize funds from the Ministry of Commerce, then what purpose does my toil serve? I am no fool to weave garments for others. I hereby tender my resignation. Zhu Di is acutely aware that this breach cannot be permitted, otherwise, the Ministry of Commerce shall inevitably become a mere cash dispenser for the Ministry of Revenue. Pei Jinbu nodded repeatedly, affirming the regent's astute observation. It is, after all, the nation's treasury. Why should one require promissory notes? If the Ministry of Commerce possesses surplus funds yet finds no immediate use for them, it would be prudent to allocate them to the Ministry of Revenue to alleviate pressing needs. Zhu Biao, however, failed to comprehend Zhu Di's intentions. Whether it be the Ministry of Commerce or the Ministry of Revenue, both draw from the national coffers, do they not? If the funds are not in use, they should simply remain untouched. Which provision of the Ming Code criminalizes the retention of unused funds? Zhu Di firmly countered Zhu Biao, causing the latter's lips to quiver in frustration. Chapter 42. Zhu Biao, the obstructionist Su cleared his throat and stepped forth. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Crown Prince, kindly refrain from wrath. Regent, do not speak in such a vexed manner. The Ministry of Commerce is, after all, a national entity. How can you utter such petulant words? Naturally, even among blood brothers, accounts must be settled. If the Ministry of Revenue finds itself in financial straits, it may borrow from the Ministry of Commerce. This money did not descend from the heavens, and borrowing entails repayment. Zhu Di nodded, acknowledging that the Duke of Wei speaks with fairness, unlike certain individuals who treat these funds as their own, demanding them without due consideration. What need does your Ministry of Commerce have for such vast sums? To the Ministry of Revenue, it could be utilized for the betterment of the realm and the populace. Zhu Yuanzhang was incensed, his head throbbing. Your Ministry of Commerce is solely responsible for trade. Presently, you have no obligations, merely awaiting monthly collections. What purpose do you serve by hoarding these funds? Can they bring forth progeny? Is it not permissible for our Ministry of Commerce to donate funds? We aim to support the court in forging artillery and fortifying national defenses. Can we not provide our soldiers with superior armor? Can we not enhance their salaries? At this proclamation from Zhu Di, the Huaishi faction's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Numerous prominent figures stepped forward in agreement. These funds for us. That would be splendid. I second this motion. Your Majesty, you are unaware that some of our soldiers have worn-out shoes, with toes exposed. Indeed, we are in dire need of this financial support from the Ministry of Commerce. Yes, many soldiers wear tattered armor, and the issuance of new gear has been delayed due to a lack of funds. Should we manage to disseminate the Hongwu artillery throughout the military, we could undoubtedly enhance our national defense and safeguard our homeland. Your Majesty, the Regent speaks the truth. These funds ought to be allocated to us. A chorus of military leaders emerged, each lamenting their plight. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened considerably. Should he acquiesce? The lower ranks would soon learn that these funds were bestowed by the regent. At that juncture, would the army still belong to the state? Or would it become the regent's own? Was Zhu Di attempting to curry favor? Such a treacherous scheme, rendering refusal nearly impossible. The individuals who stood forth were indeed powerful military figures. To reject their pleas would likely provoke significant backlash. It was only the 9th year of Hongwu. Most military magnates remained active, and the Huaishi faction had yet to decline. Zhu Yuanzhang could not simply wield authority as if it were absolute. Patience was required, and discretion must prevail. Zhu Di spoke, asserting that without a formidable national defense, even the most prosperous civil life would merely render the populace a granary for the enemy, leading to land concessions and reparations in times of war. Such funds could be allocated for military expenditures, yet they must never be squandered as reparations for defeat. I propose that the Ministry of Commerce allocate 5 million taels of silver each month for military purposes. Upon hearing this, many gasped in astonishment. 5 million taels. That amounts to 60 million taels in a year. This is outrageous. Pei Jinbu, upon hearing this proclamation, held little objection, for ultimately, it is the nation's treasury. Should these funds be given to the military, it would undoubtedly strengthen the military power behind the regent. Each favor accumulated would increase the number of supporters for the regent's cause in the future. Pei Jinbu adjusted his official hat, submitting to the regent's decree and extolling his insightful vision. Utilizing the Ministry of Commerce's resources to help the regent build connections would ensure that when the time comes, there would be even more backing for the regent to ascend to power by removing the crown prince. One must keep in mind the saying, a soft mouth eats the soft food. The 2 deputy ministers of the Ministry of Commerce also discerned Zhu Di's intentions. Having allied with Duke Wei, Suda, who is indeed a formidable figure, if 5 million taels were allocated to the military each month, the support behind Zhu Di would be unprecedented. After all, once these funds are granted, should one offend Zhu Di, and he decides to retract this allocation, discontent would surely arise among the ranks. Moreover, as the funds trickle down, everyone would expect a share, and should one person cause a shortage, the consequences would be dire. Considering the possibility of supporting others in ascending to power, is that feasible? Even if it were, the only contender for the position of crown prince is Zhu Di. The other 3 Zhu siblings each possess their own shortcomings. Thus, the Huaishi faction has little choice but to support either Zhu Di or Zhu Biao. At this juncture, it becomes a matter of the strength behind these 2 candidates. The crown prince has the support of the Chang and Lan families, yet with Chang Yuchen deceased, Lan Yu pales in comparison to Suda. Even if Lan Yu inherits a significant portion of Chang Yuchen's influence, it remains insufficient. In contrast, Suda stands as the foremost duke, a leading figure among the martial nobility of Huaishi. Additionally, Zhu Di's demonstrated capabilities far surpass those of Zhu Biao. I second the motion. I pledge my support for the regent's decree. The Ministry of Commerce shall promptly allocate 5 million taels for military expenses. The left deputy minister of the Ministry of Commerce exclaimed. Zhu Di turned to Zhu Yuanzhang. Father, the people's sentiment is clear. What do you think? Zhu Yuanzhang, with a stern expression, nodded slightly. But could he refuse? How could one reject such an overt maneuver? Very well. After the Ministry of Commerce concludes its session, let 5 million taels be transferred to the Grand Commander's office, to be overseen by Left Commander Suda, for the purpose of equipping the military, increasing their salaries, and producing cannons and weapons. I shall comply, Pei Jinbu responded with a bow. Suda stepped forward, stating, on behalf of the soldiers, I extend my gratitude to the regent. Zhu Di waved his hand, correcting Duke Wei, stating, you are mistaken. We ought to express our thanks to the court. The Ministry of Commerce belongs to the court, not to me. I am merely a servant to the people. The words of the regent are profoundly insightful. I am enlightened. Suda smiled and nodded. Zhu Di then turned his gaze toward Zhu Yuanzhang, broaching a new matter. Father, I believe that Minister Pei Jinbu of the Ministry of Commerce has demonstrated remarkable coordination and management skills, deserving of greater responsibilities. I propose that we elevate Minister Pei to the Central Secretariat, granting him the rank of Prime Minister. The other officials of the Central Secretariat should also receive promotions accordingly. Currently, Hu Weiyong serves as the Right Chancellor, while there is no Left Chancellor, but next year, Hu Weiyong will assume that position. Zhu Di's words were clearly intended to promote Hu Weiyong to the Left Chancellor, while the position of prime minister would be bestowed upon Pei Jinbu. Should Pei Jinbu advance, others beneath him would undoubtedly follow suit. Pei Jinbu's eyes sparkled. Was the regent truly advocating for his elevation to the central secretariat? The third highest position, no less. At the first rank. However, as soon as Zhu Di finished speaking, Zhu Biao immediately objected. Father, this matter is utterly inadvisable. The regent has only recently promoted Minister Pei from a 6th rank official to a 2nd rank one. It is rather hasty to elevate him to the central secretariat now. Father, I urge you to reconsider. Upon Zhu Biao's objection, several hostile gazes, sharp as knives, turned toward him. To obstruct another's advancement is akin to slaying one's parents. Such enmity is irreconcilable. Chapter 43. Zhu Biao's second chance. Zhu Biao's opposition did not merely concern Pei Jinbu alone. Zhu Di's proposal implicated the entire central secretariat. Consequently, Zhu Biao had made numerous enemies. Regardless of whether his opposition succeeded, the animosity was now firmly established. Had there been no substantial achievements, it would be one thing. Yet the accomplishments of the Ministry of Commerce were evident. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. The Crown Prince is correct. Excessive promotion is ill-advised, lest there be nothing left to bestow in the future. Let this merit be recorded and rewarded in due course. Zhu Yuanzhang was also indifferent to the Minister of Commerce, clearly resolved to support the regent's faction. Zhu Di, however, did not appear disheartened. He understood well that Zhu Biao would oppose him. For once Pei Jinbu entered the central secretariat, the position of Minister of Commerce would naturally be assumed by the left vice minister, thus extending Zhu Di's influence beyond just the Ministry of Commerce into the central secretariat. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao remained empty-handed. It was not that Zhu Biao lacked the desire for achievements. Rather, he was constrained by finances. Zhu Di addressed the military officials, esteemed ministers. My father's words hold deep significance. Throughout history, those who have nothing left to bestow have only the grave to offer, and when that time comes, the fowl are hidden away, and the rabbits are cooked. All of you must heed my father's admonition. Zhu Di's remarks were a clear reminder to the military officials, urging the neutrals to choose a side. We shall take His Majesty's words to heart. The assembly responded in unison. Zhu Di then turned to Pei Jinbu. Minister Pei, do not be disheartened. Strive diligently to achieve new accomplishments. The realm of the Ming dynasty, encompassing 1 capital and 13 provinces, rests upon my shoulders, and no one can overshadow this dynasty. It was evident that he was alluding to Zhu Biao's aspirations for dominance. I am the regent. What is wrong with being the heavyweight champion of the Ming dynasty? Thank you, regent, for your encouragement. Pei Jinbu bowed deeply in gratitude, unable to secure any financial gains. Zhu Yuanzhang found himself in a rather dismal mood. Do any of you ministers have matters to present? He inquired. If not, then we shall adjourn. Zhu Yuanzhang was tempted to seize the opportunity directly, yet he remained clear-headed amidst his frustrations. He possessed the authority to replace all personnel within the Ministry of Commerce with his own loyalists, thus deciding the distribution of funds entirely on his terms. However, he pondered the repercussions. What if the influential families responsible for liaising refused to cooperate? Moreover, should he take such drastic actions, who would be willing to assist him in the future? It was already disgraceful enough to reap the rewards after others had labored diligently. To do so while maintaining an unsightly demeanor was unacceptable. After all the hard work, to receive no rewards and risk losing one's position was an unthinkable outcome. Father, I have something to say, Zhu Di interjected. Zhu Yuanzhang, massaging his temples, listened. In order to promote commercial prosperity, attract more merchants to settle here, and stimulate the economy, I propose that we offer favorable policies. For instance, those establishing industries here could enjoy a 20% reduction in commercial taxes for 3 to 5 years, or receive discounts on land prices to entice further development. Zhu Di understood the importance of balancing the interests of the military and the civil officials. Neglecting the latter could lead to dissent. His earlier strict policies had established authority, yet now he sought to bestow rewards. The judicious combination of benevolence and authority was the key to effective governance. Earning slightly less was acceptable as long as the economy flourished overall. The officials below were taken aback by Zhu Di's proposal, their eyes wide with disbelief. After months of paying substantial commercial taxes, the sudden prospect of relief felt like a bountiful windfall. Surely, this marked the onset of better days. Although the taxes had been collected for some time, the funds from various regions had only just begun to arrive in the capital. Could it be that Zhu Di had finally developed a conscience? The prospect of tax reductions promised greater profits, and such a policy was indeed favorable. Indeed, it seems the regent is not so malevolent after all, they murmured. Unlike certain individuals who relentlessly exploited their subjects while demanding their utmost efforts without providing sustenance, the regent's governance was a blessing for the people. If this policy were implemented, it would undoubtedly invigorate commerce, leading to even greater profits. Exactly. We should never oppose money, especially when it is both profitable and lawful, they agreed. The civil officials eagerly discussed the benefits Zhu Di had offered, eager to partake in this advantageous opportunity. Providing for the horses ensures they run faster, they reasoned. Zhu Di, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Father, it seems the ministers are quite in favor of this. What are your thoughts?" At this juncture, Zhu Biao interjected, "Father, I believe it is unnecessary for the time being. The state does not possess substantial reserves, and should an unexpected situation arise, it would be ill-advised. I recommend a gradual implementation rather than an immediate execution." Zhu Biao's words seemed to grasp the very essence of the Jiangnan official's fate, as they recalled that he had taken one of their own as a concubine. "Have you forgotten that we are all in this together?" they thought. "Why do you always sing a different tune?" Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you opposed to implementation?" "It is not that it cannot be done, but rather it should be approached with caution, deliberation, and rhythm. We must ensure that the finances are prepared before proceeding, and after establishing pilot programs in select regions. We can then lead the way for broader implementation. This should be based on specific circumstances. It is not about blind action, but rather precise, scientific, and efficient measures, guided by strategy. We should involve the regions that will pilot the programs, allowing those adept in commerce to take the lead, leveraging their wisdom to facilitate implementation while remaining flexible to accommodate unique situations." Zhu Biao delivered a rather verbose response. Zhu Yuanzhang then turned to Zhu Di, the regent, and asked, "What is your opinion? Since the crown prince has expressed opposition, it seems there is little I can do. Let us follow the crown prince's counsel, after all. He is the one overseeing the state," Zhu Di replied, catching Zhu Yuanzhang off guard. "Wait a moment, this is not right. You are supposed to oppose. And then we engage in a heated debate, ultimately reaching a compromise where the Ministry of Commerce allocates funds to the Ministry of Revenue. And we agree to implement this policy, correct? This script feels amiss. Why are you not adhering to the established pattern?" Zhu Di smiled at the group of civil officials, saying, "Esteemed ministers, since the crown prince opposes, there is little I can do. Do any of you have further proposals? If not, we may adjourn." He subtly reminded them that it was the crown prince who had opposed the initiative. The officials aligned with the regent, led by Pei Jinbu, began to harbor ill intentions towards Zhu Biao. What a splendid turn of events. First, they obstruct our progress, and now they hinder our prosperity. Truly, one must endure a moment's discomfort to avoid a greater calamity. How much can one tolerate? Chapter 44. A conversation between mother and son. "I see that you, Crown Prince, are quite susceptible. Just as your father had Liao Yongzhong sink the young Ming king, it seems fitting that this be returned in kind. To be so vulnerable is indeed a perilous fate. One must remember, there are divine beings just above us. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded or punished. It's not that retribution is absent, merely that the time has not yet arrived. We bid farewell to your Majesty. We bid farewell to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. We bid farewell to the regent." The officials bowed and retreated. Zhu Yuanzhang and his two companions exited the rear hall. Pei Jinbu wore a grim expression as he glanced at several members of the regent's faction behind him, and they exchanged subtle nods. It was evident, action must be taken against him. Zhu Di exited the rear hall, intending to attend to the day's memorials in the Qianqing Palace, where Empress Ma's maid, Yuer, had been waiting for a considerable time. She informed him that the Empress wished to see him. Zhu Di was puzzled but proceeded to the Cunning Palace, while Zhu Yuanzhang took Zhu Biao to the Qianqing Palace. "My dear child, you are too hasty. Why engage in a direct confrontation?" Zhu Yuanzhang sighed on their way back. Zhu Biao replied, "Father, the fourth brother is indeed overstepping. He acts as if the Ministry of Commerce is his private treasury. Consider ways to develop the people's welfare policies. Otherwise, you may find yourself gradually suppressed by him." Zhu Yuanzhang mused, lamenting that Zhu Di had been overly prominent of late. Fortunately, he had placed spies around, which would afford him some advantage. "Father, today I opposed Pei Jinbu's promotion. Do you find anything amiss in that?" Zhu Biao inquired. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively, asserting there was nothing amiss. They could not overturn the heavens. You are the sovereign, they are the subjects. All blessings and tribulations are bestowed by the sovereign. Zhu Yuanzhang believed that as long as he held military power, this nascent group from Jiangnan could not achieve greatness. Even if they stirred a few ripples, what of it? Could they truly shatter the skies of the Ming dynasty? This epitomized Zhu Yuanzhang's arrogance. His humble origins instilled feelings of inferiority in him. Yet his elevated status bred an air of hubris. The words of my father resonate deeply, Zhu Biao remarked with a slight compliment. At this moment, Zhu Di arrived at Kunning Palace to meet Empress Ma. He was granted a private audience while Pei Yunyan was left waiting outside. The attendants and eunuchs in the main hall of Kunning Palace were sent away. Zhu Di, observing this unusual arrangement, felt a flicker of unease. What was the intent behind this? Were there assassins lurking nearby? Should I address you as the fourth brother or as the regent? Zhu Di chuckled awkwardly, replying, Mother. Such words are unnecessary. Regardless of my title, I am your son. Empress Ma nodded in agreement. Very well. Then I shall ask you a straightforward question, and you must answer truthfully. Zhu Di's heart raced at the gravity of her words. What was she about to inquire? Must you wear this white hat? Empress Ma, seated upon her phoenix throne, spoke with a tone laden with complexity. She felt perplexed. Both her eldest and fourth sons were flesh of her flesh. Her heart was torn between them. Initially, she thought Zhu Di's ambitions were merely a fleeting whim, a ploy to thwart Zhu Yuanzhang's plans and annul the marriage. Little did she know he was entirely earnest. Empress Ma had witnessed Zhu Di's capabilities firsthand. If she were to suppress him now, it could still be accomplished. Yet that would be a detriment to the nation. However, if she allowed him to flourish, the position of crown prince would inevitably change hands. The potential consequences were too grave for her to contemplate. Zhu Di and Empress Ma locked eyes, neither relenting. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Di finally broke the stillness. Mother, those with talent ascend, while the inept descend. This is a responsibility towards the nation and its people. This response clearly articulated Zhu Di's intention to compete fairly with Zhu Biao, relying on merit. You shall be a wise ruler, and he a loyal minister. Together, you can cultivate a prosperous era, which would surely become a celebrated tale through the ages, Empress Ma suggested. Zhu Di shook his head. In that case, I would surely be ground to dust. Mother, do not forget, there are countless historical instances of brothers succeeding one another. My elder brother is as callous and ungrateful as our father, devoid of the benevolence that should exist between sovereign and subject. Once he ascends the throne, and I pose a threat to his position, it would inevitably become a struggle for survival. Zhu Biao was akin to a glutinous rice ball. Without martial prowess like Zhu Yuanzhang, history has proven this point. Historically, after the crown princess Chang gave birth to Zhu Yuanzhang, her 11th day postpartum was marked by an unexpected demise. It was neither her firstborn nor a result of difficult labor, but rather, she perished just as her confinement was nearing its end. How could the principal consort of the Eastern Palace meet such a hasty fate? Following her death, a concubine from the L family was swiftly elevated to the primary position. Was this not a declaration to the world that with the demise of the rightful wife, a concubine could ascend? According to the excerpt from the Annals of the Ming Taizu, Volume 140, in this month, the Minister of Rights, El Ben, passed away. He had no sons, only a daughter who became the crown prince's consort. It is evident that the title of crown prince's consort signifies that the L family was indeed elevated. The abrupt death of the legitimate wife and the promotion of a concubine raises questions. Did Zhu Biao, as the closest confidant, truly remain oblivious? Furthermore, how could Zhu Yuanzhang, who resided in the Eastern Palace, be unaware of the circumstances surrounding his brother? With Elle becoming the legitimate matriarch and having her own son, Zhu Yuanzhang, the son of the Eastern Palace's primary consort, would undoubtedly be a thorn in his side, making it impossible for him to enjoy peace. Could Zhu Biao really be unaware of this? However, it is understandable. Those who have read history know that the imperial family is often devoid of compassion. In the face of power, kinship, love, kindness, and morality can easily crumble, rendering them insignificant. This realization left Empress Ma feeling a pang of anxiety. Can you prevail? Your father will not depose your elder brother to enthrone you. To which Zhu Biao replied, Mother, this is a matter between me and my elder brother. It is best if you do not interfere. Should I succeed, I will take the reins of the Eastern Palace and ascend to the highest position. If I fail, I accept my fate, whether stripped of titles or imprisoned, even to the point of death. I will bear it all. Zhu Dali bowed deeply, his body bent in reverence. Tears welled in Empress Ma's eyes. Must it truly come to fratricide? Once I possess the means to contest the throne, I see no other path but to fight. To refrain from fighting is to invite death. And should I lose, death awaits me as well. This is the destiny of the imperial family, Zhu Dali asserted. I do not believe I have erred. Politics knows no right or wrong, only differing positions. Hearing Zhu Dali's words, Empress Ma felt a wave of sorrow wash over her and inquired, "Is there no room for retreat?" "None," he replied. "Do you not regret your decision?" "My choice is resolute until death," he affirmed. "But this is a path of no return. I accept the consequences without regret. You and your elder brother are both my sons. Should anything happen to either of you, I would be left mourning my child in old age." She lamented, "If I succeed, I shall still mourn for you, mother, as you deserve. When the time comes for you to depart this world, I will honor you in mourning. If I fail, please forgive my filial disobedience as I take my leave first. I implore you to support my cause." With that, Zhu Dali knelt, bowing his head to the ground, remaining there for a long while. Chapter 45. Departing for the Qinhuai River flower boats. With the conversation reaching this point, what more could Empress Ma say? To continue favoring Zhu Biao would likely provoke Zhu Dali further, making the struggle for the throne even more brutal and blood-soaked. It is ultimately impossible to maintain perfect balance in such matters. The future outcome, who will triumph and who will falter, perhaps only heaven knows. Empress Ma permitted Zhu Dali to leave, and as he exited Kunning Palace, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders, exhaling deeply. The situation had become quite clear. It remained to be seen whether this monkey could indeed cause a celestial upheaval. As for the inevitable loss of life along the way, what of it? In the realm of power transitions, bloodshed is a certainty. For those who dare to sacrifice, ambition is grand, who would not seek to change the heavens and earth. Pei Yunyan observed Zhu Dali's somber expression upon his emergence and discerned that the discussion had likely not gone well. Without further inquiry, he accompanied Zhu Dali to Qianqing Palace to continue with their day's duties. "Your Highness." On the way to the Qianqing Palace, Pei Yunyan hesitated, wanting to speak but refraining. Zhu Di furrowed his brow, asking, "What? Do you wish to inquire about what I discussed with the Empress?" Pei Yunyan shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, not at all." "Then what is it you wish to convey?" Zhu Di pressed. Pei Yunyan spoke in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, your capabilities as regent are rather impressive." Zhu Di chuckled, "This is hardly the time or place for flattery." Pei Yunyan clarified, "It is not flattery. I merely wish to caution against excessive zeal, akin to that of Li Chengxian, the son of Emperor Taizong, whose overenthusiasm led to a regrettable estrangement between father and son." Zhu Di sighed in contemplation. Pei Yunyan lamented, "How could you miss the crux of my message? Your Highness, I implore you to heed the example of Li Chengxian and avoid treading the same path." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di regained his focus, realizing the subtle warning she had imparted, that this situation could very well culminate in a scenario reminiscent of the Xuanwu Gate incident. "The Crown Prince is hardly worthy of contending with me at the Xuanwu Gate," he retorted, snorting lightly as he continued toward the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Biao's support was exceedingly feeble, nearly non-existent. Who among them would heed his call during a potential upheaval? Furthermore, the elder Zhu had his thumb firmly pressed down on him. Historically, emperors have feared not the powerful ministers, the military heroes, nor external foes, but rather the crown prince. The position of crown prince is fraught with difficulty. If a son deviates from his father, the father will scorn him. If a son resembles his father, the father will harbor suspicions. Upon reaching the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Di managed his daily affairs with customary ease. Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu Biao, and Zhu Di were nearly forming a triumvirate at the heart of power. Zhu Biao served as regent, Zhu Di as the acting regent, while Zhu Yuanzhang made the decisions. After a long day of work, Zhu Di intended to pay a visit to his second brother, as it was high time to advance his ambitions for the throne. Late at night, as Zhu Di prepared to depart, Pei Jinbu arrived once more. "Your Highness, will you meet him?" Su Miaoyan inquired. Zhu Di smiled, "Why not? I am contemplating how to mitigate the political repercussions of my visit to the Qinhuai River. After all, my quest for the throne is of utmost importance, and reputation plays a significant role. Isn't the scapegoat arriving just in time?" Though Zhu Di planned to go secretly, he feared not the unforeseen, but rather the possibility of being caught. Thus, having someone to take the blame was most advantageous. If attention were drawn to his actions, he could easily assert that it was that individual who compelled him to go, absolving himself of the suspicion of seeking a private meeting with his brother. "Your Highness, you are quite cunning. You sell someone out, And they still count your coins, Su Miaoyun remarked with a light laugh. Zhu Di chuckled heartily and instructed for Pei Jinbu to be summoned. Minister Pei Jinbu pays his respects to your highness and the esteemed lady. Pei Jinbu, clad in a simple long robe, entered with steady steps and respectfully bowed to Zhu Di and Su Miaoyun. Zhu Di nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Pei Jinbu's greeting. Minister Pei, you have arrived just in time. Accompany me to the flower boats of the Qinhuai River. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu's heart tightened, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Zhu Di, seemingly unable to believe his own ears. After a long pause, Pei Jinbu stammered, Your Highness, do you have an interest in learning foreign languages as well? Upon hearing this, Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Pei Jinbu with a look of skepticism, unable to comprehend why he would suddenly utter such a statement. Learning a foreign language? What connection could that possibly have with the flower boats on the Qinhuai River? I have official matters to attend to. Observing Zhu Di's bewilderment, Pei Jinbu quickly cleared his throat and explained, Your Highness, it is imperative to learn a foreign language. While his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Miaoyun, revealing a trace of embarrassment and helplessness in his eyes. The flower boats on the Qinhuai River are notoriously known as places of indulgence, where many literati revel in wine and merriment, composing poetry with courtesans. And some even take the opportunity to learn foreign languages amidst the presence of Western women. It was quite disconcerting for Pei Jinbu to think that a prince would openly declare his intention to visit such a place. Nonetheless, it was not entirely objectionable. After all, men understand such desires. But was it not too soon to grow weary of the comforts of home? Has the honeymoon phase already concluded? One ought not to forsake the beauty at home for the allure of the outside world. More importantly, Su Miaoyun was right there. Did he truly think he could boldly proclaim his intentions to seek out the pleasures of the brothel in her presence? Would the princess consort approve? Your Highness, can you truly be so audacious at home? Zhu Di's expression darkened as he retorted, What on earth are you thinking? I am merely going to the flower boats on the Qinhuai River for official business. Pei Jinbu nodded repeatedly. I understand it is for official matters. For that is the usual pretext for such outings. As the conversation grew increasingly awkward, Zhu Di, feeling exasperated, pulled Pei Jinbu away, saying, Enough of this chatter. Wait. Your Highness, Pei Jinbu protested, being dragged along. Zhu Di turned back to Su Miaoyun, instructing, Miaoyun, take care of the house. Retire early tonight. Su Miaoyun nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Your Highness. Wishing you a safe journey. Zhu Di merely grunted in response, hastily disappearing into the night, draped in a dark cloak. Pei Jinbu stood in a daze, pondering, is the regent truly this bold at home? He openly speaks of visiting the pleasure quarters, and the princess consort has no objections? This seems amiss. Your Highness, please slow down. Tonight, I shall treat you, Pei Jinbu said with a mischievous grin. He was eager to glean some insights from Zhu Di on how he managed such audacity. When I go to the Qinhuai River, I have to concoct excuses for my wife. How can you be so brazen? Is your standing at home truly this elevated? Very well, tonight's expenses are on you. My dear Aiqing, Zhu Di laughed heartily. It would be splendid to conduct business on the Qinhuai River, followed by some revelry. A little relaxation is certainly not unwelcome, especially with someone else footing the bill. Chapter 46. Transactions on the flower boat. The Qinhuai River flowed like a shimmering celestial river, gracefully traversing the land of Jinling. As the lanterns illuminated the night, the ancient buildings along its banks revealed their rustic charm under the warm glow. With their upturned eaves and intricately carved beams, they seemed to whisper tales of prosperity and history. The red lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, casting a warm golden hue upon the water's surface, where it sparkled like fragments of gold. On the river's surface, painted boats glided gracefully, their hulls enveloped in a kaleidoscope of lights, harmonizing with the shimmering reflections in the water, conjuring an ethereal dreamscape. The oars dipped into the water, creating gentle ripples accompanied by soft sounds, as if the Qinhuai River were whispering a melodic serenade. Inside the boats, the lilting strains of silk and bamboo instruments wafted through the air, adding a touch of poetic charm and romance to the night along the Qinhuai River. What a splendid place, Zhu Di remarked with a sense of wonder. Pei Jinbu offered a respectful bow, saying, Your Highness, allow me to escort you. I shall find a few courtesans to keep you company. Company for what? I am here on serious business. And do not call me Your Highness here. Zhu Di replied, his expression darkening slightly. Pei Jinbu quickly apologized. Yes, my lord. Serious business? What serious business can be conducted here? Zhu Di mused, surveying his surroundings. Just then, two young attendants who had been waiting patiently on the shore approached Zhu Di, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before coming closer. "Fourth young master, our second young master has been waiting for you. Please follow us," they whispered. With that, the two attendants led Zhu Di to meet Zhu Yang. Zhu Di nodded and followed. Pei Jinbu stood nearby, astonished to realize that this was indeed serious business. Are they really here for serious matters? Not for frivolities? If Zhu Di is the fourth young master, then the second young master must be the king of Qin. A clandestine meeting between princely families? Though the fiefdom has not yet been established, if His Majesty were to find out, he would surely harbor suspicions. Zhu Di was guided onto a flower boat not far from the shore, and as soon as he boarded, the vessel set sail towards the river's center. Meanwhile, Beigong Jiyan, who was covertly safeguarding Zhu Di, slipped into the water and stealthily swam towards the flower boat, climbing aboard to provide discreet protection. Naturally, Beigong Jiyan was astute enough not to wait until the boat was far out to make his move, as that would be quite taxing. Upon boarding, Zhu Di encountered his elder brother, the king of Qin, Zhu Yang. The courtesans within the flower boat were promptly dismissed, and Zhu Yang's royal guards remained outside to prevent any intrusions. Minister Pei Jinbu pays his respects to His Highness, the king of Qin. Pei Jinbu quickly bowed in greeting. Zhu Yang acknowledged him with a nod, raising a hand to indicate he could rise. He then turned to Zhu Di, saying, "Fourth brother, your bravery is commendable for coming here alone. Are you not afraid that I and your third brother might conspire against you?" Zhu Di took a seat nearby, adjusting his robe. "How could that be? Despite our differences, we have not reached the point of a reconcilable conflict. In this world, all are driven by profit. We gather for gain and part for gain." Zhu Yang chuckled lightly, enjoying some grapes. "What a fine observation. We gather for gain and part for gain. Indeed. Let us speak plainly. I have conferred with third brother, and we are willing to support you, but there are 3 fundamental conditions you must agree to." Zhu Di picked up a banana and began to eat. "Let us hear them. I can agree to what is reasonable. First, you must heed counsel and not merely proclamations," Zhu Yang declared. Zhu Di paused mid-peel, taken aback. What does it mean to heed counsel and not proclamations? Such a condition to start with, what will follow? And the second? Zhu Di resumed peeling the banana. Zhu Yan responded, "Secondly, absolute freedom. I refuse to be a vassal. I intend to roam freely." The third brother remarked that he could be a vassal, yet he did not wish to be confined within the boundaries of a fief. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di furrowed his brow, aware that once a vassal accepted their title, they could not leave their fief without a decree. This point was open to debate. Thirdly, Zhu Di inquired while eating a banana, "Your lineage must take care of me and the third brother's descendants, providing them with preferential treatment and ensuring their wealth and prosperity." After Zhu Yan finished speaking, Zhu Di fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Pei Jinbu listened in trepidation. Goodness, are the Prince of Qin, the Prince of Jin, and the regent planning to join forces? The situation for the crown prince would be utterly dire. He has no chance at all. Our Eastern Zhujiang faction is on the verge of a renaissance. Once Zhu Di ascends the throne, my daughter must at least be a consort, perhaps even a favored one. This victory is monumental. With the support of the royal family, military merit, and civil officials, I must hasten back to prepare the imperial robe. I have certainly earned my share of the glory. I must tell Yan to ensure that the regent bears a child quickly. Only with a child can there be security. The first condition, you may heed my counsel but disregard the decree, as you are indeed loyal subjects. The second condition, if you do not wish to be a vassal, that is permissible. The third brother also does not want to be confined to a fief, which is acceptable. However, he must relinquish military authority, leaving behind 800 men as a guard. The third condition regarding the care for descendants is agreeable. In the future, your lineage's heirs shall enjoy dual salaries, attend court without bowing, and offer salutations without titles. Yet, I must make this clear, while we may share a golden cup, we shall not spare each other blades. Zhu Di pondered for a moment before providing his response. Zhu Yan fell silent upon hearing these words. Asking Zhu Jian to surrender military power seemed a formidable challenge. After all, he was already at odds with the fourth brother, and if he relinquished military authority, it would mean being at the mercy of others. The fourth brother would never part with his military power. If Zhu Di became emperor, he would not feel secure in surrendering his troops. Zhu Yan shook his head, deeming this condition nearly impossible to fulfill. Zhu Di chuckled lightly. Very well. Then I shall have no choice but to appoint Duke of Chao, Li Wenzhong, as the commandant of Taiyuan. overseeing the military authority of Taiyuan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yan's expression changed dramatically. This statement was clearly an intention to send Li Wenzhong to monitor Zhu Jian, while Zhu Jian's military power would not be diminished. Li Wenzhong could still control his forces. On what grounds do you believe Duke of Chao will serve you loyally? Zhu Di smiled lightly. That is my concern, not yours. The third brother must choose one of these two conditions. What if he does not choose? Zhu Yan inquired. Zhu Di's gaze turned icy as he made a gesture across his throat, stating, then it would result in utter annihilation, eliminating any future threats. This includes his wife, daughters, and sons. I will find a reason to eradicate his entire lineage. I understand the principle of cutting the grass without removing the roots. Spring winds may bring forth new growth. This is a lesson well learned from Li Shimin. All descendants of Li Jiansheng were slain, as were those of Li Yuanzhi. Although they were young, they were still Li Shimin's nephews. Yet, when they grew up, they would seek revenge against him. Zhu Di's philosophy was straightforward. I may feel guilt for a while, but I shall never live in fear for a lifetime. Chapter 47. The agreement between both parties. Upon hearing Zhu Di's words, Zhu Yan fell into a contemplative silence. The two conditions presented were indeed challenging choices. If compelled to decide, Zhu Jian would likely lean towards the latter, even under the pressure exerted by Li Wenzhong. Possessing some means of self-preservation was preferable to being utterly defenseless. With Zhu Di ascending to the throne, Zhu Jian would certainly feel uneasy without military authority. The alternative was a path leading only to demise. Zhu Yan pondered in silence while Zhu Di calmly sipped his tea, allowing time to slip by. With a resigned sigh, Zhu Yan reached a conclusion. I represent the third brother in agreeing to your terms, selecting the second option, no surrendering of military power. Zhu Di nodded slightly. Very well. Let us formalize this gentleman's agreement. Zhu Yan then retrieved 2 miniature tablets from his robe, inscribed with the names of the late Emperor Zhu Shizhen and Empress Chun of the Ming dynasty. Now, swear an oath in the presence of our ancestors. Zhu Di's eyes widened at this unexpected turn of events. Have we reached such a level of mistrust among brothers? Zhu Yan shook his head, seeking solace in the ritual. Should you ever act treacherously against us, we would have no means to resist, would we? Agreed, Zhu Di said. By the esteemed ancestors of the Ming, I, Zhu Di, vow that what I promise today shall never be violated. Should I falter, may I face dire retribution from the heavens. Zhu Di indeed uttered a solemn oath. Sima Yi swore by the Luo River, and here I stand, bound by my word, he thought. Zhu Di's promise bore no weight on Zhu Jian. After all, what did the regent's assurances mean to him? Zhu Yan nodded in satisfaction. Fourth brother, do not overthink this. I seek only peace of mind. Zhu Di cautioned. Second brother, you and third brother must remember, let us share in prosperity and not betray one another. A life devoid of strife is blissful, yet should you provoke me, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Zhu Yan replied with a slight nod. Rest assured, we shall not trouble you, provided you do not conspire against us. Zhu Di reassured him. Indeed, if I cannot accommodate my own brothers, how could I expect loyalty from those who serve me? They understand the principle of mutual dependence. Zhu Di had no intention of discarding those who served him. After all, they were mere instruments to be utilized fully. However, this was contingent upon their non-provocation and awareness of their limits, a sentiment he had previously discussed with Suda. Any further transgressions would necessitate a retreat, and the consequences of such actions would not be guaranteed by him. Should I relinquish my power, what harm would it be to grant you wealth and status? Zhu Yan continued. Furthermore, you must annul my connection with that Guanyin servant and recognize Deng as my legitimate wife. Zhu Yan gazed earnestly at Zhu Di, who had no objections to this request. The Guanyin servant bears no children. You may use this as grounds for separation. Afterward, you can formally marry Deng through proper channels, not through the disgraceful elevation of a concubine. Zhu Yan smiled. Rest assured, I understand. I am not like our father, who could absurdly allow his legitimate son to mourn for a concubine. I cannot engage in such disorderly affairs as elevating a concubine to the status of a legitimate wife. The notion is utterly absurd. Only a fool would pursue such a course. A concubine remains a concubine, and a wife remains a wife. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring is clear, as is the division between wives and concubines. I understand this principle well. That being said, as long as you remain distant from the court and refrain from entangling yourself in power struggles, I shall ensure your life is filled with wealth and honor, free from worries. Zhu Di smiled, considering this an agreement reached. Zhu Yan added, regarding the matter of the third brother, you must grant his father-in-law a noble title, elevating him to a duke. Very well, I shall instruct Xie Chang to lead a significant campaign, and upon victory, he will be immediately elevated to the rank of Marquis. Following that, he shall join the northern expedition to conquer the Mongolian steppes and be promoted to duke. Of course, let me make this clear, the opportunity will be provided. Yet if he fails to seize it or accomplishes nothing, I shall have no recourse. After all, our Ming dynasty confers titles based on military merit. We cannot act recklessly. Listening to Zhu Yan lifted his teacup, proclaiming, so be it. Life and death are fated, and wealth and honor lie in the heavens. Let us toast with tea in lieu of wine, and toast to our success. If there are matters you wish us to address, please speak freely. Zhu also raised his teacup, and the two smiled as they drank. With their interests aligned, an alliance was solidified. After the tea, Zhu Yan continued. Once you have an heir and are prepared to take action, my third brother and I shall assist in persuading the fifth brother to support you. Zhu set down his teacup with a smile, expressing gratitude to his second and third brothers. Zhu Yan rose, saying, very well, I shall leave you to your affairs. I have already secured the ship, and I must speak with the third brother. Is the third brother also here? Zhu inquired. Zhu Yan nodded slightly, yes. He is on another vessel, though he cannot yet bring himself to bow before you. I understand. Please convey my thanks to him. Zhu replied as he stood to see him off. Zhu Yan acknowledged him with a sound, very well. As Zhu Yan departed from the flower boat, Zhu turned to Pei Jinbu, asking, Pei Jinbu, do you have something to say? I pledge my unwavering loyalty to the regent. Pei Jinbu quickly knelt and declared. Zhu rubbed his temples. Why have you come to seek me tonight? Your Highness, I am grateful for your support today, though the plan did not succeed. It was thwarted by the crown prince and does not reflect upon you. Here are 50,000 taels in silver notes. I beseech you to accept them. Pei Jinbu produced several notes from his sleeve and offered them. Zhu smiled and declined. The task was not accomplished. And I do not feel at ease accepting this money. Let us consider it settled. Very well. Pei Jinbu pondered. Since Zhu refused the money, he would instead hand it to Pei Yunyan to purchase gold, silver, and jade trinkets for Su Miaoyan. Zhu lightly urged him, get up. You did not come merely to deliver money, did you? Not at all. Given the crown prince's actions today, I wonder if your highness has any plans for retaliation? Pei Jinbu inquired as he rose. This was indeed a matter of importance, seeking Zhu's stance on whether to retaliate against the crown prince. Zhu's lips curled into a smile. Naturally, we must take action to reclaim the people's hearts. This is fundamental and must not be neglected. I intend to recover all the Hongwu banknotes with real gold and silver and abolish them, for the depreciation of the currency must not be borne by the common folk. Your Highness, this is no small sum. Pei Jinbu's expression shifted, realizing the magnitude of the banknotes distributed over the years. Zhu nodded, indeed. It would be better to resolve matters sooner rather than later. After reclaiming the precious currency, I intend to issue paper notes under the official name, akin to silver notes, with denominations equivalent to gold and silver, such as 1 tael, 5 taels, 10 taels, 20 taels, 50 taels, 100 taels, 1,000 taels, and 10,000 taels, among others. Concerning the issue of anti-counterfeiting, I entrust you to conduct research on this matter, so that you may earn merit, enabling me to further promote you. I am grateful for your highness's consideration. Pei Jinbu bowed deeply. Chapter 48. Let Suda court Li Yuanzhang at this moment in the regent's residence. Su Miaoyan summoned Suda, stating that she had some matters to inquire about. Suda, perplexed, wondered what could possibly require discussion at this late hour. Why could such matters not be addressed during the day? Although he grumbled, he nonetheless arrived, still confused about the whereabouts of Zhu. Miaoyan, why is it just you? Where's the regent? Suda questioned, bewildered. Was it not Zhu who had summoned him in the name of Su Miaoyan? Had it truly been Su Miaoyan who called for him? Su Miaoyan smiled gently. Father, His Highness is occupied with affairs. I have invited you tonight for matters pertaining to him. What is it? Has something happened? Suda sensed an ominous feeling creeping in. Su Miaoyan spoke softly, Father. His Highness wishes for you to cultivate a relationship with Duke Chao, Li Yuanzhang. Li Bao, what is the situation? Suda's mind buzzed. Su Miaoyan cleared her throat. His Highness's intention may even involve a marriage alliance, proposing that my younger sister wed Li Jinglong, the son of Duke Chao. You are to secretly arrange a betrothal with Duke Chao, to be kept confidential for now. What nonsense is this? The regent is up to something peculiar. Miaoqing is merely 2 years old. This would be a significant generational gap. If she were to marry Li Jinglong, would that not confuse our lineage? How could I be of the same generation as Li Baoer? Su De was dumbfounded. His second daughter, Su Miaoqing, born in the 7th year of Hongguo, was still only 2 years old. How old was Li Jinglong? Was Zhu Di not acting recklessly? Among Su Da's daughters, Su Miaoyun was the eldest, followed by the 2-year-old Su Miaoqing, and then Su Miaojing, born in the 13th year of Hongguo. Su Miaoyun clarified, His Highness believes this to be the worst-case scenario. Should other solutions arise, this course would be unnecessary. Duke Chao is of great importance and must be won over. Su De scratched his head, realizing the difficulty of the task at hand. Yet, it was not entirely insurmountable. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang's demise had awakened many to the fragility of their positions. Li Wenzhong was among them. With Zhu Yuanzhang's nephew gone, and that nephew bearing the Zhu surname, Li Wenzhong, being an outsider, might find himself in a precarious situation. Recalling the fate of Zhu Yuanzhang, the actions of the old Zhu had indeed instilled fear in many. However, there was no alternative. Zhu Yuanzhang was deceased, and Zhu Biao had become the heir. The old Zhu's policies had made their intentions abundantly clear, compelling everyone to support Zhu Biao. Were it not for Zhu Di's assertive stance, they would still have to follow Zhu Biao. Otherwise, there would be no justification for rebellion. Having a legitimate cause was paramount. This Zhu Xiaoxi was a persistent source of trouble for me. Su De complained about Zhu Di, yet with his son-in-law delegating the task to him. How could this old man refuse? Su Miaoyun smiled and said, Father, this matter needs to be addressed swiftly. Over at the palace, both the King of Qin and the King of Jin have already shown their support. She revealed to Su De a piece of news that was also Zhu Di's intention, to provide reassurance to the people and stabilize their wavering hearts. Zhu Di was concerned about the escalating actions and the lack of an heir, causing unrest among his followers, which is why this news was disclosed. Upon hearing this, Su De was taken aback. Really? The King of Qin and the King of Jin are willing to support the regent? You're not deceiving your father, are you? Su Miaoyun, exasperated, replied, Father, do you really view me as such a person? How could I dare to speak carelessly about such a significant matter? All right, the military momentum is building. Now it's time to sharpen our blades. We are just waiting for you to give birth to the regent's legitimate son, and then we can direct our forces towards the crown prince. Su De exclaimed, clapping his thigh. With the support of the royal family, our chances are even greater. Su Miaoyun felt her cheeks flush. Understood, Father. If there is nothing else, you should return promptly. Su De stood up with a smile. My dear daughter, I haven't even had a sip of tea since I arrived, and you are already eager for me to leave? You better hurry back, or I'll tell mother that you have hidden wine in the woodshed. Su Miaoyun's words startled Su De. No. I'll return right away. He hurriedly replied. Alas, a married daughter is like spilled water, already trying to send her father away. My dear daughter, do ask the regent if he still has that medicinal wine. I feel as though my hidden injuries have healed. Su Miaoyun nodded. All right, I'll inquire with His Highness later. You should drink less wine. And also, eat less roast goose. Su De quickly promised, from now on, outside the house, I shall never touch roast goose again. No one can use it to lure away my daughter. As he departed, he added, Miaoyun, if Zhu Xiaoxi dares to bully you, just come back and tell your father. With that, Su De left the regent's residence, while Su Miaoyun escorted him to the gate. Meanwhile, on the flower boat on the Qinhuai River, Pei Jinbu had arranged for several courtesans to accompany Zhu Di, with some dancing and others playing the qin. One must go all out in performance. If the meeting ends and they leave, it would clearly indicate they came to see Zhu Xiang, he thought. Zhu Xiang visited every day, while Zhu Di's occasional appearances would seem coincidental yet entirely reasonable. With the alliance formed, the next step was to put it into action, which was Zhu Di's true plan. On the flower boat where Zhu Yan was, he presented proactive conditions to Zhu Can, who sighed in response. Brother, you are right. You truly understand me. I could never relinquish military power, otherwise, I would become the fish on the chopping block. Zhu Yan nodded. Who are we brothers if I don't understand you? The undercurrents are bound to surge even more fiercely from here on. Zhu Can laughed and said, What is the worry? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. Fourth brother is the main force. We are merely support. It was unexpected that among us brothers, this vast empire would ultimately fall into the hands of the fourth brother. Truly, it is a matter of fate and fortune, a cruel twist of destiny. Zhu Yan, sipping his wine, felt a tumult of emotions. Had his father-in-law, Deng Yu, not perished, and had he married Deng's daughter as his primary wife, the position of crown prince would undoubtedly have been reserved for Zhu Di. He would have personally engaged Zhu Biao in the struggle for power. If only he had wed Su Miaoyun, or another legitimate daughter of a duke, and if that duke were still alive, he would have had ample support behind him. In that case, how could Zhu Laosi have aspired to ascend the throne? Since our father emperor has chosen to be unjust in his distribution of favor, let us shatter the bowl of inequity. Let us brothers rely on our own merits to compete. Even if temporarily allying with Zhu Di, Zhu Chang still held disdain for Zhu Di, this individual lacking both literary and martial prowess. Although Zhu Laosi has now achieved some success, once prejudice takes root, it is impossible to eradicate. The biases in one's heart are as immovable as a mountain, impervious to any effort to shift them. Chapter 49. Li Wenzhong. I promise you in the ensuing days, life settled into a rather mundane rhythm. Not long after, the court issued an announcement. The regent declared, "We will exchange Hongwu banknotes at face value. The Ministry of Commerce will oversee this entirely for a duration of 1 year. After 1 year, the Hongwu banknotes will become invalid and will no longer be accepted or circulated." Upon the release of this news, the populace erupted in jubilation. After all, the Hongwu banknotes were acquired through genuine wealth. However, they remained mere paper, far less tangible than actual gold and silver. Moreover, the value of the Ming banknotes had begun to depreciate. Zhu Di's actions were tantamount to winning the people's hearts, as someone was stepping in to guarantee their interests. Meanwhile, the Zhujiang East Group, led by Pei Jinbu, covertly fanned the flames, stirring public sentiment and enhancing Zhu Di's reputation. Aside from this matter, there was the implementation of commercial tax policies aimed at stimulating trade, which would offer corresponding tax exemptions over the coming years, contingent upon specific circumstances. Ultimately, this proposal was approved, as Zhu Yuanzhang realized that further obstruction could lead to discontent among his subordinates. He still needed to bolster the Jiangnan faction to counterbalance the Huaishi faction. During this period, Zhu Di was preoccupied with these two affairs. Concurrently, Su De seized a suitable opportunity to meet with Li Wenzhong. Zhu Di's power struggle was evident to Li Wenzhong, who had been troubled by it for some time. Now, with Su Da's sudden visit, it was likely related to Zhu Di's endeavors. Su De was forthright, stating plainly that among military leaders, there was no need for unnecessary formalities. Upon hearing Su Da's intentions, Li Wenzhong sighed. The day had come for him to choose sides. Previously, he had no choice but to support the crown prince. But now he had alternatives. Would he still back the crown prince? Did he wish to become the second Zhu Wenzhong? Li Wenzhong understood this logic all too well. He dared not gamble. With a second option available, who would willingly tread a path destined for demise? Moreover, the essence of politics lies in choosing sides. There is no neutrality. Neutral individuals are fools. For those who stand in neutrality face opponents on all sides. On the left, you appear as the person on the right, while the individual on the right perceives you as the one on the left. Ultimately, those on either side may conspire to eliminate you, the neutral party. Align yourself correctly, and you shall ascend effortlessly. Align yourself incorrectly, and you must choose between imprisonment or a life of retirement. Of course, there exists the possibility of being dispossessed and executed. I certainly do not wish to become the second Zhu Yuanzhang. My existence has been fraught with trepidation, uncertain if I can reach the other shore. Yet, the emperor is my uncle, sighed Li Wenzhong. Su De lowered his voice. Bower. Zhu Wenzhang was once a figure of great renown. During the defense of Hongdu, he valiantly faced overwhelming odds, holding out for 85 days, thus securing precious time for the emperor. At that time, the emperor vowed never to forget the merits of his nephew, but what has transpired since then? Do not speak further. Li Wenzhong abruptly rose, his chest heaving with emotion. He approached the window, gazing into the pitch-black night, as if he could discern the haggard visage of Zhu Yuanzhang within the darkness. Su De stepped behind him, his voice low. Bower, like Zhu Yuanzhang, you are also a close kin to the emperor, having rendered unparalleled service to the Ming dynasty. Yet, you understand the emperor's suspicions far better than I. Li Wenzhong turned, anguish flickering in his eyes. Wei Guogong, what are you trying to convey? Su De met his gaze directly. The regent is a man of great vision and tolerance. He has made his stance clear. Power is shared, and prosperity can be enjoyed. When he inherits the throne, loyal subjects will meet a favorable end. Bower, for your own sake, and for the future of that child of heir Yatu, a choice must be made. Upon hearing his son Li Jinglong's name, Li Wenzhong's expression wavered. and he reseated himself, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. Is this what the regent has conveyed? Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? This is treason. You are contemplating rebellion. Su scoffed. Treason? Rebellion? The father of the Yin king is the emperor, and he is the legitimate heir, possessing the right to regency. What treasonous act is this? What rebellion? Li Yuanzhang sighed, fully aware of the validity of Su Da's assertions. Su Da pressed on. Bower, I recognize your loyalty. However, loyalty is significant, yet in the realm of emperors, familial bonds are often tenuous. In this game of power, sometimes making a choice is more vital than unwavering loyalty. The regent also bears the surname Zhu. He is also a son of the emperor. This does not constitute betrayal. After all, we are not betraying the nation. We are merely safeguarding ourselves. You are loyal. But do you not consider your wife, your children, your family? This statement prompted a long sigh from Li Yuanzhang, caught in a web of conflict. Wei Guogong. What chances does the regent truly possess? Even if he has a chance, what grounds does he have to ascend the throne? Are not the claims of the Qin king and Jin king superior to that of the regent? Without legitimacy, words hold no weight. Su Da chuckled. Both of them are also supporters of the regent. What? The revelation startled Li Yuanzhang greatly. Both had aligned themselves with the regent? How had Zhu Di managed to persuade them to lend their support? Especially the Jin king, who had always been at odds with the regent since childhood. How could he possibly support him? Su Da spoke softly. Bower, I have no need to deceive you. This is not a matter to be trifled with. Do you not agree? The Qin king and the Jin king have cast their votes, a development that Li Yuanzhang could never have anticipated. Can we truly expect the meritorious to enjoy a peaceful end? Duke Wei, our contributions are not insignificant. If we were to add the merit of supporting the dragon, our achievements would surely become too formidable for the sovereign to overlook. At that point, the fate of the horse after the grinding would be inevitable. The flying birds would be hunted, the fine bows hidden, and the cunning rabbit would meet its demise, leaving the hunting dog to be cooked. Can the regent truly tolerate such a powerful clan as yours? Li Yuanzhang inquired. Su Da nodded, recalling his words. If the meritorious cannot secure a peaceful end, how can the sovereign face the world? I believe in him. At the very least, one must take a gamble, for there lies a chance of victory. To abstain is to await an inevitable demise. Moreover, we are considerably older than the regent. Under normal circumstances, we are unlikely to outlive him. And he has no need for suspicion, does he not? Should we not consider our own fates and those of our descendants? This statement served as the final straw for the camel. Indeed, without placing a bet, one cannot even hope for victory. The fates of Zhu Yuanzhang, Deng Yu, and Liao Yongzhong are vivid reminders. Uncle, you are truly lacking in sentiment. The living meritorious are ultimately the political adversaries of the emperor. The deceased pose no threat to imperial authority, and that is precisely the type of meritorious individual the emperor desires. Throughout history, renowned generals, like beautiful women, are not allowed to grow old in the sight of the world. Peace is meant to be established by the generals, who are not permitted to witness tranquility. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Yuanzhang ultimately nodded. As Su Da had articulated, this is not betrayal. It is self-preservation. I shall comply with your request. Chapter 50. Su Miaoyun becomes pregnant upon Su Da discreetly relaying the news of Li Yuanzhang's allegiance to Zhu Di, the latter's spirit soared. His plans had come to a perfect closure. Next, he needed to devise a means to amplify the commotion, ensuring Zhu Biao would bear the infamy of fratricide. Who could undertake such a task? Zhu Yan was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, for among the several legitimate heirs, his grievances ran deepest. Zhu Di approached Zhu Yan, urging him to provoke an argument with Zhu Biao, one that should be as fierce and loud as possible. Then, he should seek a method of hanging or other means of death, but without actually perishing. Zhu Yan readily agreed, for the bonds among royal brothers are non-existent, particularly within such a biased family. Zhu Biao and his siblings share no brotherly affection. One need only observe how Zhu Di treated the descendants of Zhu Biao after the successful rebellion to understand this truth. If any brotherly affection existed, what fate awaited Zhu Biao's sons at Zhu Di's hands? Zhu Di even stripped Zhu Biao of his imperial title. If he truly respected his elder brother, could Zhu Di have committed such an act? The royal family may project a facade of brotherly love, but behind the scenes, it is rife with deceit and treachery. During this period, Zhu Di's palace also welcomed several daughters of officials from the Zhujiang Eastern Group, each possessing beauty and grace. Without alliances, political stability would be elusive. However, before long, good news emerged. Su Miaoyun was pregnant. Su Miaoyun was with child. On that fateful night, as Zhu Di prepared to engage in intimate moments with Su Miaoyun, she suddenly retched. Zhu Di swiftly supported her, placing his palm against her icy hand. Miaoyun, what is the matter? I have bathed and carry no foul odor. Could I truly be so repugnant? Zhu Di presumed that his scent was the cause of her distress. Gagging, Su Miaoyun weakly shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, another wave of nausea overwhelmed her, and she bent over, retching only to expel a few bitter droplets. Zhu Di's expression shifted alarmingly, and he hastily descended from the bed, flinging open the door to call out. Someone quickly summoned the court physician. Yes, responded the servant on night duty, promptly attending to the task. Shortly thereafter, the physician arrived in haste, feeling Su Miaoyun's pulse, yet his brow furrowed deeper with concern. Zhu Di, anxiously observing, inquired, "What ails the princess?" The physician pondered for a moment before cautiously replying, "Your Highness, the princess appears to exhibit signs of a slippery pulse. Yet I dare not make a hasty conclusion. Perhaps we should summon additional physicians for a thorough diagnosis?" A jolt of realization struck Zhu Di. Was this not indicative of a joyous condition? Quickly, go to the city and fetch the finest doctors. Be swift, but ensure discretion to avoid alarming outsiders. The servant obeyed without delay. Before long, 3 renowned physicians from the capital were summoned to the palace, taking turns to examine Su Miaoyun. Ultimately, they convened to discuss their findings in hushed tones. Zhu Di's anxiety mirrored Su Miaoyun's. Neither had experience in such matters, leaving them uncertain of the implications. At last, the leading physician turned to them, bowing deeply. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The princess indeed bears joyful tidings." Zhu Di's pupils dilated, and he momentarily felt disoriented, his excitement leading him to grasp her hand. "Miaoyun, we are to have a child." A blush blossomed on Su Miaoyun's previously pallid face as she gently reciprocated his grip, her eyes sparkling with tender joy. "Your Highness, we are to have a child." Zhu Di erupted in laughter, turning to the physicians with exuberance. "Rich rewards await you. Each shall receive 100 taels of silver. All servants shall be granted half a year's salary." "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Princess." The doctors and servants expressed their gratitude before taking their leave. Once alone together, Zhu Di enveloped Su Miaoyun in his arms, kissing her forehead. "Miaoyun, this is a divine blessing." Leaning against his chest, Su Miaoyun softly remarked, "Your Highness, the timing of this child is impeccable." Hearing this, Zhu Di's expression subtly shifted. Indeed, the child had arrived at a crucial juncture. Zhu Di's thoughts drifted to the implications Su Miaoyun was alluding to. The political tides were tumultuous. Should news of her pregnancy spread, actions from the regent's faction would undoubtedly intensify. The prospect of an heir would alter the balance of power. If Su Miaoyun were to bear a legitimate son, the regent's faction would face no further concerns, placing Zhu Biao in jeopardy. "What are you pondering, Your Highness?" Su Miaoyun inquired, noticing Zhu Di's distracted demeanor. He held her tightly, murmuring, "Miaoyun, I am not lost in thought. I merely feel for you. You have only just reached maturity, yet you must now bear children for me." Upon hearing these words, Su Miaoyun gently caressed her still flat abdomen, her expression tender. "At my age, many have already become mothers, and, Your Highness, you indeed require an heir. Furthermore, it is the duty of a legitimate wife to ensure the continuation of the family lineage. Moreover, I am more than willing to bear children for you. You have worked hard. Please rest and take care of yourself. Come, allow me to assist you in lying down." Zhu Di rose to help Su Miaoyun settle comfortably. Su Miaoyun felt a twinge of guilt. "Your Highness, I am with child, and it is inconvenient. Perhaps you should." "No, I shall not go anywhere. I will stay by your side." Zhu Di interrupted her, removing his shoes and joining her in bed, enveloping her in his embrace. Su Miaoyun nestled against Zhu Di's chest. "Your Highness, I do not mind. Perhaps I could summon my maid to keep us company?" "Oh, Miaoyun, do you truly see me as someone unable to restrain myself? You are with child. How could I visit other women? That would be inappropriate. I will remain here to care for you," Zhu Di replied, shaking his head. Su Miaoyun beamed with happiness. "Your Highness, you are so kind. During my pregnancy, I wish for you to accompany me. Aside from attending court, I desire nothing more. I would feel uneasy with anyone else attending to me." Zhu Di was acutely aware of the dangers surrounding her first pregnancy. Moreover, he was wary of the potential treachery from the crown prince's faction. Thus, he resolved to speak with Su De the following day, ensuring Su Miaoyun's mother would come daily to care for her. During the day, Su Miaoyun's mother would tend to her. while Zhu Di would personally attend to her at night. Your Highness, the pregnancy lasts 10 months. Rest assured, one who cannot even control their own desires cannot expect to achieve greatness. Zhu Di chuckled, asserting his self-discipline in this regard. Today, I shall conquer desire. Tomorrow, I shall master my fate. If one cannot govern their own impulses and actions, what lofty dreams can they harbor? If one cannot even control their own body, how can they hope to command their life? A person who cannot stabilize their foundation is utterly incapable of upholding their destiny. Chapter 51. Zhu Xiang. Play to win big. Upon the announcement of Su Miaoyan's pregnancy, the political arena in the capital was abuzz. Zhu Di had sent word to Suda early in the morning, requesting that Su Miaoyan's mother come to care for her. Upon hearing the news, Suda rushed to the regent's residence, barely finishing his meal, dragging his wife along. Officials from the regent's faction also flocked to offer their congratulations. It is worth noting that their greatest disadvantage in opposing the crown prince's faction was Zhu Di's lack of an heir. Zhu Biao had a young heir named Zhu Xionging. If Su Miaoyan were to bear a son, the regent's faction would sharpen their blades against Zhu Biao. As the news spread, more and more individuals arrived, nearly overwhelming the threshold of the regent's residence, all bearing gifts of congratulations. The road outside the residence was choked with carriages, forcing some latecomers to walk from afar. Suda's smile had not faded throughout the day. Zhu Xiang, Zhu Jian, and Zhu Lu all arrived. The regent's residence was lively all day, and this scene was naturally brought to the attention of Zhu Yuanzhang. The following day, Empress Ma summoned her sons to Kuan-Ning Palace for a family meal. All 5 of her legitimate sons were present, with Zhu Yuanzhang in attendance as well. During the banquet, Zhu Biao spoke first. Fourth brother, I heard that your wife is expecting. Yesterday, the threshold of your regent's residence was nearly trampled down. Zhu Di calmly continued to eat, responding, indeed, it is the people's will. When my elder sister-in-law was pregnant, the celebrations must have been even grander than my own situation. This remark from Zhu Di instantly soured Zhu Biao's expression. At the time of Zhu Biao's wedding, Chang Yuchen had already passed away, and without a solid foundation of support. The congratulations he received were largely formal, with very few visiting in person. It was only after Chang's wife gave birth to Zhu Xionging that the number of attendees increased. The grandeur of that occasion paled in comparison to the recent happenings at Zhu Di's residence. Zhu Di's comment about the people's will abruptly shifted the atmosphere of the gathering. What did he mean by that? Was he dropping the facade? Was he ready to lay all cards on the table? Historically, those who win the hearts of the people gain the world. So what message did Zhu Di intend to convey with his words? Unfazed, he continued to eat as if nothing were amiss. Zhu Di's words left Zhu Biao feeling utterly humiliated, his face contorted in disgust. Zhu Biao decided to abandon this topic, leaving it for their father to address fourth brother instead. He redirected the conversation towards Zhu Yang, saying, eldest brother, the second and third brothers already have legitimate sons. And now fourth brother's family is expecting as well. You must act swiftly. Zhu Yang's eldest son was born in the 13th year of Hongwu. He had time yet. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yang glanced at Zhu Di. Fourth brother had previously suggested I create an opportunity to argue with the eldest brother. Now, here it is, unexpectedly convenient. Zhu Yang gathered his emotions and slammed his chopsticks down onto the table, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Rising to his feet, he declared, if I had married the Deng family as my legitimate wife, my son would already be walking. Instead, you all insisted I marry a barbarian. Second brother, Zhu Jian interjected, tugging at Zhu Yang, what are you doing? There's a time and place for anger. Zhu Yang withheld the details of the plot from Zhu Jian, making his brother's reaction more genuine in ignorance. Shaking off Zhu Jian's grasp, Zhu Yang insisted, why shouldn't I speak? Is this not the truth? I am not as fortunate as you, elder brother. We both had our childhood sweethearts, and we are brothers of the same father and mother. Yet, in the first year of Hongwu, you became the heir apparent. I had to wait until the 3rd year to receive my title. In the 4th year of Hongwu, we both wed, yet you joyfully married your childhood sweetheart, while I had to sacrifice my happiness for your greater good. Did you ever fight for your younger brother's happiness? You would rather dismantle 10 temples than ruin a single marriage. As Zhu Yang spoke, a wave of grievance surged within him, bringing tears to his eyes. Empress Ma opened her mouth, but found no words to offer comfort. Eldest brother, I, Zhu Biao, wish to defend myself, but facts speak louder than any rhetoric. Zhu Yang sneered. Father, you are a national hero for expelling the barbarians. Yet, The very barbarians you drove away have been welcomed into our home as daughters-in-law, and they bow to pay respects in the imperial temple. Is that not ironic? I am the legitimate son of the main consort. You expect me to share a bed with a barbarian? A century from now, how will I face our ancestors in the afterlife? Father, am I truly your son? This poignant inquiry from Zhu Yan rendered Zhu Yuanzhang momentarily speechless. It was undeniable that the happiness of Zhu Yan had been sacrificed for the greater good. However, had he not compensated him in some way, the scales of justice seemed unbalanced. It was invariably the kind-hearted who bore the brunt of sacrifice. If one is unwilling to compromise, it leads to the disintegration of harmony and reflects a lack of conscience. Father, elder brother, the heavens are watching. Ultimately, good and evil will be repaid in kind. Zhu Di spoke softly. Zhu Yan continued his lament, as if marrying a barbarian were not enough. You urge me to bear children with her. If I were to procreate with a barbarian, how could I face my ancestors in the afterlife? Elder brother, what benefit do you derive from forcing me? I am the legitimate son. Having children with a barbarian would taint the bloodline of the Zhu family. Do you wish to make me a criminal? What are your true intentions? My claim to the throne has already been severed. I pose no threat to you. Yet you still demand that I father children with a barbarian. This is utterly excessive. I am your brother. Is this how a brother should act? Forcing me to marry a barbarian. Do you not think I have suffered enough? Are you determined to drive me to madness or even to death? Second son, Empress Ma frowned. Such talk of life and death is inauspicious. Zhu Yan stifled a sob, wiping away the tears that threatened to fall. After all, the elder brother was the firstborn, and thus, he held precedence over all of us. All good things belong to the elder brother. My happiness must be sacrificed for the greater good of him. And now, he compels me to conceive with a barbarian. Elder brother, you are the one who stands to gain the most. Why should you not be the one to make sacrifices? This favoritism is excessive. Am I such an eyesore to you that my very existence is a burden? Must you drive me to the brink of despair? I exist merely to fulfill your desires. With reddened eyes, Zhu Yan turned and departed from Kunning Palace. Second son is becoming increasingly unreasonable, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, frowning. What is wrong with sacrificing a little for the Zhu family? Why be so calculating? Besides, did not the Deng family eventually marry into yours? As Zhu Yan wept while leaving Kunning Palace, he hurried towards the Wang residence. If you think my despair is insufficient, then I shall engage in a grand spectacle. The fourth son had previously spoken of pretending to hang himself, which held no appeal. If one were to play, let it be a grand game. I shall return and set the Wang residence ablaze, creating an illusion of self-immolation. In that moment, you, Zhu Biao, will be the target of scorn and derision, and you shall taste the bitterness of utter despair. Chapter 52. Zhu Yan self-immolates at the Wang residence. As Zhu Yan exited Kunning Palace, his steps wavered. The sound of the eunuch's footsteps behind him felt like a death knell, while the distant whispers of palace maids slithered like venomous serpents. He traversed the long palace corridor, flanked by crimson walls that seemed to close in upon him. My lord, his personal guard, Li Zhong, approached at the palace gate. Upon seeing his ashen countenance, he gasped in shock. Zhu Yan appeared oblivious, climbing directly into the carriage. As the wheels rolled over the cobblestones, he could hear the frantic beating of his heart, each thump heavier and more despairing than the last. Upon returning to the Qin Wang residence, the announcement rang out, "The Lord has returned." A chilling voice echoed from the corridor. It belonged to his consort, the sister of Wang Baobao, known as Guanyin Nu, or Wang Shi, Minmin Timur. She stood there, her Han attire unable to conceal her statuesque figure reminiscent of the daughters of the grasslands. Her amber eyes gazed at him with a serene intensity, as if she had already discerned the turmoil within him. Zhu Yang stepped forward, halting a mere foot away from Guanyin Nu, inhaling the faint, milky fragrance that was characteristic of women from the steppes. You are quite pleased, are you not? Zhu Yang gritted through clenched teeth. Guanyin Nu furrowed her brow. What? Leave. I shall never allow a barbarian like you to taint the bloodline of the Zhu family. Zhu Yang forcefully shoved Guanyin Nu aside. She stumbled back, nearly losing her balance, her face a portrait of disbelief. What do you mean by tainting bloodlines? In 5 years, have you even touched me? What has come over you today? Guanyin Nu turned on her heel and walked away, sensing that her presence was unwelcome, fearing that lingering might provoke his ire further. Zhu Yang watched her upright silhouette disappear into the corridor's depths, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he grasped the pillar for support, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. My lord, A servant hastily offered a handkerchief, but Zhu Yang swatted it away, commanding, "Fetch the oil from the storeroom and scatter it throughout the palace." When Zhu Di had previously mentioned cooperating with a plan, Zhu Yang had conceived a scheme. It was the perfect opportunity to deliver a grand gift to Zhu Biao. Oil, sprinkling it around the palace? Your Highness, you cannot possibly intend to set the palace ablaze. Go do it. Then summon everyone in the palace to the courtyard. I have something to declare. With that, Zhu Yang stormed toward the chambers of concubine Deng. The servants, bewildered but obedient, complied, for the palace was not their own. Upon reaching the side hall where concubine Deng resided, Zhu Yang embraced her and wept, releasing his pent-up emotions. Years ago, under a royal edict from his father, he had been compelled to marry the daughter of a barbarian, leaving his childhood sweetheart relegated to the status of a concubine. "My lord, what troubles you? What has happened? Did you not go to Kunning Palace for a meal? Why have you returned so soon?" Deng inquired, puzzled, as it seemed too early for such a return, especially one accompanied by tears. What could possibly drive a man as formidable as the king of Qin to weep? Zhu Yang sobbed, "The fourth family's wife is with child, and the crown prince is pressuring me. Your Highness, the succession of the royal family is of utmost importance. This is only natural. It is only my fault for not bearing a child," Deng replied, instinctively touching her flat abdomen. Having been married for nearly a year, there had been no sign of a pregnancy. Zhu Yang shook his head. "It is not you. He refers to my legitimate bloodline." "Legitimate?" Deng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Zhu Yang had been driven to such desperation. Yet, what could be done? Historically, succession favored the legitimate. The established bloodline determined the heir, and as she was not the primary wife, any child born would inevitably be a mere illegitimate offspring. Yeah, I intend to." Zhu Yang began to explain the situation simply. After hearing him, Deng's expression was one of shock. "My lord, you intend to self-immolate? To place yourself in a situation of life and death?" Yeah, in this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly make you my legitimate wife. The one who will share my bed in life and death shall only be you, though my father does not permit it and the crown prince disapproves. As long as someone consents, that is enough." Zhu Xian's countenance was somewhat frenzied, his eyes reddened. Throughout his life, Zhu Biao had always been the favored one. After all, he was also a legitimate son, one with a right to inheritance. "However, while I cannot become the crown prince, you have stripped me of my claim to the throne. You even compel me to marry a barbarian as my wife, severing my inheritance and sacrificing my happiness for the sake of your grand scheme. Even a clay figurine retains some spirit. Today, I shall defy all odds. If necessary, I shall take refuge in the residence of the third brother. Your Highness, whatever you decide to do, I shall follow you, devoted to you, with no regrets in life or death." Deng Shi tightly embraced Zhu Xian, offering no opposition to his fervor. The two held each other, remaining silent for a long time. Soon, Zhu Xian composed himself and took Deng Shi's hand, leading her to the expansive courtyard of the royal residence, where the thick scent of oil permeated the air. The household staff, numbering around 180, gradually assembled. Zhu Xian gazed upon the opulent royal mansion, with its golden silk Nanmu beams, exotic stones transported from Suzhou, and intricately carved railings crafted by the skilled artisans of Jiangnan. All of it felt like a prison. All of it felt like shackles. "Bring me the soft couch from within the chambers," Zhu Xian suddenly commanded. "Yes, Your Highness," the servant replied, promptly obeying. As the soft couch was brought forth, Zhu Xian seated himself beside Deng Shi, and the entire household staff gathered, the mansion drenched in oil. "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" The Guanyin servant rushed over, astonished to see Zhu Xian pouring oil throughout the royal residence. Zhu Xian cast a glance at the Guanyin servant, then addressed the crowd. His voice hoarse, "The princess consort is with child, and today, the crown prince insists that I and the princess consort hasten the birth of our heir." A few suppressed gasps arose from the crowd. The Guanyin servant could hardly believe it. Was Zhu Xian truly willing to set the royal residence ablaze for this reason? Zhu Xian suddenly raised his voice. "I am the legitimate son of the central palace, a scion of the Zhu royal bloodline. I would rather perish than allow the blood of a barbarian to tarnish the Zhu family. I have gathered you all not for any other reason but to convey one message. If you wish to live, you may flee. I shall hold no grudge against you." Zhu Xian waved his hand, urging the crowd to escape. Some began to depart, fully aware they were no longer welcome. "Your Highness, please reconsider," the steward hastily implored. Zhu Xian retrieved a firebrand from his waist, igniting it, and exclaimed loudly, "Crown Prince brother, since childhood, I have revered you as a father. However, your words today are akin to a sword aimed at my heart. I would rather be shattered than endure dishonor. Let history record this night when the king of Qin chose to immolate his entire household." With that, Zhu Xian hurled the firebrand forward, tracing an orange arc through the air, as time seemed to freeze in that moment. The oil-soaked Persian carpet erupted into flames, the fire swirling upwards like a dragon awakened. The heat wave lifted the hem of Zhu Xian's robe, causing it to snap audibly, while the golden embroidery danced eerily in the glow of the flames. The acrid scent of burning fabric filled the air, granting Zhu Xian an odd sense of liberation. Chapter 53, The Royal Residence Ablaze. All efforts to extinguish the fire Zhu Xian truly ignited the royal residence. As the flames first licked the gilded screen, Zhu Xiang inhaled the sweet, acrid scent of burning sandalwood. This screen had been a gift from his father on the occasion of his grand wedding, adorned with depictions of countless offspring. Now, those plump infants twisted grotesquely within the flames, the vermilion paint melting into tear-shaped droplets that resembled blood. "Your Highness, come with me," the steward screamed, his face blackened by thick smoke, as he grasped Zhu Xiang, attempting to lead him away from the rear hall. "While the fire has yet to spread, we must escape." Meanwhile, over 100 servants, witnessing Zhu Xiang's act of igniting the royal residence, fled in a panic, desperately seeking an exit. How could a performance be deemed worthy without a few fatalities? Zhu Xiang harbored no concerns for his own safety. After all, the regent's and the Jin prince's residences were not far off. The water tanks within the palace were brimming, and with only a modest amount of oil prepared for the flames, it was implausible for the entire estate to be engulfed. He merely needed to find a secure location to lie low, primarily to avoid inhaling the suffocating smoke. The steward tugged at Zhu Xiang, but he remained unmoved, standing resolutely in the center of the main hall, observing the blue serpentine flames he had unleashed curling across the floor. The heat lifted the edges of his robe, the golden threaded embroidery of dragon patterns shimmering vividly in the firelight, as if poised to take flight at any moment. "Li Bo, you may leave. I would rather become charcoal than live as a mere puppet for succession," Zhu Xiang declared. "The bloodline of the crown prince is not to be sullied. In our illustrious Huaxia, a dragon's son deserves a phoenix's daughter. How could a dragon wed a barbarian?" "I shall stand by you, my lord," the steward cried out. There were indeed loyal subjects within the palace. A few servants rushed toward Zhu Xiang as the flames grew fiercer, the thick smoke swirling within the hall like a black dragon. Li Bo coughed violently, yet he clung tightly to Zhu Xiang's sleeve. "My lord, you are the crown prince. You cannot throw your life away." Zhu Xiang abruptly shook off his grasp, his eyes ablaze with a madness surpassing the flames. "Crown prince, what does my father regard me as? What does Zhu Biao think of me? Merely a breeding animal. In my father's eyes, I am a pawn, a prince. A minister, a discarded piece, never a son." Suddenly, with a deafening crash, a beam from the main hall collapsed, scattering sparks, and 3 servants rushing forward were thrown back by the shockwave, one catching fire on his back, rolling on the ground in agony. Outside, chaotic footsteps and shouts could be heard, faintly urging, "Quick, put out the fire. The prince is still inside." A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhu Xiang's lips. He calculated that the fire would not truly engulf the entire palace, but it was imperative for everyone to witness his determination to self-immolate for his cause. It would not be long before help arrived from the nearby residences. The flames drew closer, the heat searing his skin. The steward removed his outer robe, soaking it in a nearby water tank, which still held lotus flowers and goldfish. But he cared not for them now. Drenched, he draped the garment over Zhu Xiang. "My lord, forgive me. I shall carry you out," he said, preparing to hoist Zhu Xiang onto his back. "Get away. I command you to leave." Zhu Yan abruptly tore off his wet garments and cast them aside, fortuitously landing them upon the side consort Deng's shoulders. It was merely a coincidence, not an intentional act aimed at her. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Yan's eyes widened, resembling brass bells, as he fixated on the scene before him, his entire being frozen in shock. Through the billowing smoke, a familiar figure emerged, flickering in and out of visibility. It was Guanyin Nu, the very northern barbarian he despised to the core. At that moment, Guanyin Nu, her hair disheveled and her face smeared with soot, clutched 2 buckets of water tightly as she stumbled towards him, hurrying amidst the chaos. "Quick, extinguish the fire." Her voice, though faint amidst the roaring flames, was still discernible. Yet, Zhu Yan remained deaf to her pleas, erupting in furious shouts. Wretch, what are you doing here? Return to your prairie at once. Internally, Zhu Yan cursed her recklessness. How could she be so foolish as to approach at such a perilous time? If only she would turn and leave, it would serve him well. He could then proclaim that Guan Nu had perished in the inferno, conveniently absolving him of his marital ties. Despite the smoke nearly blinding her, Guan Nu pressed on, unwavering in her determination. Upon reaching Zhu Yan, she unhesitatingly doused him with one bucket of water, the deluge cascading down upon him, rendering him a drenched wretch. Zhu Yan, we are not yet divorced. I remain your rightful wife. If we are to leave, we shall do so together. We, children of the prairie, do not abandon each other in times of peril. Her voice, though raspy, resonated with unwavering resolve. With that, she seized the other bucket and hurled its contents behind Zhu Yan, tugging him towards the rear hall. Zhu Yan, in turn, grasped Deng's hand. You, barbarian, let go of me. He struggled. Damn it, you possess considerable strength. Nearby, the steward, having retrieved the abandoned bucket, hastily filled 2 more from the water trough and began dousing the flames. Although many within the royal residence fled in panic, a number remained, actively combating the blaze. As the Qin Wang Fu ignited, townsfolk rushed to assist, calling out warnings about the fire. More citizens, believing it was merely a water mishap, brought buckets to aid in extinguishing the flames. This street housed several officials' residences, and with such commotion outside, the servants rushed to inform their masters. Upon hearing of the Qin Wang Fu's plight, they dispatched help while simultaneously seeking further information. One by one, officials raced towards the royal residence, eager to save the Qin Wang. For such a feat would bring them immense glory. The news of the Qin Wang Fu ablaze reached the Jin Wang Fu, the regent's residence, and the Wu Wang Fu among others. Yet their lords had not yet returned. They could only send aid swiftly while others remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. The Qin Wang Fu was engulfed in flames, billowing black smoke attracting the attention of the patrolling soldiers, who hastened towards the scene. Within the estate, Guan Nu dragged Zhu Yang to the back courtyard where the fire was considerably less intense. Zhu Yang, pinching his nose in disdain, remarked, if the fire reaches here, won't the filth in the latrine explode? Isn't this all your reckless doing? Why can't we discuss matters properly? What is the purpose of this fire? Guan Nu glared at Zhu Yang, gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 54. Zhu Biao. A fiery challenge approaches. Meanwhile, a growing number of officials arrived at the Qin Wang Fu. Encountering the panicked servants fleeing in all directions, they seized them to inquire about the situation. How could the estate be ablaze? The servants, unsure of the specifics, only relayed that Zhu Yang had set himself ablaze, recounting his words prior to the act. Thus, it became widely known that the Qin Wang, unable to endure the humiliation, had indeed ignited a fire and committed self-immolation. What a delightful turn of events. His Highness' fire was splendid indeed, greatly aiding the regent. Indeed. I must return immediately to draft a memorial to impeach the Crown Prince. Count me in. Let us compose a joint memorial. The Crown Prince, unable to ascend the throne, has forced his own full-blooded younger brother to self-immolate, and should he eventually take the throne, he is bound to become the second Hu Hai. When did the Qin Wang become so resolute? Has he truly been driven to the brink of despair? Crown Prince, you are mistaken. If the Qin Wang truly perishes, you shall face the wrath of the world. Even if the Qin Wang survives, the Crown Prince will inevitably suffer, for the act of self-immolation has already transpired. This incident shall be recorded in the annals of history, inviting eternal scorn. Hey, what are you all doing at the Qin Wang Fu's entrance? Hurry inside and rescue His Highness. Outside the Qin Wang Fu, the number of arriving officials swelled, and the news of Zhu Yang being coerced into self-immolation spread ever wider. At that moment, Zhu Yang dismissed Li Bo, instructing him to assist in extinguishing the flames while he himself charged into the inferno. My lord, wait for me. Deng Shi hurriedly followed, determined to stay with Zhu Yang regardless of the outcome. Zhu Yang, what are you doing? Guan Nu was taken aback. With the fire less fierce here, he could simply lie low and await rescue. Why throw himself into the flames? Zhu Yang, hearing the commotion outside, realized help was on the way, and if he did not act swiftly, it would be too late. Without a few wounds, this performance would feel inadequate. Reluctantly, Guan Nu followed, and when she witnessed Zhu Yang unhesitatingly leap into the roaring flames and begin to roll upon the ground, she was left dumbfounded. Are you truly seeking death? Even if you are wet, Rolling in the sea of flames is tantamount to courting demise. Guan Yu had not anticipated that Zhu Yang's self-immolation was a genuine act of desperation. Even if rescued, he was resolved to perish. Thick smoke filled Zhu Yang's nostrils, the scorching air searing every inch of his skin as he tumbled through the inferno, like a wounded beast, emitting hoarse cries of agony. Flames licked at his robe, the silk rapidly curling and charring under the intense heat, peeling away like the blackened skin of a serpent. Without hesitation, Deng Shi lunged toward Zhu Yang. Life and death are not mere words. They embody profound commitment. Your Highness, the King of Qin is here. Please save him. The servants of the Qin Palace, upon witnessing Zhu Yang rolling amidst the flames, hurriedly rushed forward with buckets of water. Zhu Yang clutched tightly to Deng Shi, intending to endure the fire momentarily before rolling to a less ignited area, for the blaze here was already manageable. However, he was taken aback when Deng Shi recklessly followed him into the inferno. This foolish girl, did she not understand that this was merely a ruse? I am not truly perishing. Why must she share in this torment? The searing flames scorched his body, causing Zhu Yang to grimace in pain. His actions were not solely to render this charade more convincing, but also to reassure Zhu Di. After all, with scars adorning his body, his image was tarnished, rendering him unfit for the throne. This course of action was preferable to being disabled, was it not? Once Zhu Di ascended, he would have no reason to worry about Zhu Yang, allowing him to travel freely with his beloved, forging friendships without the specter of suspicion lurking over him. At that moment, a bucket of cold water was splashed over Zhu Yang, bringing a wave of relief. The scent of roasting flesh dissipated, replaced by successive buckets extinguishing the flames that enveloped him. Onlookers beheld the sight of the King of Qin embracing his consort in a fiery embrace. Undeterred by the threat of death, my lord, are you unharmed?" Once the flames were quelled, servants rushed to assist Zhu Yang. Deng Shi, sheltered beneath him, suffered only minor burns. Zhu Yang's ceremonial robe had been reduced to ashes, with multiple burns marring his skin and a hint of singe upon his face. Struggling, he exclaimed, "What are you doing saving me? Are you forcing me to continue the lineage with the barbarian invaders? I am the legitimate heir, and I shall endure this indignity no longer. Release me." A sigh of relief washed over Zhu Yang. He had finally been rescued. Had they arrived any later, he might have been rolling on the ground in agony, suffering even greater burns. Nonetheless, appearances must be maintained. "My lord, I beg your pardon. We cannot let you go," one of the servants insisted. "Quickly, fetch a physician. Escort His Highness and the consort to safety." Commands rang out amidst the chaos. Several servants supported Zhu Yang while also aiding Deng Shi. News of the fire at the Qin Palace spread swiftly to the imperial palace, where the information was far from vague. Today, the palace of Kuan-Ning hosted a family banquet, a rare occasion for the family to gather. They had nearly finished their meal and were engaged in pleasant conversation when a eunuch burst in, shattering the facade of tranquility. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, a grave calamity has befallen us. His Highness, the King of Qin, has set himself ablaze." The eunuch knelt, weeping profusely. The moment these words escaped his lips, the countenance of all present shifted in terror. "Elder brother," Zhu Jian shouted, dashing from the palace of Kuan-Ning, desperate to reach Zhu Yang. "Why would you self-immolate?" Empress Ma's face turned pale with fear. "What did you just say? Repeat it." "Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin's residence is engulfed in flames. His Highness has set himself ablaze," the eunuch reiterated. Empress Ma felt a surge of blood rise and blackness enveloped her vision, causing her to collapse backward. Mother! Quickly summon the imperial physician," Zhu Biao shouted as he supported Empress Ma. Zhu Yuanzhang inquired, "Why did the Prince of Qin commit self-immolation? What transpired?" "Your Majesty." Before setting himself aflame, the prince declared that the crown prince forced him to propagate with the Hu invaders. As the legitimate son of the central palace, he would never endure such humiliation, nor could he disrupt the bloodline of the Zhu family. Today he dies to make a statement. The eunuch trembled as he knelt on the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao felt as though the sky was collapsing. "Brother, how could you go this far? Did I truly push you to the brink of despair? If you must die, why involve me? This endangers my political career. How utterly absurd. This is a direct attack on me," he thought. Chapter 55. The political consequences are dire. "Oh, so it was you who pressured him into this. You've driven our second brother to self-immolation," Zhu Di exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Zhu Biao quickly shook his head. "It wasn't me. I did nothing." In his panic, Zhu Biao understood the gravity of the situation. If a life were lost, it would indeed be catastrophic. Zhu Yuanzhang urgently asked, "What is the current state of the Prince of Qin?" The eunuch shook his head. "I do not know, Your Majesty. I only heard that the prince's residence is ablaze, and many have rushed to extinguish the flames. Then hurry and investigate. Ascertain the situation and report back promptly." Zhu Yuanzhang kicked in frustration. "Why are you dawdling if you do not know? Go." "Yes, yes, I shall do so at once." The eunuch scrambled away. Zhu Di clasped his hands together. "Father, I shall go check on our second brother." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Biao before departing from Kunning Palace. Zhu Biao slumped into his chair, aghast at his brother's audacity. Zhu Yuanzhang, incensed, overturned several chairs. "Coward! He is such a coward. Are we not acting for his benefit? If he could have fathered a child with the Wang family, our relations with the Northern Yuan would have improved significantly. The Wang Baobao faction would have been less inclined to incite conflict due to the child's connection. This could have spared us countless military calamities. Once we stabilize the Ming, we could march north with vigor. Yet this fool chooses death." Zhu Yuanzhang was genuinely infuriated by Zhu Biao's actions. "Father, my concern extends beyond our relations with the Northern Yuan. I am apprehensive about the political ramifications of this incident. The implications of a prince born of the Central Palace being driven to self-immolation by his own brother were severe. The gravity of the situation could not be understated. I fear that the fourth prince's faction may exploit this incident. Do you think he had a hand in this?" Zhu Yuanzhang took a seat, certain that the regent faction would not miss the opportunity to attack the crown prince's party. Zhu Di stood to gain from this situation. What role did he play in this affair? It seems improbable. Just moments ago during our meal, the second brother departed, and he could not possibly foresee what we would discuss today. Zhu Biao found this notion rather unlikely. Zhu Yuanzhang, upon hearing this, also deemed it reasonable. However, the events had already transpired, and how to resolve the situation posed a dilemma. The censors and officials would undoubtedly seize upon this matter relentlessly, and the officials aligned with the regent would certainly cling tenaciously to Zhu Biao. Zhu Yang's commotion had escalated the tension between the crown prince's faction and the regent's party from mere probing to full-blown warfare. Opportunities must not be squandered. They may not present themselves again. The regent's faction would certainly not remain idle. At this moment, within the Qin Wang residence, the flames had nearly been extinguished, and officials were gradually entering the premises. Upon witnessing Zhu Yang being supported by others, they were taken aback. "Goodness, Zhu Yang is gravely injured. Your Highness, are you unharmed? What prompted such self-immolation? Quick, summon the imperial physician. Fetch a doctor. Yes, ensure the physician brings remedies for burns. What are you doing holding His Highness? Release him at once, and swiftly attend to the aftermath of this incident." A chorus of officials exchanged concerned words, while Zhu Yang, smoke-stained and with singed hair, remained alive but in distress. "Esteemed officials, it is not we who wish to hold His Highness, but if we release him, he will seek death." The servants supporting Zhu Yang wore expressions of helplessness. Zhu Yang then burst into tears, beating his thigh and wailing, "Why do you save me? Why? Allow me to die? Let me perish cleanly. Woe is me, I shall not live." The officials exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. "Your Highness is in the bloom of youth. Why utter such words? What compels you to seek death?" one official inquired. Zhu Yang's lament grew more sorrowful. "The crown prince, woe is me, compels me to propagate with the barbarian. Alas, after my death, I shall be buried alongside a barbarian. I am bereft of face to meet my ancestors. If I were to bear a child that would disrupt the Zhu lineage, how could I endure living in this world?" His words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of shock among the officials. They exchanged astonished glances. The crown prince forcing a royal to consort with the princess? Such a notion was unprecedented. Indeed, this is true. The crown prince has driven the Qin Wang to this extent. An official exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, in years past, the Qin Wang and the daughter of the Ningyi Wang were childhood sweethearts, having reached the stage of discussing marriage. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Alas, fate is indeed capricious. Another official sighed in agreement. Precisely. Our great nation of Huaxia, the bloodline of the Celestial Empire, is of such esteemed heritage. What are these barbaric tribes worth? To take them as concubines is one thing, but to elevate them to the status of a principal wife is a profound disrespect to our ancestors. Another official voiced his indignation. Indeed, His Majesty's ancestors perished under the tyranny of the barbarians. Now His Majesty first allows the Qin Wang to marry a barbarian as a principal wife, and now compels him to bear a child of barbarian descent. What face will he have to confront his ancestors in 100 years? One official lamented, filled with sorrow. How could the crown prince treat his own flesh and blood, his brother, in such a manner? It is utterly appalling. An official trembled with rage, expressing his indignation. What does he regard the prince as? Merely a vessel for continuing the lineage? Another official lamented deeply. In an instant, the officials were abuzz with discontent regarding Zhu Biao's actions. Observing the precarious situation, members of the crown prince's faction hastily attempted to mediate, stating, "Gentlemen, there may be some misunderstandings at play here. Our immediate priority must be to ensure the recovery of Prince Qin and the princess." Zhu Yang, struggling to rise, wept profusely, declaring, "There is no misunderstanding. I, Zhu Yang, vow today that if the crown prince continues to coerce me, I shall resolutely take my own life to express my defiance. Is death not an option? I would rather die than endure this humiliation." His words reverberated through the assembly, leaving the officials in a state of profound shock. The prince's determination to resist through death rendered the situation even more dire. Meanwhile, officials aligned with the regent felt a surge of elation. Oh, this could very well be the headline of the Ming dynasty. Prince Qin, Zhu Yang, unable to bear the humiliation imposed by his brother, has resorted to self-immolation to assert his will. Is this a manifestation of the decay of humanity or the collapse of morality? Yet, one could only wonder what actions the regent might undertake next. This is indeed a prime opportunity to leverage public opinion against the crown prince. We cannot let this moment slip away. Tonight, someone must speak with the regent. This chance must not be squandered. Not long after, Zhu Jian arrived in haste. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the King of Jin," officials greeted him. Zhu Jian paid no heed, striding towards Zhu Yang, astonished and incredulous upon witnessing his brother's plight. "How could it come to this, brother?" Zhu Jian exclaimed, visibly shaken, his body trembling uncontrollably. Slowly, he approached Zhu Yang, who sat in a disheveled state on the ground, his garments singed and revealing charred skin. A nearby physician hurriedly applied ointment, the air thick with a pungent medicinal scent. Zhu Yang lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhu Jian, his expression brimming with profound sorrow and despair. "Third brother, you have come," he uttered, his voice hoarse and faint, as though he had expended all his strength. Zhu Jian rushed forward, clasping Zhu Yang's hand tightly, his voice laced with urgency. "Brother, what has happened to you? You nearly frightened me to death. Why would you resort to self-immolation?" Zhu Jian was genuinely bewildered, believing that Zhu Yang sought to end his life. If Zhu Yang were to perish, who would protect him? Tears streamed down Zhu Yang's face like a deluge breaking through a dam, as he lamented, "Oh, third brother, I am truly wronged. Father has always favored elder brother, showering him with preferential treatment, while we, as younger siblings, can endure some grievances. It is unconscionable that father forced me to marry that barbarian woman. Do you understand how unwilling I was? That is a matter of my lifetime. And what of elder brother? He knew of my suffering, yet he did not advocate for me, but instead watched as I leaped into the flames. For the sake of the so-called greater good, he is willing to sacrifice my happiness. And what of me? I can only endure in silence, for no one will speak on my behalf. It is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Yet now, my happiness has been utterly shattered. What meaning does my existence hold? Perhaps it would be better to descend early and seek forgiveness from my ancestors." As Zhu Xiang spoke, he covered his face with his hands, weeping like a child. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his body trembling incessantly, tears and snot mingling, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld him. The officials nearby whispered amongst themselves, recognizing the depth of the prince's grievances as he displayed such a loss of composure. At that moment, Zhu Di had already exited the palace. Pei Jinbu had been waiting at the palace gates for a long time. Upon seeing Zhu Di emerge, he hurriedly approached him. "Regent Zhu Di," he gestured, "please, get in the carriage." As he spoke, Zhu Di swiftly entered the carriage, and Pei Jinbu, following his command, joined him inside. Zhu Di then instructed the carriage driver to head to the residence of Prince Qin. A glimmer of excitement shone in Pei Jinbu's eyes. "Your Highness, the self-immolation of Prince Qin presents a remarkable political opportunity. The crown prince's coercion of his own brothers to the brink of despair, if this news spreads. Zhu Di interrupted him, his tone unperturbed. And if it spreads, what of it? My father values familial bonds above all. The crown prince is his own chosen heir. This minor disturbance will hardly undermine his position. Zhu Di's words were deliberately crafted to gauge Pei Jinbu's ambition. Should it prove insufficient, his subsequent plans would be adversely affected. Yet Pei Jinbu remained undeterred, his fervor intensifying. Your Highness, while the matter of Prince Qin alone may not suffice, consider the reactions of the court officials. The crown prince's actions incite universal outrage, a transgression intolerable by heaven and earth. The ministers could jointly impeach him. Suddenly, Zhu Di raised his hand to halt him, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Minister Pei, would you dare to carry a coffin and offer your death as counsel? This declaration resonated within the carriage like a thunderclap. To carry a coffin to court signifies a willingness to die in council, a tradition that has historically resulted in bloodshed at the court. Zhu Di fixed his gaze upon Pei Jinbu, yet his response was unexpectedly fervent. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Your Highness, is there a limit to the number of participants? Zhu Di was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed. What do you mean? Did you not hear my words clearly? I am suggesting that you seek death. To Zhu Di's astonishment, Pei Jinbu laughed, a fervent enthusiasm evident in his expression. Your Highness, is it not merely death in council? Such opportunities are rarely presented. In this life, one strives for reputation, to live a lifetime, leaving either an enduring shame or a glorious legacy. What is mediocrity worth? As Huanwen once said, if one cannot achieve lasting fame, then one is not worthy of perpetuating infamy. Were it not for my desire to serve your Highness, I would seize this opportunity without hesitation. Zhu Di stared at Pei Jinbu in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated that such a proposal would frighten his companion, yet Pei Jinbu appeared undaunted, even eager for the chance. Clearly, he had underestimated the human yearning for historical renown. Are you certain? Pei Jinbu waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming that it was a futile endeavor. To raise the coffin and engage in a death protest may appear perilous, yet it bears significant potential to etch one's name in history as a loyal and valiant minister. Should I posthumously receive titles such as Wenzhong, Wenduan, or Wenzhong, I would depart from this world with my eyes firmly shut, regardless of the final outcome. The annals of history shall immortalize the name of this loyal minister who dared to voice dissent even unto death. Their names will be enshrined in the chronicles, celebrated for eternity. Zhu Di inhaled deeply, finally regaining composure from the shock. He had not anticipated Pei Jinbu's radical stance. However, this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Very well. Go now and rally support. Make a grand affair of this matter and petition for the abolition of the crown prince. Simultaneously, let this news spread widely. The ensuing tension will reveal whether it is your fear of death that leads to capitulation or the emperor's compromise due to the mounting fatalities. Seek out individuals to kneel at the palace gates and plead. The more attention this garners, the better. Do you understand? Zhu Di instructed in a low voice. Pei Jinbu nodded repeatedly. I comprehend, Your Highness. Should we not also extol your accomplishments? After all, comparisons evoke trepidation. Such contrasts would surely amplify the public sentiment against the crown prince. It seems he remains within the palace, neglecting to visit his brother, the true instigator. Zhu Di interjected suddenly. Pei Jinbu grasped the implication. I understand. The crown prince, indifferent to kinship, is such a cold-hearted individual. How can he be entrusted with the ancestral temple? I assure you, I will stir the city into a tempest over this matter. However, Pei Jinbu cautioned. Yet the crown prince has the support of the Chang and Lan families. Should they mobilize their troops, it could complicate matters. It would be prudent, Your Highness, to inform Duke Wei, so he may mediate and suppress any unrest. Zhu Di acknowledged. I am aware. This matter must be entrusted to reliable individuals, and it must be executed swiftly. The sooner, the better. Inform those ministers who dare to voice dissent that their descendants shall be under my protection. Chapter 57. Death protest before the palace gates. Upon arriving at the Prince of Qin's residence, Zhu Di was taken aback by the sight before him. The flames were indeed formidable. He entered with Pei Jinbu, and officials from the regent's faction quickly gathered around them. We pay our respects to the regent. Zhu Di raised his hand. You may disperse. Do not block the way. Pei Jinbu echoed. Yes, yes, heed the regent's words. Disperse. Depart. As Pei Jinbu urged the crowd, the members of the regent's faction comprehended immediately and complied. We shall obey the regent's decree. Most were astute individuals. Zhu Di spoke, and Pei Jinbu did not dissuade him, indicating that they had clearly reached a consensus. Many departed hastily, and the remaining officials had no choice but to follow suit. One cannot defy the royal command. The officials of the regent's faction surrounded Pei Jinbu, quietly inquiring about the situation and whether they should draft a joint petition. Pei Jinbu declared, "Raise the coffin and engage in a death protest, kneeling at the palace gates, etching our names in history. This shall be done today. The regent shall provide for our children, ensuring no lingering concerns." Upon hearing these words, the officials of the regent's faction gleamed with excitement. Who could resist the allure of immortalizing their names in history? Moreover, their offspring would be cared for. The crowd swiftly dispersed, eager to return home to settle their affairs, and then seek to die for a noble cause. Delaying could result in losing their place. The act of dying for the country was a sentiment shared by many. The prince's actions were utterly indefensible. To depose the crown prince, what could be more justified? First, remove the prince from power, then elevate the regent to the throne. Our faction would surely emerge victorious. My dear wife, I shall perish. Should I die, you may remarry. Do not fret for our child. There will be someone to look after them. Alas, hasten to procure a coffin for me. As swiftly as possible, I implore you. What nonsense is this? Are the coffins at the funeral home all sold out? By heavens! My wife, let me borrow the coffin from your dowry for the time being. Indeed, a bridal procession of 10 miles. With the red bed leading the way and the coffin in command, epitomizing life and death. I must quickly requisition the coffin set aside for my mother. Inform her that since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile. I am off to serve my country. Wait. Just as I sit down to draft a memorial, my coffin has vanished? Who dares to steal my coffin? Am I to fear having no descendants to carry on my name? This grievance shall not be forgotten. Second brother, what do you think you are doing? Live well in my stead, serve the regent, and honor our parents. I am the elder brother. I shall perish first. As news spread, the officials of the regent's faction grew increasingly agitated. Such an opportunity lay before them. I must seize my place. Not long after, Zhu Di arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence, where Zhu Yan hurriedly followed. Upon witnessing the devastation, he was astounded. His second brother was indeed serious about this. Observing his brother's injuries, he thought, "Heaven help us. Father may only compel his legitimate son to mourn for a concubine. My elder brother is intent on killing his own siblings." Zhu Di, meanwhile, was equally shocked by Zhu Yan's ruthlessness. Those who are merciless with themselves are truly formidable. In Kunming Palace, Zhu Biao contemplated strategies while Zhu Yuanzhang awaited further details. When the eunuch delivered the latest news, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao visibly relaxed. As long as no lives were lost, everything else could be negotiated. Shortly thereafter, Empress Ma awoke from her stupor, the first question on her lips concerning Zhu Yan's condition. Upon learning of his injuries and the narrow escape from being burned alive along with his concubine, Empress Ma hastily rose to leave the palace. She had not anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Outside the palace, a procession of officials clad in simple garments carried black lacquered coffins, making their way towards the royal palace while chanting slogans. Depose the crown prince, establish a new heir. Huzzah! Depose the crown prince, establish a new heir. Huzzah! The citizens lining the streets watched in stunned silence, murmuring amongst themselves. At the forefront of the coffin bearers, a group of officials wore solemn expressions, embodying a resolve of life and death. Among them, one official dramatically raised a blood-soaked letter, chanting loudly, "The crown prince has lost his virtue, forcing his brother to self-immolate. He is unworthy to honor the ancestral temple and bear the weight of the nation. Your Majesty, please depose the crown prince and establish a new heir." As for whose blood has been used to write this missive, such details are inconsequential. The procession moved forward, with officials along the way casting astonished and fearful glances, some even discreetly joining the ranks. To carry a coffin in a death protest is indeed an opportunity for eternal renown. Should one perish, they may enter the hall of loyalty and valor. If they survive, they could ascend the ranks. Truly, there is no loss. Thus, the procession grew longer, and more coffins were raised. By the time they reached the palace gates, a multitude of over 100 officials had assembled, kneeling in a dark wave before the entrance. The coffins arranged in a neat line, creating a profoundly striking scene. The joint memorial petition was inscribed with blood, adorned with a multitude of names. "We beseech your majesty, depose the crown prince to rectify the situation." The officials knelt at the palace gates, raising their voices in unison. Their cries soared like clouds, drawing a multitude of onlookers from the common folk. The palace guards dared not delay and hurried inside to report to Zhu Yuanzhang. At that moment, Zhu Yuanzhang was imploring Empress Ma not to act impulsively. As the situation outside remained unstable, he had already summoned Zhu Yan into the palace. Zhu Biao, too, was urging Empress Ma to remain within. It was indeed unwise to venture out amidst such chaos, for what calamity could befall her. However, a guard rushed in, breathless, hastily conveying the news. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened, and with a resounding crash, the teacup he held shattered on the floor, shards scattering. "They have rebelled. All have rebelled. I am still alive, yet they dare to stage a coup." Zhu Biao clasped his hands in submission, declaring, "Father, this matter is undoubtedly orchestrated by someone." Zhu Yuanzhang glared at Zhu Biao, exclaiming, "Can we not see through this? Such a blatant affair, and I am not blind." Zhu Biao hastily apologized, fearing his father's wrath. It did not take long for Zhu Biao to suspect Zhu Di's involvement, inciting the officials to pressure the throne. Did they not fear the emperor's fury? When the sovereign is enraged, countless lives may be lost. His Majesty is not one to easily acquiesce. He is not swayed by softness. Today, they dare to pressure the throne. Tomorrow, they may dare to usurp it. This pernicious wind of rebellion will surely be quelled by the emperor. Meanwhile, Empress Ma had similarly deduced the hidden hand behind this turmoil. If Zhu Biao were to be deposed, the greatest beneficiary would undoubtedly be Zhu Di, the regent. It seems the fourth prince is resolute in donning this infamous crown. Who could have imagined that a hasty misstep would result in such enduring enmity? Truly allowing Zhu Di to take advantage of the situation? Chapter 58. Your Majesty, please depose the crown prince outside the palace gates. Black lacquered coffins lay silently, surrounded by numerous mourning sons and grandsons, poised to lament upon the death of their kin. Kneeling around the coffins were dozens of officials clad in formal attire, their black caps atop their heads, their expressions grave as iron. The foremost official held aloft a blood-written missive, his aged fingers trembling, the joints whitening from exertion. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qin is indeed your Majesty's own blood. How can the crown prince force him to self-immolate? This is a tragic violation of human decency, intolerable by heaven's decree. News spread like wildfire through the city of Jinling, drawing more and more commoners to the periphery of the palace gates, their whispers rising and falling like the tide. The guards of the imperial army maintained a tense order, yet none dared to step forward to disperse the kneeling ministers. It is said that the crown prince forced the Qin king's family to commit self-immolation, prompting ministers to petition for the crown prince's removal. I have also heard that it was the crown prince who compelled the Qin king to procreate with the barbarian invaders, and the Qin king would rather die than endure such humiliation. Indeed, previously they had separated lovers, and now, with a second occurrence, the Qin king is truly pitiable. Is it not the case that His Majesty sought to expel the barbarian invaders and restore the Chinese realm? Have the invaders not been driven to become their daughters-in-law? How can His Majesty claim to expel the barbarians? Since the Red Turban Rebellion, Chen Yuliang has been steadfast in resisting the Mongols, yet fate has not favored him. While His Majesty seems intent on selling his kin for glory, I have also heard that he managed to secure a position in Jiangxi province. But when he saw the enemy's commander fall, he declined to accept it. Later, with the enemy forces amassed before him, His Majesty sent envoys to negotiate peace. Indeed, since Chen Yuliang's uprising, he has truly expelled the barbarian invaders. Had he been of the Liu lineage, perhaps he could have revived the Han dynasty. Hush! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? Ahem, let us discuss other matters, perhaps the barbarian invaders. What is there to discuss? The imperial ancestral hall has been completed, and His Majesty has allowed the barbarians to enter, bowing and offering incense. To allow mere barbarian savages to be honored alongside the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors truly diminishes the dignity of the imperial ancestral hall. Indeed, one wonders if His Majesty, while bowing and offering incense, recalls how the Zhu family perished under the Mongol rule or remembers the tragic sacrifice of 100,000 soldiers and civilians at Yashan. The common folk murmured amongst themselves, exchanging opinions. Before long, Zhu Yuanzhang, accompanied by Empress Ma and Zhu Biao, arrived at the palace gates, followed by numerous guards. The sight that met their eyes was truly breathtaking. Even the historians nearby were stirred with excitement. Such an unprecedented event. Should these individuals perish at the palace gates today, this historian would certainly require an entire page to document it. As Zhu Yuanzhang and his companions entered the palace gates, the tumult from outside became distinctly audible. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the gates, Zhu Biao instinctively took a step back. What audacity do I possess to deserve such a spectacle? Such a grand display? Solely aimed at me? The gates swung wide open, revealing a glaring black coffin and a throng of officials kneeling at the entrance. Most alarming of all was the white cloth tied around each minister's forehead, inscribed with the words "Death to the Tyrant" in vermilion. Upon seeing Zhu Yuanzhang, a host of officials immediately prostrated themselves, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, we dare to implore you to uphold justice for His Highness, the Qin King." Zhu Yuanzhang strode forth to the palace gates, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the assembly. "Are you attempting a palace coup? Are you rebelling?" The Minister of Rights lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. Old ministers do not dare to rebel. Yet, the Crown Prince has forced his own brother's family to self-immolate, violating human ethics. If the Crown Prince is not deposed, it may tarnish your Majesty's virtue and undermine the foundation of the state. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold laugh. "Let us see how bold you truly are." At that moment, another official knelt and approached, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. His Highness the Crown Prince forced King Qin to immolate himself, resulting in over half of the 300 individuals within the household sustaining injuries, with more than 40 fatalities." At that moment, King Qin and his consort found themselves engulfed in flames. Had they not been rescued in time, they would have perished in the inferno. Despite the timely intervention, King Qin sustained extensive burn injuries. Such conduct from the Crown Prince is unbecoming of a benevolent ruler. Zhu Biao, standing behind Zhu Yuanzhang, turned pale then ashen. Unable to restrain himself any longer, stepped forward, claiming, "I did not coerce King Qin into self-immolation." To which the Right Minister of Commerce directly questioned Zhu Biao. "Then how did King Qin come to self-immolate?" The Hanlin academician, his eyes bloodshot, bowed and implored, "Your Majesty, if the Crown Prince is not severely punished, this precedent will lead to fratricide and familial discord, jeopardizing the very foundation of our Ming dynasty." Another official cried out, "I propose we strip Crown Prince Biao of his title and confine him to the ancestral tomb of Fengyang." Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow, his gaze darting between Zhu Biao and the assembled ministers. Observing this, Empress Ma gently tugged at his sleeve, "Zhongba." Zhu Yuanzhang raised his hand to silence her. "Sister, there is no need for further words. My loyal ministers, is it your intention to compel me to depose the Crown Prince today?" The leading official brandished a blood-inked petition signed by numerous officials, asserting, "Your Majesty, this petition, supported by dozens of us, implores you to consider the welfare of the realm and select a wise successor." Glaring at the blood petition, Zhu Yuanzhang's teeth ground in anger. In the past, even a joint petition was a significant affair. Today, you have resorted to a blood petition. A band of treasonous rebels. Absurd. The Crown Prince is my and the Empress's firstborn son, established as heir since childhood, diligent and benevolent. How can he be deposed for a single incident? You seek to sow discord between father and son. The Right Minister of Commerce shouted, "In the imperial household, there is no father-son bond. The emperor is only a sovereign to his ministers. Your Majesty cannot neglect righteousness for the sake of personal sentiment. This is the abandonment of public duty for private affection." At this proclamation, the atmosphere became tense, saturated with a stifling pressure, while the gathering crowd of onlookers grew, their whispers escalating. "Look, there is the Crown Prince. Observe him. He bears no resemblance to a monarch. I heard the King Qin's residence was reduced to ashes. He was rescued from the flames. They say the Crown Prince is benevolent. Yet how can that be true? In the 7th year of Hongwu, when concubine Mu passed, the emperor commanded him to mourn, but he refused, ultimately becoming Prince Wu instead. Did the Crown Prince utter a word for his youngest legitimate brother? Indeed, the emperor is not one of benevolence. The Crown Prince, raised at the emperor's side, molded into an heir, cannot be a person of true kindness." The murmurs of the populace reached Zhu Biao's ears, rendering his expression increasingly grim. Zhu Biao understood all too well that the magnitude of today's events would not be easily resolved. "Oh, fourth brother, you truly are a ruthless one. To play such a grand game. When you strike at my very jugular. Is this not the essence of silence before an astonishing revelation?" Chapter 59. The officials directly stain the palace gates with blood today. If your majesty does not depose the crown prince, I shall dash my head against these palace gates. Chengzu, the official in charge of the Ministry of Commerce, stood up, suddenly rushing forward and colliding with the palace wall. With a resounding bang, the atmosphere before the palace gates froze like iron. Blood oozed from Chengzu's forehead, refracting a blinding glare in the sunlight. His body slowly crumpled, akin to an ancient pine felled in its prime, the thud of his fall echoing sharply in the deathly silent square. A profound stillness enveloped the scene, as even the gathered onlookers held their breath. Zhu Yuanzhang's complexion turned ashen, stumbling forward a few paces, while Zhu Biao stood utterly motionless, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. "Minister Chun," cried the Right Minister of Commerce. Immediately, another elder statesman let out a heart-wrenching laugh, trembling as he removed his black cap, revealing his grizzled hair. His voice tore through the silence. "Your Majesty, today I shall die in remonstrance. I am willing to sacrifice my life to express my resolve." Before his words could settle, he dashed toward the stone lion on the right. His movement was so swift that his colleagues could not intervene in time. A dull thud was heard as his temple struck the stone lion's bared fangs. Blood gushed forth like a spring, tracing a glaring red mark upon the lion's fierce visage, staining his white beard and the front of his official robe. Before he slowly collapsed, his eyes wide open, truly lifeless. Empress Ma tightly shut her eyes. This scene had spiraled far beyond control. She discerned that these individuals had resolved to face death. If Zhu Yuanzhang did not acquiesce, they might well stain the palace gates with their blood today. The Minister of Rights let out a wail, the usually gentle scholar suddenly tearing open his official robe, revealing his gaunt chest. "Heaven bears witness," he screamed, and before anyone could react, he hurled himself against the palace gate's bronze nails. The 3-inch-long spikes pierced his brow, and his body convulsed a few times before it fell heavily to the ground. The metallic scent of blood swiftly permeated the warm spring air. Zhu Yuanzhang's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, whether from anger or sheer terror, he could not discern. The remonstrance had turned deadly serious. It was no longer mere rhetoric. At that moment, another elder statesman, frail and white-haired, stood unsteadily, though he required assistance to walk. He shook off the help of the young official and strode toward the bloodied stone lion. Halting, he turned to the emperor and bowed deeply. Sunlight illuminated his snowy hair, casting a sacred glow upon him. His voice was eerily calm. "Your Majesty, I bid you farewell. I am willing to offer my life in council, to depose the crown prince, to rectify the court's governance. If your Majesty does not depose the crown prince today, I shall die with my eyes unclosed." With that, the elder suddenly sped toward the stone lion, and at the last moment before impact, he veered, exerting all his strength to collide with the stoutest of the golden dragon pillars at the palace gate. The sound of cracking bones was distinctly audible, his head twisting at an unnatural angle, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. "That makes 4, murmured someone from the crowd. This remark seemed to unlock a terrifying floodgate. As one after another, officials began to rise. "I, Zhao De, from the Ministry of Works, shall die in remonstrance. I, Zhou Bin, from the Censorate, shall die in remonstrance. I, Li Mu, from the Hanlin Academy, shall die in remonstrance. I, Jiang Wan, from the Ministry of Works in Zhejiang, shall die in remonstrance. I, Su Che, from the National Academy, shall die in remonstrance." With each desperate cry, a body collided with the hard barriers before the palace gates. Some chose the stone lions, others rushed toward the copper nails, and some even slammed their heads against the ground, fracturing the azure bricks. Blood began to meander across the white marble floor, converging into slender streams, eventually pooling in the low spots. Zhu Biao could no longer endure the sight. He sank to his knees, retching, as visions of the inferno consuming the Zhu residence flashed before his eyes. He recalled his biological brother, standing amidst the billowing smoke, smirking at him through the flames. Now, those derisive smiles transformed into puddles of blood, each reflecting his ghastly visage. "Stop, please, stop." The crown prince's pleas were drowned out by a chorus of martyrdom. Most alarming were the youthful officials, barely in their 20s, the scholars of the Hanlin Academy, who, instead of a promising future, met their fates with serene resolve. One young man, his face as radiant as jade, even adjusted his attire before charging toward death with a smile. The corpses piled higher before the palace gates. forcing newcomers to tread upon the bodies of their colleagues to find their place of impact. Blood soaked the official ceremonial robes, transforming the originally deep blue fabric into a grotesque shade of purplish black. Some officials, still clinging to life, convulsed in the blood pools, emitting faint groans. When the final echo of impact faded, 47 bodies lay sprawled before the gates. Blood formed a river, slowly flowing towards the lower path, soaking Zhu Yuanzhang's dragon boots. A severed black gauze hat floated upon the blood, spinning gently in the breeze. Suddenly, the Buddhist beads in Empress Ma's hand shattered, the sandalwood beads rolling into the blood, producing a sharp clatter that pierced the eerie silence, as if marking the end of this tragic rebellion. The onlookers had fallen silent. Some began to weep quietly, while others knelt in prayer. A woman cradling a child suddenly shrieked, her voice slicing through the air, startling a flock of crows roosting on the palace walls. More than half of the officials kneeling in protest had already perished. The atmosphere at the palace gates was grim. This bloody spectacle became an indelible shadow in Zhu Biao's life. Not far away, in an inn, Zhu Di sat watching the scene at the palace gates. Witnessing one after another fall to their deaths, he too sighed deeply. A general success is built upon the bones of the fallen. This moment was indeed the most harrowing scene in the nearly 10 years since the founding of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Di observed the ministers rising, declaring their intent to die for their cause, then resolutely crashing against the stone lions and pillars before the palace gates. Blood quickly stained the marble-paved square, the air thick with the scent of iron. That stench, carried by the wind, could be detected from afar. Each official who perished on the spot left their families in inconsolable grief upon their knees. Your Highness, the path of the sovereign is inherently bloody. Their deaths will be etched in history. If they become mere sacrifices, their names may forever be forgotten. They die with honor, die splendidly, die heroically, remarked Pei Jinbu with a hint of envy. To speak candidly, were it not for Pei Jinbu's desire for progress, he would undoubtedly be the first to staunchly oppose. What do you suppose will be the response of the crown prince or his majesty in the aftermath? Zhu Di inquired with a calm demeanor. In Chapter 60, Zhu Biao's authority as regent was rescinded. Pei Jinbu, appearing helpless, shook his head and said to Zhu Di, Your Highness, this step is truly insurmountable. The public outcry this action has incited is exceedingly immense. Should the crown prince not be deposed, it would be arduous to quell the grievances of the ministers. Such a monumental affair is destined to be inscribed in the annals of history, perhaps even warranting its own dedicated page for future generations to scrutinize. Zhu Di, upon hearing this, cast a languid glance at Pei Jinbu, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips as he murmured, Then, should I act in a manner that encroaches upon your interests in the future, will you likewise resolutely oppose me, compelling me to concede? This query struck Pei Jinbu like a thunderclap, sending a shiver through his body. Terrified, he hastily knelt, exclaiming, I would not dare. I absolutely would not dare. Cold sweat poured from Pei Jinbu, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, and he struggled to swallow. This question was exceedingly difficult to answer. A misstep could invite dire consequences. Zhu Di's implication was unmistakable. Today, under my directive, you act thus. Will you, under another's behest tomorrow, employ the same tactics against me? Pei Jinbu silently lamented, as the seeds of suspicion took root in his heart, proliferating like rampant weeds, uncontrollable in their spread. His mind raced, grappling with the complexity of the issue at hand. Zhu Di currently required the support of Zhujiang, thus the collaboration. However, once Zhu Di ascended, their relationship would inevitably shift from allies to sovereign and subject, rendering cooperation impossible. Zhu Di declared, The Son of Heaven will never engage in trade with any merchant. Pei Jinbu cautiously responded, Your Highness, I believe the world thrives on mutual benefit. All clamoring is for gain. As long as the interests of all parties are judiciously balanced, such circumstances will not arise. Zhu Di nodded. So, you imply that should I fail to maintain this balance, there would be those who would oppose me? Pei Jinbu hesitated. Well, I would not. Ultimately, he dared not make grand assurances, conceding that he personally would not pressure Zhu Di, but the actions of others remained uncertain. Zhu Di chuckled, assisting Pei Jinbu to his feet. You are quite the slippery one. I have always followed your Highness's lead, Pei Jinbu replied, bowing deeply. Zhu Di laughed. Remember this, my dear Pei. Once doubt is sown, the charge is already established. Your focus should not be on whether such an event will transpire, but rather on how to prevent it from occurring. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Pei Jinbu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, why does it feel increasingly burdensome to be near you? Zhu Di refrained from further discourse, redirecting his gaze towards the palace gates. The sight of so many perishing before the gates had left Zhu Biao utterly astonished. Despite Empress Ma's history on the battlefield, witnessing this scene instilled a sense of dread within her. Stop. Please, all of you cease. Zhu Biao was utterly shaken, staggering backward until his back met the cold palace wall. In the distance, crows, having gathered unbeknownst to him, began to circle ominously, their dark wings obscuring the afternoon sun and casting shadows upon the bloodstained square. Your Majesty, I beseech your divine judgment, cried a white-haired official, his forehead striking the ground with such force that he nearly rendered himself unconscious. It was evident that the assembly had momentarily halted their fervent opposition to grant him time for deliberation. Should he remain unyielding, they vowed to resume their defiance. Zhu Yuanzhang, engulfed in fury, had never before been subjected to such coercion. What benefits had Zhu Laosi ever bestowed upon them to warrant this audacious pressure? Historically, when these individuals shouted their defiance, it was merely for show. Even if someone were to charge forward, the others would hastily restrain them, ensuring no one succeeded in their reckless endeavor. Yet today, one after another, they threw themselves into the fray as if possessed, truly prepared to meet their demise on the spot. Minister Yang, you have raised the crown prince. You have taught him during his formative years, making him half your pupil. How can you now demand that we depose him? Does this imply that your Majesty forbids our counsel? Then I shall be compelled to persist in my opposition. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the aged official lunged toward the stone lion at the palace entrance, colliding with it amidst the gasps of the crowd. Minister Yang, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, but it was too late. The man lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Witnessing this grim spectacle, Zhu Biao's legs buckled beneath him, and he fell to the ground, stammering, "This is not what I intended." Tears streamed down his face, choking on his words. Empress Ma grasped Zhu Yuanzhang's hand tightly, imploring, "Your Majesty, we cannot continue down this path. Please, take a step back." In an instant, Zhu Yuanzhang's visage appeared to age a decade. He surveyed the blood-soaked ground and the increasingly numerous onlookers outside the palace gates, each bearing a different expression, and grasped the gravity of the situation. The political ramifications of this event were profoundly dire. The absence of military presence thus far spoke volumes. Such a significant occurrence at the palace gates without any military response was a clear indication that someone had intervened. Zhu Yuanzhang turned his gaze toward the weakened crown prince, his expression inscrutable. "Wu, Father, I did not compel them to their deaths," Zhu Biao stammered, his fear rendering him incoherent. Having grown up beside Zhu Yuanzhang, though the latter was somewhat domineering, he had shielded Zhu Biao remarkably well, resulting in the latter's inherently timid nature. The traumatic incident involving Song Lian, which had led Zhu Biao to leap into the river upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, "I await you as the son of heaven," now haunted him. Witnessing several officials perish, their blood and brains mingling, had etched an indelible shadow in Zhu Biao's psyche. Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply and declared, "Let it be known. I hereby revoke the crown prince's regency authority. He shall remain in the eastern palace for contemplation and may not exit without my decree." After uttering this proclamation, Zhu Yuanzhang stepped back and turned to leave with purpose, his silhouette appearing slightly stooped. Empress Ma glanced at her son, then at the fallen loyal ministers, ultimately choosing to follow the emperor away from this bloody scene. With Zhu Yuanzhang's concession, it was expected that these individuals would recognize the need for restraint. Politics, after all, is a realm of mutual compromise, striving for a delicate equilibrium. Zhu Biao was assisted to his feet and turned to follow. Your Majesty, please depose the crown prince to rectify the court's order. Your Majesty, please dismiss the crown prince. Your Majesty, if you refuse today, we shall perish here at the palace gates. Your Majesty, open your eyes. Do not continue to support the crown prince. We beseech your Majesty to select a worthy successor to honor the ancestral temple." The ministers cried out in unison, yet Zhu Yuanzhang remained indifferent to their pleas. Before the palace gates, blood gradually congealed, but the glaring crimson seemed to herald an even greater tempest on the horizon. The skies over the Ming dynasty darkened, heavy with ominous clouds and distant thunder. Chapter 61, Avoiding the Spotlight? An impossibility in response to the clamor of his ministers, Zhu Yuanzhang chose to disregard them. Instead, he returned to the Qianqing palace and ordered someone to summon Zhu Di. Zhu Yuanzhang was acutely aware that Zhu Di was orchestrating the events unfolding behind the scenes. Zhu Di sought to advance his position. After observing the commotion, Zhu Di returned to the Wangfu, followed closely by Pei Jinbu, who intended to discuss forthcoming plans. However, as Zhu Di settled into his seat and took a sip of tea, a servant from the Wangfu entered to report that someone from the palace had arrived. Zhu Di allowed the visitor to enter. The envoy conveyed Zhu Yuanzhang's decree, demanding Zhu Di to enter the palace at once. Zhu Di acknowledged the order, indicating he would prepare himself and depart shortly, prompting the eunuch to bow and retreat. Su Miaoyun expressed her concerns. "Your Highness, this visit may bring great peril." Zhu Di chuckled lightly. "Peril? I perceive it as an opportunity to rise from the dead." Ding. A system task has arrived. Proceed immediately to the Qianqing Palace. Confront Zhu Yuanzhang and survive. Task reward: Imperial Jade Seal. Refusal of the task or failure will yield no reward. At that moment, a long-forgotten notification echoed in Zhu Di's mind. He paused momentarily. "System, why are you still issuing tasks? The system has been upgraded, yet you still have not ascended to the position of Crown Prince? Quite disappointing indeed." "Well, I am close," Zhu Di replied. "Allow me to offer you a method to advance. Emulate Li Shimin and confront Zhu Yuanzhang at Xuanwu Gate. The grand stage awaits your capability." Your Highness, Your Highness." Pei Jinbu called out twice, bringing Zhu Di back to his senses. "Huh, what is it?" Pei Jinbu clasped his hands and inquired. "Your Highness, should you wear armor beneath your garments? Wouldn't that be an obvious act of treason?" Zhu Di shook his head. "I do not believe my life is in such imminent danger. I doubt Zhu Yuanzhang would dare execute me at this sensitive juncture. Moreover, I have recently allied with Su Da, and Su Miaoyun is with child. The funds I allocated from the Ministry of Commerce to the military were not given in vain. If Zhu Yuanzhang were to act against me, he would face considerable pressure." "Your Highness, that is precisely why I suggested wearing armor," Pei Jinbu responded. Zhu Di shook his head again. "It would be futile, as the palace remains my father's domain." "Then, what shall you do? Will your Highness avoid the spotlight?" Pei Jinbu inquired further. Zhu Di sat down, massaging his temples. "Avoid the spotlight? Huh. Miaoyun, dispatch someone to inform our father to remain adaptable." "Understood." Su Miaoyun nodded slightly. Clearly, Zhu Di's grand display indicated that a peaceful resolution was out of the question. He and Zhu Biao were at an impasse, where Zhu Yuanzhang would have to make a choice. "Pei Aiqing, if I do not emerge shortly, all road construction, commercial taxation, and the recovery of treasury notes will be suspended. It is time to stir public sentiment." Zhu Di continued to make arrangements. Pei Jinbu was momentarily taken aback by this statement. "Your Highness, what about the Emperor's potential actions against our Ministry of Commerce?" "Disburse all funds from the Ministry of Commerce immediately, under the pretext of purchasing goods. Transfer the money into the hands of my trusted associates, and record it as expenses for constructing a school. Not a single coin should remain," Zhu Di instructed solemnly. Pei Jinbu's eyes lit up. "A splendid idea. It would be prudent to prepare for the storm before it arrives. Having the funds in our possession is far preferable to handing them over to Zhu Yuanzhang." "Your Highness is indeed wise." Zhu Di felt reassured by Pei Jinbu's loyalty, confident that he would not betray him. After all, they were in the same boat. Pei Jinbu had no alternative but to follow Zhu Di to the end, for success would elevate him, while failure would lead to imprisonment. If the Emperor attempts to replace the personnel in the Ministry of Commerce, do not resist. Hand the ministry over to him, and as for the noble families below. Zhu Di's sentence trailed off, but Pei Jinbu understood. "Rest assured, Your Highness, if the Emperor's people can command the noble families, then it is my incompetence. I have retained incriminating evidence against all families involved in the road construction. I am not concerned about their cooperation. As for the commercial tax reform, if the shops are closed, how can there be revenue to tax?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Di nodded. "Pei Aiqing, the losses from closing the shops are bearable. Once you ascend, we shall find a way to recover those losses. Should you fall, we shall all face confiscation and execution. So what does it matter if we incur some losses now? If our shops cease operations, others will undoubtedly panic. At that time, implementing the commercial tax reform will be exceedingly challenging. The reform is not yet stable, and any external shock to the market could lead to its collapse. This predicament, aside from you, No one else can navigate successfully. Worst case, we disrupt the commercial tax system and let the Ming treasury continue to run a deficit. After all, the Ming is still your Ming, and it holds little relation to you. Pei Jinbu's expression was grave. He was clear on the significant issues at hand. Ultimately, Zhu Di was the core of their regency faction, and should he fall, they would all suffer consequences. It was wiser to align with Zhu Di. Presently, Zhu Di had a considerable advantage. He had both reputation and backing, especially now that Su Miaoyun was carrying his child. Embarking on the path of politics is a gamble. One must accept both victory and defeat without regret. Excellent. Pei Aiqing, you truly are my trusted advisor. Zhu Di expressed his growing satisfaction with Pei Jinbu, who was not only intelligent but also loyal. Pei Jinbu replied earnestly, with utmost loyalty, I pledge my service to you, my lord. I shall follow your lead. He understood that even if Zhu Di's fortunes waned, he would remain steadfast in his support. Even if he were to be imprisoned, at least his reputation within their circle would remain intact. If one were to betray Zhu Di, not only would they suffer personally, but their offspring would also find it impossible to hold their heads high within society. Moreover, what advantages could be gained from betraying Zhu Di? If one is capable of treachery today, what assurance is there that they will not turn against the emperor tomorrow? Who would dare to employ such a person? Furthermore, Zhu Di remains in a position of great strength and has yet to face defeat. Pei Jinbu is even less likely to defect, for he will undoubtedly support Zhu Di. Additionally, one must act in accordance with their conscience. Having held a position of authority for so many years without encountering a wise ruler, Zhu Di elevated me from a mere 6th-rank official to a 2nd-rank minister. How could I possibly betray him? Well, it pleases me to see your awareness of the bigger picture. I am quite satisfied, Minister Pei. I hope that in our future lives, we shall not be adversaries, but rather sovereign and minister once more. Let us strive to become a model of exemplary rulers in the annals of history. A fleeting victory or defeat matters little. It is the one who laughs last that truly wins. I am wholly devoted to your Highness's command. I shall now proceed to arrange matters. Pei Jinbu bowed respectfully. Zhu Di rose and said, Good. Go forth. I take my leave, your Highness. Pei Jinbu performed a ceremonial bow and exited. Chapter 62. The confrontation in Qianqing Palace after Pei Jinbu's departure. Zhu Di wore a somber expression, aware that this journey would not be without its challenges. Your Highness, Su Miaoyun said, embracing Zhu Di, her face etched with concern. Zhu Di caressed Su Miaoyun's hair and placed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Miaoyun, would you not consider returning home for a while? It would be better to have someone to care for you. Su Miaoyun shook her head, replying, as a married woman, I belong to my husband. This is my home. I shall not leave, but wait here for your return. Very well, then wait for me to return. Do not fret. I shall be safe. Zhu Di held Su Miaoyun tightly. The winds howl, and the waters of the Yi River run cold. After a prolonged embrace, Zhu Di finally released Su Miaoyun and turned to enter the palace. Your Highness, I and our child shall await your safe return, Su Miaoyun called after him. Watching his retreating figure, all right, Zhu Di paused, responding affirmatively before proceeding into the palace. Su Miaoyun murmured to herself, Dear uncles, His Highness has allocated 500,000 taels to the military this month. I trust you have benefited from this as well. It is time for you to take action. Should anything befall His Highness within the palace, it would undoubtedly indicate the presence of treacherous ministers. If it comes to that, perhaps it would be necessary to purge the court of such corruption. Su Miaoyun felt that relying solely on business matters would not suffice to safeguard Zhu Di. Under the pretense of rescuing him, raising an army to cleanse the court of its evils might be a viable option, but once one reaches that point, success or failure would be a matter of life and death. At this juncture, Zhu Di must ascend, while Zhu Yuanzhang must step down. The dynasty is still in its infancy, and the prestige of commanders far surpasses that of military orders. Furthermore, military orders are used to command generals, who alone can mobilize troops. A general without a military order can still deploy soldiers, but to do so without authorization is tantamount to treason. Therefore, if such an act is committed, Zhu Di must be elevated, ensuring that everyone becomes part of the righteous force to cleanse the court. Otherwise, they would be deemed rebels. With this thought in mind, Su Miaoyun resolved to return home to visit her father, understanding that a personal visit would convey the gravity of the situation. Pei Jinbu directly proceeded to the Ministry of Commerce, operating under the authority of the Minister of Commerce, and promptly allocated all the ministry's funds. The ministry was entirely staffed by Zhu Di's loyalists, facilitating Pei Jinbu's endeavors, leaving not a single coin behind. As for the deposits, they too were transferred by Pei Jinbu to a bank, ensuring that they would not be misappropriated by private individuals, with a third party overseeing their management. The treasury of the Ministry of Commerce was utterly depleted. After completing these tasks, Pei Jinbu penned several letters, meticulously organizing the matters Zhu Di had instructed, and dispatched them via swift messengers. Having expedited these affairs, beads of cold sweat adorned Pei Jinbu's brow. Today's actions marked a significant gamble alongside Zhu Di, with the promise of wealth and prestige resting upon this very moment. Pei Jinbu instructed the officials of the Ministry of Commerce to cease all operations. Each official, even the most junior servant, was a trusted confidant or an ally of such. The ministry was an impenetrable fortress, safeguarding Zhu Di's coffers. Meanwhile, Zhu Di had already entered the palace, and as dusk descended, the lights of the Qianqing Palace shone brightly against the encroaching night. Zhu Di gazed up at the familiar silhouette of the palace, his throat constricting slightly as he released a deep breath. And Quanta stood beside him, his demeanor respectful, the lantern-esque glow casting a sharp profile of Zhu Di's features. "The regent awaits your majesty inside," and Quanta's voice was barely above a whisper. Zhu Di adjusted his attire, fully aware that this visit could spell dire consequences. He surmised the reason for Zhu Yuanzhang's summons, yet rather than trepidation, he wore an expression of calm resolve as he strode into the Qianqing Palace. Within, Zhu Yuanzhang stood with his back to the entrance. Positioned before the grand map of the Ming territories, the flickering candlelight elongating his shadow against the wall, resembling a poised predator. "Your son respectfully greets His Majesty," Zhu Di proclaimed, bowing deeply. Zhu Yuanzhang did not turn, merely gesturing for the attendants to withdraw. Yes, the attendants retreated like a receding tide, the heavy palace doors closing with a muffled thud. The study fell into silence, so profound that Zhu Di could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. "Fourth son, do you know why I have urgently summoned you to the palace?" Zhu Yuanzhang finally spoke, his tone icy, even adopting the royal eye, a deliberate choice. As he typically referred to himself in a more familiar manner, Zhu Di raised his gaze, meeting the fiery wrath in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, which seemed capable of searing him. Zhu Di inhaled deeply. "Your son does not know." Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang seized a teacup from the table and hurled it to the floor, shards scattering widely. "You do not know? The ministers have raised their voices in protest. They petitioned for the removal of the crown prince, and you dare to tell me you are unaware?" Zhu Di felt a shard of porcelain slice across his cheek, warm blood trickling down his chin. He did not wipe it away, but responded calmly. "I grieve for my elder brother's plight, but this matter bears no relation to me, as your majesty is well aware." Zhu Yuanzhang strode toward Zhu Di, towering over him with a condescending glare. "Unrelated? Do you assume I have grown senile?" The ministers raised the coffin in a futile act of remonstrance, one after another meeting their demise at the palace gates, attempting to compel me to depose the crown prince. If not for the unseen forces stirring the waters behind the scenes, would they have dared to exhibit such audacity? Within the hall, the flickering candlelight cast the shadows of father and son upon the wall, resembling two fierce beasts in confrontation. Zhu Di gradually straightened his posture, meeting Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze. "The principles of death in remonstrance through words and in battle through valor are age-old virtues, not the inventions of a mere son. With loyal subjects displaying such integrity in the court, does your majesty not perceive this as a blessing for the Ming dynasty? Or do you believe that those sycophants who grovel before the Yuan dynasty, seeking personal gain at the expense of their kin, are the true loyalists?" Zhu Di's retort flushed Zhu Yuanzhang's face with anger. Zhu Yuanzhang suspected Zhu Di of insinuating against him and had tangible evidence. Who among us has not interacted with the Yuan dynasty throughout the entire late Yuan period, save for Qin Yuliang? Why must they pursue only me? Furthermore, was my intention to seek personal gain at the expense of my lineage? Indeed, it was a matter of stealthily cultivating strength and enduring hardship. Dare you swear before heaven that their act of raising the coffin for remonstrance was not your directive? Zhu Yuanzhang shifted the topic. Zhu Di replied coolly, "If your majesty has already concluded that this is the doing of your son, what more is there to inquire?" Zhu Yuanzhang repeated 3 times, "Good, good, good." His anger intensifying, he demanded to hear why Zhu Di felt the need to place his elder brother in jeopardy. Zhu Di suddenly smiled, a smile that sent a tremor through Zhu Yuanzhang, reminiscent of his own youth. Zhu Di spoke in a low voice. Father, why did you designate my elder brother as crown prince? In terms of civil governance and military prowess, he cannot suppress his younger brothers. By what right does he claim the title of crown prince? Chapter 63. Zhu Di was confined within the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated such a forthright challenge to the position of heir apparent. He slammed the table in fury, declaring, "It is the ancestral law to establish the firstborn as the heir. Your brother is the legitimate firstborn. How dare you malign him?" Zhu Di scoffed. Ancestral law? Where is the lineage of our Ming ancestors? Have you unearthed their remains, father? Speaking of ancestors, have you located your own father's bones? As for the firstborn, while the succession is designated to the legitimate, it does not state it must be the firstborn. If the firstborn were but a pile of refuse, would you still choose him? Zhu Yuanzhang found himself momentarily speechless, his complexion darkening with fury. Zhu Biao asked, "What does this mean? Is he saying I am refuse?" Seizing the moment, Zhu Di stepped forward. "Father, what the Ming requires is a sovereign capable of expanding territory, not a brother who merely excels in scholarly pursuits. If my brother lacks capability, he should relinquish his position to someone more deserving." Zhu Yuanzhang fixed his gaze on Zhu Di, then sighed. "Ah, fourth son, who would have thought that a trivial performance would kindle such ambition in you? Do you believe your wings have grown strong enough to defy the heavens? Fourth son, do you think our sword has dulled?" Zhu Di retorted, "There is nothing wrong with testing the heavens. Father, my sword is by no means blunt." Zhu Di stood firm against Zhu Yuanzhang, refusing to yield. This moment represented the opportune time to topple Zhu Biao from the throne. Such chances are fleeting and must not be squandered. Zhu Di would not let this opportunity slip away. Zhu Di's defiance incensed Zhu Yuanzhang to the point of fury. Good. During this period, you shall refrain from returning to the court. Your regency powers are hereby suspended. Go to the Fengxian Hall and reflect upon your transgressions in solitude. Only when you comprehend your mistakes will you be permitted to re-emerge. Zhu Yuanzhang directly placed Zhu Di under house arrest, confining him within the ancestral temple. Zhu Di, however, did not forget the previous wager. No wrongdoing goes unpunished. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang merely suspended Zhu Di's authority. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was aware of the orchestrated machinations behind the scenes, where was the evidence? In the absence of proof, all allegations are mere slander. Hence, there was no means to declare Zhu Di at fault, for indeed, there was no evidence. Furthermore, he had to consider the reputation of Suda, fearing any sudden upheaval in the established order. Otherwise, Zhu Yuanzhang would have certainly reduced Zhu Di to commoner status and confined him indefinitely. With a respectful bow, Zhu Di took his leave, turning away with a serene demeanor. Zhu Yuanzhang, in a fit of rage, slammed the table, exclaiming, "Fourth, I ask you once more, do you truly wish to contend with your elder brother? He is the legitimate heir. I do not wish to witness fratricide." Zhu Di responded, "Father, your words ring true, yet the struggle for succession has always been thus. My choice remains unwavering until death." With that, Zhu Di strode confidently towards the ancestral temple to contemplate his errors. Zhu Yuanzhang, watching Zhu Di's retreating figure, felt a chill in his gaze. Issue a decree. Minister of Commerce Pei Jinbu is to be dismissed for corruption and abuse of power, and shall be cast into the dungeons. All accomplices within the Ministry of Commerce shall face the same fate. "As you command," replied Quanta, bowing in obedience. Preparing to convey the edict, Zhu Yuanzhang halted him, instructing, "Wait. Inform Pei Jinbu that if he is willing to testify against the regent and implicate the ministers in their insurrection, he may have a chance to retain his position as minister." "Understood," and Quanta affirmed, hastily departing to deliver the message. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed. "This farce must come to an end. This realm belongs to us. Zhu Laosi, you may wish to overturn the heavens, but you are still too inexperienced." Zhu Yuanzhang resolved to completely overhaul the Ministry of Commerce, replacing every individual with his own loyalists. Did they truly believe that the Ming dynasty would falter in Zhu Laoxi's absence? However, a sudden wave of headache overcame Zhu Yuanzhang as he took a seat, contemplating the political repercussions of the minister's obstinate protests and the many who had perished today. How could he mitigate the fallout? Furthermore, those rascals remained kneeling at the palace gates. "A bunch of insufferable wretches. I could easily have you all executed." Zhu Di interjected. "Execution would be advantageous. The fear it instills, the sorrow it breeds, would ensure that none dare serve you again." Zhu Yuanzhang, massaging his temples, realized the complexity of the situation. Cursed Zhu Su. That fool. Why must you self-immolate? This folly may cost you your life. Zhu Su's act of burning himself alive had inadvertently set Zhu Biao ablaze, while the ministers, carrying the coffin, had only added fuel to the inferno with their futile protests. This conflagration was not easily quelled. With the issuance of Zhu Yuanzhang's decree, all officials of the Ministry of Commerce were dismissed and cast into the dungeons, awaiting their fate. Strangely, however, the officials remained at their posts. And when the imperial guards arrived to apprehend them, they offered no resistance nor cries of injustice. Instead, they laid down their official hats and followed the guards to their imprisonment. As the imperial guard surrounded Pei Jinbu, he was seated in the lobby of the Ministry of Commerce, eyes closed in contemplation, a cup of ginseng tea at his side. He remained oblivious to their presence, continuing to savor his tea until the arrival of the guard's commander. Lord Pei, His Majesty is aware of your close ties to the regent. If you are willing to divulge how the regent instructed his ministers to orchestrate a coup and disrupt the court's order, signing a confession, you may retain your position as minister. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu merely smiled, replying, I know not of what you speak. Do you truly not know, or do you simply refuse to speak? The commander pressed. Pei Jinbu finished his last sip of tea and stated resolutely, I neither know nor wish to disclose anything. Stubborn fool. Seize him. The commander waved his hand, and 2 guards advanced to apprehend him. I shall walk myself, Pei Jinbu interjected, rising with dignity. He removed his official hat and exited the Ministry of Commerce. News of the dismissal and investigation of all officials in the ministry quickly spread like wildfire. As Pei Jinbu stepped out, he glanced back at the ministry with a faint smile and calmly proceeded to the dungeons. This position I shall reclaim, he thought to himself. After all, he had ensured that all the ministry's funds were spirited away, conveniently stored in crates, easily transported by cart. Previously, Zhu Yuanzhang had not obstructed the ministry's normal operations. Thus, what was wrong with the ministry transporting its funds? It was not the first time money had been sent outside the palace, with the funds swiftly escorted out of the capital by Pei Jinbu's trusted confidants. They dared not linger. Upon exiting the city, they sank crates of silver into the river and concealed others within ancient tombs, dividing and hiding them. Once hidden, they remained in the tomb, refraining from movement. It was impossible to swiftly transport the treasures to Jiangnan now, as Zhu Yuanzhang would soon dispatch pursuers. So they could only lie hidden for the moment. As for the silver notes held as collateral, Pei Jinbu sealed them in a box, instructing his loyal aide to deliver them promptly to the regent's estate for Sumyayan. Long before the ministry had turned a profit, it had been eyed with greed. And Pei Jinbu was not one to be caught unprepared. If Zhu Yuanzhang desired the ministry, then let him have it. It was but an empty shell of an office. Chapter 64. The End. My life is at an end. The officials of the ministry were apprehended and imprisoned in the dungeons. Zhu Yuanzhang commanded the Ministry of Revenue to tally the taxes collected from the Ministry of Commerce. Once completed, he would appoint a new minister and subsequently transfer the amassed funds to the national treasury. When Zhu Dali arrived at the Grand Ancestral Hall, he found the doors closed but remained unfazed, taking a seat on a nearby mat. The host has successfully revealed the truth and survived. The task is complete, and the reward has been granted. Please check for receipt. The system's prompt echoed in Zhu Dali's mind as he retrieved his reward, the imperial seal, also known as the seal of the first emperor. The imperial seal, now in Zhu Dali's possession, felt smooth and cool to the touch, not small in size. Measuring 4 inches square, it bore 5 dragons on the knob, with the inscription mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity last forever inscribed in 8 seal characters, serving as a token of divine imperial authority and legitimate rule. In the context of the Qin dynasty, an inch converted to the 21st century measures approximately 2.31 centimeters. During the Qin dynasty, the 4-inch jade seal, which measures approximately 9.2 centimeters according to modern metrics, is by no means insignificant. Moreover, as recorded in the Book of the Later Han, annotated by Li Xian and referencing the Jade Seal Chronicle, the imperial seal was inscribed by Qin Shi Huang when he unified the realm. The jade was sourced from the Lantian Mountains, and the inscription, pinned by Chancellor Li Si, reads, Mandate from heaven, may it endure forever. When Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, ascended to power, the seal was presented to him by the last king of Qin, Xing. However, by the end of the Han dynasty, Wang Mang usurped the throne and coerced Empress Yuan into surrendering the seal. In a fit of rage, she cast it to the ground, resulting in a fragment of the dragon's horn being broken off. The inscription on the imperial jade seal reads, "Mandate from heaven, may it endure forever," inscribed by Li Si and engraved by the jade craftsman Sun Shou. Notably, the seal does not bear the so-called missing corner. What was broken is the dragon's horn, not the seal itself. Within the dimly lit ancestral hall, as candlelight flickered, a profound silence enveloped the space. When Zhu Di retrieved the imperial jade seal, the flames suddenly danced violently, as if disturbed by an unseen force. His pupils contracted sharply as he trembled, turning the seal over to reveal the 8 characters inscribed at the base. "Mandate from heaven, may it endure forever." The imperial jade seal. Zhu Di murmured these 8 characters, feeling an electric surge coursing through his spine, accompanied by a resonating hum in his ears. This coveted treasure, long sought after by emperors since Qin Shi Huang and lost for nearly a century, now lay quietly in the palm of his hand. Instinctively, Zhu Di glanced around to ensure the hall's doors were securely shut before exhaling a long, heavy breath. Under the candlelight, the crack on the surface of the dragon's horn, mended with gold, was distinctly visible, the famous mark left by Empress Xia Yuan when she furiously hurled the jade seal during Wang Mang's usurpation. Zhu Di gently traced the crack with his thumb, momentarily feeling as though he were touching the very pulse of a millennium of history. His gaze intensified with fervor as he recalled the legend from the records of the Grand Historian, which spoke of how the sun and moon lost their brilliance when Qin Shi Huang fashioned the seal from the He Shi Bai, and how Liu Bang established his dynasty upon acquiring it. Throughout history, emperors regarded this artifact as irrefutable proof of divine mandate, and now it had fallen into his grasp. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhu Di's mouth. After this night, the stakes of this game had subtly shifted. "Father, oh father, do you sense that the mandate is shifting in the unseen realm? Mandate from heaven, may it endure forever." These 8 characters, etched in the annals of history, have caused countless heroes to bow and have unleashed torrents of bloodshed. The newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Chengzu, led a formidable entourage of officials to the Ministry of Commerce, prepared to audit the treasury's gold and silver. Upon opening the storeroom doors, they were met with a shocking sight. The treasury was utterly bare. There was not a single coin, nor even an empty box in sight. Chengzu could hardly believe his eyes and immediately ordered his subordinates to scour the ministry for answers, while he himself commenced a review of the financial records to uncover the whereabouts of the missing funds. After a thorough examination, they discovered several pages of disbursement records, revealing staggering amounts, and shockingly, these funds had all been allocated that very day. Upon viewing these records, Chengzu nearly lost his footing in disbelief. He silently lamented in his heart. If he were to report to Zhu Yuanzhang that the Ministry of Commerce was utterly devoid of funds, would the emperor not be enraged enough to execute him on the spot? Chengzu clung to a flicker of hope, believing this could merely be a fictitious ledger, and that the ministry must still possess some wealth. Thus, he ordered his subordinates to continue their search within the ministry, determined to unearth the missing gold and silver. However, after an exhaustive search, his men turned the ministry upside down, yet they found not a single coin. The ministry was indeed destitute. Not even a copper coin remained. All the funds had been disbursed that very day, and even the collateral from the prominent families had been removed to the banks. What about the deposit slips? If he could locate those slips, he could retrieve the money and claim it as profits from commerce taxes, asserting that the collateral had been allocated by Pei Jinbu. Alternatively, any other plausible excuse would suffice. At the very least, he needed something to placate the situation. Otherwise, Chengzu was genuinely fearful, terrified that Zhu Yuanzhang might execute him in a fit of rage. Yet reality played a cruel jest on him. There was no trace of the slips within the ministry, not even after digging 3 feet into the ground. Chengzu collapsed onto the floor, having initially believed this to be a lucrative position from which he might profit. Now, alas, not only was profit unattainable, but he also feared becoming embroiled in the debacle himself. The previous Minister of Revenue had perpetually lamented the lack of funds, only to face confiscation, execution, and exile of his entire family. If he were to approach Zhu Yuanzhang with the same lament, would he not meet a similar fate? Chengzu felt darkness encroach upon him. The ministry had become a veritable minefield. Should news of the ministry's financial ruin spread, chaos would erupt in an instant. Could he possibly shift the blame onto Pei Jinbu or even Zhu Di, claiming they had hidden the funds, thus justifying their arrest? Certainly not. Such reckless maneuvering would be foolish. Did he truly believe Su De had perished in vain? To heap such disgrace upon Zhu Di, who currently had powerful backing, was unthinkable. Chen Zhiheng sat despondently in the grand hall of the ministry, unable to regain his composure. What misfortune! His life seemed forfeit. He found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation to Zhu Yuanzhang, even contemplating the necessity of penning a farewell letter. After all, once he faced the emperor, he might never have the opportunity to write such a letter, for he could very well be executed on the spot. No, it would be better to clarify matters in person. Chen Zhiheng promptly returned home to arrange his affairs. After attending court, he might never return, sobbing quietly. Oh heavens! Why had this calamity befallen Chen Zhiheng? The next day, as he attended court, the emperor arrived, and with a resounding declaration from Enquanta, Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the dragon throne with a solemn countenance. The ministers bowed in customary respect. The regent prince and the crown prince were conspicuously absent from either side of Zhu Yuanzhang. Beneath Zhu Yuanzhang, the ranks of the civil officials had thinned considerably. Where had they gone? Had they taken leave? Your Majesty, a voice replied, they remain prostrated at the palace gates. Some have declared that if your Majesty does not issue an edict to depose the crown prince today, they shall perish together at the gates. Hu Weiyong stepped forth to respond. This proclamation rendered Zhu Yuanzhang's expression exceedingly grim. Such obstinate individuals, remaining on their knees throughout the night. This was an affront too great to bear. The crown prince was confined to the eastern palace, and the regent was ailing, recuperating within the palace under the care of the imperial physicians. Thus, we continued to manage state affairs. Minister of Commerce Pei Jinbu and his associates had been apprehended for corruption and criminal conduct, all imprisoned in the dungeons. Today, we shall deliberate on the arrangements for the Ministry of Commerce. Zhu Yuanzhang's assertion silenced Su De, preventing him from interceding on behalf of his son-in-law. It was better left unsaid. Such sentiments would not beautify anyone's countenance. However, Su De, yawning and idly fiddling, appeared disinclined to speak. Having already conferred with Su Miaoyan the previous night, Minister of Revenue Chen Zhiheng stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. Minister Chen, have you compiled the accounts for the Ministry of Commerce? Pray, enlighten us on the available funds. Your Majesty, Chen Zhiheng knelt, bowing his head to the ground. Bracing for Zhu Yuanzhang's wrath, not a single coin remains. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance shifted dramatically. You, speak. What did you say? Chen Zhiheng trembled. Your Majesty, not only are there no usable funds, but even the deposit for the road construction by the noble families is absent from the ministry's treasury. There is not a single coin in the entire ministry. At this revelation, many unacquainted with the situation suddenly changed their expressions. What did this mean? What did it imply that the ministry was devoid of funds? Was the ministry attempting to defraud the noble families using the state's credit? Some officials, who had received correspondence from Pei Jinbu the previous day, remained composed, having already grasped the underlying circumstances and even commenced planning. Not a single coin. Where has the money gone? The substantial funds from commerce and taxes, where is it? Speak. Zhu Yuanzhang, incensed, stood and banged on the table, demanding answers. Chen Zhiheng, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, replied, Your Majesty, we have meticulously reviewed the ministry's ledgers and discovered that all silver was indeed expended yesterday. All for purchasing materials. I inquired with the palace guards, who confirmed that carts of silver were dispatched yesterday. Purchasing materials? All from yesterday? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of fury rising within him. An accumulation of silver, vanished, and transported so brazenly? Your Majesty, I am truly unaware of the specifics. But the records do confirm this, and the ministry is indeed devoid of funds. Chen Zhiheng was on the verge of tears, wondering why he was being scorned. Whoever investigates shall find no money. It was not I who lost the funds. What of the deposits for the road construction by the noble families? Would they dare touch that money? Zhu Yuanzhang clutched the table, questioning with strained resolve. Chen Zhiheng swallowed hard and said, Your Majesty, this sum of money has not been touched. It has merely been deposited in the bank, and it was stored just yesterday. Furthermore, the accounts indicate that the Ministry of Commerce has not hoarded a substantial amount of silver. All silver is exchanged for notes after verification upon entering the treasury, leaving only a small portion of cash in the warehouse. Upon hearing this news, Zhu Yuanzhang lost his balance and collapsed onto the dragon throne, gasping for breath. Your Majesty, are you all right? And Quan Tao rushed forward to support him. Call Pei Jinbu. Call Pei Jinbu. Zhu Yuanzhang shouted in anger, panting heavily. Damn it, our money is gone. Our money is gone. When Pei Jinbu was brought into the hall, the former Minister of Commerce, nearly 30, maintained his composure, even nodding at his colleagues. I, Pei Jinbu, humbly wish your Majesty peace, he said, bowing respectfully. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him, having regained his composure. Pei Jinbu, you possess great audacity. How dare you not refer to yourself as a guilty minister? Furthermore, I ask you, where has the silver of the Ministry of Commerce gone? Your Majesty, what crime have I committed to call myself a guilty minister? Has the 3 departments deliberated, or has a court ruling been made? If I have not been found guilty, why must I refer to myself as such? Pei Jinbu questioned Zhu Yuanzhang with unwavering composure. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang was infuriated, his rage boiling over. You are indeed quite bold. Very well, let us set that aside for now. Where is the money? Where is the money from the Ministry of Commerce? Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Your Majesty, the money of the Ministry of Commerce has been spent, Pei Jinbu replied, raising his head with a calm gaze. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed in fury. Spent? You mean over 10 million taels of silver have been spent? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Pei Jinbu replied coolly. Did your Majesty not see the account books of the Ministry of Commerce? Allow me to recite them for you. Yesterday, 287,600 taels were paid to the Suzhou Weaving Bureau for raw silk. Yesterday, 150,000 taels were paid as a deposit for porcelain goods from the Jingdezhen imperial kiln. Yesterday, 500,000 taels were paid to timber merchants in Zhujiang for golden silk nanmu. Yesterday, before Pei Jinbu could finish, Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted. So much money was all approved yesterday? Who authorized you to approve this? Your Majesty, it was the regent who approved it, intending to improve the livelihood of the people, to establish schools, and to build countless houses to shelter all children under heaven. Pei Jinbu replied calmly. Hu Weiyong stepped forward. Pei Jinbu, the Ministry of the Interior has not received any official documents regarding these approvals. The regent only holds the regency. He does not possess the authority to make decisions. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu merely responded with a detached "Oh." I instructed a principal official of the Ministry of Commerce to send the approval documents, claiming they had been authorized, which is why I allocated the funds. It seems that official was negligent, deceiving me. I acknowledge my oversight. As for that official, I witnessed him die in a futile protest yesterday. His body still lies at the palace gate. Pei Jinbu shifted the blame onto the deceased, accepting the charge of negligence himself. Zhu Yuanzhang's chest heaved violently as he suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he realized that his 4th son was no longer the frivolous youth who once chased birds and fished aimlessly. Since becoming the regent, Zhu Di had not only amassed wealth, but had also woven an extensive web of connections. Chapter 66. Pei Jinbu, Loyal Orange. The head of the Ministry of Commerce has already perished, leaving behind no witnesses. Hu Weiyong glared with wide eyes. His face contorted in anger as he fixed his gaze on Pei Jinbu, demanding, Pei Jinbu, you are quite audacious. I ask you, where are the receipts from the money houses in the Ministry of Commerce? In the face of Hu Weiyong's inquiry, Pei Jinbu raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and replied unhurriedly, no comment. Seeing this, Hu Weiyong stared at Pei Jinbu, his fury boiling over as he bellowed, impudent. Pei Jinbu, are you attempting to embezzle state property? Instead of displaying any fear at Hu Weiyong's rebuke, Pei Jinbu rolled his eyes dismissively and retorted, Hu Weiyong, are you out of your mind? This is the guarantee fund for the gentry's road construction. It has nothing to do with the state. Upon hearing these words, the assembled officials were taken aback, shocked by Pei Jinbu's audacity to openly insult the prime minister in court, even naming him directly. Many officials from the Jiangnan group could not contain their laughter, secretly marveling at Pei Jinbu's fearless demeanor. Pei Jinbu declared, I challenge even the crown prince. What do I have to fear from a mere prime minister? However, Pei Jinbu remained unfazed by the reactions around him and continued with an impassive demeanor. This sum is a guarantee fund for road construction by the gentry. It bears no relation to the state. Therefore, why should I submit the receipts to you? Hu Weiyong's face turned a shade of deep anger as he trembled, pointing a finger at Pei Jinbu. Pei Jinbu. That money resides in the Ministry of Commerce and is subject to state oversight. The court has a duty to protect it. Pei Jinbu responded with a cold laugh. Oh, I beg your pardon, but that money does not reside in the Ministry of Commerce, and the court has no obligation to protect it. Hu Weiyong was nearly apoplectic at this remark, exclaiming, Pei Jinbu, you are derelict in your duties. You are abusing your power for personal gain. If the money is lost, will you take responsibility? The Ministry of Commerce holds the money in the money houses. If it is lost, naturally, the ministry is accountable. The Minister of Commerce is the primary responsible party. I am no longer the Minister of Commerce, so why should I be held accountable? Pei Jinbu countered. Hu Weiyong, shaking with rage, shouted, You are being sophistical. This is sophistry. Sophistry? What do you mean? I am not in that position and do not engage in its affairs. Is that a fault? The Ministry of Commerce is the state's ministry, and it is through the state's credit that this money was collected. Naturally, if something goes awry, the state will cover it. Pei Jinbu's words left many in attendance momentarily speechless. So, if the Minister of Commerce were not you, would you simply abscond with the funds and leave the debts to the state? Very well. Very well. Pei Jinbu, I shall not argue further. Hand over the receipts. Why should I surrender what is not state money? This was acquired through state credit. Oh, but it is not my credit. What does it have to do with me? I have already been dismissed on the spot. What do you mean by that? You do not wish to cooperate, is that it? Cooperate with what? At present, I am but an ordinary individual, not your subordinate. Why should I comply with you? Moreover, after my departure, the affairs of the Ministry of Commerce may descend into chaos. The funds in question were managed by you, and any ensuing problems will undoubtedly lead back to you. Furthermore, is it not an obligation to collaborate in this investigation? If you wish to pursue me legally, let the esteemed families who paid the bond do so. Go to the criminal department, go to the Supreme Court, and file your complaint. You currently lack even a single plaintiff. What responsibility do you hold over me? Hu Weiyong and Pei Jinbu exchanged words. Yet Pei Jinbu maintains a firm upper hand. Zhu Yuanzhang, incensed, overturned the imperial table, exclaiming, What audacity! Pei Jinbu, have you consumed the courage of a lion? I possess little patience. I inquire, where's the money? Clarify the matters of the Ministry of Commerce. Your Majesty, I have not consumed such audacity. Rather, I am imbued with loyalty. Pei Jinbu replied. Moreover, is it I who desires to remain vague? Have you granted me the opportunity to clarify? Your Majesty, in dismissing me and launching an investigation without cause, I presumed you had already arranged matters with the Ministry of Commerce. With a wry smile, he continued, I am no longer a court official. I dare not speak recklessly about state affairs. Pei Jinbu, appearing unconcerned, seemed to challenge. What can you do to me? Kill me? That would suit me just fine. My demise would lead to the total collapse of the Ministry of Commerce. When the regent ascends, my loyalty will surely earn me the posthumous title of Wenzhong, and perhaps I might even be honored in the imperial mausoleum, revered for generations to come. I fear not death. Do you not fear the united might of the noble families against you? Do you not fear the upheaval of the realm? Not a court official. Then what do you call yourself? Hu Weiyong interjected. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu chastised himself. Look at my tongue. I am accustomed to speaking as a commoner. I beg your pardon. Hu Weiyong, with a stern expression, inhaled deeply and addressed Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, I propose reinstating him as Minister of Commerce temporarily, allowing him to properly hand over the affairs of the ministry. Pei Jinbu shook his head vehemently. That cannot be. Your Majesty has accused me of embezzlement and dismissed me for investigation. Until my innocence is restored, I cannot resume my position. You are to achieve merit while bearing your sins. Hu Weiyong gritted his teeth. Pei Jinbu scoffed. Handing over responsibilities is part of my duty. Where lies the merit in that? This argument is invalid. Pei Jinbu, I see your intent clearly. You come seeking death, do you not? Zhu Yuanzhang's murderous intent was now unmistakable, his eyes ablaze with fury. Pei Jinbu, lifting his robes, knelt down, proclaiming, I willingly accept punishment to uphold the sanctity of virtue. Your Majesty, no. The rules must not be broken. If Pei Jinbu is to be punished, it must go through a trial before the three departments for a verdict. Indeed, Your Majesty, even as Emperor, if you wish to take a life, it must be done in accordance with the law. You are the exemplar for the realm. Should you act outside the law, all subjects will surely follow your example, leading to chaos. Your Majesty, if you lead the way in violating the law, you shall be deemed a tyrant. Not even the waters of the Yellow River could cleanse your name throughout eternity. Should you persist in sitting idly by, ignoring the signs of impending doom, you will inevitably face retribution. We stand in agreement. We beseech your Majesty to act according to the law. Should you unjustly execute loyal subjects without evidence, what becomes of the principles of justice and integrity in the courts? Officials from the Jiangnan group and the Zhidong group stepped forward one after another to staunchly defend Pei Jinbu. To deal with him is one thing. But what of the plaintiffs? Where are the witnesses? Where is the material evidence? Even with these, a trial by the three courts is mandatory, followed by his signature and seal, before a lawful verdict can be rendered. Even if he were to face the death penalty, it must be determined through due process. Of course, as the emperor, you may choose to disregard the rules. However, if you set this precedent, you cannot fault those beneath you for emulating your example, for the source lies with you. If you fail to uphold the rules will no longer safeguard you. In the hall of heavenly sovereignty, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified into lead, weighing heavily upon every heart. Upon the dragon throne, Zhu Yuanzhang's complexion shifted from a deep blue to a purplish hue, ultimately swelling to the color of a ripe pig's liver. His chest heaved violently, and his grizzled beard trembled fiercely, not due to age, but from the tumultuous rage threatening to burst forth. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his palm upon the imperial table, the resounding crash echoing through the silent hall, startling Su De, who had been idly passing time. What is this? Are you staging a coup? Revolting, are you? Clad in official robes and feasting on royal provisions, yet you conspire to press me into submission. Do you intend to emulate those sycophants at the palace gates, splattering blood upon the imperial dais to coerce my compliance? His hawk-like gaze swept across the assembly of ministers, who, though bowing their heads, displayed taut jaws and clenched fists, all betraying a silent defiance. This gathering, openly exerting pressure, felt like a searing iron brand, scorching deeply into his imperial heart. Do not forget who has bestowed upon you your present glory, who has supported your Jiangnan faction. You are all betraying me, are you not? Ready to turn to the regent, are you? We dare not, your Majesty, they replied, bowing deeply and hastily returning to their places. Yet the perfunctory tone in their voices, along with the defiant glances they exchanged, spoke volumes of their unspoken resistance. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze remained fixed upon Pei Jinbu, his fury nearly manifesting as flames. Pei Jinbu, you remain silent, believing that I have no recourse against you? Do not forget, the Ministry of Commerce is not solely comprised of your head. Upon hearing this, rather than exhibiting fear, Pei Jinbu appeared invigorated, as if ignited by an inner strength. His smile grew more pronounced as he raised his voice slightly, his clear words resonating throughout the hall. Your Majesty, I do not dare forget, but let us not overlook that the Ministry of Commerce is a delicate web, and should we all fall into peril, the ministry's operations would grind to a halt, resulting in a drastic reduction in national revenue and stunted development for the people. What tremendous loss would befall the court? How much turmoil would be added to the realm? Pei Jinbu's words pierced like ice-coated needles, striking at Zhu Yuanzhang's most cherished vulnerabilities, the very foundation of the Ming dynasty. This was no mere counsel. It was a blatant threat, wielding the empire's lifeblood as leverage. This audacity stemmed from the solid unity of the Ministry of Commerce and its near-monopolistic power structure. Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly rose, the voluminous sleeves of his dragon robe stirring a gust of wind. The veins at his temples throbbed like coiling dragons, and in his fury, he laughed with a bitter edge, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. Impudent. Excellent. What audacity from the Minister of Commerce. Do you truly believe that without your ministry, the vast empire of the Ming would falter? I refuse to believe it. Without Zhang the Butcher, must I feast on swine still covered in bristles? Summon the guards. At his command, two formidable warriors clad in golden armor, wielding heavy golden halberds, strode into the hall with heavy footsteps, their presence resonating on the polished golden tiles. The cold metallic gleam reflected the diverse expressions of the courtiers, some fearful, others complicated, and a few reveling in schadenfreude. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed accusingly at Pei Jinbu, each word emerging like shards of ice from between his clenched teeth. Arrest this traitor who defies the emperor and disrupts the court. Imprison him in the dungeons and execute him at the trial. The chilling decree of execution reverberated like thunder, heralding the impending doom of the once powerful Minister of Commerce. This was no fleeting rage of Zhu Yuanzhang, but a thorough reckoning against the arrogance that threatened imperial authority. The tolerance shown until now had only paved the way for today's brazen threat in the Hall of Heavenly Purity. What can be endured, if not this? You have repeatedly overstepped your bounds, and I tolerated it. Yet today, you dare to threaten the Emperor within this sacred hall. Understood. The warriors' voices boomed like thunder as they advanced toward Pei Jinbu. Just as Zhu Yuanzhang anticipated Pei Jinbu to crumble and plead for mercy, the latter unexpectedly raised his hand, dismissively waving it, as if merely brushing away dust from his sleeve. Pei Jinbu's voice was eerily calm, laced with a hint of mockery. There is no need for you two to act. I know the way to the prison. I shall go myself. Adjusting his prison garb, Pei Jinbu turned without acknowledging the two warriors and steadily walked toward the threshold of the hall. Just as he was about to cross the grand threshold that symbolized the pinnacle of power, he paused slightly, turned his head, and cast a penetrating gaze through the assembled ministers, locking eyes with Zhu Yuanzhang upon the dragon throne. In that gaze, there was neither fear nor plea, only a profound, unabashed disdain, as if he were observing a cornered beast, blustering yet ultimately powerless against the inevitable tide. That cold, piercing, and provocative gaze was captured in its entirety by Zhu Yuanzhang. In an instant, an indescribable fury mingled with the humiliation of being so thoroughly scorned surged within him like molten lava. Zhu Yuanzhang felt darkness closing in, his body trembling uncontrollably beneath the weight of his grand robe, as if strung tight like a drawn bow, on the verge of snapping. He gripped the armrests of the throne tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, producing faint cracking sounds. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard, with the courtiers frozen in fear, even holding their breath. All that resonated was the Emperor's heavy, stifled breathing and the gradually receding, unhurried footsteps of Pei Jinbu. This man possesses true courage, indeed the foremost vanguard under the regent. Suda observed Pei Jinbu's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of shame. He himself could not muster such audacity against Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet, Pei Jinbu, a frail civil official, dares to go to such lengths for Zhu Di. Should Zhu Di ascend to greatness, the Pei family might very well leap to the pinnacle of civil service. Moreover, Pei Jinbu is still quite young. Once Zhu Di rises to power, he will undoubtedly enter the central authority of the Zhongshu province. As long as he steadfastly follows Zhu Di, for as many years Zhu Di reigns as emperor, so too shall he serve as chancellor. Pei Jinbu has severed his retreat, and this resolve to either succeed or perish has drawn the gaze of many. In truth, a lack of retreat often paves the way for a better path, does it not? For in the absence of an escape route, only the path forward remains. Dismiss the court. Zhu Yuanzhang nearly roared these words, his voice hoarse, steeped in exhaustion, fury, and an indescribable solitude. The shout echoed through the vast Feng Tian Hall, lingering like the final thunderclap before an impending storm. Zhu Yuanzhang intended to visit the ancestral temple to confront Zhu Di, this rebellious son. May your majesty be escorted safely. Long live the emperor. The officials bowed in farewell to Zhu Yuanzhang, all realizing that the decisive battle had begun. If the regent faction endured this trial, no one would be able to restrain them any longer. Chapter 68. Zhu Yuanzhang confronted by the soft blade. Zhu Yuanzhang did not even have time to change into his ceremonial robes, carrying with him the lingering wrath of thunder. His steps swift as the wind, heading straight for the Fengxian Hall. The heavy doors were brutally pushed open, crashing against the walls with a dull thud, scattering the incense that had settled within. The hall was dimly lit, the ancestral tablets of generations past gleaming coldly under the perpetual light. Amidst this solemnity, Zhu Di seemed wholly out of place, reclining half on a wide purple sandalwood chaise, cushioned by a soft brocade mat. One hand holding a scroll, while the other casually plucked a chilled grape from a nearby glass dish. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon him. And this leisurely comfort starkly contrasted with the imperial fury that burst in upon him. Hearing the commotion, Zhu Di lazily lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over Zhu Yuanzhang's still unchanged robes, emblematic of supreme power, as a barely perceptible smile crept across his lips. He slowly set down the scroll, his voice tinged with languor. "Ah, father, you haven't even changed your robes and have rushed to seek your son? It appears something grave has occurred." Zhu Di leaned slightly forward, feigning an attentive posture, his eyes revealing a mix of understanding and amusement. Zhu Yuanzhang's chest heaved violently, his fists clenched beneath the dragon robe. Nearly igniting with fury, he strode a few steps closer to Zhu Di, his towering figure casting a shadow over the serene light. As if the air within the hall had solidified. Enough of your nonsense. The Ministry of Commerce's storeroom. That sum of money. Was it you? Did you instruct Pei Jinbu to empty it? The smile on Zhu Di's face not only remained but deepened, tinged with an air of innocent surprise. As he lightly clapped his hands, as if brushing away non-existent dust. Father, you are mistaken. What do you mean by emptying? The funds in question were legitimate payments made by the Ministry of Commerce to its suppliers, documented in black and white, with all proper procedures followed. I, as your son, have merely adhered to the regulations set forth by the court, disbursing the funds to the rightful recipients. Pray tell, which law of the Ming dynasty have I transgressed? I implore you to clarify, Father. Zhu Yuanzhang, consumed by rage, suddenly erupted into a mocking laughter, his voice rising sharply, causing the very rafters of the hall to reverberate. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhu Di, trembling slightly with indignation, exclaiming, Well, Zhu Di, it appears you have grown bold. You dare to play such tricks in the shadows, attempting to silence me with the court's regulations, Zhu Di, as if amused by an intriguing jest, gently shook his head, reclining back into his chair with a posture that bordered on provocation. In the shadows, you say? Father, you are mistaken. This is a matter conducted with complete transparency, serving the court and the people with utmost integrity. The funds were allocated to those deserving, and all actions were taken above board, neither exceeding bounds nor violating the law. I am but a simpleton, truly unaware of your insinuation regarding shadows. As he spoke, Zhu Di even spread his hands in a gesture of feigned misunderstanding. Observing his son's unyielding demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhang felt an overwhelming surge of rage rise within him, nearly breaching the dam of his reason. He inhaled sharply, suppressing the urge to strike, his voice emerging from clenched teeth, laden with icy menace. Let me inquire again. Yesterday, the deposits from all the esteemed families in the Ministry of Commerce were transferred en masse to the bank. Are you aware of this? Zhu Di, upon hearing this, displayed no hint of agitation, his demeanor as serene as a still pond. He lifted a warm cup of pre-rain Longjing tea from the table, sipping leisurely before responding with an air of indifference. I am not aware. At these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's patience finally reached its limit. He leaned forward, nearly nose to nose with Zhu Di, his weathered yet sharp eyes piercing into his son's, searching for any sign of deceit. Unaware? Without your backing as regent, who would dare such an act? How could Pei Jinbu, a mere minister of commerce, possess the audacity to do this? Facing the lethal glare of his father, Zhu Di slowly set down his teacup, the bottom of the cup ringing softly against the rosewood table. The faint smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a near-calm indifference. Since you have already concluded that I am aware, even believing that I orchestrated this, why then ask me? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, his breath caught in his chest, watching Zhu Di leisurely peel a glistening grape. His relaxed demeanor seemed to slice through the dignity of an emperor and the authority of a father like a blunt instrument. Having traversed the world for decades, emerging from seas of blood to establish a dynasty, how had he ever suffered such a humiliation? And worse, to be outmaneuvered by his own flesh and blood, using the very laws he had instituted. What a disgrace! A truly abominable disgrace. A profound sense of humiliation, intertwined with seething fury, engulfed Zhu Yuanzhang, igniting a fever within him. He forced himself to regain composure. This was not the time for madness. The money, that substantial sum, that was the crux of the matter. Very well, let us not engage in trivialities. The money has been deposited in the bank. Where are the withdrawal receipts? Hand them over. Zhu Yuanzhang extended his hand, palm facing upward, exuding an undeniable authority. Zhu Di, savoring the sweet juice of a peeled grape, allowed the delightful flavor to linger on his lips before swallowing, then lifted his gaze towards the outstretched hand that symbolized supreme power, yet appeared somewhat pale and powerless at that moment. I do not know, Zhu Di replied, maintaining his calm demeanor with those 3 words. Repeat that. Zhu Yuanzhang's grip tightened, his knuckles whitening. Zhu Di truly was in the dark. Before he was summoned to the Hall of Preserving Ancestors, Pei Jinbu had already taken care of the matter. Where it was hidden and to whom it was given were questions he had not pursued, nor was it his place to do so. Pei Jinbu, a cunning fox, certainly knew how to keep things watertight. Perhaps the funds were concealed in a secret known only to him. Or perhaps they had already been channeled through special means to a most reliable ally, currently either in the marketplace or court. In any case, Zhu Di genuinely remained uninformed. What difference does it make whether he knows or not? Father, that money belongs to the gentry. It is a deposit made to the court as a show of good faith. It is written in black and white, unrelated to the national treasury, and certainly not your personal property, Father. May I inquire under what pretext and by which law you demand that I surrender this withdrawal receipt to you? Is it merely by your word that you would seize what is not rightfully yours? This hardly aligns with your proclaimed principle of governing by law, does it? The Great Ming Code is not merely a decorative facade or empty rhetoric, is it? Chapter 69. A wind begins to stir in the Great Ming. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance darkened, heavy enough to draw water from it, as the ancestral tablets enshrined in the hall seemed to silently gaze upon him, amplifying the weight of the moment. He understood well the audacity that emboldened Zhu Di and Pei Jinbu to act as they did. Once money entered the bank without a receipt, it became dead capital. Though he, Zhu Yuanzhang, stood as the son of heaven, he dared not, could not forcibly withdraw funds from the bank. The bank was a financial cornerstone, stabilizing the economy and restoring livelihoods. It encompassed not only this deposit, but also the fortunes and lives of countless merchants, commoners, and officials. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the very lifeblood of half the Great Ming's economy flowed within those vaults. Should Zhu Yuanzhang, in his imperial majesty, choose to disregard the rules and forcibly seize the bank's reserves, the consequences would be dire. Trust would collapse, and chaos would ensue. All depositors would be plunged into panic, rushing to withdraw their funds. The bank would collapse in an instant, triggering a chain reaction that could deliver a devastating blow to the entire economic lifeblood of the Great Ming. Trade routes would sever, markets would languish. Public discontent would boil over, potentially igniting civil unrest. No matter how formidable Zhu Yuanzhang might be, he could not bear the eternal infamy of destroying his dynasty for the sake of money. The foundation he had built with his own hands could not be allowed to crumble over this matter. Zhu Di and Pei Jinbu had precisely calculated this Achilles heel. They knew that for the stability of the realm, Zhu Yuanzhang could only watch helplessly as that vast sum lay in the bank, visible yet out of reach. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was deep and hoarse, each word reminiscent of something drawn from the depths of an ice cellar, imbued with the stillness that precedes a storm. So, you are resolute in your determination to confront me to the end? A dangerously potent aura radiated from him, akin to a ferocious beast fully provoked, poised to tear into anything without hesitation. Zhu Di, however, seemed utterly oblivious to the lethal threat looming over him. He leisurely picked up a slice of honeydew melon from the small table, spearing a piece with a silver skewer, admiring the glistening fruit flesh before him. Sunlight filtered through the melon, refracting into an alluring sheen. Zhu Di took a gentle bite, the sweet juice trickling slightly down the corner of his mouth. He chewed slowly, savoring the moment, his eyes narrowing in delight, as though he were in the garden of the Prince of Yen rather than the tense confines of the Fengxian Hall. Only after swallowing the last morsel did he elegantly dab at his lips with a silk handkerchief, raising his gaze to meet the grim visage of Zhu Yuanzhang, whose chest rose and fell violently. "Well, it is as you wish, Father," he remarked lightly, his words accompanied by a faint, elusive smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, and a calm motion to retrieve his scroll, akin to an invisible yet resounding slap delivered to the face of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty. Silence enveloped the hall. The only sound was Zhu Yuanzhang's heavy breathing, akin to a battered bellows, reverberating under the cold scrutiny of ancestral spirits. The magnificent yellow dragon robe, emblematic of supreme authority, seemed to have lost its luster, reduced to a mere symbol of impotent rage constrained by rules. His eyes fixated on the son who had returned to his scroll, expressing a tumult of emotions: anger, humiliation, shock, and even a hint of a rivalry he was reluctant to acknowledge. His clenched fists dug into his palms, drawing blood without his notice. This silent contest, shrouded in the shadows of Fengxian Hall, hinted at a foregone conclusion, yet foretold an even fiercer storm brewing silently. "Are you not afraid I might raid your royal residence to seek you out?" Zhu Yuanzhang inquired. Zhu Di yawned, feeling a touch drowsy. "Raid the royal residence? If father were to pass, then so be it. We shall see if anyone dares to cleanse the court of its corrupt. Do not forget, father, that second brother, third brother, and fifth brother have also suffered greatly at your hands. If it comes to that, when the walls collapse, everyone will push the one inside," he continued. Zhu Yan harbored the deepest resentment towards Zhu Yuanzhang, while Zhu Jian's matrimonial affairs also stirred considerable discontent, marrying the least capable despite his formidable abilities. As for Zhu Ling, he was of no lesser concern. His youngest son, the eldest grandson, the very lifeblood of the matriarch. Zhu Ling had been forced to mourn for Zhu Yuanzhang as concubine, while the Empress Ma was still alive, donning mourning attire as a son. What did this reduce Zhu Ling, the legitimate son, to? What did it signify for Empress Ma, the rightful consort? Moreover, he now found himself under soft confinement in the palace under the pretense of recuperation. Yet if Zhu Yuanzhang were to besiege the royal residence, well, it would be uncertain how things might escalate. The cleansing of the court was not beyond possibility. Are you suggesting that we have reached a point of universal betrayal? Zhu Yuanzhang responded coldly. Zhu Di chuckled softly. I did not say that. It was you who spoke those words. Father, the shepherd of hearts, shepherd of the world. Remember these 8 characters. Violence cannot achieve great things. If you refuse to yield, you may remain here to recuperate indefinitely. Ultimately, Zhu Yuanzhang could only utter threats before turning away. Zhu Di merely smiled, remaining silent, pondering whether his father could indeed keep him under such confinement indefinitely. Surely, the winds outside must have begun to stir by now. Outside the palace, the winds had indeed risen. The exchange points of the Ministry of Commerce had halted the exchange of Hongwu banknotes. Why am I denied the exchange? I have traveled countless miles to the capital, having heard that the recovery of Hongwu banknotes had commenced here. Now, why am I being refused? A voice echoed, my elder brother exchanged his yesterday, and he completed his transaction. Was this not governmental oppression? I care not. Today, I demand my exchange. Otherwise, I shall remain here. Exchange the money. Exchange the money. The exchange point established by the Ministry of Commerce was now teeming with people, a veritable sea of discontent. Many came merely to witness the commotion. The officials at the exchange could only attempt to placate the citizens. Gentlefolk, please remain calm. Allow me to speak. Normally, exchanges could proceed, but alas, the emperor and the crown prince do not permit it. The regent, who should have acted for the people, was confined within the palace, while the Minister of Commerce and various officials were abruptly imprisoned. Consequently, the ministry was left without leadership, unable to facilitate exchanges. The atmosphere grew charged with agitation. Suddenly, a few individuals rushed over, crying out in alarm. This is dire. Many grain shops have closed. We will soon run out of food. Numerous taverns have also shut their doors. Silk merchants too have ceased operations. Hurry, buy grain before it is too late. Prices will surely soar. First, the refusal to exchange Hongwu banknotes, and now the closure of grain shops. Was the emperor and the crown prince driving them to the brink of despair? No wonder that at the palace gates, officials still knelt in defiance. We want the regent. We want food. We wish to survive. Indeed, only the regent stands for the common people. Chapter 70. Your Majesty, there is trouble. The bluestone slabs at the palace entrance were thoroughly soaked with dew and the perspiration of the kneeling officials, a chilling reminder of their plight. Having knelt through the night, each official appeared pale as parchment, their lips cracked, eyes bloodshot, trembling in the morning breeze. As the palace gates opened and shut without delivering the awaited decree, despair coiled around each heart like a frigid serpent. His Majesty is resolute in protecting the crown prince, croaked an elderly minister, his voice hoarse and tinged with sorrow. They had exhausted every counsel, even risking their own flesh to voice their concerns throughout the night. Yet, within the Qinqing palace, Zhu Yuanzhang remained as unyielding as stone, the closed gates serving as a cold and merciless reply. Since their pleas fell on deaf ears, their only recourse was to express their resolve through the ultimate sacrifice. A fierce and desperate air spread among the officials. We beseech the emperor to open his eyes and depose the crown prince. A voice rose first in a hoarse roar, imbued with a sorrowful rage. The crown prince is unworthy of his position. Your Majesty, please heed the will of your subjects and appoint a worthy sovereign as your heir. Another voice quickly followed, twisted with agitation. Your Majesty, open your eyes. Do not allow the bonds of father and son to cloud your judgment. Someone pounded their chest, tears streaming down their face. The crown prince has slain his own kin. Such an atrocity cannot be tolerated. How can he possibly remain in the Eastern Palace's heir? The accusation struck at the heart of the matter, the voice piercingly sharp. Today, in my old age, I shall lay down my life to beseech your majesty to heed our plea. An elderly minister, trembling, removed his official cap, revealing sparse white hair. His tone a blend of sorrow and resolve. We shall die in council, your majesty, if you continue to shield the crown prince. You will indeed become a blind and foolish ruler. The final words erupted almost as a roar, filled with a fervent madness that denounced the emperor. This cry of foolish ruler ignited a fuse. Die in council, die in council, die in council. The officials, having knelt through the night, their legs numb and swollen, now erupted with astonishing strength. They supported one another, struggling and staggering to their feet, their pale faces flushed with fervor, their eyes burning with a martyr-like zeal and despair. Without hesitation or retreat, they surged forward like moths drawn to a flame, expending every ounce of their strength to crash against the cold, heavy vermilion palace gates, which symbolized supreme imperial authority. Bang, bang, bang. The dull, heart-stopping sounds of impact echoed sharply in the morning silence. Blood instantly splattered, staining the mottled palace gates and the cold stone steps. Some suffered immediate death, their skulls shattered. Others fell, convulsing in pools of blood, while yet others, bloodied and barely alive, lay moaning beside the corpses of their comrades. In an instant, the palace entrance transformed into a scene of carnage. The thick scent of blood mingling with the horrors of the previous day, a sight both shocking and grievous. Several bodies clad in various official garbs lay sprawled in disarray before the palace gates, bearing witness to the heart-wrenching tragedy. The guards stationed at the palace gates, accustomed to life and death, were rendered pale and helpless by the gruesome spectacle before them. After a moment of stunned silence, one finally reacted, scrambling into the palace to deliver the news. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Yuanzhang paced anxiously. Infuriated by Pei Jinbu in the court, and then further provoked by Zhu Di at the ancestral temple, he felt as though he might be driven to madness. The captain of the guards burst in, breathless and terrified. Your Majesty, your Majesty, the officials are crashing against the gates. Zhu Yuanzhang halted abruptly, his heart gripped as if by a cold hand. Crashing against the gates? There are dozens outside. They're all crashing. Blood is flowing everywhere, your Majesty. The captain's voice quivered with a hint of weeping. Zhu Yuanzhang swayed, grasping the imperial desk to steady himself. An indescribable complexity of emotions flooded over him. It was rage. How dare these ministers coerce their sovereign in such a manner, threatening with death? It was heartache. These were the very subjects with whom he had once shared the burden of the realm. It was also a profound sense of powerlessness and fatigue. Why? Why has it come to this? He is clearly the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, wielding power over the realm, yet at this moment, he feels as if he is being roasted over an open flame. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes burn red, resembling a lion driven to the brink of despair, as he slams his fist onto the imperial table, causing the ink and paper to leap high. Rebellion. They have truly rebelled. They are forcing our hand, forcing the death of our crown prince. Proclaim a decree for their families to collect the remains. Clean the palace gates. Anyone daring to gather and create a ruckus shall be considered guilty of treason. This decree, laced with deep resignation and a hurried attempt to quell the situation, feels more like an evasion. Yet, the bloodstain he attempts to conceal is destined to be not so easily erased. This brutal act of deathly remonstration is akin to ice water plunged into a pot of boiling oil, with the reverberations just beginning. Your Majesty, this is dire. Your Majesty, something has happened. A eunuch rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself, his voice piercing and filled with apocalyptic panic. Zhu Yuanzhang, already on the verge of explosion, found his fury escalating at the utterance, and he kicked over a nearby bronze incense burner, roaring, "What nonsense is this? I am perfectly well. Where's the trouble?" Zhu Yuanzhang's forehead throbbed with veins, his gaze fierce enough to seem predatory. The eunuch, terrified, prostrated himself, his head hitting the ground with a thud. Your Majesty, please temper your rage. It is my fault. It is outside the palace. There is a grave situation. Outside. What has transpired outside? Zhu Yuanzhang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, an ominous premonition stronger than the dread of the remonstration seizing him. Is it possible that the storm of the dead has not yet settled, and now the living are causing an uproar? With a quavering voice, the eunuch reported in disarray. Your Majesty, 17 or 18 grain shops have closed. Moreover, the cloth shops, salt stores, and pawn shops are nearly emptied. The common folk are in a frenzy, looting grain and salt. The price of rice has skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. The streets are filled with people, wailing, shouting, looting, and there are many more crying out. The eunuch stole a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang's ashen face, too fearful to continue. What are they shouting? Speak plainly, word for word. Otherwise, I shall have you executed. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was as cold as ice. They shout that the emperor is foolish, that the prince commits atrocities. And they demand the release of the regent, pleading for their lives. The eunuch's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of rage rise within him, darkness clouding his vision. Grain shops closed, nearly emptied, people looting grain, public discontent boiling over. How could this be possible? Chapter 71. Zhu Laosi, we come for you. Early Zhu Di, confined within the ancestral hall, saw the entire Ministry of Commerce, from the high-ranking officials to the clerks, stripped of their positions and imprisoned. What are the common people clamoring about? The officials of the Ministry of Commerce are nearly all those whom Zhu Di personally elevated or who are deeply entwined with his reforms. Supported by a vast network of wealthy merchants from Jiangnan and Zhujiang, these individuals represent Zhu Di's most steadfast strength outside the court. Their uproar does not surprise Zhu Yuanzhang. Even those officials who died in remonstration surely received the impetus to act. Zhu Di promised them something that Zhu Yuanzhang was unaware of. Yet he knew that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Zhu Di. Before he could manage this group of self-serving scoundrels, they had the audacity to threaten him with a palace coup. Zhu Yuanzhang placed Zhu Di under house arrest and dismantled the Ministry of Commerce, which was tantamount to severing a vital artery of the Ming dynasty's economic operations, and it dealt a severe blow to the hornet's nest of the Jiangnan and Zhujiang factions. How could they remain passive? The overwhelming tide of strikes, the spiraling prices, the surging public grievances were not mere natural disasters. They were clearly a meticulously orchestrated, thunderous economic uprising. It was the powerful merchants, hidden behind the scenes, utilizing the paralysis of the capital and the livelihoods of millions to exert pressure on him, the emperor. They were employing the most brutal means to convey to him that meddling with the regent and the Ministry of Commerce was tantamount to jeopardizing their very lifeblood, effectively declaring war against the entirety of Jiangnan. Merchants, driven solely by profit, had amassed untold riches through the establishment of the Ministry of Commerce. How much had these officials extracted from road construction? Their interests were deeply intertwined with Zhu Di's. Most crucially, the staggering sum of tens of millions of taels in deposits lay in Zhu Di's control. Should anything happen to Zhu Di, their wealth would be rendered worthless. At that juncture, a single family would face losses starting from 100,000 taels. The ramifications were incalculable. Zhu Di's actions were evidently a matter of burning bridges behind him. Closing grain shops? How could that be possible? This year had seen favorable weather. Not a year of calamity. Zhu Yuanzhang struggled to accept, or perhaps was unwilling to believe that his decisions had triggered such a catastrophic chain reaction. The eunuch lay prostrate on the ground, trembling like leaves caught in an autumn gale, and the servants dared not utter a single falsehood to deceive his majesty. Outside, it was not just the grain shops that were shuttered. Almost every substantial business had closed. The streets resembled a city ravaged by war. It was rumored that the officials of the Yingtian prefecture had been dispersed and could not contain the chaos. Furthermore, there were whispers that the court intended to impose heavy taxes and prepare for war, sending the populace into a frenzy, seizing whatever they could in the ensuing disorder. The eunuch's descriptions instantly conjured a vision of turmoil in Zhu Yuanzhang's mind. Crowds surged like a burst dam towards the already closed grain stores, pounding on the tightly shut doors. Greedy merchants hiked prices astronomically, while thugs seized the opportunity to riot and plunder, with cries, curses, and sounds of conflict filling the streets. And all of this chaos stemmed from a decree he issued just the day before. A clever maneuver, Zhu Laosi, a truly cunning stratagem. Zhu Yuanzhang fell despondently onto the dragon throne, as though all his strength had been drained in an instant. The mountain of memorials piled on the dragon desk now felt unbearably heavy and ironic. Outside the palace gates lay the bodies of several officials who had sacrificed themselves in council, their blood still fresh, beyond the palace walls. An entire populace plunged into panic and turmoil due to his decisions, their grievances boiling over. On one side, there was the pressure of propriety and court deliberations. while on the other, the backlash against the nation's economic lifeblood and the people's livelihoods loomed ominously. He, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, Hongwu, who expelled the Tartars and resurrected the glory of Huaxia, now found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, caught between two formidable forces, utterly immobilized. Anguish, regret, suspicion, and a sense of powerlessness gnawed at his soul like venomous serpents. The chamber was engulfed in a profound silence, broken only by Zhu Yuanzhang's heavy, labored breaths, and the pervasive, inescapable scent of blood and dread that hung in the air. "Your Majesty, you must make a decision," a eunuch urged. Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes, deep in contemplation. "Zhu Laosi aims to force me into submission. Absolutely not. I shall never admit defeat in this lifetime." To the Kuan-Ning Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly rose, his robe billowing like a tempest, his eyes burning with the ferocity of a predator. At this moment, he desperately needed the only person capable of somewhat calming his turbulent heart. "No need, I have arrived." The steady voice of Empress Ma resonated at the entrance. As she hurried over upon hearing the news, Zhu Yuanzhang turned toward her. Her familiar figure seemed to wield a certain enchantment, slightly soothing his frenzied heartbeat. Empress Ma surveyed the chamber, waving her hand with an undeniable authority. "Everyone leave." Yes, the eunuchs and maidservants, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly exited, and the heavy doors of the hall closed slowly. With the voices dissipated, only the emperor and empress remained within. Empress Ma, eschewing pleasantries, walked directly to a nearby brocade cushion and addressed him forthrightly. "Zhongba, how did it come to this?" Her voice bore concern, laced with an almost imperceptible hint of reproach. In an instant, the anger within Zhu Yuanzhang reignited. He flung his sleeve with a roar akin to that of a wounded lion. "This is not our doing. It is that ungrateful wretch. He is using the state and the livelihoods of 1,000,000 souls in the capital as leverage to force our hand. He seeks to overturn the heavens." "And what do you intend to do?" Empress Ma asked, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Yuanzhang. With resolute determination, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flashed with a menacing light. "Bow my head. Never. This empire was built with our own blood and sweat, with military power in hand. Let us see how many lives Zhu Laosi has to challenge me." Empress Ma, however, let out a gentle sigh, shaking her head slowly, casting forth a name that Zhu Yuanzhang was most reluctant to confront in this moment. "Zhongba, you are blinded by rage. Have you forgotten that Laosi's consort is the daughter of Suda?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt as though he had been throttled, his face shifting from crimson to ashen, culminating in a deepening shade of purple. He struck the dragon table with a fist, causing the inkstand to rattle, and from between clenched teeth erupted a coarse roar. "Zhu Laosi, we were truly blind. What a fool I was." Initially, it was Zhu Yuanzhang himself who, in a bid to consolidate power, had bestowed the hand of Su Mianyun, the daughter of the revered military god Suda, to Zhu Di, intending to gradually amass the formidable military strength of the martial factions, solidifying it under the crown's control. Zhu Yin was incapacitated, Zhu Chang was half-crippled, and yet Zhu Di pressed forward. What had once been a masterfully orchestrated game of imperial chess had now transformed into a sword hanging perilously over Zhu Yuanzhang's head, becoming Zhu Di's greatest support in his rebellion against his own father. Chapter 72. The Supreme Sovereign Seat. "I am firmly established." Empress Ma's words were sharp as blades, each sentence striking deep, her somber tones resonating like heavy hammers upon Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. "The heir has forced the second son's family to self-immolate, their blood staining the palace gates. The ministers have died in futile remonstrance, their bones still warm. The people's hearts are scattered, the foundation trembling as fragile as eggshells." At this moment, the wife of the fourth son carries within her the blood of the Su family, the very bloodline of your Zhu clan. Should you continue to press relentlessly, swords will clash in an instant. The old tale of the Xuanwu Gate serves as a caution not far removed. The army? Heavy 8. If you truly possess a firm grip upon all the blades, how could you not quell the blood-soaked remonstrance outside the palace gates yesterday? Or the turbulent civil unrest in the capital today? Those loyal generals who fought alongside you, do you truly comprehend their intentions, grasp them tightly? Her words cascaded over Zhu Yuanzhang like a bucket of frigid water mingled with sharp ice shards, dousing his angered heart. Indeed, if he could truly control everything, why resort to slaughtering loyal officials? That mountain of corpses and sea of blood was a testament to his lack of control. Silence enveloped the grand hall, heavy enough to suffocate. Only Zhu Yuanzhang's labored, oppressive breaths could be heard, alongside the pervasive, chilling sense of crisis that spread silently. Time seemed to freeze for an eternity. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly raised his bloodshot eyes to gaze upon the wife who had stood beside him through stormy trials, yet now felt estranged. His voice emerged dry and hoarse. "Sister, what is your view?" Empress Ma felt utterly exhausted, the weight of 1,000 burdens pressing upon her chest. The stability of the state was paramount. She urged, "Do not take further risks. I shall meet the fourth son and discuss matters." Empress Ma understood well that Zhu Di was wielding the empire as leverage to compel this obstinate monarch to bow. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. And through clenched teeth, he forced out his words, "You go tell that ungrateful son. We shall never compromise. Do not think that by stirring the winds of commerce, he can overturn our empire. Throughout history, it is the destitute peasants wielding hoes who have toppled thrones. We have yet to hear of mere copper-smelling merchants capable of shaking the heavens." Empress Ma nodded, choosing not to speak further, and turned to leave. The moment the palace doors closed behind her, a jarring sound of shattering echoed. "Zhu Laosi, too much insolence." Zhu Yuanzhang roared, his chest heaving violently. This founding sovereign, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, had never anticipated that one day he would be cornered by his own flesh and blood. Forced into such a dire predicament, his dignity trampled. Within the Fengxian hall, the fragrant incense spiraled, yet could not disperse the intangible oppression. Zhu Di reclined in an armchair, eyes closed, fingers gently tapping a rhythm upon the armrest, humming a peculiar yet delightful tune that to others might sound odd, but to him held a unique charm. Flowers bloom and wither, filling the skies. It is you who flickers in and out. The melody was light, his demeanor relaxed. This deliberate calmness itself served as a silent provocation and declaration. As Empress Ma stepped into the hall, this was the scene that greeted her. Her voice carried a barely perceptible weariness and chill. "Fourth son, you seem to be in high spirits? Do you know that beyond the palace walls, chaos reigns?" Zhu Di, upon hearing the sound, slowly opened his eyes and beheld Empress Ma. A habitual faint smile graced his lips, yet that smile failed to reach the depths of his eyes. "The world is in turmoil?" he mused. "Mother, your words are excessive. Even if the outside world is in chaos, what concern is it of mine? At this moment, I am but a mere idler reflecting upon my actions before our ancestors." Empress Ma stepped closer, her voice suddenly deepening, each word laden with gravity. "An idler? Your people have gone too far. Rumors abound and public discontent simmers. The very foundation of our state is threatened." Zhu Di chuckled lightly, as if he had heard a humorous jest. He straightened his posture, casting a glance at Empress Ma filled with mockery. "My people? Mother, from where do you derive such claims? Where is the evidence? Mere empty words. Who can prove that those causing unrest are under my direction? Are they truly my people? At this juncture, do you still wish to employ eloquence and cunning to argue?" Zhu Di's smile faded, and his expression shifted to one of deliberate seriousness. He shook his head slightly. "Mother, I seek not to quibble, but to clarify. Those individuals have never shared my sentiments. Indeed, this is for the better. Otherwise, would I not be guilty of aligning myself with their rebellious cause? That would be a stain upon my name that even the Yellow River could not wash away." Empress Ma spoke with unwavering authority, her tone brooking no dissent. "Regardless, the stability of the realm cannot endure such upheaval. You must cease these actions." The last vestiges of Zhu Di's pretense vanished, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness akin to a drawn sword, directly confronting Empress Ma. Leaning slightly forward, he articulated his demands with crystal clarity. "Cease? Very well. Then I implore Father to immediately release all officials imprisoned by the Ministry of Commerce. Promote Minister Pei Jinbu to the position of Chancellor. Furthermore, dethrone my elder brother, Prince Zhu Biao, and declare me, Zhu Di, as the crown prince. I shall serve as regent." In this moment, Zhu Di was determined to pursue his ambitions relentlessly. Retreat was not an option. Even if he wished to halt his advance, others would propel him toward that coveted position. This unabashed declaration of intent reverberated like thunder within the hall of eternal harmony. Empress Ma swayed slightly, an indescribable pain and disbelief flashing in her eyes as she regarded her son, both familiar and foreign. Her voice trembled imperceptibly. "Must you truly don this white cap of treachery? Is it necessary for kin, father and son, brothers, to descend to such a state of conflict?" where it is a matter of life and death. Is the throne truly worth this obsession? In an instant, all expression vanished from Zhu Di's face, replaced by a cold mask. He abruptly rose from his seat, his stature tall and imposing, exuding an unassailable aura. His gaze burned brightly, akin to a raging flame, boldly meeting the eyes of the mother who had nurtured him. No trace of filial submission lingered in his eyes. Only raw ambition and an unwavering resolve remained. He spoke, his voice low yet resonant, each word striking the air like the clash of metal, reverberating powerfully within the palace halls. Zhu Di's words, punctuated by deliberate pauses, emerged from his lips like thunder, imbued with the weight and solitude of ancient emperors. Obsession? Huh, mother, I shall inform you. This supreme throne of the 9-5, the emperor, have firmly occupied it. The proclamation of I resonated like a thunderclap, irrevocably delineating boundaries and declaring his unwavering resolve to never turn back. Chapter 73. Does he dare? Has he the heart? I have firmly taken my seat. These 4 words, akin to a tempest carrying the chill of the northern winds, erupted within Empress Ma's mind, rendering her momentarily frozen, as if even the flickering candlelight in the depths of Fengxian Hall was stilled. This was no mere bluster. It was a declaration forged in the crucible of battle, steeped in the scent of blood, each syllable striking her fragile heart like a heavy iron weight. With her fingertips digging into her palm, she clung to that fleeting clarity, gazing at this son who was both familiar and foreign, the once cherished Prince Yan, now the resplendent and formidable regent Zhu Di. The depth of his gaze no longer held affection, but rather an ambition fierce enough to incinerate all in its path. Empress Ma's voice emerged, dry as sandpaper. 4th son, is there truly no room for negotiation? Beneath her words lay a tremor of desperation, one she herself scarcely recognized. Zhu Di slowly shook his head, his silhouette casting a profound shadow in the dim light, nearly engulfing Empress Ma. Mother, my intentions were laid bare last time. There is no retreat for me, nor can there be. The position of the crown prince, and indeed the sovereign throne, rightfully belongs to the capable. I and my elder brother shall rely on our own merits. If victorious, I shall naturally fulfill the will of heaven, offering sacrifices to earth and sky, ascending to the imperial heights. If defeated, I would willingly accept my fate, ready for execution. Life is akin to a chess game. Once a move is made, one must not regret it. These resolute words obliterated the last vestiges of hope lingering in Empress Ma's heart. Zhu Biao, her firstborn, the heir to whom she and Zhu Yuanzhang had devoted their utmost affection, would have long been torn to shreds in the turbulent maelstrom of imperial power struggles had it not been for the unwavering support from the emperor and empress. Yet, at this moment, the Zhu Di before her was no longer the fish of yore. The dormant dragon had visibly awakened, brimming with potential, even surpassing the revered Zhu Yuanzhang in a subtle contest of power. A deadlock had formed. Zhu Di and Zhu Biao, this pair of blood brothers, had ultimately arrived at the precipice of mutual destruction. Zhu Di's gaze was as frigid as ice, his heart already calculating with clarity. If his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, remained obstinate in his refusal to transfer the throne, then he would have no choice but to raise the banner of cleansing the court and securing the nation. With iron and blood, he would pound upon the towering palace gates. What of the gradual pursuit of the crown prince position? That is the choice of the weak and timid. A true hero should emulate the valiant acts at Xuanwu Gate, using sword and spear to stabilize the realm. What began as a jest had unfortunately culminated in the tragic fratricide of today. But now, you find yourself ensnared, imprisoned here. 4th son, heed your mother's counsel, relent. Do not err further. Empress Ma extended her hand, yearning to touch her son's arm, yet was thwarted by the icy resolve that emanated from him. Zhu Di inhaled sharply, his chest heaving violently, the last remnants of warmth on his face replaced by an all-consuming chill. His voice suddenly rose, filled with long-suppressed resentment. Mother, your heart is excessively biased. Eldest brother is the legitimate heir. Should he not rightfully possess the finest things in this realm? Are we, his younger brothers, unworthy even to contend for our share? I too am the legitimate son of the emperor and empress. I, Zhu Di, have a right to inherit this nation. The capable rise, while the inept fall. This is the way of heaven. It is far better for him to resign gracefully today than to be disgracefully dragged from the dragon throne in the future, his body and head separated. These words, bordering on treasonous, pierced Empress Ma's heart like poisoned arrows. She staggered back 2 steps, gazing incredulously at Zhu Di, as if for the first time truly perceiving the visage of this son. On that familiar face now lay an unfamiliar coldness and ambition. Her voice trembled, laden with profound sorrow. "Fourth son, you have changed, become unrecognizable." Zhu Di met her gaze unflinchingly, nodding with calm resolve. "Yes, I have changed. I no longer embody the false brotherly affection you expected. Beneath this dragon throne, there has always been a path paved with corpses. Where has there ever been warmth and tenderness?" Empress Ma struggled to maintain her last vestige of authority. "Do you believe you have already secured victory?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Di let out a low, mocking laugh, reclining into the chair that symbolized his confinement. Yet his eyes were sharp as a hawk, piercing through the palace's barriers, aimed directly at the throne. Slowly, Zhu Di spoke, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. "Unless father is willing to gamble with me to the bitter end, to destroy us both. As for me, I am naught but a penniless soul, a life of little value. Death is merely a return to the heavens. If I do not perish, I may endure for countless years. I can afford this gamble. If I lose, it is but a single life. But what of father? Is he willing? Is he prepared to relinquish this supreme power of life and death?" Zhu Di's thunderous inquiries reverberated through the hall, the echoes chilling to the bone. His words were like a cold, precise scalpel, ruthlessly dissecting the most fragile core of imperial power, Zhu Yuanzhang's pathological obsession with authority. This emperor, who had clawed his way up from the depths of despair and tasted the bitterest of human experiences to reach the pinnacle, feared losing power more than anyone. Power was his armor for survival, the sole proof of his existence. He could not relinquish it, not a single iota. And this, precisely, was the most lethal card in Zhu Di's hand. Zhu Di had discerned Zhu Yuanzhang's Achilles heel, striking precisely at his most vulnerable point. The timid fear the resolute fear the audacious, and the audacious fear the reckless. Zhu Di has become the kind of desperate gambler willing to wager even his life at the gaming table. Empress Ma fell into a profound silence, her complexion drained of color, her body swaying slightly, as if all strength had been instantly siphoned away. She gazed at Zhu Di, reclining languidly, his youthful face sharp, imbued with vigor, yet marked by a chilling ruthlessness. Empress Ma understood that Zhu Di's words were insurmountable. In this game, Zhu Di stood on unassailable ground. He gambled on Zhu Yuanzhang's timidity, on the insatiable greed and fear that accompanied the imperial power. This, indeed, was the fatal flaw that Zhu Yuanzhang could never transcend. The Hall of Favor fell into an oppressive stillness, interrupted only by the flickering candlelight that danced nervously, casting erratic shadows upon Zhu Di's cold, hardened profile, mirroring the abyss of despair reflected in Empress Ma's eyes. Chapter 74. The fearful nobleman. Empress Ma herself was unaware of how she stumbled through the heavy threshold of the Hall of Favor, the gilded bricks beneath her feet seeming to lose their substance, each step taken in an ethereal void. The waning rays of the setting sun elongated her already frail figure, casting it upon the cold, desolate square before the hall, a poignant contrast to the grandeur of the palace. The flicker of hope she had clutched upon her arrival had been utterly crushed by Zhu Di's ironclad resolve, reduced to dust that the evening breeze carried away without a trace. Inside, Zhu Di slowly closed his eyes. The sight of his mother, forlorn and desolate, pierced his heart like an invisible needle, stirring a barely perceptible ripple within. Yet this ripple was swiftly engulfed by a more tumultuous tide. "Mother, you are entirely correct. Familial bonds and human ethics hold true, yet the struggle for the heir has always been thus. Stepping upon this blood-stained staircase, which step is not paved with bones. Power has always been a war of survival. Sentiment, merely the veneer of peace painted by the victors." Zhu Di abruptly opened his eyes, the last vestiges of hesitation vanishing, leaving only a resolve as unyielding as granite. Retreat? He had long since burned his bridges. From the moment he decided to abandon his concealment and take the plunge, he had severed his own escape route. Now, behind him stood countless individuals whose fates, livelihoods, and even the rise and fall of their clans were entwined with his own. The literati of Eastern Zhejiang, the military heroes of Western Huai, his wife and children, and so forth. These people propelled him forward, ensnaring him in their collective ambitions. Should he falter now, the first to seek his demise would not be his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, but rather these very individuals. They would unhesitatingly rally around his son, or any puppet representing the interests of the regent's faction, continuing this bloodless yet far bloodier war. At this juncture, he was no longer merely an individual. He had become a confluence of ambition, desire, and the interests of countless others. The eye of the storm. Unwillingly pushed to the precipice, he faced a choice: either ascend to the pinnacle, looking down upon the masses, or shatter into pieces, lost to eternity. The hall returned to its oppressive silence, the only sound the lingering scent of sandalwood. The departure of Empress Ma seemed to carry away the final remnants of humanity's warmth. At this moment, Zhu Di's thoughts galloped like a wild horse, racing toward the abyss of deeper political intrigue. His esteemed father, the sovereign of the realm, must surely be in a state of utter turmoil, unable to find solace in food or sleep. The gruesome deaths of dozens of officials at the palace gates served as a resounding slap to the face of imperial authority, heralding the instability of Crown Prince Zhu Biao's foundation. Concern? This was merely the appetizer. If his father, Zhu Yuanzhang, remained obstinately fixed in his views, refusing to alter the line of succession, the ensuing tempest would not merely be the tragic deaths at the palace gates, but rather a cataclysm capable of tearing apart the entire court and shaking the very foundations of the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Duke of Wei, in the study, the flickering candlelight danced within the intricately carved lampshade, illuminating Su Da's weathered face, now etched with gravity and chill. Standing alone before a colossal map, his gaze did not linger on the mountains and rivers that symbolized the empire's vast territories, but instead pierced through thick walls, fixated on the direction of the imperial palace. The harrowing scene before the palace burned into his mind like a brand. The cold bodies of officials clad in court attire lay before the marble steps, blood saturating the pristine white stone. So many officials had met their end in such a resolute and tragic manner, pleading with His Majesty to dethrone Crown Prince Zhu Biao. What formidable will and what profound despair this signified. Yet, Zhu Yuanzhang, his once comrade in arms who now occupied the dragon throne, withstood this overwhelming pressure, his heart as unyielding as iron, refusing to budge. Had the emperor's heart truly become so cold? A shiver coursed through Su Da, from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering his limbs numb. This was not merely a rejection. It was a crystal-clear signal that what Zhu Yuanzhang had determined was unchangeable. His will was the sole decree of this vast Ming realm. Any who dared to challenge, or even attempt to undermine this conviction, would be ruthlessly and utterly crushed. And what of those founding ministers? With Crown Prince Zhu Biao's shaky foundation, they, wielding military power and connections throughout the court, naturally became the greatest impediment to Zhu Biao's ascension. Would Zhu Yuanzhang truly remember the bonds forged at the Battle of Haozhou and on Poyang Lake, showing clemency towards them? Su Da let out a brief, bitter laugh, laced with self-mockery and despair. Ah, elder brother, peace was meant to be established by generals. The ancients did not deceive me. You have ultimately chosen this path. And the fervent blood of us old comrades, which forged this vast territory, has now become the thorn in your side. The lives lost at the palace gates rang like the most jarring alarm. This bloody reality jolted Su Da into a stark awareness. If he wished to avoid a fate of death and disgrace, it seemed there was no alternative path to tread. The so-called harmony between the sovereign and his ministers, sharing peace, was but a fleeting illusion. In the Duke of Han's residence, Li Shanchong sat in silence behind his desk, a mountain of documents piled before him. Yet he could not absorb a single word. The news from the palace gates had already reached him, each detail piercing his aging heart like an icicle. Li Shanchong's aged fingers tightly grasped the armrest of the chair, his knuckles turning pale from the strain, trembling slightly. He possessed a deeper understanding of the subtle intricacies of court politics than Su Da, and was acutely aware of the inscrutable nature of the emperor's heart. The unyielding demeanor of Zhu Yuanzhang in the face of such a brutal act of remonstrance filled him with an unprecedented sense of dread. This was not mere obstinacy. It was the emperor's unequivocal stance of absolute suppression against those who dared to challenge his authority. It was a blatant declaration of his ruthless resolve. A chill spread from the depths of Li Shanchong's heart, instantly freezing his limbs. He keenly sensed the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, not a remnant from the palace gates, but a foreboding, more potent aroma of blood from the future. Dozens of lives laid down in the act of remonstrance, an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. Your Majesty is no longer the former king of Wu, Li Shanchong whispered in anguish. Closing his eyes, The monarch he had once aided to ascend the throne now harbored thoughts as unfathomable as the cold depths of a dark abyss. Zhu Yuanzhang, Liao Yongle, Deng Yu, and many others. His murderous intent towards the meritorious officials would likely not be quelled by merely executing a few to establish his authority. Li Shanshang reluctantly began to contemplate Su Da's original plan. Perhaps it would be for the best if someone else were to ascend the throne. Chapter 75. Sleepless Su Da. In the deep of night, within the Feng Tian Hall, the dim candlelight flickered, and the scent of sandalwood lingered in the stagnant air. Zhu Di had not yet found rest. He reclined languidly on a soft couch, idly toying with the imperial seal, his gaze placid as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a barely audible sound emanated from the lofty shadows above, akin to a night owl treading upon glazed tiles. Following this, a silhouette, like a bat merging with the night, descended silently, landing with precision a mere 10 feet before Zhu Di, kneeling gracefully, without stirring a whisper of wind. Master, Zhu Di seemed to have anticipated this arrival. Yawning lazily, his eyelids barely lifting, his voice imbued with a hint of lethargy. What news from outside, Jiyan? The kneeling figure, Jiyan of the Northern Palace, responded with a clear and steady voice, reporting to the master, all is proceeding according to your strategy, advancing step by step without deviation. Zhu Di nodded slightly, his fingertips caressing the imperial seal. And the merchant's affairs, how has my father dealt with them? According to my subordinate's findings, Your Majesty, the implicated officials have been temporarily imprisoned in the Tianlao, with no further directives issued yet. Zhu Di's lips curved into a knowing yet sardonic smile as he produced a letter from his sleeve. It appears my father has ultimately succumbed to fear. Fearing the annihilation of my trusted allies, leaving the vast merchant department in disarray, a mess that no one could possibly resolve, and even more so, dreading to stir a larger uproar, he instructed, deliver this to Duke Wei, Su Da. It must be handed to him personally. Yes, master. Jiyan accepted the letter with both hands. Zhu Di waved his hand dismissively. You may go, and inform the princess that I am well, so she may rest easy and not worry. Understood, my lord. Beigong Jiyan ceased to utter further words, his figure abruptly contracting. With a delicate push of his toes against the ground, he shot upward like an arrow released from its bow, silently ascending the robust pillars of the hall, employing both hands and feet in a swift motion that left but a fleeting shadow upon the retina. The only sound that lingered at the hall's apex was the soft rustle of the night breeze, as if no one had ever graced this place. Jiyan traversed the undulating rooftops of the palace with an ease akin to walking on level ground, at times merging into the shadows, at others leveraging momentum to dart past, skillfully evading the gaze of patrolling guards and the flickering light of their torches. His familiarity with this labyrinthine palace was akin to that of one's own backyard, a testament to Zhu Di's cunning. The prince, though under house arrest, possessed an astute understanding of human nature. He was well known within the palace for his generous demeanor. Whether eunuchs, palace maids, or low-ranking guards, all were bestowed with rewards of gold and silver whenever they encountered him. Over time, even though Zhu Di now resided in the Fengxian Hall, the bonds of goodwill remained intact. Thus, his life was far from the hardships imagined by the outside world. Lavishly adorned and well-fed, he had no trouble summoning attendants and, as for writing materials, he could procure them under the guise of transcribing Buddhist scriptures, a pursuit that was both respectable and unassailable, leaving no room for suspicion. At this moment, within the Duke of Wei's residence, Beigong Jiyan resembled a true specter, evading the night watchman and silently landing in the shadows of the corridor outside the chambers of Su Da and his wife. Knock, knock, knock. 3 soft knocks echoed rhythmically in the stillness of the night, resonating with unusual clarity. Who is it? A low, alert voice belonged to Su Da, while his wife, Mrs. Su, was instantly awakened, her expression turning grave in the darkness. Such a late-night visitor was surely no harbinger of good fortune. The first dark guard of the regent's mansion, Beigong Jiyan. A deliberately lowered voice came from outside, clear and piercing. Indeed, I, Beigong Jiyan, am the rightful foremost. As for Beigong Jishue, merely a perennial second. Su Da furrowed his brow, hastily donning his robe and descending from the bed to open the door. How can this be proven? The Duke may seek verification from the princess. She is aware of my identity. The letter has been delivered, and I cannot linger. Beigong Jiyan spoke rapidly, and before his words had fully settled, he pressed a slender envelope into Su Da's hand. In that instant, Suda felt a gentle breeze brush past his head. Looking up, he found the eaves outside the window utterly devoid of presence, save for the heavy cloak of night. Such swiftness! Suda's heart quivered with unease. Cautiously, he peered out, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly closing and securing the door. Mrs. Su had also risen, lighting a small lamp at the bedside, the dim glow illuminating her worried visage. My lord, how could the regent still manage to send messages? Suda clutched the seemingly weightless letter, which felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Instead of concern, his face betrayed a hint of an uncontrollable smile, a mixture of surprise and admiration. If this truly belongs to Zhu Xiaoxi's faction, our esteemed son-in-law is far more cunning than anyone had anticipated. Much deeper indeed. To cultivate such skills and audacity beneath the very eyes of His Majesty, this is no small feat. Suda found himself increasingly impressed with Zhu Di, suddenly realizing that the union of Zhu Di with his daughter was not merely a case of flowers blooming amidst manure. Rather, it was a perfect match, a harmonious pairing of equal stature. The greater the influence of the son-in-law, the more secure the future of the Su family and their daughter, naturally increasing the likelihood of successfully seizing power. What does the letter say? Lady Su inquired anxiously. Suda approached the table, carefully tearing open the envelope by the flickering candlelight. Inside lay a single thin sheet of paper. As Suda unfolded it, he froze in an instant. The paper bore a striking line of bold characters, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. If necessary, the incident at Xuanwu Gate may be revived. These 10 words sent a chill through Suda. The Xuanwu Gate incident was a brutal and decisive event that ultimately solidified the reign of the Jingguan era through fratricidal conflict. That Zhu Di would use this as a trump card revealed his unwavering resolve and ruthless methods. However, what truly caused Suda's pupils to constrict and his breath to nearly halt was the vivid red seal at the bottom of the letter. Trembling, he brought the paper closer to the flickering flame, his murky old eyes fixated on the ancient, powerful seal. The 8 characters inscribed within striking his mind with immense force. By heaven's decree, may longevity and prosperity endure. Was this the imperial seal of state? Suda's voice suddenly rose, filled with profound shock and horror, as his fingers gripping the paper turned pale from exertion, trembling slightly. The imperial seal of state, a symbol of celestial mandate and the supreme authority of the emperor. It had been lost since the self-immolation of the last emperor of the later Tang, Li Tsongka, leading countless heroes to search in vain for its whereabouts. And now it had fallen into Zhu Di's hands? His son-in-law Zhu Di, not only wielding great military power and concealing deadly assassins, but now possessing the very seal capable of shaking the foundations of the realm and overturning the legitimacy of the imperial authority. That night, Suda, the Duke of Wei, found himself utterly unable to sleep, the thin paper in his hand feeling as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 76. The Minister of Revenue is dismissed and imprisoned. Equally restless was Zhu Yuanzhang. He had not anticipated that Empress Ma's intervention would render Zhu Di unyielding, as he resolutely pursued the position of heir apparent. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang found himself in a dire predicament, caught between immense internal and external pressures. Externally, courtiers were vehemently opposing him, blood staining the palace gates, while internally, Zhu Di's aggressive bid for succession escalated. Could Zhu Biao's position as crown prince still be safeguarded? How could it be protected? If Zhu Biao were to be deposed in favor of Zhu Di, it was likely that Zhu Yuanzhang himself would be forced into early retirement as emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang was distressed, his hair turning grayer by the day. However, even greater calamities soon followed. The next day, during the court assembly, the hall of heavenly purity was enveloped in silence. Zhu Yuanzhang, supporting himself on the armrests of the dragon throne, slowly rose. His knuckles turned white from the exertion, and the dark circles under his eyes appeared particularly pronounced in the morning light, his figure seemingly more hunched than usual beneath the dragon robe. The civil and military officials within the hall held their breath, keeping even the rustle of their garments to a minimum. The Minister of Revenue, Chengzu, delivered some dire news. My dear Minister Chen, please repeat that. Zhu Yuanzhang's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, laden with a foreboding sense of impending storm. The Minister of Revenue, Chengzu, knelt upon the ground, his forehead pressed against the frigid golden bricks. He could feel the back of his official robe soaked through, his heart racing within his chest, as if striving to break free from the confines of his ribs. Chen's voice trembled almost beyond recognition as he addressed His Majesty, stating that since he had assumed control of the Ministry of Commerce a few days prior, various local offices had reported disruptions in the transportation of tax silver. The reasons varied. Some claimed that mountain floods had destroyed the official roads, while others spoke of marauding bandits. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his palm upon the dragon table, causing the ink and brushes to leap. His eyes ignited with fury as he surveyed the chamber, where the officials stood in a silence akin to the cold of winter. Enough, he bellowed. Tell me, how many of these reports are genuine, and how many are mere excuses? A cold sweat trickled down Chen's forehead, following the creases of his brow. Your humble servant has dispatched swift horses for verification, but the station's horsemen claim their steeds have fallen ill and are unable to travel. With a thunderous crash, Zhu Yuanzhang kicked over the imperial table, the memorials, ink, and seals scattering across the floor. Several attendants hastily knelt to collect the fallen items, only to be petrified by Zhu's furious roar. The emperor's rage twisted his features into horrific crevices. Ah, splendid. I am still alive. Has the sky of the great Ming changed? Without that rebellious sun, are we unable to collect even a single coin in taxes? The air in the hall felt as though it had solidified. Hu Weiyong, at the forefront among the civil officials, turned pale, his hands trembling within his sleeves. Zhu Yuanzhang might have truly overstepped this time. If he could not withstand the pressure and Zhu Biao were to be deposed, then Zhu Di would inevitably ascend. And would Zhu Di still require the support of the civil officials from Huaishi? After all, he already had backing from Zhidong. Moreover, should Zhu Di rise to power, he might very well elevate a certain Pei Jinbu to the central secretariat. Once that man entered, his first order of business would likely be to find ways to oust the current chancellor, for he harbored no qualms in such endeavors. Concerned for his own prosperity, Hu Weiyong fretted, contemplating whether he should quickly pledge allegiance to Zhu Di. Yet, could Zhu Yuanzhang truly endure the mounting pressure? Would he be deposed or not? It would be beneficial to receive a definitive answer so that they might align accordingly. Meanwhile, among the ranks of military officials, several leaders aligned with the regents exchanged furtive glances before turning their attention to Su Da Chenjing, suddenly removed his black cap and bowed deeply, proclaiming, I am incompetent and have failed to live up to your Majesty's grace. I humbly request permission to retire to my hometown. His voice bore a tone of relief, as if he had cast off an immense burden. Chen Zhiheng genuinely wished to distance himself from the affairs of the Ministry of Commerce. He had thought that after enduring so much, he had finally risen to the esteemed position of Minister of Revenue, only to be greeted with troubling news. The Ministry of Commerce had been sealed, and he was summoned to inventory its silver reserves. He had hoped to glean some advantage from the situation, only to find it utterly fruitless, embroiling himself in a quagmire. Although the ministry was temporarily managed by the Ministry of Revenue, allowing him to hold dual ministerial roles, the Ministry of Commerce was a veritable powder keg. It had yet to explode, yet he could no longer bear the tension. Should it detonate on his watch, the repercussions would be severe, and he would undoubtedly be the scapegoat, possibly leading to a tarnished legacy. It would be far wiser to hasten his retirement, lest he find himself living in constant trepidation, treading upon thin ice. Zhu Yuanzhang squinted his eyes and descended the red steps slowly. His bright yellow dragon boots tread over the scattered memorials, coming to a halt before Chen Zhiheng. Retiring to your hometown? Chen Zhiheng bowed his head, replying yes. The affairs of the Ministry of Commerce are intricate, and I am but an old man, muddled and feeble. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang bellowed, his voice reverberating through the hall. I see you are not muddled. Rather, you are derelict in your duties. Do you think resigning will allow you to evade this storm? Will it absolve you of your negligence? Let me assure you, it will not. Come forth. 2 guards promptly entered, responding, Your Majesty, what are your orders? Take Chen Zhiheng to the imperial prison, dismiss him from office, and investigate. Let us see if he has colluded with treacherous officials for personal gain. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Chen Zhiheng's cries echoed hauntingly as he was dragged out of the hall. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to survey his ministers, his gaze sharp as a blade. Who else wishes to resign? Step forward now. If not, you may leave the court. Upon leaving, many ministers distinctly sensed that Zhu Yuanzhang was not entirely himself. Was this the madness induced by Zhu Di? Surely not. Could Zhu Yuanzhang's ability to withstand pressure be so frail? It was merely a loss of several million taels of silver, after all. Hadn't this fat goose never possessed it? Its absence would not cause any real loss. And as for the unrest in various regions and the public sentiment, why should a beggar care for his reputation? Upon returning to Qianqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger only intensified. Your Majesty, and Quan Tao cautiously called out. Get out. Zhu Yuanzhang roared without looking back. Yes, yes, and Quan Tao retreated. Once the palace doors were closed, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, Unruly son, are you trying to drive your father to his death? Zhu Yuanzhang was certain that the failure to collect commercial taxes was not a spontaneous decision, but rather a meticulously orchestrated collective action. What was even more alarming was his helplessness. He could imprison Chen Zhiheng and send people to investigate. Yet, with the vast territory of the Ming dynasty, if local officials united in defiance, even his extraordinary abilities would struggle to turn the tide in the short term. The voice of Empress Ma drifted in from outside the hall, and Quan Tao had just come to report that Empress Ma had arrived, but unfortunately, he had been dismissed before finishing his message. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Come in. Empress Ma entered, carrying a food box. Upon seeing the disarray, she sighed. Zhu Ba, you must take care of your health. Zhu Yuanzhang forced a smile, replying, Take care of my health? My heart is being torn apart by that ungrateful son. Now, all the officials are waiting to see my folly. Chapter 77. The schemes of father and daughter. At this moment, Suda had arrived at the regent's residence. Since Zhu Di was under house arrest in the palace under the pretense of recovering from illness, the regent's residence had not been sealed off. Su Miaoyun, now pregnant, found it quite normal for her father to come see her. Upon seeing Su Miaoyun, Suda suggested that father and daughter share some intimate words, asking the servants to withdraw. Father, what brings you here at this hour? Su Miaoyun inquired, supporting her waist, her slightly rounded belly indicating her condition. Suda waved his hand, signaling the maids to leave. Once the door was closed, he lowered his voice and said, Miaoyun, I have important matters to discuss with you. Su Miaoyun noticed her father's grave expression. Her heart tightened. She hurriedly assisted him to sit down, personally pouring him a cup of warm tea. Father, what has happened? Suda did not respond immediately, instead producing a letter from his bosom and handing it to her. You should read this first. Su Miaoyun took the letter, unfolding it in the candlelight, her pupils suddenly constricting. The letter contained only a single line. If necessary, the incident at Xuanwu Gate may be revived. The signature was stamped with a vivid red seal. By the mandate of heaven, may it endure forever. Su Miaoyun's fingers trembled slightly as she looked up at Suda. This is the prince's handwriting, but this seal. Suda replied solemnly, Indeed, it is the imperial seal. It has been missing since the late Tang Emperor Li Tsongka self-immolated, and now it appears to be in the prince's possession. Su Miaoyun inhaled deeply, gripping the letter tightly. Father, how did this letter come into your hands? Last night, a person named Beigong Jian infiltrated my residence, claiming to be the prince's personal shadow guard, and delivered this letter to me. Miaoyun, do you know this person? Suda inquired, frowning. Su Miaoyun nodded. Beigong Jian is indeed a trusted confidant of the prince. He seldom makes appearances. I have only seen him twice. His martial prowess is formidable and his movements are enigmatic. The prince once remarked that he is the shadow within shadows. Upon hearing this, Su Da's expression softened. In that case, this letter truly reflects the prince's intentions. Su Miaoyun held the letter over the candle flame, watching it gradually turn to ashes, and murmured, Is the prince planning to use military persuasion? Su Da's gaze deepened. Precisely. Currently, the officials' desperate pleas and their kneeling in the palace have failed to sway the emperor's resolve to protect the crown prince. Since the emperor is unwilling to depose the crown prince, the regent must resort to more brutal measures. With the emperor under house arrest, the situation in the court is tumultuous, and the Ministry of Commerce's tax revenue has stagnated. If this continues, I fear. Su Miaoyun fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising her head, determination flashing in her eyes. Father, since the prince harbors such intentions, we cannot remain passive. Suda sighed. Miaoyun, this matter is of great significance. Once we raise arms, it would be deemed treason. If we fail, the Su family may face annihilation. Su Miaoyun interrupted him, her voice soft yet resolute. Father, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? If the prince fails, can the Su family remain unscathed? I am the regent's wife, carrying the prince's offspring. Would the emperor spare us? Suda was momentarily at a loss for words. Alas, Su Miaoyun continued, moreover, the prince wields the imperial seal, which is the mandate of heaven. If we assist him now, in the future, she left her thought unfinished. Yet Suda understood her meaning. If Zhu Di ascends the throne, the Su family would be credited with significant contributions, elevating their status. They would not merely be an external clan, but one with meritorious service. However, to raise arms, a justifiable reason is needed. Otherwise, we would be labeled as traitorous rebels. Difficult to rally support. Suda pondered. Su Miaoyan smiled faintly. Father, although the prince is under house arrest, he is officially still recuperating. Why not make use of this? What do you mean? Let us find a way to contact the prince and have him issue a decree stating that treacherous officials have deceived the emperor, confining him under the guise of recuperation, resulting in chaos in commerce and a surge in public discontent. You could then hold this royal edict, raising arms under the banner of purging treacherous officials and restoring the nation, invoking the heavenly mandate to rectify the wrongs. Thus, the forces of justice are assembled. A glimmer of determination flickered in Su Da's eyes. Miaoyan, this plan is indeed remarkable, but mobilizing the troops requires time. Should word leak out? Su Miaoyan shook her head. Father, speed is of the essence. If you take your time to strategize, we may find ourselves entangled in a prolonged nightmare. It would be far wiser to strike while His Majesty remains unaware. Suda rose and began pacing the room, evidently wrestling with his thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he halted and spoke gravely. Miaoyan, the risks associated with this endeavor are immense. Should we fail? Tears welled in Su Miaoyan's eyes. Father, I implore you. If anything were to befall His Highness, I would not wish to live alone. Suda sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his years. In his youth, he feared nothing. Yet now he found himself apprehensive of many things. Since His Highness wishes to emulate Emperor Taizong of the Tang, then I shall play the role of Wei Qigong. Su Miaoyan's tears transformed into a smile. Thank you, Father. Suda's expression grew serious. However, this matter demands meticulous planning. First, we must ensure that His Highness can compose the Edict of the Belt. Secondly, the troop mobilization must remain clandestine. Lastly, when we rise, we will need internal support. Otherwise, a direct assault on the palace gates could lead to disaster. Su Miaoyan nodded. I can find a way to contact His Highness regarding the edict. As for the internal support, that will depend on you, Father. The guards at the palace gates are skilled warriors, but those are His Majesty's trusted confidants. If I approach them, what if they inform the Emperor directly? Suda expressed his concern. The palace gates are the final line of defense for the imperial palace, with the 9 gates guarded by Zhu Yuanzhang's most loyal followers, including his adopted son. At worst, you could procure a cannon from the Hongwu era and blast open the city gates. Once the deed is done, we could claim that the rebels obstructed your rescue, thus necessitating the cannon fire, Su Miaoyan suggested, startling Suda. My heavens, what has become of my eldest daughter? It has barely been a moment since her marriage to Zhu Di, and she has already adopted his radical ways. To suggest cannon fire against the palace gates, he coughed, yet could not deny that it was indeed a most decisive solution. Before the might of cannon fire, all beings are equal. As a tempest arose, clouds soared high, and the Hongwu cannon would roar. Suda contemplated for a moment and gradually nodded. That holds merit. Nevertheless, we must exercise utmost caution. Should any of this be disclosed, we would lose everything. Su Miaoyan gently caressed her abdomen, a tender maternal warmth glimmering in her eyes. Father, fret not. For the sake of His Highness and this child, I shall not err. Suda gazed at his daughter, feeling both pride and concern. A woman, though inherently fragile, becomes resolute when she embraces motherhood. Without a doubt, this child might face imprisonment upon birth. Suda inhaled deeply and declared, Very well, I shall return to prepare. You must find a way to contact His Highness. I await your news. Su Miaoyan nodded earnestly. Very well, I shall take my leave now to make the necessary arrangements. Suda stood, no longer lingering, and swiftly departed, his figure vanishing within the confines of the royal residence. Chapter 78. The transformation at Xuanwu Gate is about to unfold after Su Da's departure. Su Miaoyan was enveloped in worry. How could she reach Zhu Di? A military remonstrance requires a justification steeped in righteousness, and that righteousness lay with Zhu Di. With Zhu Di's imperial edict, Suda would have the grounds to raise troops and rectify the court. A justified military remonstrance is noble. Conversely, an unjust one is deemed treachery. However, at present, Zhu Di finds himself under house arrest within the Fengxian Hall of the imperial palace, and establishing communication with him has proven to be quite a challenge. His covert guardian, Su Miaoyan, is also untraceable, which indeed presents a considerable dilemma. Su Miaoyun is devising a strategy to address this predicament. Meanwhile, Zhu Di, confined within the Fengxian Hall, remains far from idle. Just yesterday, he dispatched a letter to Su De, and it is only reasonable to expect a response by now. Within the hall, Zhu Di stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window, where the moonlight filters through the lattice, casting mottled shadows upon his visage. The rhythmic sound of the guards' footsteps echoes every quarter hour, yet he has long since discerned the intervals of their patrols. My lord, a shadow silently descends from the beams above. This is the leader of his covert guardians, Bei Gongjian. He kneels on one knee, his dark attire still damp with the night's dew. Zhu Di does not turn, merely nodding slightly. Has the letter been delivered? It has indeed. Personally handed to Duke Wei. The princess as well. However, Bei Gongjian raises his gaze to reveal a chiseled face. There is a matter of concern. Zhu Di abruptly pivots, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. What is it? Bei Gongjian speaks in a hushed tone. The princess has been consumed with worry for the princess' safety and has noticeably lost weight. Zhu Di inhales deeply, striving to maintain his composure. What is the current situation outside? The failure to deliver the commercial tax to the capital has stirred unrest across the court. His Majesty erupted in fury during today's morning assembly, dismissing the Minister of Revenue on the spot and ordering an investigation. A cold smile plays upon Zhu Di's lips. Pei Jinbu has indeed not disappointed me. And what of the Eastern Palace? The Crown Prince remains under house arrest. With 3 additional battalions of guards now stationed around the Eastern Palace, effectively a fortified stronghold. Yet, it seems His Majesty believes this will safeguard the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Zhu Di chuckles softly, turning towards Bei Gongjian and lowering his voice to a near whisper. Safeguard? Tonight, you shall visit the dungeons and meet with Pei Jinbu. Inquire if he can establish contact with Lu Bin, and whether Lu Bin can be of use to us. Bei Gongjian's pupils constrict. Does the prince intend? A glint of ruthlessness flashes in Zhu Di's eyes. My esteemed elder brother has a concubine who is the daughter of Lu Bin, does he not? Lu Bin, a man of the Jiangnan region, ought to lend his efforts at this juncture. Let the Lu family devise a scheme to poison the crown prince, creating the facade of a suicide born from guilt, and subsequently forge a confession in the crown prince's handwriting. Zhu Biao's demise, orchestrated by Zhu Di, has been meticulously contemplated. For should Zhu Biao meet his end during the Xuanwu Gate incident, it would indelibly brand him with the infamy of fratricide, akin to Li Shimin. If an alternative presents itself, Zhu Di would decidedly prefer to avoid such a notorious legacy. Should Lu Bin prove unfit for the task, the contingency plan shall be enacted. This plan entails a scenario wherein Zhu Biao is inadvertently struck by an arrow amidst the turmoil of battle, resulting in immediate death. After all, in the chaos of war, who could ascertain the identity of the archer who brought down Zhu Biao? Should all else fail, Zhu Di has conceived a third contingency. After all, during his days of confinement, he has devised several potential fates for Zhu Biao. As for Zhu Yuanzhang, he too possesses 2 potential destinations. First, he could return to the Royal Awakening Temple to pursue the unfinished study of Buddhist scriptures, engaging in piety and recitation. Second, he might hasten back to Fengyang to continue his life of begging. An oppressive silence envelopes the hall, broken only by the faint crackling of the candlewick. Bei Gongjian bows deeply. Understood. Then you shall make another visit to the residence of Duke Wei, to inquire about his thoughts on the plans mentioned in the letter I sent yesterday, added Zhu Di. Yes, I take my leave. North Palace Xian clasped his fists, his form flickering as he leapt onto the rooftop, vanishing silently into the darkness like a nocturnal creature. As the hour of the rat passed, North Palace Xian glided through the shadows of the imperial city like a specter, evading the 3 patrols of the imperial guards. Utilizing a momentary gap in the clouds that obscured the moon, he scaled the high walls of the dungeon. Upon landing, a brittle leaf crunched beneath his foot, compelling him to freeze until he confirmed that no one had noticed before he resumed his stealthy advance. Within the cell where Pei Jinbu awaited, a nauseating stench pervaded the air. The surroundings were dim and damp, with moss clinging to the walls and floor, while droplets occasionally fell from the ceiling, producing a crisp sound. Hearing a disturbance from outside the window, Pei Jinbu abruptly turned his gaze. Who goes there? He inquired. Pei Jinbu spotted a face hanging outside the cell window. Had he not been seasoned by tumultuous times, he might have succumbed to fright. In the dead of night, To suddenly behold a face inverted beside his bed would terrify anyone. North Palace Jian gestured for silence, signaling Pei Jinbu to remain quiet, then whispered, Lord Pei, I am a shadow guard of the regent. A glimmer of astuteness flashed in Pei Jinbu's eyes. The regent? Are you truly one of his people? How fares the regent now? Pei Jinbu needed to ascertain Zhu Di's circumstances. Zhu Di was the linchpin of the regent's faction. If anything befell him, the regent's party would suffer a significant blow. The other half lay within Su Miaoyun's womb. Should Su Miaoyun bear a daughter while Zhu Di was in peril, their fate would be sealed. The regent is unharmed. I come at his behest. Do you have a way to contact El Ben, the father of the crown prince's consort? North Palace Xian inquired. Upon hearing El Ben's name, Pei Jinbu's expression shifted slightly. Has El Ben approached the regent? You must inform the regent that El Ben is untrustworthy. I once sought to win him over, yet he would not ally with me due to his daughter being the crown prince's consort. He is not one of us. We must not trust that old rogue. He belongs to the crown prince's faction, not ours. Tell the regent that aside from those on the list, no one else can be trusted for the time being. Pei Jinbu spoke urgently, fearing Zhu Di might be deceived by El Ben. North Palace Jian nodded slightly. As you wish, I shall relay this to His Highness. Without waiting for Pei Jinbu to respond, he vanished from sight. Pei Jinbu placed a hand on his chest, steadying himself, relieved that he had committed no wrongdoing. Otherwise, he would surely have been frightened out of his wits in the dead of night. North Palace Xian then proceeded to Fengxian Hall to report to Zhu Di about Pei Jinbu's revelations. After listening, Zhu Di merely nodded. Since El Ben was deemed unusable, Zhu Biao would have to find another method of dealing with his demise. When you visit the Duke of Wei's residence, convey a message to him. He should bring several archers skilled enough to hit a target from 100 paces and amidst the chaos, directly shoot the crown prince. Chapter 79. The plan at Xuanwu Gate. The night was as dark as ink, and the eaves of the Forbidden City cast mottled shadows under the moonlight. Beigong Jian moved like a nimble night owl, lightly treading upon the glazed tiles, weaving through the palace walls. He held his breath, evading the watchful eyes of the patrolling guards, each step meticulously placed within the shadows. After traversing the final palace wall, Beigong Jian finally exited the confines of the imperial city, inhaling deeply to relish the relatively free air outside. The distant sound of the watchman's clapper resonated, marking the hour of the third watch. The night always seemed to pass so swiftly. The towering walls of the Duke of Wei's residence appeared particularly solemn in the moonlight. Beigong Jian was well acquainted with this place. He skillfully navigated to the old locust tree near the western chamber, leaping effortlessly and using the resilience of the branches to vault into the courtyard. He landed without disturbing even a single fallen leaf. Who goes there? A servant's voice suddenly questioned from within the courtyard. Beigong Jian promptly concealed himself in the shadow of a rockery, holding his breath. As the servant approached to investigate, finding nothing, they merely assumed it was a cat or a mouse and paid little heed. Once the servant's footsteps receded, Beigong Jian continued onward, arriving at Su Da's quarters. Inside, the candlelight had extinguished, indicating that he had seemingly retired for the night. In truth, Su Da was indeed on the verge of slumber. Knock, knock. 2 soft raps, spaced evenly apart. A cautious voice emanated from within. Who is it? Su Da reluctantly rose, draping a garment over himself to answer the door, while Madame Su also roused to rekindle the candle. It is I, Beigong Jian, the Duke of Wei. The door creaked open, revealing Su Da's weathered face framed by the doorway. Under the moonlight, a flicker of surprise crossed the renowned general's eyes, swiftly followed by a wary glance around before he pulled Beigong Jian inside. Madam, you may rest, Su Da instructed the inner chamber, promptly closing the door behind them. Very well, came Madame Su's reply from within. Su Da was in the outer hall, while the resting quarters lay in the inner hall. Lowering his voice, Su Da inquired, does the regent have urgent matters? Beigong Jian nodded. The prince wishes to know if you have any additions to the plan. I am tasked with delivering this message, and we must finalize the complete scheme expeditiously. Hearing this, Su Da furrowed his brow. Pacing to the window where the shadow of a plum tree was cast upon the ground, its branches resembling swords. After a prolonged silence, Su Da suddenly turned. Has the situation truly escalated to this point? Are we indeed at the juncture of military admonition? I do not know. I am merely the messenger, Beigong Jian replied quietly, awaiting in silence as the candlelight flickered, elongating their shadows on the wall. At last, Su Da let out a long sigh. as if resolutely making a decision. He approached the writing desk and unfurled a defensive map. Very well, since the regent is my son-in-law, the Su family has no path of retreat. I cannot back down, nor shall I. Inform the regent that I require a decree from him to eliminate the treacherous, acting in the name of purging the court and stabilizing the nation. Understood. Beigong noted that the map detailed the troop deployments at the various gates of the imperial city, with a conspicuous red circle marking the Xuanwu gate. Su Da's fingers pressed heavily upon the crimson circle. Moreover, at the onset of the palace upheaval, it was imperative that he remain concealed. I shall dispatch a trusted aide to assist you. At the stroke of midnight tomorrow, return to collect the detailed action plan. Just as Beigong was about to take his leave, he suddenly recalled Zhu Di's final instruction. Your Highness has one more matter to entrust to you. You must scout a few exceptional marksmen within the military. Once we breach the palace, amidst the chaos, they are to assassinate the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Su Da's pupils constricted sharply, causing the teacup in his hand to clatter onto the table, splattering tea upon the map and enlarging the crimson circle. Su Da's voice trembled, only to be followed by a bitter smile. Fratricide, how ruthless. This lad possesses commendable courage and resolve. In matters of great significance, he shows no mercy, eschewing the compassion of a woman. Indeed, he is a natural-born leader. Su Da had previously surmised that Zhu Di would refrain from killing Zhu Biao to preserve his reputation. Perhaps merely confining him to house arrest, it now seemed he had miscalculated. The implication of His Highness was clear, and the details remained obscure to him. Beigong observed a fleeting complexity in Su Da's eyes, shock, hesitation, ultimately transforming into resoluteness. Inform the regent that I shall handle it, Su Da replied, lowering his voice. Beigong cautioned, Wei Guogong, the candidates must be absolutely reliable. He gestured across his neck, indicating the gravity of the situation. This individual knew too much. After the assassination of Zhu Biao, he could not be allowed to live, regardless of his loyalty. Only the dead can keep secrets. If such matters were to leak, it would tarnish Zhu Di's reputation. Su Da understood and nodded, assuring him that he was adept at handling such affairs. I know, you should depart quickly. Use the side entrance to the west. The main gate is inconvenient, as there are too many eyes watching. Understood, Beigong replied with a salute, preparing to leave when Su Da called him back. Wait, next time, come earlier. Su Da yawned, expressing his fatigue. At his age, being disturbed in the middle of the night was quite taxing. He mused, what if he were caught unawares while engaged with his wife? Beigong nodded in acknowledgement. I shall do my best. With that, he opened the door and vanished into the night. Su Da stood by the window, gazing into the direction of Beigong's departure, remaining motionless for a long time. The moonlight illuminated the silver strands at his temples, casting a frosty glow. Madame Su emerged from her chamber. My lord, what troubles you? Your brow is furrowed. Returning to reality, Su Da forced a smile. It is nothing, merely a sign of impending change. Meanwhile, Beigong had scaled the wall of the Wei Guogong residence, hastening towards the regent's palace, eager to meet Su Miaoyan. The night breeze whispered past his ears, accompanied by the distant sound of the watchman's clapper, for a clock had arrived. As he turned down a narrow alley, Beigong abruptly halted. A chilling instinct honed from years of danger, sending shivers down his spine. He was being followed. He feigned stooping to pick something up, casting a sidelong glance behind him. In the moonlight, a shadow swiftly melted into the corner of a wall. Was it a scout from the Imperial Guards? Or perhaps an assassin from another faction? Beigong's heart raced, yet his visage remained composed. He altered his path, intentionally veering into a dead-end alley, where he held his breath, waiting in silence. The sound of footsteps drew near. Beigong suddenly struck, pressing a dagger against the intruder's throat. Who sent you? Who are you? Why have you come from the Duke of Wei's residence? The man did not respond, but countered with a question of his own. If you refuse to speak, then you shall die? Without hesitation, Beigong delivered a swift blow, ending the man's life. Regardless of whether he was friend or foe, his demeanor was far from amiable. He was certainly not an ally of the regent. After sheathing his dagger, Beigong quickly vanished into the labyrinthine alleys, concealed by the night. Chapter 80. Preparing to flip the table, the figure of Beigong glided like a wraith over the rooftops, finally alighting on the corridor outside the main hall of the regent's residence. The moonlight poured down like water, elongating his shadow. He adjusted his attire, and gently knocked on the intricately carved wooden door. "Who is it?" A slightly weary voice, belonging to Su Miaoyun, came from within. Through the papered window, a slender silhouette could be seen rising from the bed, fumbling to don her outer garments. "Your Highness, this is Bei Gongjian. The prince is safe in Fengxian Hall. There is no need for your concern," he said, lowering his voice. Inside, there was a soft rustle of footsteps as Su Miaoyun approached the door but did not open it. Bei Gongjian could hear her slightly rapid breath. Her voice trembled, yet she strove to maintain her composure. "Tell His Highness to write a clothing edict." Bei Gongjian inclined his body slightly, aware that the princess could not see him. "This matter has been entrusted to me by the Duke of Wei. I have just come from the Duke's residence." A moment of silence ensued, the night breeze stirring the palace lanterns, casting flickering shadows on the ground. Su Miaoyun finally spoke, her tone soft yet resolute. "Very well. I understand. Go and inform His Highness that I, along with our unborn child, await his return." "Yes, Your Highness. Please rest well. I take my leave." Bei Gongjian replied respectfully before disappearing into the night. Inside, Su Miaoyun opened the door, gazing longingly towards the palace. The following morning at the Duke of Wei's residence, Suda stood in the courtyard, watching the rising sun, his brow furrowed. He had not slept a wink throughout the night, his eyes bloodshot. Early that morning, he had summoned Li Wenzhong. "Master, the Duke of Chao has arrived," the old steward reported quietly. Suda immediately donned a smile and walked toward the hall entrance, where Li Wenzhong appeared in casual attire, accompanied by two trusted guards. "Duke Chao, I hope I haven't disturbed your morning," Suda greeted. Li Wenzhong chuckled. "When the Duke of Wei invites, one cannot afford to decline, especially when it concerns matters of border defense." Suda needed a valid reason to meet with Li Wenzhong. Otherwise, it would merely lay bare the implications of factionalism. He gestured for Li Wenzhong to enter. "Indeed, there have been unsettling movements among the remnants of Bei Yuan that we must be cautious of. Let us discuss this in my study." "Very well." The two exchanged pleasantries as they traversed the courtyards, eventually arriving at the study. Suda signaled for the attendants to leave and personally secured the door. "Follow me," Suda instructed, turning a porcelain vase on the bookshelf, which silently revealed a hidden door. Li Wenzhong raised an eyebrow. "Duke Wei, your residence harbors such mechanisms?" Inside the secret chamber, the flickering candlelight illuminated the walls adorned with military maps. At the center stood an elegantly crafted rosewood table, set with a delicate tea service. "Forgive my intrusion, but I sought solace in this secluded place," Suda stated, pouring 2 cups of tea. Li Wenzhong accepted the cup, but did not drink immediately. His piercing gaze fixed upon Suda. "The Duke of Wei summoned me today, and our discussion in this private chamber surely extends beyond mere border defense, does it not?" Setting down the teapot, Suda approached the wall and pointed at a map of the city defenses of Yingtian. "Given the current circumstances, His Majesty is resolutely determined to protect the Crown Prince. He is prepared to endure public scorn and the eternal disgrace chronicled in history, all to safeguard the prince. The regent intends to emulate Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, and instigate a coup akin to the Xuanwu Gate incident." Suda spoke plainly, without reservation. Li Wenzhong's teacup shattered upon the floor, splattering tea across his boots. He sprang to his feet, his face ashen. "What? Are you suggesting that His Highness is plotting rebellion?" Unfazed, Suda retrieved a silk handkerchief from his sleeve and offered it. "Why such astonishment? The regent is the legitimate son of the emperor and possesses his own claim to the throne. Whom is he rebelling against? His Highness, like Li Shimin, is a rightful heir. The means employed may be questionable, yet the subsequent proceedings are entirely lawful and legitimate. Li Shimin ascended the throne as crown prince, formally recognized 3 days post-Xuanwu Gate, and took the throne 2 months later. This delineates the primary distinction between the ascensions of Li Shimin and Zhu Di in history. Li Shimin's actions can be construed as a mere fraternal power struggle, ultimately succeeding to inherit his father's throne as the crown prince. One might argue his methods were unscrupulous, yet he cannot be deemed an illegitimate heir. Conversely, Zhu Di's situation was markedly different. At that time, the legitimate rule resided with Zhu Yuanzhang, not Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di's ascension was indeed a rebellion. Zhu Di proclaimed himself an emperor. His reign was not a matter of inheritance. It was forged through conquest in the south. The Ming dynasty established by Zhu Yuanzhang met its demise in the 2nd generation due to a break in succession. Zhu Di did not inherit the throne. To assert that the lineage remained unbroken solely because Zhu Di shares the surname Zhu is a gross oversimplification. Moreover, the Ming Emperor Jiajing later conferred upon Zhu Di the temple name of Chengzu. Regardless of the rationale, the implication is clear. Zhu Di is recognized as the founder of a new dynasty. Jiajing's actions were not limited to altering the temple name. He also revised the posthumous title. Changing the temple name to denote a founder can find precedent, as it is not uncommon for later emperors to honor their predecessors in such a manner. However, modifying the posthumous title bears greater significance. Originally, Zhu Di's posthumous title was Emperor of Great Virtue and Benevolence, who enlightens heaven and promotes the way. After revision, it became Emperor of Great Virtue and Benevolence, who initiates heaven and promotes the way. The term initiate implies a new beginning. Jiajing has, from an official standpoint, acknowledged Zhu Di as a founding monarch rather than a successor. Listening to Su Da's shocking revelations, Li Yuanzhang accepted the silk handkerchief but did not use it. He merely clenched it tightly in his hand. Did the Duke intend to ally with the regent to overturn the table? Su Da's voice was low and somber. I have no choice. None of us do. His Majesty would rather endure eternal infamy than abandon the crown prince. The regent desires to ascend the throne, and he can only emulate Emperor Taizong. Li Yuanzhang paced back and forth, exclaiming, "This is far too perilous. The 48 garrisons of the capital house over 200,000 troops. How many can we count on for this endeavor? Even if we temporarily succeed, what if an army returns under the banner of loyalty? This position cannot be secured without a bloody battle." "I summoned you for this very matter," Su Da replied. Li Yuanzhang fixed his gaze on the map and stated solemnly, "Are you suggesting that we two should resolve this?" Su Da reseated himself and poured a fresh cup of tea for Li Yuanzhang. "Of course, we cannot accomplish this alone. We need more allies." Li Yuanzhang lifted the teacup but hesitated to drink. "If we are to take action, 3 conditions must be met. First, we must have control over His Majesty. Second, we must act swiftly. And third, the crown prince must be utterly eliminated, leaving no future troubles. It would be best to eradicate even the emperor's direct heir." In Chapter 81, Tang He and Ing Nua offer assistance. Su Da's eyes sparkled with understanding. Li Yuanzhang's words resonated deeply. In the struggle for power, it is a matter of life and death. Zhu Di must eliminate Zhu Xiongning. If Zhu Di does not act against Zhu Xiongning now, once he grows older, or if his lineage matures, revenge will surely follow. It is imperative to eliminate potential threats entirely. If you can think this way, that is commendable. You are the crown prince's cousin, as well as the regent's. Aiding either side is still aiding. Li Yuanzhang shook his head. "I will not renege on my promise to support you, but can you divulge who else stands as an ally?" "I cannot say too much, but I can tell you that Marquis Zhongshan, Tang He, is one of them," Su Da replied. Upon hearing Tang He's name, Li Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. "General Tang? That is splendid. His reputation in the military is formidable enough to intimidate and quell those indecisive commanders. What role do I play in this?" To intercept the reinforcements, Su Da slowly articulated. "Once the coup at Xuanwu Gate commences, loyalist troops will undoubtedly emerge. We must halt them until the dust settles." Li Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. "Very well. As for my daughter, I will guarantee her future as the regent's father-in-law, promoting her as one of the 3rd-generation leaders in Huaishi. She shall hold a position of great power in the future." Su Da responded affirmatively. Li Yuanzhang gazed intently into Su Da's eyes, and Su Da met his gaze with calm assurance. Eventually, Li Yuanzhang nodded, and a pact was forged. After concluding discussions with Li Yuanzhang, Su Da escorted him out, as Li Yuanzhang needed to discreetly contact his trusted allies. Simultaneously, Su Da summoned Tang He under the pretext of discussing border defense matters. Tang He was well acquainted with this secret chamber. As Tang He surveyed the room, his fingers grazed the defensive map hanging on the wall, and he chuckled. "Are we to discuss significant matters in this secret chamber? I see the map of the 9 gates. It appears that something grand is afoot." Su Da did not respond directly but countered, "Esteemed minister, we have known each other for many years. I ask you this. If the regent were to take action, would you be willing to assist? Should you choose not to, I would not hold it against you, as long as you do not betray me. However, if you still cherish your ties with His Majesty, it would be best for you to refrain from involvement." In the dim silence of the chamber, the only sound was the subtle crackling of the candlewick. Suddenly, Tang He burst into laughter, though it carried a hint of desolation. "Has Zhu Chongba truly remembered our shared roots? He has long since forgotten. After his father's death, he had nothing to wrap the body in, and it was I who provided him with a mat to lay his father to rest. Later, when he resorted to begging and was expelled from his monastic life, I, moved by his plight, took him into the military. When he first enlisted, he was merely a foot soldier, while I had already risen to the rank of 1,000 households. Had it not been for his marriage to my elder sister, what claim would he have to the throne? Without my guidance, he would have perished in some remote corner. In the 3rd year of Hongwu, when the merits of the loyal were acknowledged, how many accomplishments had I, Tang He, achieved? Yet what was the outcome? The noble titles were bestowed upon Su De, Li Shanchong, Feng Sheng, and Deng Yu, and I harbored no objections to their accolades. Even Li Baoer, though a junior, had earned his place through remarkable achievements. And I accepted that too. But why could they not grant me one more title? In the end, I was relegated to the mere title of Marquis of Zhongshan. Did Zhu Yuanzhang ever recall a fraction of our shared heritage? Su De sighed softly. According to seniority, Tang He was undoubtedly the elder brother from Huaishi, having enlisted long before Su De, who was later summoned by Zhu Yuanzhang. Moreover, Tang He's military contributions were significant, whether out of kinship or merit. He deserved more than a marquisate. The position of a grand minister is equivalent to that of a duke, and now the opportunity lies before you. Dare you seize it? Su De inquired. Tang He grasped Su De's wrist firmly and asked, "What are the regent's intentions?" Su De replied, enunciating each word deliberately. "We shall emulate the events of the Tang Taizong era and recreate the Xuanwu Gate incident." What an audacious gamble. Victory would elevate us as meritorious subjects, while failure would lead to the annihilation of our clans. Tang He chuckled and poured himself a cup of tea. Su De's gaze was piercing. "Indeed. That is why I ask you, Brother Dingchen, if you dare to proceed?" Tang He suddenly laughed heartily, the sound echoing in the chamber. "What is there to fear? Competing for the heir is not the same as rebellion. This realm still belongs to the Zhu family, and we remain loyal subjects. We have not betrayed our nation. So what is there to fear? Speak, what do you require of me?" Su De pointed at the defense map, indicating the location of Xuanwu Gate. The most pressing challenge was how to discreetly seize control of the gate. A direct assault would create too much noise and risk alarming the enemy. Tang He squinted at the map, noting that Guoying, who commanded the 9 gates, was the brother of the emperor's consort, Guoning. Convincing him would not be easy. "This is the crux of the matter," Su De lamented. "Guoying is not an ally. He is a royalist. As long as our resolve remains strong, solutions will outnumber difficulties." Tang He declared confidently, "I shall forge a false order for him. Leave it to me. If you can resolve this matter, you shall have no further concerns. I guarantee your elevation to the rank of duke." Su De's eyes sparkled with hope. Tang He shook his head. "That is insufficient. The risk is far too great for a title that should rightfully be mine." Su De smiled, untroubled by Tang He's reticence to demand more, for he feared the silence of his ambition even more. "Very well. Once again, I present you with the princely title of 6th Protector, or perhaps the Minister of War." Tang He lifted a cup of tea, offering it to Su De. "Very well. In that case, I, Tang He, shall undertake this transaction." Su De accepted the teacup and replied, "Ding Chun, there is another matter. You must assist me in suppressing the military leaders, for I fear we might not withstand the pressure." Upon hearing this, Tang He inquired, "How many individuals are involved this time? How many troops will you bring?" "Not many. Just the 2 of us, along with Li Baoer. I will take the lead. He will hold back the enemy, and you will secure the rear with a contingent of merely 800 men," Su De candidly responded. For Tang He was undoubtedly Su De's ally. Contemplating Su De's words, Tang He mused for a moment. There should be no significant issue. After all, the regent has been disbursing 500,000 taels of silver monthly. The military leaders are bound to reciprocate this favor, and the potential dissenters are likely few. Only those close to the emperor, whom I can manage. Excellent. Let us act separately. We shall proceed tomorrow night. Su De and Tang He clinked their cups together, both consuming the tea in one swift motion, their intentions silently understood. This cup of tea served as a premature toast to their success. After finishing, Tang He departed to commence his preparations, for time was of the essence. Su De then made his way to the ancestral hall, solemnly lighting an incense stick before the ancestral tablets, kneeling to bow 3 times. "O ancestors, the rise and fall of the Su family rests upon this endeavor. I beseech your blessings." Chapter 82. The Incident at Xuanwu Gate, Part 1. After leaving the residence of the Duke of Wei, Li Wenzhong, under the guise of overseeing military patrols, proceeded to the barracks. Observing the orderly rows of tents and the soldiers in training under the morning light, a faint smile graced his lips. The general has arrived. At the call of a herald, the entire camp seemed to awaken with renewed vigor as the soldiers ceased their tasks, saluting the founding hero. Zhu Yuanzhang inclined his head slightly, his gaze transcending the crowd to fixate on a figure commanding drills in the distance. Zhou Dexing, Zhu Yuanzhang called out. Hearing his name, the man turned and, upon recognizing the visitor, hurried over, kneeling on one knee. This subordinate pays respects to the general. Zhu Yuanzhang dismounted and personally helped his longtime deputy to his feet. Rise, come walk with me. The others may continue their formal training. Yes. Zhou Dexing stood, brushing the dust from his knees, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Zhu Yuanzhang, known for his decisiveness, seemed unusually leisurely today. The two men strolled along the edge of the training ground, followed by several personal guards. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly spoke, his voice low. Dexing, how many years have you served under me? Zhou Dexing paused, then replied, reporting to the general. I have been under your command since the year of the second Zheng reign. It has been nearly 20 years. Zhu Yuanzhang murmured in reflection, his gaze drifting into the distance. Time flies. It has indeed been close to 2 decades since you became my personal guard when the Grand Commander was still present. Now, I am approaching 40, and you have aged considerably. A nostalgic expression appeared on Zhou Dexing's face. General, have you not heard that time gallops like a swift steed, and the days flow like falling flowers? There is no reason to remain unchanged. Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly halted, turning to meet Zhou Dexing's gaze directly. What are your thoughts on the regent? Zhou Dexing was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt inquiry. He cautiously replied, the regent is indeed wise. He allocates 500,000 taels of silver each month, which has alleviated the hardships of many, and we are all grateful for his benevolence. Zhu Yuanzhang patted his shoulder, expressing, it is good to be thankful. By tomorrow night, gather 5,000 trusted cavalry. Zhou Dexing's head shot up, his eyes wide with astonishment. 5,000 cavalry. General, is there a combat mission? Do you have an imperial decree? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened instantly. Are you implying that without an imperial decree, troop movements are not permissible? Zhou Dexing swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In principle, without an imperial decree, deploying troops could be regarded as treasonous. His voice dwindled to a whisper. Zhu Yuanzhang let out a cold laugh, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Treasonous? Are you suggesting that if there is an imperial decree, my orders cannot be issued? I ask you, can I issue orders? Zhou Dexing, frightened by this sudden outburst, took a step back, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, but general, without an imperial decree and the tiger talisman, troops cannot be moved. Bang! Zhu Yuanzhang kicked Zhou Dexing with such force that the seasoned general stumbled several steps before regaining his balance. Are you playing games with me? The tiger talisman is for commanding generals, not for soldiers. I ask you, can I command you? Zhou Dexing clutched his stinging backside, his face flushed. Yes, yes. Then can you mobilize the troops beneath you? Zhu Yuanzhang pressed on. Zhou Dexing swallowed again, nodding with difficulty. Yes, yes. Zhu Yuanzhang seized Zhou Dexing by the collar, pulling him close, their noses nearly touching. Then what the hell is your problem? I won't harm you. Just follow orders. Zhou Dexing knew his superior well. Once he made a decision, nothing could sway him. Yes, general. Ultimately, Zhou Dexing acquiesced, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang release him, his anger dissipating as he adopted a more amiable demeanor. Now listen closely. Tomorrow night, after dark, I want to see 5,000 elite cavalry fully equipped in the training grounds. They must be loyal confidants. Do you understand? I understand, General, Zhou Dexing replied, lowering his gaze and daring not to meet Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Satisfied, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and strode toward the central military tent, his cape billowing behind him. Zhou Dexing remained rooted in place, watching the receding figure, turmoil surging within him. The sudden troop mobilization likely signaled significant action ahead. Yet what could he do? The general had spoken. He must comply. After all, should anything go awry, there was a higher authority to bear the blame. He had arranged a dinner with Guo Ying that evening, sending agents to infiltrate Guo Ying's residence and stamp a forged order. Suda was busy mobilizing his trusted subordinates, borrowing a few men from various barracks. 800 it is. Nothing is beyond reach. That night, Beigong Jian infiltrated the grand shrine, meeting Zhu Di to explain the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di merely nodded and then summoned Beigong Jian to bring a knife. Zhu Di tore his robe and inscribed a decree to rally loyalists, declaring that treacherous Minister El Ben had deceived the sovereign, leading to the imprisonment of loyal officials and the confinement of the virtuous king. In this time of national peril, for the sake of the realm and the common people, he specially commanded Duke Su De of Wei to lead troops in obedience to the decree, to rally loyalists, eliminate traitors, assist the sovereign, clear the court, and quell the national crisis. Once the royal edict was completed, Zhu Di affixed the imperial seal with the jade stamp and had Beigong Jian take it to Su De. Suddenly, Zhu Di called out to Beigong Jian, who was about to depart, and with a grave expression asked, "Wait. What is the outcome of the training of the Tian Su Wei?" Beigong Jian quickly stood at attention and respectfully replied, "Reporting to your majesty. The training of the Tian Su Wei has begun to show results." Upon hearing this, Zhu Di nodded slightly and instructed, "Tonight, you shall personally lead the trained Tian Su Wei to guard the regent's mansion. I fear that some individuals may act recklessly and pose a threat to the princess." Beigong Jian, fully aware of Su Miaoyun's esteemed position in Zhu Di's heart, answered without hesitation, "Yes, your majesty. I shall obey your command." Zhu Di nodded once more and added, "Remember, you must ensure the safety of the princess and her unborn child. They must not suffer even the slightest misfortune." Beigong Jian knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, and assured, "Your majesty need not worry. I will do my utmost to protect the princess, standing by her side and guarding her safety with my life." Zhu Di looked into Beigong Jian's resolute eyes and felt a sense of reassurance. He trusted Beigong Jian's abilities and the strength of the Tian Su Wei. As long as they were present, Su Miaoyun and the child should remain safe. "You may depart. The skies over Ming must change." Zhu Di waved his hand, believing that the best preparation for such matters is often no preparation at all, as it leaves room for the possibility of success. Chapter 83. The Incident at Xuanwu Gate, Part 2. Beigong Jian took his orders and complied. The following evening, Su De, Tang He, and Li Wenzhong met in secret, planning to act at the stroke of midnight. The night was as dark as ink, with clouds obscuring the moonlight, and the city of Tianfu was shrouded in oppressive darkness. In the study's secret chamber of Su Da's residence, flickering candlelight illuminated three solemn and fierce faces. Su De felt that a forged order alone was insufficient for security, so he had a trusted confidant procure a Hongwu cannon as a precaution. The cannon had been transported to the woods 3 miles outside the Xihua Gate, guarded by his loyal follower. "When the hour strikes, we will first attempt to deceive the palace gates with the order. If that fails, we shall resort to using the cannon to breach the Xuanwu Gate." Su De spoke in a low voice. Tang He stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. "Tianda, your preparations are quite thorough. However, the noise from the Hongwu cannon is too great. It should only be used as a last resort." Su De interrupted, pulling out a silk cloth and spreading it on the table, revealing a detailed map of the palace's defenses. "I understand. Guo-ying is off duty today. Guarding the Xuanwu Gate is his deputy, Zhao Dishing. If the order fails to open the palace gates, we will have no choice but to resort to this plan." Li Wenzhong leaned closer to the map, tracing several routes into the palace with his finger. "The key is speed. Once we initiate our actions, we must seize control of the Qianqing Palace within half an hour. Otherwise, we will face trouble if the capital garrison reacts. Bauer, the task of obstructing enemy reinforcements falls upon you. The pressure will be considerable," Su De remarked, looking at Li Wenzhong. Li Wenzhong nodded, understanding the urgency of swift action within the palace. Tang He interjected, stating that he had already informed trusted military allies to remain still regardless of any disturbances that might arise tonight. The three exchanged glances, simultaneously placing their right hands atop one another. "The Xuanwu Gate incident shall commence." At that very moment, a somber atmosphere enveloped the regent's residence. Beigong Jian, gripping the hilt of his sword, stood upon the steps of the main hall, flanked by 20 black-clad guards who remained as still as statues. The night breeze rustled the sycamores in the courtyard, producing a sound reminiscent of countless faint footsteps. "Who goes there?" Pei Yunyan emerged from the side hall, alerted by the noise. Beigong Jian respectfully cupped his hands, addressing the concubine. "We have been commanded by the prince to protect you. Please remain in the side hall and do not venture out." At that moment, Su Miaoyun also stepped forward, inquiring, "Jian, has His Highness sent you with men?" To which Beigong Jian replied with utmost deference, Indeed, it is the prince's command. A change is upon us tonight. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyan seemed to grasp the gravity of the impending events and asked, "May I have a knife?" "Your Highness, what need have you for a blade?" Bei Gongjian responded with a note of caution, hand instinctively resting upon his own sword. Su Miaoyan replied resolutely, "I shall guard the prince's honor. Should he fail, I shall not live on alone." She understood well the weight of power in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Zhu Di's ambition to usurp authority meant that failure would spell death. Even Empress Ma could not shield Zhu Di from such a fate. Other matters could be negotiated, but power was Zhu Yuanzhang's unwavering line. He remained wary even of his heir, Zhu Biao. "Your Highness, you are with child," Bei Gongjian reminded her gently. Su Miaoyan shook her head slightly, asserting, "If the prince fails, this child will be born into captivity. Better not to be born at all. Hand me the knife." Bei Gongjian persistently shook his head. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the prince will not falter. Do not dwell on such thoughts. I merely prepare for the worst. In the realm of politics, one must accept the stakes. If His Highness triumphs, well and good, but if not, I shall accompany him into the abyss. Give me the knife." Su Miaoyan extended her hand. Bei Gongjian, clutching his sword, retreated repeatedly. "I cannot comply, Your Highness." Su Miaoyan turned and entered the main hall, resolute. "If you refuse, I shall find a dagger within." Bei Gongjian stationed his men at the main hall, awaiting the dawn's revelations. Meanwhile, in the military camp, Su De donned heavy armor and bore a treasured sword as he stood upon the command platform. 800 elite soldiers assembled in perfect formation, their armor glinting coldly in the torchlight. These soldiers were his trusted companions from numerous campaigns, their eyes sharp and filled with a murderous intent. "General, all 800 men are in position," the vice commander informed. Su De nodded, addressing the troops, "Comrades, the regent provides us with generous monthly stipends, improving our lives, our equipment, and our treatment. Where does this money come from? It is allocated to us by the regent from the Ministry of Commerce. Yet treacherous ministers conspire against our sovereign, whispering deceitful words to His Majesty, seeking to abolish this funding. As a result, loyal officials from the ministry have been dismissed and imprisoned, and the regent himself is confined within the palace. Can we allow this? Shall we accept the cancellation of our benefits?" "No, no, no," the 800 soldiers cried out in unison. Su Da's voice resonated powerfully, echoing over the quiet military camp. "The regent has treated us well. Since he took office, our military salaries have never been delayed, and our equipment has been revitalized. Yet now, treachery holds sway, seeking to sever our lifeline. What say you, comrades? Kill, kill, kill." The 800 valiant soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Su De drew a decree from his bosom, raising it high for all to see. "Today, I act on the regent's orders. In this time of national crisis, we shall rise to purge the corrupt officials and slay the treacherous Liu Ben." The soldiers rallied behind him, chanting, "Purge the corrupt, defend the nation. Purge the corrupt, defend the nation." Su De turned to his deputy. "Is the Hongwu cannon prepared?" The deputy replied softly, "As per your command, General. It has been disguised as a supply cart and transported 3 miles from Xuanwu Gate. However, the cannon's sound is thunderous. Once fired, it may draw unwanted attention." Su De smirked. "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be employed. If the palace gates do not open, we shall blast them open. Remember, our success hinges on this moment. Now, go fetch the cannon near Xuanwu Gate." The deputy saluted. "Yes, General." Su De mounted his steed, drawing his sword and pointing it toward the palace. "Let us depart." The 800 elite troops surged forth like a black tide from the camp, while the townsfolk, hearing the commotion, swiftly shuttered their doors, fearful to witness the murderous army. The muffled sound of hoofbeats and the faint clang of armor betrayed their passage. Su Da's gaze was sharp, scanning the surroundings. He understood that success depended on this pivotal moment. Shortly after, 2 ox carts appeared at the rear, slowly following, covered with tarpaulin, revealing the outline of the Hongwu cannon. "General, we are approaching Xuanwu Gate," the deputy reminded quietly. Su De raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. Squinting at the towering palace walls illuminated by bright lights, he could clearly see the patrolling guards. Su De spoke solemnly. "Proceed according to plan. We shall first seek permission before resorting to force." The troops advanced, stopping 100 paces from the palace gates. Su De adjusted his armor and rode forward alone. "Halt. This is a restricted area, No unauthorized personnel may approach. The guard barked. Suda remained unfazed, slowly producing a forged order from his bosom, raising it above his head. I am Suda, acting on urgent military orders to enter the palace and bolster defenses. This is a personal decree from Guoyang. Suda's piercing gaze fixed upon the deputy on the city wall. Though the deputy felt a twinge of fear at Suda's reputation, he steeled himself and replied, My lord, I recognize you, but I have received no such orders. The palace gates are locked. Without a decree from His Majesty, I cannot allow entry. Please forgive me. He did not even glance at the document in Suda's hand. Suda's expression darkened instantly, his voice low and menacing. Are you truly unwilling to open the gates? Yet, the deputy on the wall showed no signs of retreat. He resolutely answered, My lord, once the palace gates are locked, unless there is an urgent military order of the utmost importance, no one may enter without the emperor's decree. This is the rule, and I cannot defy it. Suda nodded. All right. Zhang Hu, where is the Hongwu cannon? Bring it here. Yes. The deputy general immediately spurred his horse to relay the order. The expression of the guard on the city tower changed dramatically. All troops, be on alert. The guards promptly prepared for action without delay. Before long, in the darkness of the night, a Hongwu cannon was indeed wheeled out, positioned before the Xuanwu gate. Suda turned to the deputy commander guarding the gate. I will ask you one last time. Will you open the gate? My lord, are you plotting a rebellion? The deputy commander questioned. I am acting under the orders of the regent to enter the palace and rectify the court. Open the gate, Suda shouted, until the very last moment. He did not wish to fire the cannon. The noise it would produce was simply too great, potentially alarming their enemies. I serve my lord and bear the responsibilities of the state. If you are to rebel, I cannot open the gate, the deputy commander on the tower declared. Suda's expression darkened. Very well. Load the cannon with explosives and aim at the city gate. Yes, the deputy quickly commanded the crew. Quickly report to His Majesty. Duke Wei Suda is staging a rebellion. The deputy on the tower hastily instructed his subordinates. Understood. Soon, a guard dashed off towards the Qianqing Palace to inform Zhu Yuanzhang. General, the explosives are ready. The deputy reported with a salute. Fire! 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 Suda commanded. Yes. The deputy complied, igniting the cannon. Boom! The Hongwu cannon unleashed a blazing tongue of fire, the explosive hurtling forward with thunderous force, striking the heavy brass door of the Xuanwu gate. The deafening explosion shattered the night sky over Yingtianfu, flames shooting skyward, the city gate trembling violently. Splinters of wood and fragments of iron scattering in all directions. The imperial guards behind the gate were thrown into disarray, and the deputy on the tower staggered a few steps, barely steadying himself against the parapet, his face pale. Suda, do you truly dare to bombard the palace gate? Suda coldly laughed, drawing his sword and pointing it at the gate. Fire again. Do not stop until it is breached. Yes. The gunners quickly loaded a second explosive, igniting the fuse, followed by another earth-shattering roar. The third, fourth, and fifth rounds were fired, and finally, with a series of thunderous blasts. The gate could no longer withstand the assault, a massive gap blown open, wood splintering and iron bolts twisting and breaking. Suda raised his sword high, commanding fiercely. Charge in. Rectify the court. Eliminate the treacherous. 800 elite soldiers roared in unison. Rectify the court. Eliminate the treacherous. The ironclad flood surged towards the breached gate like a tidal wave. The deputy of the imperial guards gritted his teeth, drawing his sword. Shoot them down. Block their advance. Arrows rained down, and several of Suda's vanguard fell, struck down. Yet the soldiers, undeterred by death, raised their shields and charged, swiftly reaching the foot of the city. Charge. Bestow titles and rewards. Secure fortunes for our families. The deputy followed Suda into the fray. Seeing the dire situation, the deputy of the imperial guard shouted, Block the palace gates. Hold them at all costs. Dozens of imperial guards, armed with long spears, surged out from within the gate, clashing with Suda's vanguard. Amidst the clash of blades, blood spattered, and cries of agony echoed. At this moment, the sound of hooves thundered from the rear as Li Wenzhong led 5,000 iron cavalry to the scene, the dark mass of horsemen looming like a storm cloud, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The imperial guard's eyes brightened, believing reinforcements had arrived to support the throne. Yet, some were perplexed as to how such a force could arrive so swiftly. Li Wenzhong rode to the rear of Suda's army. Lord of Wei, I have reached the Xuanwu gate. unleash your assault. Su De, overjoyed, rallied his troops, soldiers. The reinforcements have arrived, let us charge forth. With the arrival of reinforcements behind him, Su De's army surged with renewed vigor, and soon the Xuanwu Gate was breached. As the city gate crumbled, the Imperial Guard's defenses swiftly collapsed. Su De led his men into the palace like a torrent, forcing the Imperial Guards to retreat at every step. Zhang Hu, take your men to the Fengxian Hall and welcome the regent. Su De commanded his deputy. Yes, the deputy, accompanied by dozens of soldiers, carved a path directly to Fengxian Hall. Meanwhile, Su De directed his main force towards the Qianqing Palace, recognizing that securing it would signify the completion of their mission. Simultaneously, Tang had already contained numerous troops, sealing off information, and the entire Yingtian prefecture descended into a grim atmosphere. Many in the military camp heard the booming of cannons. Some dismissed it, while others hurriedly assembled their forces. Inside the Qianqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was jolted awake by the cannon fire, his fury igniting. What is that noise? Where did it come from? Who dares to fire the Hongwu cannons? Servants, go investigate immediately. And Quan Tao, the night watchman, rushed out to inquire. Hurry. Zhu Yuanzhang hastily donned his dragon robe and exited his chamber. The Hongwu cannons were not to be trifled with. Who would dare use them within the capital? Before long, and Quan Tao returned in a panic. Your Majesty, it is dire. Duke Wei Su De has rebelled, under the pretense of purging corrupt officials. He has led his army to breach the Xuanwu Gate and is likely advancing towards the Qianqing Palace. Zhu Yuanzhang's countenance shifted dramatically, nearly causing him to falter. He steadied himself and commanded, proclaim my orders. Summon the palace guards for protection. However, the palace guards were few in number and caught off guard by Su De's sudden attack, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense. Yes, Your Majesty. And Quan Tao replied, accepting the order. As Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly organized his guards, Su De's army surged towards the Qianqing Palace like a relentless tide, striking down all in their path. Once they secured the palace, they would proceed to the Eastern Palace under the guise of hunting down remnants, resulting in the tragic death of the Crown Prince. After Quan Tao departed, Zhu Yuanzhang leaned against a nearby table, struggling to comprehend Su De's betrayal. Su Tiande, we have treated you well. Why have you turned against us? Chapter 85. The Transformation at Xuanwu Gate, Part 4. The night enveloped the sky like ink, and the glazed tiles of the Forbidden City glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Empress Ma woke from her slumber, her ears assaulted by the jarring sounds of metal clashing and the cries of battle. She sat upright, her silk quilt slipping away to reveal her thin yellow undergarment. Where? What is happening outside? The Empress's voice held a note of alarm, yet she maintained her regal demeanor. Her maid, Yue, stumbled in, her face ashen. Your Highness, I do not know. I have sent someone to investigate. The Empress quickly donned her outer garments, her fingers trembling slightly, but her movements precise. She approached the intricately carved window and flung it open. A gust of cold wind, mingled with the scent of blood, rushed in to greet her. Empress Ma murmured to herself, her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. A rebellion? Has the palace been breached? The first face that flashed through her mind was that of Zhu Di, the sharp-featured fourth prince, notorious for his restlessness since childhood, now confined within the Fengtian Hall. No, it cannot be. Shaking her head, she forced herself to regain composure. How could Zhu Di, currently imprisoned, possibly rebel? Meanwhile, within the Fengtian Hall, Zhu Di paced back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, the hem of his black brocade robe billowing with his movements. Hearing the commotion from outside, he appeared restless. Yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. The sounds of battle grew ever closer, and a barely perceptible smile crept upon his lips. Standing by the window, he cast a shadow of dappled light across his angular face as the moonlight filtered through the panes. Suddenly, the hall doors were flung open, and a squad of armored soldiers stormed in. At the forefront, General Zhang Hu knelt, a bloodied long knife in hand. Regent, I am Zhang Hu, sent by the prince to rescue you. A look of astonishment crossed Zhu Di's face. General Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Your Highness, Duke Wei has led his army into the palace and has entrusted me with your safe escort. Please, leave this place of turmoil with me, Zhang Hu replied, rising with fervent determination in his gaze. Zhu Di feigned hesitation. Is this wise? I am under my father's orders, Zhang Hu interjected, his voice resonant with conviction. Your Highness, treacherous officials have usurped power, deceiving the sovereign. As regent, it is your duty to rectify the court and restore integrity to the realm. For the sake of the Ming dynasty, we must prioritize the greater good over trivial matters. The soldiers rallied behind him, echoing the call for reform. Zhu Di sighed deeply, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Very well, given the current state of affairs, I must disregard my father's commands and exit Fengtian Hall to restore order. My lord, the night air is brisk. Allow me to drape this cloak upon you. Zhang Hu produced a resplendent yellow cloak from his robes, shimmering in the candlelight. He unfolded it and approached Zhu Di. Zhu Di narrowed his eyes, stepping back slightly. General Zhang, are you attempting to put me in an unjust position? Your Highness, the people of the realm require your leadership. Zhang Hu pressed forward, fervor igniting in his gaze. I long to serve, my lord. For years I have been but a vice-general, yearning to ascend to the rank of general. Zhu Di's face contorted with inner conflict. What are you doing? You are jeopardizing my position. I shall not wear it. What are you doing? Seize the regent. Zhang Hu commanded, and without hesitation, soldiers advanced to restrain Zhu Di. With resolute determination, Zhang Hu draped the yellow cloak over Zhu Di's shoulders. The prince struggled symbolically for a moment, ultimately resigning himself to having the cloak fastened around him. You are putting me in a difficult position, Zhu Di lamented as he adjusted the cloak. Zhang Hu and his men knelt in unison, the sound of clashing armor resonating powerfully. We pledge our lives and loyalty to the regent. Long live the regent. Long live the emperor. In that instant, they hailed Zhu Di as their emperor. Zhu Di took a deep breath, straightened his back, and the yellow cloak billowed behind him like a banner. In this moment, he was no longer the man confined to his quarters. He was the fierce hero poised to seize the throne. Zhu Di retrieved the imperial seal from his sleeve, caressing it gently, unable to resist the allure it held. Let us proceed to Qinqing Palace, he declared, leading the way. The crowd followed him in a grand procession towards the palace. Outside Xuanwu Gate, a formidable array of cavalry stood in dark formation, their iron armor glinting in the faint light of flickering flames, an air of grim determination pervading the atmosphere. Li Wenzhong, clad in battle armor, stood resolutely at the forefront, coldly observing the swift approach of the loyalist forces. A battalion of several thousand soldiers advanced rapidly. The leading officer, illuminated by the firelight, recognized Li Wenzhong's visage, and his expression shifted dramatically. Before him stood Duke Li Wenzhong, one of the founding generals, renowned for his military prowess and feared across the realm. At this moment, he personally commanded the troops stationed before Xuanwu Gate. This was a man who had risen through sheer merit to claim his place among the 6 founding dukes. Suppressing his trepidation, the officer clasped his fists in salute. Duke, I have heard cannon fire from the palace, and suspect there may be upheaval. I have taken the liberty of bringing my troops to offer aid. Unaware of the duke's presence, Li Wenzhong let out a cold laugh, his voice deep yet imposing. There is no matter at the palace. I have merely come to execute the edict to purge treachery. You need not be alarmed. Withdraw at once. The officer's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his mind racing. Purge treachery? By whose command? Whose treachery must be eradicated? He gritted his teeth and replied, Duke, forgive my frankness, but the matter of purging treachery is of utmost importance. If there is no imperial decree, how can we move our troops to battle? If what you say is true, why not allow us to enter the palace to see His Majesty? Li Wenzhong's gaze hardened, his right hand slowly resting upon the hilt of his sword, his voice turning icy. What? Are you questioning me? The officer's heart quaked, yet duty compelled him to press on. I dare not. But my duty requires that I confirm the safety of the emperor. I cannot comply without assurance. A murderous glint appeared in Li Wenzhong's eyes as he unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, the cold light flashing menacingly at the officer. Impudence. The edict is to eradicate the wicked, not to purge the emperor. His Majesty is unharmed. I shall repeat myself for the last time. Withdraw. Simultaneously, the thousands of iron-clad cavalry drew their swords, the blades gleaming like snow, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending violence as they shouted in unison, Withdraw. The officer turned pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He understood that to advance any further would mean a bloody confrontation. Yet to retreat would be to abandon the palace in turmoil. Bound by loyalty to his sovereign, he could not yield. Eradicate treachery? Duke, I perceive that the purge you speak of is but a guise, while rebellion is your true intent. You obstruct our efforts to aid the emperor. Are you not the one plotting insurrection? The opposing officer's gaze turned icy. Upon hearing this accusation, Li Wenzhong's countenance darkened. Nay, it is you who are the rebels intending to insurrect. If you do not retreat to your camp forthwith, this duke shall quell the rebellion. Let it not be said that I did not forewarn you. Chapter 86. The Incident at Xuanwu Gate, Part 5. Before Xuanwu Gate, the flickering torchlight danced in the wind, casting elongated shadows of the soldiers upon the thick palace walls, resembling a myriad of restless specters. Li Wenzhong reined in his horse at the forefront, his armor reflecting a chilling metallic sheen under the firelight. Behind him stood an imposing formation of 5,000 elite cavalry, each steed meticulously trained, now restlessly pawing the ground, their nostrils exhaling wisps of white mist. The cavalrymen, armed with long spears and sheathed sabers, remained as silent as iron statues, awaiting the command from their commander, Duke Chao. This leader stood before the infantry battalion, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His infantry, now at a numerical disadvantage, faced the cavalry. Should Li Wenzhong command his horsemen to charge in the name of quelling the rebellion, his chances of victory appeared bleak. Li Wenzhong gently stroked the mane of his warhorse. His voice low yet clear, "All soldiers, heed my command. The great standard advances. Prepare to quell the rebellion." Realizing that this adversary would not retreat, he resolved to strike. Yes, the central banner fluttered in the wind, a palpable aura of impending conflict enveloping the air. The cavalry assumed their battle stances, poised to charge at a moment's notice. The leader's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. At 35 years of age, with nearly 2 decades of military experience and countless battles behind him, he had never felt so trapped as he did this night. Protecting the throne was a warrior's duty. Yet if Li Wenzhong's claims of purging the court were true, would his hasty actions not render him a traitor? At that moment, a sudden whinny from Li Wenzhong's warhorse startled the infantry, causing the front line to instinctively take a half-step back. The cavalry's intimidation became evident. There was no need for an actual charge, as the mere restlessness of the horses was enough to instill fear in the infantry. The leader surveyed his surroundings, noticing the trepidation and uncertainty in his soldiers' eyes. They were valiant men, bound by duty to fight for their country. Yet was it worth dying in a conflict among their own? He pondered, regardless of the palace intrigues, this realm belonged to the Zhu family. That could not be changed. The kingdom was not his, but his life was his own. Retreat. Rear ranks to the front, back to the camp. The leader finally made up his mind and issued the command loudly. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly turned and began to retreat in a disorganized formation. Li Wenzhong watched them depart, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. It was best to resolve matters without bloodshed. These soldiers were the elite of the Ming dynasty, essential for future defenses against the remnants of the northern Yuan and the Japanese pirates. He gazed towards the faint lights visible within the palace walls, silently reflecting, "Regent, this is all I can do. Whether you rise to greatness depends on your fortune." Yet, as the dust of their retreat had yet to settle, a rapid sound of hooves approached from the distance, causing Li Wenzhong to furrow his brow and signal the cavalry to be on guard. He soon discerned a force of approximately 2,000 swiftly closing in, led by a commander clad in gleaming silver armor, the red tassels on his helmet fluttering in the wind, none other than Pingyan, one of Zhu Yuanzhang's adopted sons. Pingyan reined in his warhorse 100 paces from the cavalry formation, raising his hand to signal his troops to halt. His piercing gaze swept over the retreating army. "Who are you and what business do you have here?" he demanded sternly. The general, Pingyan, swiftly approached with cupped fists in salute. Addressing General Wang Cheng of the Tengxiang Guard, "We have heard commotion and presumed a rebellion. Hence we came to protect your majesty. However, Duke Chao has assured us that there is no insurrection tonight, only an order to cleanse the court of treachery, bidding us to return to our camp." Upon hearing this, Ping Yan's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean by cleansing the court? This is indeed a rebellion. If Duke Chao obstructs our entry, then he too is a traitor. Tengxiang Guard, heed my command and follow me to rescue the throne. Those who dare to retreat shall face death." With that, Ping Yan unsheathed his sword and bellowed. Wang Cheng, troubled yet compelled by Ping Yan's intimidation, reluctantly replied, "Yes." He then ordered the Tengxiang Guard to yield to Ping Yan's forces, while he discreetly retreated to the rear of the ranks, recognizing that this turmoil had exceeded his control and it would be wiser to preserve himself. After all, Ping Yan was the emperor's adopted son, and he could not afford to offend him. Once the Tingxiang guard parted, Ping Yin's gaze fell upon the disciplined cavalry awaiting behind them, causing him to draw a sharp breath. They were clad entirely in iron armor, impeccably equipped and arranged. Unmistakably seasoned warriors. What struck him further was the unwavering determination etched on the faces of the horsemen, a clear indication that they were no mere rabble gathered in haste. Steeling himself, Ping Yin raised his voice in inquiry. Duke Chao, what is the purpose of your troops stationed at Xuanwu Gate? Li Wenzhong, having anticipated this question, replied with composure, we guard the palace gates to prevent any insurrection from taking advantage of the chaos. You guard the palace gates? By whose command? Ping Yin pressed further. Li Wenzhong smirked slightly. I cannot disclose that. Ping Yin's eyes widened in fury. I am Ping Yin, the emperor's adopted son. Surely, I am not a rebel seeking to storm the palace. Clear the way. I must enter to protect the throne. As the night wind rose, causing the torches to flicker ominously, Li Wenzhong remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing coldly. I too am the emperor's nephew and adopted son. This night, no matter who comes, they will be deemed a rebel. Those who dare to force their way shall face the cannon. With that command, the cavalry formation swiftly parted, revealing the ominous silhouette of the Hongwu cannon behind them, its muzzle aimed directly at Ping Yin's forces, and the gunners prepared to fire. Ping Yin's face drained of color. He was all too aware of the cannon's destructive power. How could mere flesh withstand such might? His soldiers began to stir restlessly, some already inching backward in trepidation. Firearms. Duke Chao, what are you planning? Ping Yin swallowed hard, his voice shaking with a mix of anger and fear. Principles dictated that he should not falter. Yet now those principles lay firmly in Li Wenzhong's grasp. What are principles? The Hongwu cannon embodies those principles. Before the cannon, all are equal. If a shot were fired, it would surely leave him bruised and battered. Li Wenzhong, seated resolutely atop his steed, maintained a stern demeanor. Ping Yin, I shall reiterate. Tonight we are under orders to guard the palace gates. Should you insist on breaching the palace, do not expect any leniency from me. Ping Yin's grip on his sword trembled slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. The Tingxiang guard had retreated to a safe distance, while his own troops exhibited evident low morale. Facing not only the elite cavalry, but also the formidable firepower, reason dictated that a reckless assault would lead only to destruction. Retreat. Ping Yin ordered a retreat. No matter the circumstances, it was unlikely anyone would dare to commit regicide tonight. As long as His Majesty remained alive, everything could be discussed later. Given the current situation, a direct confrontation was unwise. With Ping Yin and his men having retreated, Wang Cheng's eyes brightened as he hurriedly commanded the Tingxiang guards to withdraw. Should accountability arise, he would assert that it was Ping Yin who led the way, and he merely followed suit, allowing Ping Yin to take the brunt of the confrontation. Oh, how clever I am. Chapter 87. The Incident at Xuanwu Gate, Part 6. At this moment within the imperial palace, Zhu Di, draped in a brilliant yellow cloak, marched towards the Qianqing palace accompanied by a formidable entourage. Your Highness, a familiar voice called from the side. Zhu Di turned to see Su deleting a contingent of personal guards, their armor still stained with fresh blood. Father-in-law, how goes it on your end? Zhu Di hastily approached, a rare smile illuminating his face. Su Da, who had been advancing towards the Qianqing palace, encountered Zhu Di in their shared direction. Su Da nodded slightly. The Xuanwu Gate has been secured. Li Wenzhong is outside, keeping the enemy at bay, and the commander of Xuanwu Gate has been captured, with most of the guards defecting. However, we have just received news from Li Wenzhong that Ping Yin and the Tingxiang guards are attempting to breach the palace. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhu Di's eyes. Ping Yin, a confrontation has begun at Xuanwu Gate? A faint smirk appeared on Su Da's lips. No, it hasn't. The Hongwu cannon remains in place. With the Hongwu cannon at hand, and Li Wenzhong still on horseback, Ping Yin's small force cannot stir up much trouble. Zhu Di nodded, redirecting his gaze towards the Qianqing palace. Then let us proceed to meet with Father. The two armies converged like a black torrent towards the Qianqing palace. The imperial guards, witnessing this formidable advance, either knelt in surrender or fled in panic. In but a short time, the Qianqing palace was encircled, with no avenue for escape. Inside the Qianqing palace, Quanta rushed into the main hall, his complexion pale as a sheet. Your Majesty, we are in grave danger. The Duke of Wei and the regent have surrounded the Qianqing palace. On the dragon throne, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly raised his head, wielding a drawn imperial sword that glimmered coldly in the candlelight. His voice was surprisingly calm, as though he had anticipated this moment. Have they arrived? Open the doors and let them in. I wish to see what they intend to do. Your Majesty, what if? And Quanta trembled, attempting to speak. But Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted with a wave of his hand. Since they have already surrounded the Chengzu palace, do you think they will hesitate to burst in if you do not open the doors? Go, issue an edict to open the palace gates. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. Yes. And Quanta trembled in response before staggering back out. Outside the palace gates, Zhu Di and Su De exchanged glances. As the heavy gates creaked open, a complex expression flickered in both their eyes. Zhu Di took a deep breath and stepped forward, with Su De closely following. Several elite guards swiftly surged in, taking control of key positions. Within the main hall of the Chengzu palace, the candles flickered brightly. Zhu Yuanzhang sat majestically on the dragon throne, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, wielding the imperial sword, his piercing gaze fixed on the entrance. When Zhu Di's similarly bright yellow cloak came into view, the corner of Zhu Yuanzhang's eye twitched ever so slightly. Adorned in the yellow robe? Fourth brother, you have indeed achieved greatness. Are you here today to emulate Zhao Kuangyin or to follow in the footsteps of Li Shimin? The voice of Zhu Yuanzhang was low and hoarse, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. His grip on the sword hilt revealed bulging veins, a clear indication of his effort to suppress his rage. Zhu Di stood firmly in the center of the hall, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Father, you flatter me. I can embody Zhao Kuangyin. And I can also be Li Shimin. It primarily depends on your cooperation. Since you have discerned my intentions, let us speak plainly. Do you prefer to maintain your dignity? Or shall I assist you in preserving it? The atmosphere in the hall felt as if it had solidified. Su De stood half a step behind Zhu Di, his hand resting on the sword hilt, his vigilant gaze sweeping across the room, while Quanta curled up in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhu Yuanzhang slowly rose, the tip of the celestial sword tapping against the golden bricked floor, producing a crisp sound. What is it that you desire? I wish to become the crown prince, to command the armies of the realm. I also seek to make decisions regarding military and state affairs. Zhu Di articulated each word with clarity, his voice echoing within the vast hall. A flicker of pain crossed Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. To become crown prince, what of your elder brother, Zhu Biao? Zhu Biao, the gentle and refined crown prince, had been the apple of Zhu Yuanzhang's eye, now standing as the most acute point of contention between father and son. Zhu Di shook his head gently, a cruel calmness gracing his features. He shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. Zhu Di, do you dare to slay your brother? Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in fury, raising the celestial sword, its point aimed directly at Zhu Di. His face contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze. Yet Zhu Di remained composed, even smiling faintly. No, 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 father. How could I possibly slay my brother? Do you possess any evidence to support such an accusation? This blatant provocation incited Zhu Yuanzhang's anger to a boiling point. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze shifted to Su De, disbelief etched on his face. Kinda, we have treated you well. As the chief of the dukes, holding the highest position among the ministers, why do you support him in rebelling against me? Su De, the comrade who had fought alongside Zhu Yuanzhang to establish the dynasty, now bore a countenance as stern as iron. After a moment of silence, he replied, Elder brother, at this juncture, does it truly matter? Draft the edict swiftly. These words struck Zhu Yuanzhang like a dagger to the heart, causing him to stagger back a step. Steadying himself against the dragon throne, his gaze returned to Zhu Di. Zhu Laosi, do you intend to emulate Li Shimin, to slay your brother and usurp the throne? Are you not afraid of incurring the world's scorn, of being condemned through the ages? Zhu Di burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the hall. Slaying my brother to seize power? I am, in fact, acting in accordance with heaven's will. Father, do you recognize this? Zhu Di produced an object from his sleeve, and under the candlelight, a jade seal shimmered brightly. The inscription in clerical script read the Great Wei's imperial seal of the Han dynasty, the broken dragon horn clearly visible, with traces of gold used to mend it. This distinctive feature could only belong to the imperial seal, a symbol of the supreme power bestowed by heaven. For the first time, Zhu Yuanzhang's voice wavered as he uttered, the imperial seal. Zhu Di stepped forward, his gaze intense. Father, the mandate of heaven is with me. I shall act upon it. Who dares to defy me? If you were to decree my ascension as the crown prince now, I would ensure your peaceful enjoyment of your twilight years. Otherwise, the implications of Zhu Di's unspoken words were all too clear. Within the Chengzu palace, a father and son stood in opposition, the balance of the Ming dynasty teetering precariously. The mandate of heaven appeared to be shifting towards Zhu Di, and in that moment, his dragon visage seemed to manifest fully. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed upon his previously underestimated fourth son, experiencing for the first time the chilling realization that this child was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. While he was wary of his second son and suspicious of his third, it was the seemingly ineffectual fourth son who emerged as the greatest dark horse. Slowly, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the dragon throne, the imperial sword clattering to the ground, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Endowed by heaven, may our reign be everlasting as we expel the barbarian invaders, restore the Middle Kingdom, and recreate the splendor of China, our achievements soaring to the heavens. Why does this mandate not favor us? Why, oh heavens, what have I done to deserve this? Chapter 88. Seizing Power, now within reach witnessing Zhu Yuanzhang's plight. Suda let out a long, sorrowful sigh. Heaven's calamity may be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortunes are inexcusable. You find yourself in this predicament, driven from your throne by your own son, and his potential success is a testament to the loss of the people's support. Suda observed the scene before him, his throat constricting, ultimately releasing a deep sigh as he lowered his gaze, unable to endure the sight of the once mighty emperor in such a disheartened state. Zhu Di stood tall in the hall, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon his father. He noticed the deepening wrinkles at the corners of Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes illuminated by the candlelight. Yet at that moment, Zhu Di felt no compassion, only resolve. Father, the feudal mindset cannot govern the realm. You may draft your decree, but my elder brother is weak and ineffectual. Should he inherit the throne, he would lead the Ming dynasty into an irretrievable abyss, Zhu Di declared to Zhu Yuanzhang. Historically, the reputation of the Ming dynasty was quite dismal. Had it not been for Chengzu's demise on Coal Mountain, which momentarily lifted the Ming's standing, and the subsequent rise of the Manchus for comparison, the Ming would not have been regarded favorably. The suicide of Chengzu, the emperor safeguarding the nation, exemplified a ruler's sacrifice for the state, raising the Ming to a height that did not rightfully belong to it. It was merely the presence of the Manchus that cast a favorable light on the Ming. Indeed, the Hongwu period was not without its flaws, as Zhu Yuanzhang had conveyed to the populace that dying of hunger was a form of fortune, a relatively comfortable demise. According to the imperial edict on the fabrication of disorder during the Yuan dynasty's peaceful times, the wealthy had no worries, and the poor found solace in their plight. Even amidst natural disasters and famine, those who perished from starvation did not die by the sword, if forced by war to leap from cliffs or rush into flames. Were those who succumbed to hunger not merely choosing a more leisurely death? What this implies is that Zhu Yuanzhang told the people that poverty could possess its own joys. And compared to being slain by the sword in chaotic times, dying of hunger or cold in peaceful times was indeed a blessing, a more comfortable way to depart from life. How ironic it is that Zhu Yuanzhang remarked that although the Yuan dynasty was led by barbarian invaders, within a century, the population flourished, and his ancestors enjoyed peace. If the people thrived, and his forefathers relished in tranquility, then when they perished from hunger, it must have been a comfortable end, devoid of suffering, especially considering the various national policies Zhu Yuanzhang had implemented. The demise of the Ming dynasty can be attributed fundamentally to Zhu Yuanzhang. He established the ancestral teachings of the Ming dynasty, constraining future emperors to adhere to his prescribed regulations, believing this would ensure the longevity of the empire. In these teachings, Zhu Yuanzhang sternly cautioned his descendants, "Let none among you, my progeny, presume to be clever and disrupt the laws I have established. Not a single character shall be altered." This directive essentially stifled development and impeded progress. It also served as a primary catalyst for Zhu Di's rebellion, as he sought to rectify the chaos before Zhu Yuanzhang could finalize his convoluted edicts, steering the Ming dynasty back onto a righteous path. When Zhu Di staged the coup at Xuanwu Gate, it was with the intent to seize power. However, he understood the necessity of first ascending to the position of crown prince rather than directly forcing Zhu Yuanzhang to abdicate. It was imperative to transition through the title of crown prince before claiming the throne, thus ensuring a semblance of legitimacy. Upon hearing Zhu Di request his drafting of an imperial edict, Zhu Yuanzhang's murky eyes suddenly became bloodshot, resembling a cornered beast driven to desperation. "If I do not elevate you to crown prince, do you dare to commit regicide?" Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was hoarse, each syllable emerging with great effort. the veins on his frail hands bulging prominently. Zhu Di's expression turned icy at these words, the flickering candlelight within the hall casting erratic shadows across his face. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly, the sound of his boots striking the ground resounding starkly in the oppressive silence of the hall. I would not dare to slay my sovereign father. Yet one must be cautious of the unclean waters in the Tay pool during your evening strolls, for you have imparted such wisdom to me in the past. Surely you recall the fate of the Ming prince? How did that young prince meet his demise? You were set to establish a kingdom, sending Liao Yongle to retrieve him to reign supreme. Yet, as the vessel traversed Guazhou, it mysteriously sank, drowning the prince. However, Liao Yongle returned alive. How dare you? Upon hearing Zhu Di's words, Zhu Yuanzhang erupted in rage, sweeping a teacup from the table with a single motion, shards of porcelain scattering. He was seized by a violent cough, unable to suppress the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, a crimson trickle escaping from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Di observed his father's disarray with an unyielding gaze, then clapped his hands 3 times, the sharp sound echoing ominously within the hall, resonating like a death knell upon Zhu Yuanzhang's heart. The doors of the hall opened in response, revealing an armored warrior striding in, bearing a gilded tray. The clanking of armor sent chills down one's spine, while the bright yellow silk upon the tray caused Zhu Yuanzhang's pupils to constrict. Zhu Biao had even prepared yellow silk? A full-fledged rebellion, it seemed. Father, my patience cannot withstand much more strain. Should you fail to comply, my elder brother's family will undoubtedly take the lead and wait for you below. Zhu Yuanzhang trembled violently, the armrests of the dragon throne creaking under his grip as he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Di's eyes. Astonished that Zhu Di would dare to use the lives of Zhu Biao's family as leverage against him. You ungrateful wretch. Zhu Yuanzhang's throat constricted, suddenly tasting the iron-like tang of blood. He noticed the soldiers behind Zhu Di stealthily placing their hands upon their swords, and at that moment, the aged monarch's hands trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from a tempestuous blend of fury and helplessness. Zhu Di had already grasped the ink stick, producing a jarring sound as he ground it upon the Duan inkstone. Father, behold, the ink is of perfect consistency, just as your words must flow. For if the ink dries, it would be too late, and the fate of my elder brother's family would be sealed. At that moment, as Zhu Yuanzhang closed his eyes, a tear of sorrow fell upon the yellow silk. You are ruthless. Let us write. Trembling, Zhu Yuanzhang lifted the brush, and as the tip descended, the vermilion ink suddenly spread like a droplet of blood upon the silk. Each character he inscribed felt as though it gouged at his very heart, particularly when he reached the name of his 4th son, Di. His wrist halted abruptly as he sighed, yet he could only continue writing. He completed a lengthy decree of enfeoffment, proclaiming Zhu Di as the crown prince. At that moment, Suda entered the study of Qianqing Palace, bringing forth the imperial seal. For Zhu Yuanzhang's decree required the illustrious seal of the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, please use the seal. Su Da's words ignited further fury within Zhu Yuanzhang. Yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If he did not affix it, they would do so themselves. Zhu Yuanzhang took the imperial seal and decisively pressed it upon the decree. In that instant, as the seal came down heavily, he seemed to glimpse the decaying scales of an azure dragon slowly bowing its head from the beams of the Fengtian Hall. The power Zhu Di sought had been grasped. Chapter 89. The decree secured as Zhu Yuanzhang's trembling hand withdrew from the seal, Zhu Di swiftly advanced, nearly snatching the yellow silk decree from him. His long fingers eagerly unfurled the silk, verifying each word against the flickering candlelight within the hall. His pupils brightened with each line read, and a smile crept uncontrollably across his lips, the muscles of his face twitching with suppressed joy. Thank you, father. Zhu Di's voice rose suddenly, echoing through the vast hall as he solemnly handed the decree to Su Da at his side. Are you satisfied now? Zhu Yuanzhang remarked, gazing at Zhu Di's triumphant smile. As Zhu Di turned, the hem of his dragon robe sliced through the air with an imposing arc. He was indeed pleased. Tonight, as the night air grows cool, father, you have unfortunately caught a chill. Henceforth, you shall recuperate in the Qianqing Palace. For I too fell ill quite suddenly and benefited from the tranquility of the palace. Zhu Di emphasized the word illness, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, he prepared to leave, but just as he was about to step over the threshold, Zhu Yuanzhang's hoarse voice erupted. Where do you think you are going? Zhu Yuanzhang rose, propped against the dragon table, the still wet vermilion ink smudging his sleeve like a fresh bloodstain. To the Eastern Palace. Zhu Di replied without looking back. His tall figure cast in the moonlight upon the vermilion steps, elongated like a sword drawn from its sheath. In a fit of rage, Zhu Yuanzhang overturned the dragon table, ink and paper scattering across the floor. Veins bulged on his pale forehead, throbbing violently as a harsh cough interrupted his furious shout. A streak of blood trickling down his white beard. "You lack integrity," he wheezed. Zhu Di finally turned slowly, the flickering firelight illuminating half his face, rendering his eyes eerily reminiscent of Zhu Yuanzhang. His voice was unnaturally soft as he stepped forward, his iron boots shattering the inkstone beneath him, and with his next step, he crushed the scattered memorials, the soles of his leather boots stained with fresh ink. "Your Majesty, when did I, your son, ever say that if you penned the edict to establish a new crown prince, I would spare the life of the former heir? It seems I have only mentioned that should you refrain from doing so, I would seek the demise of his entire family. Yes? He is your own flesh and blood. Your elder brother." Zhu Yuanzhang clutched his chest, feeling a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. Zhu Di chuckled softly. "Your elder brother? Historically, the deposed crown prince has never met a favorable fate. If my elder brother lives, those who support him will cling to him like maggots. Father, did you not just inquire whether I aim to emulate Zhao Kuangyin or Li Shimin? Allow me to clarify my stance. When I don the yellow robe, I am Zhao Kuangyin. However, in matters concerning my elder brother and nephew, I must embody Li Shimin." With that, Zhu Di tightened the yellow robe around him and turned towards the Eastern Palace. "I take my leave." Suda bowed to Zhu Yuanzhang and then followed Zhu Di out. Zhu Yuanzhang, rising with fury, attempted to pursue them, only to be restrained by two armored guards. Tears, muddied and tumultuous, streamed down his face as he watched Zhu Di's figure meld into the night, illuminated by the flickering flames outside. "Zhu Di, halt! Can you bear to let your mother grieve for her son? Your elder brother is your kin, your flesh and blood." These words caused a fleeting moment of rigidity in Zhu Di's posture. Yet, the next instant, he raised his hand, signaling his soldiers. The sound of taut bowstrings echoed ominously, the glint of countless arrowheads shimmering in the moonlight. Without a backward glance, Zhu Di's chilling voice drifted on the wind. "Should you step even half a pace out of Qianqing Palace, you know what may ensue amidst the chaos. Do not claim you were not forewarned." With that, Zhu Di turned and proceeded towards the Eastern Palace, unyielding to Zhu Yuanzhang's words. To achieve great ambitions, even kin may be sacrificed. The path of an emperor is inherently brutal and sanguinary. Speaking of familial bonds in the royal family, does the royal family even possess such sentiments? The so-called affection is merely the estrangement shared by those of the same bloodline. Zhu Di, tonight's coup at Xuanwu Gate has already succeeded halfway. Having acquired Zhu Yuanzhang's edict to establish a new crown prince, all that remains is to eliminate Zhu Biao. And then all will be well. The coup at Xuanwu Gate will be deemed a triumphant success. Zhu Di marched resolutely towards the Eastern Palace. The Eastern Palace was eerily silent. Not a single guard in sight. Zhu Di frowned, gesturing for his loyal soldiers to force open the grand doors. With a resounding crash, the crimson gates swung wide, and the flickering torchlight flooded the hall. To everyone's astonishment, Crown Prince Zhu Biao sat alone in the center of the main hall. A pot of tea and 2 cups placed before him. Dressed formally in the regalia of a crown prince, his demeanor was calm, as if merely awaiting a tardy guest. The sounds of conflict within the palace had reached Zhu Biao's ears, and he had surmised the situation. Since they came for him, where could he hide? He was already confined within the Eastern Palace. The blood of dozens of ministers stained the palace gates, yet there had been no explanation thus far. However, tonight an explanation must be given. Zhu Biao lifted his gaze, his voice gentle, even laced with a hint of mirth. "Fourth brother, you have arrived. The tea is freshly brewed. If you delay further, it will grow cold." Zhu Di's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, suspecting the presence of an ambush. "Elder brother, what a refined interest you have, indulging in tea at such an hour," he remarked. Zhu Biao gestured towards the chair opposite him, aware that his fourth brother would inevitably arrive that night, and invited him to sit. "It has been a long time since we spoke privately." Suda seized Zhu Di's arm, warning, "Your Highness, delay may lead to unforeseen changes." Zhu Di retorted, "What harm is there in allowing him a moment to utter his last words?" He approached Zhu Biao and took a seat across from him. With a cold smirk, Zhu Di questioned. Elder brother, you appear composed. Why is it that I do not see sister-in-law and my esteemed nephew Xiongning? They have gone to the Empress. Zhu Biao candidly replied. If you intend to kill me, there is no need to involve them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di's expression shifted slightly. Xiongning is currently at Kunning Palace? That complicates matters. He recalled the saying, the youngest son, the eldest grandson, the matriarch's lifeblood. Zhu Xiongning, as the legitimate grandson of the emperor, bore the esteemed blood of the Ma, Chong, Lan, and Zhu families. His life was of utmost importance. It is imperative that he survives. Zhu Di stated matter-of-factly. Father has already named me crown prince. What more do you have to say? The hour grows late, and we must depart. Zhu Biao calmly poured tea, retorting, named crown prince? As long as father remains in sound mind, he will not alter the succession. I am the true heir in his heart. Fourth brother, you compelled father to draft that edict, did you not? Zhu Di abruptly drew his sword, its cold gleam flashing as its tip pressed against Zhu Biao's throat. And what of it? History has always favored the victor. Zhu Biao remained unfazed, sipping his tea with indifference. Do you truly wish to become the second Li Shimin? To slay your brother and imprison your father? Are you not afraid of how history will judge you? Judgment by history? What concern is that of mine? Zhu Di interrupted him. If I were to care about such judgments, why would I rebel? The original Zhu Di pondered. Can my lifetime of achievements truly absolve my sins? The current Zhu Di mused. The annals of history will record my triumphs and failures. As for right and wrong, let posterity make the assessment. Fourth brother, do you understand why my position as crown prince is unassailable? Zhu Biao inquired, gazing intently at Zhu Di. Zhu Di replied, it is simply favoritism. Both father and mother favor you, the legitimate heir. Zhu Biao shook his head. No, it is because you resemble father too closely. Father fought to establish our dynasty. What he requires now is a ruler like me, one who will safeguard the realm, not an expansionist conqueror. You, along with the second and third brothers, are ill-suited for such a role. Your ascension would lead to territorial expansion, but the welfare of the people would suffer, and thus father will not choose you. Fourth brother, you see only power but overlook the accompanying responsibilities. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhu Di's eyes. Refrain from your lectures. After tonight, the Ming shall be under my dominion, and you will only be able to gaze upon it from the depths. His words were not mere jest. Do you truly aspire to be emperor? Have you already chosen your temple name and regnal title? Yongle, what a melodious title it is. You once declared that it signifies a hope for everlasting peace for the people of Huaxia. But can you accomplish this? Your expansion will inevitably lead to suffering and ruin, even to the brink of war. If one were to claim the necessity of a formidable sovereign as the emperor, you, the second and third, would indeed be suitable candidates. However, the future of the great Ming dynasty demands governance through culture and intellect. None of you three is fit for such a role. Should you ascend to the throne, you would merely become a warlike emperor, a mighty ruler, yet a tyrant. Silence. Zhu Di admonished sharply, his sword's tip lowering slightly. Zhu Biao sighed. Duke Wei, after fighting alongside my father to establish this realm, do you truly wish to witness it plunged into the abyss by the fourth brother? Suda slowly shook his head. You speak of fairness, and he speaks of fairness. Yet, the essence of justice remains known only to heaven. The future is beyond my sight. At my age, I can hardly foresee how many years remain, and I find myself yearning for one final opportunity to bask in glory before indulging in the joys of family. The rest shall be left to posterity. Each generation has its own fortune. Let us not toil for our descendants like beasts of burden. I shall not concern myself with what lies ahead. Suda continued to shake his head. As for the matters to come, how could I possibly fret over them? My only desire is for one last chance to ascend, to be honored and esteemed, to claim my own kingdom. Once I become a king of a different surname, I shall retire to enjoy my twilight years, cherishing my grandchildren. Enough said. I have spoken my piece. If there is nothing more, brother, you may embark on your journey. After your passing, I shall ensure that the mausoleum for the crown prince at Zhongshan is built for you, preserving the last vestige of our brotherly bond. Zhu Di rose, and Suda raised his hand. The archers behind them drew their bows, aiming at Zhu Biao, awaiting but a command to eliminate the former crown prince amidst the chaos. Zhu Biao suddenly smiled. Fourth brother, I have always envied you. You embody our father's valor and decisiveness, willing to act and bear the consequences. Meanwhile, I remain the dutiful crown prince, and truthfully, I am weary. From my youth, I have wielded no power. Though seemingly favored, the affection has been but an illusion. You, however, have been granted fiefs and wield military authority, ruling your own domains. My father cherishes me, yet he does not trust me. Though I was appointed as regent, I possess no real power. Since the first year of Hongwu, when I was named crown prince, I have lived within a gilded cage. My father provided me with the finest tutors, the most splendid palaces, and the most exquisite luxuries, yet he forbade me from touching true power. He encouraged my studies but prohibited me from engaging in politics, allowed me to oversee the state, but insisted that I seek his counsel on every matter. The official designation of my territory is that of a fiefdom. He rose from humble beginnings. How could he ever relinquish authority? He desires to grasp every ounce of power within his hands, to have the world bend to his will. Even if you are the crown prince, the heir to the empire, before his demise, you remain merely his son. You cannot assume the mantle of the empire's successor, Zhu Di stated calmly. Zhu Biao nodded, exhaling deeply, straightening his posture, a look of relief washing over his face. Indeed, enough said, let us proceed. You have reached this juncture. There is no turning back. Since the day I was proclaimed crown prince, I too have been unable to retreat. It is either to strive or to perish. Such is the game of power. Once commenced, one cannot withdraw midway. One either exits the stage or faces death. As the crown prince, my exit would ultimately mean death. Give your command. Zhu Biao calmly spread his arms, embracing the impending rain of arrows. Do you aspire to be like Li Shimin? In the midnight dreams to come. Will you not be often awakened by the slaughter of this night? Will you not require someone to guard the door to find peace in slumber? Zhu Di hesitated no longer. Brother, safe travels. With that, Zhu Di raised his hand, and the soldiers drew their bows. As Zhu Di lowered his hand, arrows rained down. Zhu Biao did not flinch. When the first arrow pierced his shoulder, he even smiled. More arrows followed, and his body fell back like a marionette severed from its strings, collapsing into a pool of blood. The dying Zhu Biao struggled to lift his head, blood seeping from his lips, yet he wore that peculiar smile. Fourth brother, remember, the dragon throne is cold, chilling to the bone. If your heart is not colder than it, you will not be able to sit upon it. The fratricide and the imprisonment of our father are merely the beginning of your slaughter. With that, Zhu Biao slowly closed his eyes. Suda hurried forward to support Zhu Di. Your Highness, are you unhurt? Ordering the execution of his own brother. Suda was concerned that Zhu Di might indeed emulate Li Shimin, haunted by nightmares and sleepless nights, tormented by visions of Zhu Biao seeking revenge. However, Zhu Di's expression remained placid as he turned to the soldiers. Who can tell me how my brother met his end? Upon hearing this, several soldiers exchanged glances. One bold soldier stepped forward and spoke to the crown prince. The former crown prince, upon hearing of the turmoil in the palace, inadvertently wandered into the battlefield and was accidentally slain by stray arrows. Good, remember that. Whenever anyone asks you, that shall be your answer. Do you understand? Zhu Di commanded. Yes, your highness. The soldiers replied in unison. Zhu Di looked at Suda, and their eyes met. Suda understood and nodded, indicating that they would handle matters themselves that night. Leave no one from the eastern palace. Zhu Di instructed as he walked towards the outer halls. Understood, replied the assembly. As Suda followed Zhu Di out, a massacre erupted within the eastern palace. Upon exiting, Zhu Di directed the soldiers surrounding the eastern palace. Let us proceed to Kuan Palace. My nephew awaits me there. Chapter 91. Zhu Di, break the door. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the eaves and brackets of the Forbidden City. Kuan Palace, a symbol of imperial motherhood, now resembled an isolated island, besieged by tides of slaughter and despair. Clad in a blood-stained yellow robe, Zhu Di was flanked by Suda and a pack of fierce soldiers, their heavy footsteps shattering the tranquility of the palace grounds. The two heavy vermilion doors of Kuan Palace stood resolutely closed, a silent, final barrier. Zhu Di raised his chin slightly, with a mere glance. A loyal guard stepped forward, his iron knuckles rapping heavily against the door knocker. The dull thuds echoed eerily in the stillness of the night, reminiscent of a funeral bell-less toll. Yet, within, there was only silence, devoid of even the faintest echo, save for the mournful whisper of the night wind brushing against the eaves. Suda furrowed his brows, stepping forward with a voice low and tinged with an imperceptible anxiety. Your Highness, the Empress has refused to see anyone. This is her stance. She has always cherished the crown prince. and it seems she is resolutely determined to protect Zhu Xiangying. His gaze swept over the tightly closed palace doors, and he let out a long, heavy sigh. The lack of response was already quite telling. Zhu Di should know when to restrain himself. His youngest son, his eldest grandson, the very lifeblood of the matriarch. How could the empress ever consent to let Zhu Xiangying be taken away and then killed before her very eyes? Zhu Di stood with his hands clasped behind him, his silhouette elongated and frozen in the flickering firelight. The sanguine aura of the Xuanwu Gate incident still lingered. His father, Zhu Yuanzhang, now confined to the depths of the palace, and his elder brother, the crown prince Zhu Biao, had met a tragic end. Now, only this 2-year-old nephew remained. The legitimate grandson, Zhu Xiangying, the last sapling of the Zhu Biao bloodline. To cut the grass without uprooting it is to allow it to sprout again with the spring breeze. The survival of this legitimate grandson posed an endless threat to him. The usurping regent king. Under Zhu Di's throne, such a latent danger could not be tolerated. The unfortunate Lady Chong, his elder sister-in-law, fled in haste to Kuanning Palace with her young child, seeking the empress's protection. Zhu Di was acutely aware of the empress's deep affection for Xiangying. This legitimate grandson had absorbed all her tenderness in her twilight years. At this moment, the tightly shut palace doors severed the bond of kinship from the cold grasp of power, thrusting Zhu Di to the precipice of a direct confrontation with the empress. Zhu Di swallowed hard, the last vestige of hesitation in his eyes consumed by a chilling resolve. He slowly spoke, his voice low yet as sharp as an ice-forged blade, resolutely declaring 2 words, break in. Regardless of what he faced, Zhu Di was determined to strangle this threat in its cradle. Zhu Xiangying's lineage was too pure. If he were to live, the Chong family, the Lan family, and all those who supported Zhu Biao would never cease their resistance. They would rally behind Zhu Xiangying to challenge him, and thus Zhu Di could neither allow nor afford for Zhu Xiangying to survive. Suda abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Your Highness, this is Kuanning Palace, he nearly shouted, his voice quivering with trepidation. To break into Kuanning Palace? Such an act would be a profound transgression against the Empress Dowager. The Empress's virtuous and benevolent nature had graced the realm. Su Da's respect and loyalty compelled him to instinctively resist this command. Zhu Di did not cast a glance at him, his gaze fixed firmly on the closed door as if he intended to pierce through it. He reiterated clearly, each word falling like a hammer, I have said, break in. The undeniable weight of his voice rendered the air around them almost palpable. Su Da's complexion turned ashen. Yet he understood that from the moment Zhu Di crossed the threshold of the Xuanwu Gate, there was no turning back. The path of kings is paved with the bones of the fallen, leaving no room for a woman's compassion. Should Zhu Xiangying remain alive, Zhu Di's throne would be as precarious as an egg, liable to shatter at any moment. To spare a thread today would lead to a sea of blood tomorrow. Suda closed his eyes in anguish, and when he opened them again, only the iron resolve of a soldier remained, mingled with helplessness. Suda inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the chill of the night, and with a heavy sweep of his arm, he uttered a single word, charge. The soldiers behind him, fierce as wolves, responded in unison, their voices reverberating against the eaves. They swiftly formed a line, shoulders pressed together, feet firmly planted. Time and again, with their ironclad shoulders and formidable physiques, they hurled themselves against the door of the Kuanning Palace, a symbol of ultimate nobility, with reckless abandon. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision resonated like a heavy hammer striking the heart, dull yet terrifying, the immense sound tearing apart the last vestiges of tranquility within the palace, utterly shattering the remnants of hope within Empress Ma's heart. Inside the hall, the flickering candlelight danced uneasily, casting the Empress's aged and sorrowful figure upon the grand screen. Swaying violently, the relentless thuds against the door struck at her heart, causing her to stagger. She clutched tightly to the innocent and terrified Zhu Xiangying, whose small face had gone pale with fear, forgetting even to cry as her murky tears cascaded uncontrollably. Zhu Di's presence here signified that her son, Zhu Biao, had already met with disaster. But was that not enough? Even a 2-year-old child, the only direct bloodline of her eldest son, was not spared by this heartless fourth prince. Was there a determination to eradicate every last remnant? Empress Ma lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the intricate painted beams above, once symbols of fortune and peace, now appearing to her as cold mockery. Heaven, Is this the price of obtaining this vast empire? She questioned fiercely, her voice echoing through the vast hall, yet receiving no answer, only the continuous, soul-chilling sound of impacts from outside responding in kind. For the sake of that icy dragon throne, had kin turned against kin, fathers against sons, brothers spilling blood. Was this truly the cost of fate? Was this the conclusion of her lifelong struggles alongside Zhu Yuanzhang? An overwhelming sense of desolation and despair engulfed her entirely. Nearby, the crown princess, Lady Chong, had already collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, clutching her speechless daughter tightly to her chest. She clutched at Empress Ma's garment as if it were a lifeline, yet she was painfully aware of its fragility in the face of this tempest of power. She gazed at her mother-in-law as oblivious child, her eyes hollow, as if her very soul had been extracted. This was the daughter of herself and Zhu Biao, destined to be titled the Princess of Chengzu. Having been born only a few months prior, Zhu Biao and Lady Chong had 4 sons and 4 daughters. The eldest, Zhu Xiangying, the second, Princess of Chengzu, the third, Princess Yiluan, and the fourth, Zhu Yuanzhang. Lady Chong had perished during the birth of Zhu Yuanzhang, not in the throes of labor, but 11 days afterward due to sudden hemorrhaging. Subsequently, the L family hastily elevated their status, announcing that Lady Chong had succumbed to illness despite medical efforts. Chapter 92. Mother. Xiangying must die with a resounding crash and flying splinters. The heavy palace doors of Ning could no longer withstand the violent onslaught and burst open with a thunderous roar. A chilling night breeze, laden with the scent of blood and rust, suddenly swept into the hall, causing the candle flames to flicker wildly, nearly extinguishing them. Dozens of armored soldiers, wielding sharp blades, surged into the courtyard like a relentless tide, swiftly occupying the corridors and gardens. With swords drawn and cold glimmers flashing, they completely surrounded the main hall of Ning Palace. Yet, none dared to breach the threshold of the hall. They stood resolute, their iron armor and vigilant gazes forming an impenetrable barrier between the inside and the outside. It was clear they all knew who resided within. They neither dared nor could intrude. In the oppressive silence rife with foreboding, Zhu Di raised his head high and stepped over the shattered threshold, entering this sanctuary that represented the apex of the empire's maternal power. His footsteps were steady and forceful, each step resonating with the taut nerves of those within. Suda followed closely behind, yet he kept his head bowed, unwilling to meet the gaze of those inside, as if that gaze bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. The scene within stung Zhu Di's senses, the desperate and furious eyes of Empress Ma, the sorrow of his sister-in-law, Lady Chong, who lay crumpled on the floor, and the bewildered gaze of his nephew Zhu Xiangying, nestled in the arms of the Empress, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Zhu Di's fingertips subtly curled beneath the cold armor, only to be forcibly suppressed. He halted before the Empress, seated regally upon her phoenix throne, and with a customary bow, addressed her in a voice devoid of warmth. Your son humbly wishes for your long-lasting peace and prosperity. Suda also bowed deeply, his voice heavy. I, Suda, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Empress Ma suddenly lifted her gaze, tears still shimmering on her cheeks, yet her eyes glinted like blades tempered in fire, piercing Zhu Di. Her voice trembled with extreme anger and sorrow, yet retained an unassailable authority. Peace? Fourth brother, how splendidly you wear that bright yellow robe. Stained with your brother's blood, does it still keep you warm? How can you expect me to find peace? How can you dare to seek it? Each word struck Zhu Di like lashes upon his face. Zhu Di slowly straightened, meeting his mother's gaze, where a tumult of complex emotions simmered beneath an icy resolve. He sidestepped the inquiry regarding the yellow robe, his voice unwavering. I do not wish to disturb your tranquility, mother. Simply entrust Xiangying to me, and I shall depart at once, never to intrude upon your peace again. The Empress nearly howled, clutching Zhu Xiangying tighter as if to fuse him into her very being. The sudden force discomforted the young child, eliciting a faint whimper that only added to the sorrowful atmosphere. You shall not. You have killed your brother. Is that not enough? Xiangying is but 2 years old. 2 years. What does he understand? How could he possibly threaten you? Spare his life. For the sake of your brother, preserve a strand of his bloodline. Grant the Zhu family a shred of kinship. Is this too much to ask? Fourth brother. Zhu Di's gaze fell upon the cherubic face of Zhu Xiangying, so reminiscent of his late brother Zhu Biao, and the child's innocent eyes pricked him like needles. Yet, he swiftly averted his gaze. staring into the boundless darkness beyond the hall, as if to reaffirm the path he had chosen. Slowly he shook his head, each word emerging with a weight that seemed to crush the very air around him, imbued with undeniable cruelty. I find it impossible to comply. Xiong must die. The resolute declaration of Zhu Di, Zhou Xiong must die, pierced through the last vestige of warmth in Kunning Palace like an icy stalactite. The hall was instantly engulfed in an oppressive silence. Even the faint whimpers of a child were frozen by this chilling aura. Empress Ma's body trembled violently. As if struck by an invisible sledgehammer, she clutched Zhu Xiong tightly, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip, quaking in despair. In her murky, tear-filled eyes, anger, hopelessness, and disbelief converged into a near-manic sorrow. You wretched son, he is your own nephew, the flesh and blood of your elder brother. Zhu Di, where is your heart? Has it been devoured by a dog? Or has it been ruthlessly excised by this yellow robe you wear? Do you wish for the empire of the Ming dynasty to forever be soaked in the blood of your own kin? Is the lesson of the Xuanwu Gate incident not enough? Since Li Shimin, the throne of the Li Tang has seen fathers poisoned by sons, brothers slaughtered in endless strife. Do you desire your descendants to follow this path? Faced with Empress Ma's piercing inquiries, Zhu Di's voice remained steady, albeit tinged with an imperceptible rasp, as if he were suppressing something profound. He once again cast his gaze upon Zhu Xiong in Empress Ma's embrace, his expression devoid of warmth. The mandate of heaven is inviolable, and one must eradicate all threats to it. This is not a matter of personal grievance, but of state. Mother, please relinquish Xiong to me. Do not put me in a difficult position. Empress Ma seemed to have heard the most ludicrous jest in the world. Difficult position? You storm into the palace, shattering its gates, with swords drawn against your mother and your defenseless nephew. Is this what you call difficulty? Zhu Di, is your notion of hardship to pave your ascension with your own nephew's blood? Very well. What a grand notion of inviolability. What a splendid state affair. Then today, you shall cross over your mother's corpse if you wish to touch a single hair on Xiong. The glint of swords outside cast a harsh light upon Empress Ma's aged yet resolute face, her fierce maternal instinct momentarily halting the atmosphere of impending violence. Suda bowed his head even lower, nearly burying it in his chest, his grip on the hilt of his sword trembling slightly. The muscles beneath his armor taut with tension. This seasoned warrior found himself in an unprecedented torment. Torn between his beloved elder sister and the new sovereign poised to ascend to the throne. Loyalty and righteousness were at an impasse, each step taken upon the sharp edge of a blade. Fourth uncle, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Suddenly, Zhu Xiong in Empress Ma's arms reached out to Zhu Di, his innocent, dependent call causing Zhu Di's brow to furrow. At merely 2 years old, Zhu Xiong could already speak and seemed to recognize people. Crown Prince, Your Majesty. Upon hearing Zhu Xiong's words, Suda's heart raced with alarm. Fearful that Zhu Di might soften in this moment, Suda's voice carried a subtle plea, a reminder that this was a critical juncture where leniency could not be afforded. The titles of Crown Prince and Your Majesty were not merely honorifics. They firmly thrust Zhu Di onto the throne, demanding he embody the ruthless demeanor required of an emperor. Zhu Di's heart could not yield to compassion. To reign, one must endure and sever all ties. Once crowned, familial bonds must be severed. Yet, Zhu Di's heart remained unyielding. For the struggle for power was merciless. Compassion and leniency will only lead to one's own demise. Zhu Di's tone remained icy as he declared, Mother, Xiong must perish. Jiangdu may live. Chapter 93. Zhu Di, summon the men. Upon hearing Zhu Di's frigid words, Empress Ma clutched Zhu Xiong tightly, tears cascading onto the child's delicate face. No, fourth brother, I implore you. Spare your nephew, cried Consort Chang, her voice breaking as she knelt before Zhu Di. Zhu Di, with hands clasped behind his back, sighed deeply. Come forth. Your subordinate is here. 2 loyal guards, stationed outside the hall, entered with a sense of grim understanding, having already unsheathed their swords at the threshold. Seize him, Zhu Di commanded coldly. The gaze of the soldiers fell upon Empress Ma, who fiercely protected her grandson, then shifted to the weeping and collapsed Consort Chang, finally meeting in a shared moment of profound dread and conflict. After all, she was the empress, revered by all. The national matriarch, the elder sister of Huaishi. To take a child from her arms? No. Fourth brother, I beg you. Spare your nephew. Consort Cheng's voice had become hoarse and fragmented as she struggled to rise from the phoenix couch, positioning herself before Empress Ma and Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Di, his figure imposing against the flickering candlelight, cast a colossal, oppressive shadow. He slowly closed his eyes, swallowing hard as he released a deep, weighty sigh. Within that sigh lay endless fatigue and an unspoken burden, yet not a trace of wavering. Lord Wei, remove my elder sister. With his head bowed, as if wishing to disappear into the shadows, Su De finally moved. Striding forward, his iron grip seized Consort Cheng's slender arm, pulling her away. Uncle Su, let go, please. Save Xiaoying, she pleaded. Su De clenched his jaw, muscles taut, remaining silent as he continued to hold onto Consort Chang. Zhu Di opened his eyes. The last flicker of complexity within them now frozen, replaced by an unfathomable abyss of coldness. He acknowledged Empress Ma, who held her young grandson as fiercely as a lioness guarding her cubs, with a formal bow, impeccably poised, though his voice was icy enough to chill the marrow. Mother, forgive my offense. Before his words had fully resonated, he gestured decisively, leaving no room for retreat. The two soldiers, with no path left to turn back, exchanged glances. Recognizing the grim determination and undeniable fear reflected in each other's eyes. Steeling themselves, they advanced, bowing deeply before Empress Ma, their stances submissive, voices trembling. Your Majesty, please relinquish the young prince to us. We would never dare harm your esteemed person. Such words sounded hollow, more a self-convincing mantra. Begone. Do not touch my grandson. Empress Ma thundered. Observing his mother's almost tragic resistance, something within Zhu Di seemed to shatter momentarily, only to be swiftly enveloped by a thicker layer of ice. Since you wish to forego dignity, I shall ensure it for you. Seize him. What are you waiting for? Your Majesty, forgive my offense. With no further hesitation, the two soldiers advanced to take the child. Though Empress Ma held the esteemed title of Empress and had once trained in martial arts, she remained ultimately a woman of the inner palace. With all her strength, her frail fingers clutched tightly to the swaddling of Zhu Xiaoying. Wah, it hurts. Xiaoying hurts. The cries of Zhu Xiaoying transformed into piercing wails of agony. The Empress's heart twisted in anguish. The instinct to protect almost compelled her to release her grip, yet reason warned her that to do so would mean eternal separation. Alas, her heart was willing, but her strength faltered. A soldier seized her arm with an iron grip, while another seized the moment, exerting force to wrench the child away. Zhu Xiaoying's diminutive form, along with the half of the bright yellow swaddling, was forcibly extracted from the Empress's desperate embrace. The tremendous inertia caused the soldier to stagger backward several steps before regaining his balance, as the child fell into the cold, metallic arms of a soldier, crying so fiercely that his little face turned a shade of blue and purple. The two soldiers, cradling the wailing Zhu Xiaoying, handled him as if he were a scalding hot potato, swiftly retreating a few paces behind Zhu Di. Bowing their heads, they dared not glance towards the direction of the Phoenix throne, their voices trembling with the fear of having escaped disaster. Your Majesty, please pardon our offense. We are deserving of death. Empress Ma collapsed onto the Phoenix throne, her vacant and trembling hands gazing in disbelief, before abruptly lifting her gaze to Zhu Xiaoying, who was now crying in despair behind Zhu Di. In the end, her eyes blazed with unending sorrow and desperation, like poisoned arrows. They were firmly fixed upon Zhu Di's countenance. Zhu Di, you have committed fratricide and slain your nephew. Retribution shall come. Hearing the Empress's words, Zhu Di remained silent, merely clasping his hands in salute. Your son bids farewell. No, my child, return him to me. Wu, cried Changshi, struggling in vain against Su De, who, despite his advanced age, still possessed a strength forged through years of battle that was beyond her ability to resist. Zhu Di turned, his gaze falling upon the two soldiers holding the child, and slowly uttered two words, take him away. With that, Zhu Di turned and departed from the Kunning Palace, heading towards the palace exit. Su De exerted a slight push, sending Changshi tumbling towards the direction of the Phoenix throne. Su De clasped his hands, saying, Sister, I am sorry today. His Highness must perish. He bears this bloodline, too noble, destined for such an end. Take care. With those words, Su De resolutely exited the Kunning Palace, following closely behind Zhu Di. Empress Ma gazed at the retreating figures, pain clouding her vision as she closed her eyes. Her beloved grandson was lost to her forever, never to be seen again. The relationship between Zhu Di and Empress Ma had plummeted to an abyss. Upon exiting the Kuan-Ning Palace, Zhu Di let out a long sigh. "Duke Wei, Your Highness," Suda responded, "grant this child a death free of suffering." Zhu Di regarded Zhu Xiongying in the soldier's arms, his eyes cold, devoid of any tenderness. The struggle for imperial power has always been thus. Compassion cannot afford to waver. "Very well, I shall handle it personally." Suda reached forth to take Zhu Xiongying from the soldier's embrace. Zhu Di acknowledged. The matter within the palace has been resolved, yet the external situation remains precarious. The Chang and Lan families require suppression. Lan Yu has inherited the majority of the loyalists from the Prince of Kaiping, and he is likely to cause unrest. How do you propose we handle them? Your Highness, commanding an army is akin to taming wild beasts. Both grace and severity must be employed. The funds you have disbursed these days have earned goodwill. Now, let us seize this opportunity to establish authority. The position of the supreme sovereign cannot be secured without bloodshed and sacrifice. Zhu Di nodded, resonating with the sentiment. Should they possess the wisdom to relinquish their military power and withdraw from the nexus of authority, living as ordinary nobles, I shall ensure their continued honor and prosperity. Conversely, should they fail to recognize their fortune, then they must face death. Chapter 94. The unpredictability of life. As Zhu Di departed from the Kuan-Ning Palace, dawn approached, and he tread heavily towards the Fengtian Hall. The events of the Xuanwu Gate had culminated in success. The palace was thick with the stench of blood. As the evening breeze wafted through, the acrid scent of rust assaulted the senses, inducing nausea. Soldiers silently cleared the battlefield, transporting lifeless bodies away. While the blood was washed away with water, yet dark crimson stains lingered in the crevices of the tiles. Zhu Di stood before the hall, gazing at the pale eastern horizon, his expression austere. This night, he had triumphed. Yet, this night also severed certain ties irrevocably, like familial bonds and paths of retreat. The night was dark as ink, the waning moon obscured by ominous clouds, casting scant rays of feeble light. In the eastern courtyard, the metallic scent of blood still hung in the air, remnants of dark red staining the stone slabs. Suda cradled the swaddled Zhu Xiongying, his steps heavy as he approached the depths of an ancient well. Zhu Xiongying, seemingly exhausted from crying, now merely sniffled, his small face pale. Tears clinging to his lashes, his dark eyes gazing at Su Da with innocence, even reaching out to grasp Su Da's beard unwittingly. In that moment, Suda froze. His voice, hoarse and strained, emerged from deep within his throat. "Little prince, do not blame me. Blame your birth into the imperial family and the potential for usurpation." Those words sliced through his heart like a dagger. Many years prior, he and Chang Yuchun had marched north together, sharing a flask of strong liquor on a frigid night, drunkenly vowing that when peace graced the land, their descendants would be brothers. Yet now, Chang Yuchun had long since turned to dust, and he was to take the life of his grandson. The cold wind swept past, causing Su Da's fingertips to tremble slightly. The ancient well was deep, its walls cloaked in moss. The water reflected the dim moonlight, resembling a cold eye. Observing all that transpired, Suda stood at the well's edge, gazing down at the infant in his arms. The child suddenly sensed danger and cried out, his small hands clutching Su Da's garment tightly, as if pleading, "Xiongying, do not enter the imperial family in your next life." Suda closed his eyes, his voice low and trembling. He recognized that he must act. If Zhu Xiongying lived, Zhu Di's claim to the throne would remain forever unstable, inciting greater bloodshed. As long as he drew breath, he would perpetually pose a threat to Zhu Di's lineage. The lineage of Zhu Di bears a portion of the blood of the Su family. Suda has long been bound to Zhu Di's cause. This is the very reason Suda chose to take matters into his own hands. He feared that the soldiers might hesitate out of loyalty to the empress or other sentiments, thus opting for a deceitful substitution. However, Suda would not refrain from eliminating Zhu Xiongying, for if Zhu Xiongying were to live, it could imperil the descendants carrying a fragment of the Su lineage. Suda took a deep breath, slowly loosening his fingers. The swaddled infant fell into the well, producing a dull thud as it splashed into the water, which soon returned to stillness. The wail of the infant echoed momentarily against the well's walls before fading into silence. The eastern palace lay in utter stillness, save for the whisper of the wind rustling through the treetops. Suda stood motionless, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. The lingering sensation of Zhu Xiongying's grip remained on his beard, yet his arms now felt empty. After a time, he gradually crouched down to gaze into the well at the infant that had begun to float, scooping a handful of dirt from the ground and casting it into the depths. "Boren, I am sorry. Xiong, your grandfather has wronged you," he murmured, his voice hoarse and barely audible. He then closed his eyes in silent mourning for 3 seconds. Upon opening them, Suda rose abruptly, the sorrow etched upon his face dissipating, replaced by an expression as hard as iron. He turned and strode away, his robes billowing behind him, his silhouette resolute. The path of emperors is paved with blood. When one hesitates to sever ties, chaos will ensue. Within the hall of Fengtian, Zhu Di stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the lightning sky. The coup at Xuanwu Gate had been executed, and the forces of resistance within the palace had been eradicated. Only the final step remained. Footsteps approached as Suda entered the hall. "Is it done?" Zhu Di inquired. Suda nodded slightly, affirming the task was accomplished. Zhu Di did not turn around, but asked coolly, "Are you certain there are no loose ends? I handled it personally. There will be no repercussions." Suda's voice bore an unsettling calmness. After a moment of silence, Zhu Di finally nodded. "Good." He did not inquire further, nor did Suda elaborate. Some matters need not be spoken aloud. Outside the hall, dawn broke, heralding the arrival of a new day. Suda asked, "Your Highness, what shall we do next?" 3 tasks must be addressed. First, summon the imperial guards into the palace, lying in wait outside the hall of Fengtian. Should the Chang and Lan families prove uncooperative during the morning court, apprehend them on the spot and execute their entire households. Zhu Di's voice was frigid as he sat upon the dragon throne, caressing the imperial jade seal. Suda's eyes widened in shock. Execute their entire households? How could you propose such a thing? Chang Yuchun has only recently been posthumously honored as king of Kaiping. The Chang family is on the verge of being labeled rebels, facing total annihilation. Such is the fickleness of fate. Upon hearing Suda's objection, Zhu Di's gaze sharpened. "If you still hold any affection for them, then what rebellion are you contemplating? I have already stated, should they willingly surrender their military power, I will ensure their wealth and prosperity. Otherwise, they shall not be spared." Suda felt a chill in his heart. Zhu Di, more ruthless than one might imagine. Initially, it was presumed that this 17-year-old lad, having experienced such extensive carnage for the first time and stained with the blood of kin, would feel fear, trepidation, compassion, or perhaps even falter. Yet, to one's astonishment, there was not a flicker of emotion within him. Such an icy heart is indeed a prime requisite for a sovereign. Secondly, proceed to the dungeon at once and release the officials of the Ministry of Commerce. Bring them to the Fengtian Hall to meet me. Understood. Thirdly, eliminate those soldiers privy to Zhu Biao's demise. As for the families of all who perished in battle, they shall be honored as martyrs. Compensation will be threefold, and their family shall be treated with utmost consideration, for they, too, are merely victims beneath the imperial authority. Understood. Additionally, summon Duke Chao to see me. Very well. You may leave now. I take my leave. Suda clasped his hands in salute and departed to execute these commands. Even though those who followed him were loyal, only the dead can keep secrets. All he could do was elevate and support the families and descendants of those lost. Sovereignty is both bloody and brutal. If the success of a general is often accompanied by countless bones laid to rest, how much more so for the exalted throne of the 9-5? After Suda's departure, Zhu Di sat upon the dragon throne, eyes closed, lost in contemplation. Mandated by heaven, with longevity and prosperity, who could possibly refuse such an edict that has endured for millennia? Chapter 95. Zhu Di confronts Pei Jinbu before long. The officials of the Ministry of Commerce arrived at the Fengtian Hall, having been released from the dungeon by Suda. Upon entering, they beheld Zhu Di seated regally upon the dragon throne, and as they were freed, they had already surmised the outcome of the conflict. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, they found it hard to contain their excitement. "Your Majesty, I, Pei Jinbu, former Minister of Commerce, along with the former officials of the ministry, pay our respects to the Emperor. Long live the Emperor! Long live! Long live!" Pei Jinbu knelt and proclaimed, "What of allegiance? I, Pei Jinbu, am a servant of the regent. From the moment he elevated me from a mere 6th-rank official to a 2nd-rank minister, my life belongs to him. For all eternity, I shall remain his loyal subject. Long live the Emperor! Long live! Long live!" The others followed suit, kneeling and performing the elaborate 3 kneels and 9 bows. Zhu Di had triumphed in his quest for succession. "Our auspicious days are upon us." Zhu Di, with a slight gesture, urged them to rise. You need not be so formal. I have yet to ascend the throne. Do not chant unnecessarily. Henceforth, you shall be restored to your former positions. Thank you, Crown Prince. They expressed in gratitude as they rose. Zhu Di nodded slightly, addressing Pei Jinbu. From this day forward, you shall serve as the Minister of the Secretariat while concurrently retaining your position as Minister of Commerce. Moreover, the position of Minister of Revenue is currently vacant due to the incumbent's imprisonment. You shall temporarily oversee that as well. I humbly thank your Highness for your gracious favor. Pei Jinbu bowed in gratitude once more. Sometimes, choices are more pivotal than mere effort. It has not been long since he transformed from a modest sixth-rank official to the very heart of power, becoming the Minister of the Secretariat, a first-rank official. He now held the positions of both Minister of Revenue and Minister of Commerce, wielding control over the entire treasury of the Ming dynasty. Pei Aiqing, stay. The rest may withdraw and attend to their duties, Zhu Di instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, we take our leave. The flickering candlelight within the hall cast a gentle glow upon Pei Jinbu's lowered brow, as beads of sweat silently trickled down. Zhu Di's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the dragon throne, the sound steady yet sharp, each word slicing through the air. Pei Aiqing, do you understand what the most perilous position within this court is? A wave of apprehension washed over Pei Jinbu, and he swallowed hard, replying, I am but a dullard. Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Zhu Di slowly rose, his yellow robe cascading down as he descended the vermilion steps with measured grace, halting before Pei Jinbu. The most dangerous position is not at the lowest rung, but rather at the pinnacle. Your Highness. Pei Jinbu abruptly looked up, realization dawning upon him. Was this a reprimand directed at him? Did being reprimanded imply he was under suspicion? It is rare for a minister suspected by the emperor to meet a good end. As the third-ranking official in the Secretariat, overseeing the treasury, I dare say, even Hu Weiyong would seem diminished before me, for I hold the purse strings of the Ming dynasty. Possessing wealth grants me a voice of authority. Zhu Di stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound and his tone slow and measured. Those who stand at the crest of the tide may appear to bask in endless glory, yet beneath their feet lies a bottomless abyss. The ascent you have achieved today is due to the opportunity one have bestowed upon you, but remember, I can just as easily retract it. A shiver coursed through Pei Jinbu, and he hastily knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground, exclaiming, I understand. Zhu Di straightened, pacing to the palace window, gazing into the distance at the imperial city, and remarked softly, power is akin to the glazed tiles of the forbidden city, dazzling under the sun, yet should one falter, the fall results in utter destruction. I understand, Your Highness, Pei Jinbu murmured, bowing low as his mind raced with strategies. To be suspected was unacceptable. What value do power and wealth hold if one cannot enjoy them? In comparison to power and riches, preserving one's life holds greater significance. Zhu Di returned to the dragon table and inquired, Pei Aiqing, why do you believe I chose you? Pei Jinbu's throat tightened, his voice trembling. I am but a fool, striving to serve Your Highness to the best of my abilities. Zhu Di let out a cold laugh. Such grandiloquent platitudes are fit for public display. But do you still feel the need to utter them before me? I chose you because you possess both intelligence and an understanding of the times. Yet the clever often meet untimely ends. Your keen awareness of the allure of power renders you susceptible to its voracious grasp. Remember, this world is never short of clever individuals. What is lacking are those who are both wise and loyal. A chill swept over Pei Jinbu, and he prostrated himself, declaring, I would never harbor improper thoughts. Bear in mind your words today. Zhu Di continued, I can elevate you to the heights above others, or I can cast you into the depths of despair. What I grant you is both an opportunity and a trial. Surpass the trials of power, and we shall not betray each other in our roles as sovereign and minister, destined to serve together in the next life. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences alone. As one ascends to greatness, peril lurks ever closer. Pei Aiqing, in the moment of flourishing glory, do you not find the ground beneath you akin to flames? In response to Zhu Di's admonition, Pei Jinbu bowed fervently. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am but a brick in your service, ready to be moved wherever needed. The ministers of commerce and revenue merely hold concurrent positions. I am ever prepared to relinquish power. I await your selection, and shall surrender authority without hesitation. Without Your Highness, there would be no loyal minister today. Without the minister, there would be nothing of what exists today. Your Highness, even in the depths of a dungeon. I feast daily upon loyalty. My devotion to your highness shines as bright as the sun and moon. Green oranges. Green oranges. Yes, indeed, green oranges. Zhu Di nodded with satisfaction, for the art of the emperor lies in balancing grace with authority. One must inspire both reverence and hope. This is the pinnacle of mastering the hearts of men. Zhu Di gestured for him to rise, saying, I trust in your loyalty at this moment. Pei Jinbu slowly stood, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, your highness. Now that the realm is beginning to stabilize, it is vital to address financial matters. You oversee 2 departments, and the responsibility is immense. Guard the treasury closely. Pei Jinbu hastily replied, Rest assured, your highness, I will dedicate myself fully to this task. Zhu Di continued, Now, you must attend to 3 matters. First, retrieve all the funds. The Ministry of Commerce must be set back on track. I shall comply immediately, Pei Jinbu affirmed. Zhu Di nodded. Secondly, arrange my enthronement ceremony as swiftly as possible. Also, prepare a list for posthumous honors for those who opposed me. Indeed, the funds from the Ministry of Commerce are sufficient. It merely awaits the auspicious date from the Astronomical Bureau, which is no concern. I shall oversee it personally, Pei Jinbu respectfully assured. Zhu Di nodded, appreciating Pei Jinbu's straightforwardness. Thirdly, prepare for my coronation. In about 2 months, I will ascend to the throne. Upon hearing this, Pei Jinbu was taken aback. 2 months? Zhu Di raised an eyebrow. Do you find that excessive? No, not at all. I was merely contemplating if 2 months would suffice to prepare your coronation regalia. Pei Jinbu wiped his cold sweat. 2 months indeed. We can only manage with 2 shifts at the weaving bureau. My life feels precarious, and I wonder if I shall reach the other side. Chapter 96. The era of Yongle is about to begin. Zhu Di nodded, recognizing that his choice to keep Pei Jinbu in charge of the treasury was due to his competence. Yet, this was a double-edged sword. Should Pei Jinbu's heart waver, it would become a dilemma. Thus, Zhu Di offered both an opportunity and a test, subtly indicating that he was evaluating Pei Jinbu's loyalty, leaving the decision to Pei Jinbu himself. Should he succumb to the allure of power and riches, Zhu Di would have no choice but to make a painful decision regarding him. Zhu Di intended to implement sweeping reforms. Without financial support, such ambitions would falter. Hence, he entrusted Pei Jinbu with the management of 2 treasuries. Should Pei Jinbu remain steadfast, he would soon be honored with the title of Prime Minister. The zenith of power is indeed resplendent, yet it is fraught with endless temptation and risk. Looking to the future is not as clear as reflecting upon the past. Zhu Di waved his hand, dismissing Pei Jinbu. Once Pei Jinbu departed, the grand hall of the Fengtian Palace was left in solitude, with Zhu Di seated upon the dragon throne, gazing at the golden dragon adorning the dome above. This empty palace was ultimately filled with cold solemnity, devoid of warmth. Shortly after Pei Jinbu's exit, the armored Li Yuanzhang hurried in. I, Li Yuanzhang, pay my respects to His Highness, he declared upon entering. Zhu Di nodded, acknowledging his hard work. It is not arduous, it is my duty, Li Yuanzhang replied, fully aware that Zhu Di referred to his efforts in thwarting enemy reinforcements during the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. Had it not been for his intervention, the loyalist forces from the capital would have stormed in, and Zhu Di would have never succeeded in seizing the throne. Now that you have achieved such a remarkable feat, what reward do you desire? Zhu Di inquired. Li Yuanzhang responded, might I defer my reward for the time being and instead attribute it to my fellow minister, Li Jinglong? Oh, you wish to pave the way for him with your military achievements? Zhu Di raised an eyebrow. Li Yuanzhang nodded, indeed. After a lifetime of toil, is it not for the sake of one's descendants? Moreover, I am not suited for further advancement. Generals Su and Tang have yet to progress, and I cannot surpass them. He recognized that the internal dynamics within Huaishi were far from harmonious. As a second-generation figure from Huaishi, being ranked alongside first-generation nobles would invite considerable scrutiny. Yet his substantial military contributions rendered him immune to criticism. However, should he elevate his status to that of a king now, it would indeed provoke a calamity. Zhu Di contemplated this, his fingers gently stroking the armrest of the dragon throne, casting a long shadow in the flickering candlelight of the hall. Yuanzhang, you present me with a dilemma, he mused. Li Yuanzhang knelt on one knee, the faint clinking of his armor resonating in the stillness. I dare not presume, your majesty. Zhu Di descended the steps and personally assisted his trusted general to rise. Do you understand why I inquire about your desired reward? A glimmer of confusion crossed Li Yuanzhang's eyes. I am but a dullard, your majesty, because I seek not merely a general skilled in warfare, but a trusted minister who can share in my burdens. To withhold rewards from those who serve faithfully breeds discontent, Zhu Di articulated, recalling the phrase. To shepherd the hearts of the people is to shepherd the world. If he were to neglect rewarding Li Yuanzhang, outsiders might perceive him as callous and ungrateful, akin to a beggar. Then, your highness, grant me the honor of entering the court without bowing, and bestow upon me the title of prince's protector, Li Yuanzhang proposed. Zhu Di pondered briefly and nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you, your highness. Li Yuanzhang was taken aback by Zhu Di's swift acquiescence. Next, conceal a contingent of soldiers outside the Fengtian Hall. After the court convenes, await my command to arrest those who must be apprehended. Zhu Di assigned him a task. Li Yuanzhang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Realizing the reason for Zhu Di's promptness, there was indeed a matter at hand. Who would be seized tomorrow? It required little thought. With the ascendance of the new sovereign, those who aligned with the heavens would prosper, while those who opposed would perish. It was quite thrilling to contemplate that a brother with whom he had recently shared drinks could become a prisoner by the morrow. Yes, your highness, Li Yuanzhang replied, clasping his hands in acknowledgement. Having embarked on this journey with Zhu Di, there was no turning back. There were no alternatives. Thus, whether he wished to or not, he had to proceed. Is Marquis Tang he still with the military? Zhu Di continued. Pay him a visit and inform him that I appoint him as the Duke of Xinghua. He must swiftly take control of the confidants of the former king of Kaiping and prepare to replace them without inciting a mutiny among the troops. Zhu Di entrusted Li Yuanzhang with yet another task. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuanzhang was rendered speechless. Your highness, do you have any idea how many loyalists the Prince of Kaiping possesses? Do you truly believe that Duke Xin can suppress them? Zhu Di retorted. Tang He, after all, is the genuine elder brother of the Huaishi faction. His standing in the military is formidable. Li Yuanzhang found himself at a loss for words. But if there is resistance, what then? Zhu Di continued. If some deem this year's maple leaves insufficiently red, let us reward them with a yard of crimson, to enhance the hues of this year's foliage. Confused, Li Yuanzhang inquired, Your Highness, what does a yard of crimson signify?